Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third season of the Global Manhunt program. This is a show that has driven countless individuals into a frenzy, with investment from the top 10 conglomerates and a staggering $100 billion reward. It features hundreds of participants from various walks of life. This competition transcends mere pursuit. It represents a clash of extremes. All contestants, designated as fugitives, will be incarcerated, and after 24 hours, their escape journey will officially commence. The profound impact of the previous two seasons has illuminated significant societal security issues, garnering widespread recognition, and we have every reason to believe that this season will be even more spectacular. In Donghai City, a vast square teems with a throng of people, their enthusiasm undeterred by the midday sun. Excitement radiates from countless faces. Goodness, the third season of Global Manhunt is launching right here in Donghai City. This is incredible. Absolutely. Global Manhunt, global capture, global escape. The fugitives will face relentless pursuit from the hunters. I've heard it's exhilarating. Such a narrow perspective. It's not merely thrilling. Haven't you watched the previous two seasons? Those fugitives went to great lengths to evade capture. Haha. And it's not just about evasion besides fleeing. They can also complete hidden tasks assigned by the production team. And upon completion, they will receive special rewards. Exactly. The rewards for fugitives are exceptionally generous if selected. A direct reward of $500,000 awaits, and the longer they can escape, the greater their rewards, potentially reaching up to $100 billion. $100 billion. I can hardly fathom that. It's a pity that in the previous two seasons, the longest escape lasted less than a week, and none completed any special tasks. Of course, due to cooperative agreements, the production team possesses certain powers over law enforcement under these circumstances. Who could possibly evade capture? At that moment, as the host's voice resonates, the square buzzes with animated discussions, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Amidst the crowd, a young man clad in white stands, his gaze somewhat bewildered. Did I just traverse into another realm? Suyu surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged forth. The owner of this body also bears the name Suyu. Previously, he was a freshly graduated university student from Beihai City, grappling with the challenges of job hunting. Upon discovering the recruitment campaign for the Global Manhunt program, he eagerly signed up. Little did he anticipate that he would actually be selected. The most outrageous part is that after arriving here, overwhelmed by excitement and the sweltering heat, he fainted from heat stroke, thereby translocating himself into this new existence. Suyu found himself momentarily bewildered. The situation at hand was undeniable, and his brows furrowed in contemplation. Images of the Global Manhunt program swiftly flashed through his mind. The program had garnered an overwhelmingly positive reputation in society, as it was grounded in reality. It exploited the vulnerabilities of the criminal underworld to capture fugitives, addressing various public safety concerns. Following the broadcast of its first two seasons, the national crime rate had plummeted dramatically. Moreover, every city it traversed experienced significant economic growth, contributing to the program's immense popularity. However, the principal allure of the show lay in its exhilarating nature. A global manhunt, worldwide arrests, and international escapes. The program treated fugitives as true adversaries, deploying every available resource to apprehend them with utmost urgency. In this context, the contestant with the longest evasion record was a participant with a mercenary background. Yet, even he managed to elude capture for less than a week before being brought to justice. What a captivating start! Suyu couldn't help but marvel at the unfolding drama, and at that moment, the host on stage spoke again. The friends from Donghai City are so enthusiastic, and we, the Global Manhunt production team, are equally delighted. Therefore, we have yet another surprise for you all. Today, we have gathered all the participants from the Global Manhunt right here on stage. First up is our renowned journalist, Bing Bing. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd as the host's words echoed. A young woman clad in a white dress, her smile radiant, emerged from behind the scenes. Hello, everyone. I'm Bing Bing, and I am thrilled to be here in Donghai City to meet you all, she exclaimed, waving to the audience. Many in the vicinity were already buzzing with exhilaration. Suyu's gaze shifted to the stage. Yes, she was indeed beautiful, Yet that was not his primary focus. The real highlight was yet to come. In the next moment, the host's smile broadened as he spoke once more. Bing Bing will serve as the commentator for our global manhunt, responsible for enlivening the atmosphere. But now we arrive at the true centerpiece of the event. Please welcome our 5 pursuit officials and the hunters themselves. As these words resonated, a thunderous sound of heavy footsteps erupted from the back of the stage. Hundreds of muscular men marched in unison, their synchronized movements causing the very ground to tremble. Hunters, greet the audience. They bellowed in unison, their voices overpowering the murmurs of the thousands below. The host, upon seeing this, wore a broad smile filled with delight. These 100 individuals constitute all the pursuers for the show, and they are all retired soldiers. The host's words sent a ripple of excitement through the audience below, so you couldn't help but feel a twitch in his expression. It was no wonder that the previous 2 seasons had barely lasted 7 days. However, before Suyu could dwell further on his thoughts, the host spoke again. All right, the pursuers are now in place. Let us introduce the pursuit officials. As the words fell, 5 individuals stepped forward simultaneously from behind. Their appearances varied, from men and 1 woman. Okay, the pursuit officials are ready. Each of them commands a team of 20 pursuers. Let me introduce them, the host continued. First, we have the familiar face from the last 2 seasons, the retired police inspector, Mr. Zhang Mingshan. Let's give him a warm round of applause. As this was announced, a middle-aged man with streaks of gray stepped forward from the center. His face bore an air of authority, and he smiled gently at the audience. Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Mingshan. Next, we have another well-known figure, the top private detective in the country, Mr. Chi Hyaming. Hello, everyone. I am Chi Hyaming, said a man in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, who spoke with an elegant smile. Following this, the host's voice rang out again. Next up are the retired Special Forces soldier, Mr. Wang Tao, who possesses exceptional investigative skills, and Mr. Li Kai, a hacker with the authority to access any surveillance footage. As the host introduced them, a robust man and a young man wearing black-framed glasses greeted the audience. With 4 individuals introduced, only the woman remained. All eyes turned towards her on stage, including Su Yes. The host chuckled heartily, revealing a proud smile. The 5th pursuit official is Professor Zhao Wanning from Capital University, a psychologist. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at this announcement. Compared to the previous season, this lineup was extraordinarily formidable. My goodness, a retired police inspector, a renowned detective, a retired Special Forces soldier, a hacker, and now a psychology professor. Along with hundreds of pursuers, this is a foolproof arrangement. This is a guaranteed elimination. The fugitives this season may face dire straits. I seriously suspect the production team is short on funds, which is why they've assembled such an intimidating lineup. Haha, there's some truth to that. The money earned from just 1 day of evasion is substantial. Countless onlookers engaged in animated discussions. Amidst the crowd, Suyu felt a throbbing pain in his head. This lineup was undeniably intense. However, he could understand the rationale behind it. After all, the show aimed to showcase the rule of law to society. It was an unavoidable reality. All right, now that all the pursuers are in place, I invite all the fugitives to come to the stage. Upon hearing this, the fortunate fugitives, who had been standing below, eagerly rushed to the stage in excitement. Observing the joy on their faces, Suyu decided not to overthink the situation. Why ponder so much? Was it even possible to escape? Wouldn't it be more prudent to simply return home with a few $100,000 in hand? At the very moment Suyu took a step forward, a sudden voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The Supreme Escape System has been successfully loaded. The instant this voice echoed, Suyu was momentarily taken aback. It has arrived. The quintessential system for traversers. The author surely does not deceive me. A wave of joy surged within Suyu, prompting him to speak immediately. System, please introduce your capabilities. Certainly, host. This system is known as the Supreme Escape System, designed to transform the host into the most formidable fugitive, bestowing upon the host abilities beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Binding successful, the novice gift package has been activated. Would the host like to receive it? The system's voice continued. Without hesitation, Suyu nodded. Claim. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an overall attribute enhancement of 20 points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme stealing skill. The system's voice rang out consecutively, and before Suyu appeared, a personal panel visible only to him. Host, Suyu Intelligence. 140. The average IQ of an ordinary person is 115 strength. 132. The average for ordinary individuals is 110 speed. 135. The average for ordinary individuals is 110 skills acquired. Supreme Stealing Skill Max, System Mall. Not yet opened. As the panel materialized before him, enlightenment dawned upon Suyu. There was no need to elaborate on intelligence, strength, and speed. He was evidently far superior to the average. This was undoubtedly due to the system's augmentation, a direct enhancement of 20 points. This implies that his overall capabilities now far exceed those of an ordinary person. So you could feel the difference. His cognitive processes were operating several times faster than before. His previously frail physique now seemed to brim with explosive power. This left Suyu immensely pleased. An IQ of 140 is undoubtedly a formidable figure. It is worth noting that one of the greatest scientists, Einstein, had an IQ of merely 146. While he may not rival Einstein in research, in terms of problem solving, he would undoubtedly surpass countless others. As for his physical prowess, Suyu estimated that his current speed could rival that of professional athletes. Strength, too, was on par. The system is remarkably powerful. Suyu marveled. What delighted him most was that the system had granted him a skill, the supreme stealing skill, and it was at maximum level. As he sensed a vast reservoir of knowledge akin to decades of experience flooding his mind, Suyu was astounded. How extraordinary! The intricacies of theft hold such profound significance. Indeed, in every profession, talent emerges. As he contemplated this skill, Suyu unearthed a point that piqued his curiosity. System, what is the status of the System Mall? The System Mall has yet to be opened. The host must accumulate popularity points to unlock it. Once activated, the System Mall will offer a variety of skills and items for the host's use. The system elucidated. Upon hearing these words, Suyu nodded thoughtfully. He comprehended the concept of popularity. As long as he possessed a certain degree of influence, it would naturally follow. This was not a matter of concern for him. With the official commencement of the global manhunt, each participant would have their own dedicated live streaming room. Therefore, as long as his performance was sufficiently remarkable, his popularity would undoubtedly thrive. With this thought in mind, Suyu brimmed with confidence. Now equipped with a system, and particularly buoyed by the prospect of possessing a divine skill, he felt an exhilarating joy. Of course, his elation did not stem from the notion of becoming a notorious outlaw, but rather from the uniqueness of the first stage of the global manhunt program. What made it so distinctive? In this initial phase, all contestants, or fugitives, would be confined within a prison. After a span of 24 hours, it would be assumed that everyone had successfully escaped, at which point the manhunt would officially commence. Should anyone manage to genuinely break free within that time frame, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. The production team would employ an exclusive evaluation system, grading performances from 1 to 5 stars, with rewards starting at $1 million. However, as of the third episode, no one had yet succeeded in escaping within the 24-hour limit. All had been released only after the time had elapsed. Nevertheless, Suyu was no longer overly concerned. With his current state and the system's assistance, perhaps this time the program would defy all expectations. A subtle smile crept across Suyu's face. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the system task. Escape night. The system's voice resonated suddenly, further delighting Suyu. How wonderful! Not only was there a monetary reward for escaping, but also a chance for a divine skill lottery? Excellent indeed. Suyu was overjoyed. Meanwhile, the host's voice snapped him back to reality. Where is contestant number 100, Suyu? Are you still here? The host's inquiry prompted everyone to glance around, for no one had anticipated that the last participant would still be absent after several minutes. Just then, Suyu stepped forward. The gaze of thousands instantly converged upon him, including the watchful eyes of the apprehending officials on stage. Interesting, a young one remarked. He appears rather inexperienced. Why did he not come up sooner? Another pondered. Perhaps he seeks to attract some attention, suggested Zhang Mingshan, leading a chuckle among the officials. Suyu now stood among the 100 fugitives. The host directed their attention toward them. Ladies and gentlemen, Are you certain you wish to participate in our global manhunt program? And have you read all relevant rules? Understood. Comprehended. No problem. Sounds of excitement echoed in response. Suyu nodded subtly. Previously, he might have shared in the excitement, especially at the prospect of effortlessly claiming 500,000. Yet now, Suyu was acutely aware that what he desired was not that paltry sum, but rather a reward in the billions. Intriguing. Suyu cast a glance at the pursuing officials, a smile gracing his lips. Among them, Zhang Mingshan raised an eyebrow. Did that young man named Suyu just cast a glance our way? Indeed, I noticed it as well, replied Qi Haiming, a top private detective, adjusting his glasses. Meanwhile, psychology professor Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow. Sister Wanqing, what troubles you? Beside her, Bing Bing smiled at Zhao Wanqing, drawing the attention of others. Zhao Wanqing shook her head. I merely sense a remarkable confidence in Suyu's gaze. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Confidence is commendable, yet he may soon grasp the gravity of the situation, remarked the most seasoned among them, Zhang Mingshan, with a smile. The others nodded in agreement, dismissing the notion, attributing it to youthful arrogance. Meanwhile, the host, witnessing the consensus, turned his gaze toward the camera. The online broadcast had commenced. This was a global live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, whether online or offline, everyone can now witness the unfolding events clearly. Both the pursuers and the fugitives are prepared. The pursuers have been previously introduced, while the fugitives are a randomly selected group from various professions. Now, let us embark on the first challenge of this global manhunt program, Escape Night, and a little secret to share to enhance the excitement of this Escape Night challenge. Among the fugitives, there is a renowned international escape artist. At this revelation, the audience just entering the live stream, as well as the on-site spectators, erupted in astonishment. The atmosphere was electrifying at Donghai Prison as the host announced a startling revelation. Among the 100 contestants, there was an international escape expert participating. The live broadcast of the Global Manhunt show had erupted into chaos, solidifying its status as the most popular entertainment program at present. The audience surged into the live stream, with millions already tuning in. Is this for real? An escape expert is actually competing? An escape expert? Is that even a real profession? Of course. They are typically responsible for prison security issues, essentially making them escape experts. Oh my, tonight is going to be thrilling. I thought I would just have another boring evening. Haha, I thought the same. The previous 2 seasons were just watching those fugitives get released. The live chat buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, on stage, Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Honestly, he had not anticipated such a bold move from the production team. To boost ratings, they had actually secured an escape expert. It seemed they were keen on creating a sensational event, and he was not the only one surprised. On stage, the 5 pursuit officers wore astonished expressions upon learning of the escape expert's presence among the contestants. A deep voice broke the silence. It was Wang Tao, a former Special Forces soldier. The other 4 exchanged glances, acknowledging the impending challenge of the night. Zhang Mingshan nodded seriously. Having participated in 3 consecutive seasons as a pursuit officer, he was well aware of the stakes. His words resonated with the others, including the host, Bing Bing, who also nodded in agreement. Indeed, dear audience, it appears that tonight's escape night will be exceptionally thrilling, she proclaimed. The next phase involved escorting all the fugitives to Donghai Prison. With a smile, Bing Bing officially took over the hosting duties. Following her announcement, Suyu and over 100 fugitives were escorted one by one into the prison van. Suyu found himself in one of the black vans, accompanied by 5 other fugitives. Casting a cursory glance at them, he detected nothing unusual, indicating that the escape master was not in his company. Nevertheless, it was fine. Tonight would be a competition to see who could escape first. A confident smile graced Suyu's face as the van began its journey towards Donghai Prison. The atmosphere inside was somewhat tense, with the other 5 appearing anxious, while Suyu maintained a calm demeanor, even sporting a smile. In addition to the 6 individuals, a camera was installed inside the van, connected to the live stream. At that moment, many viewers had already dispersed into various live rooms. At present, within Suyu's live streaming room, Numerous individuals are engaged in fervent discussions. It seems these fugitives are quite anxious, sweating profusely. Indeed, I observed the other cars, and they were all eerily quiet. Absolutely. Yet the young man in the corner wearing white appears rather handsome. Hey sister, let's be honest. This young man is indeed strikingly attractive and quite neat. Certainly, but the most intriguing aspect is that he seems completely unfazed, his expression quite relaxed. Wait. He's smiling. Naturally, the one smiling is Suyu. How could he not smile? With the system at his disposal, he is on the brink of embarking on an extraordinary journey. However, the multitude of viewers in the live stream does not share his sentiments. Wow. Everyone else is frowning and distressed. Yet this young man is smiling. Could he possibly be that escape master? I have the same feeling. But isn't he a bit too young? Not to be rude. But have you ever encountered such a young master? Perhaps he is simply elated at the prospect of earning 500,000 without effort. That does seem somewhat reasonable. If there's no hope of escape, then one could indeed earn 500,000. That makes sense. We may have overthought it. Gradually, the live stream quieted down. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a halt. The doors swung open. All right, everyone disembark. We have arrived at Donghai Prison. Upon hearing this, Suyu stepped out, and what met his gaze was a massive black structure built against the mountains. The prison's exterior was entirely painted black, and in the waning sunlight, it resembled a beast lying dormant upon the earth, stern and formidable. Once the lineup was complete, the fugitives were all escorted into the prison. Now, we can observe that all the fugitives have been delivered to Donghai Prison. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. Donghai Prison is a high-security facility established in Donghai City, completed in the late last century, and is designated for housing various criminals. It features a symmetrical design with 2 walls and 4 zones, labeled A, B, C, and D. This time, the fugitives are being confined in Zone C. Bing Bing stood before the camera, showcasing her familiar and charming smile, while beside her were the fugitives entering the prison in an orderly manner. Suyu happened to pass by Bing Bing, and upon hearing her words, he raised an eyebrow. 2 walls, huh? It seems the challenge is quite substantial. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suyu swiftly proceeded to the front. In the hands of the pursuing guards, he received a set of prison attire. Subsequently, he stepped through the gate. As he entered, Suyu cast a sidelong glance at the gate. It was steel, approximately 5 centimeters thick, utilizing a combination of fingerprint locks, digital locks, and traditional key locks, guarded by 2 sentinels. Instantly, a series of details surfaced in his mind. He continued onward, glancing up at the surrounding walls and passing through 3 steel doors until he arrived at the interior of the prison. Here we are, in Zone C. I will now call out names. Those who hear their names should step forward and follow the guard. Wang Tongming. Here. Peng Xing. Me. Huang Wen. Present. Suyu. After a brief pause, Suyu finally heard his name. He stepped forward to stand before a guard. The guard glanced at him, compared him to a photograph, nodded, and affixed a badge to Suyu's chest. Follow me. All right. Suyu trailed behind the guard, and, after a short while, they halted before a cell at the far end of Zone C. Step inside. Suyu entered the cell. With a click, the guard, playing the role of a captor, locked the cell door. Tomorrow night, revel in the thrill of being pursued. The guard smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. A smile also graced Suyu's face. What if I manage to escape tonight? Young man, when I was a soldier, I patrolled the borders. Do you really think you stand a chance? The guard leaned in close to Suyu, gazing at him with a look of disdain. Fast, Suyu leaned closer, locking eyes with the guard. Then let us see whose skills prevail. Well said. The guard scoffed, whistled, and departed. Once all the guards had left, a profound silence enveloped Zone C. Suyu sat on the bed, and in his palm, 2 black keys materialized. In the realm of escape, the storm has arrived. The keys, indeed, are twofold. One unlocks Area C and its cells, while the other grants access to his own confinement. In a moment of audacity, Suyu deftly appropriated the guard's key through his extraordinary thievery skill, leaving the guard blissfully unaware of its disappearance. Encumbered as he was by the confines of his own duties, unlocking the gate to Area C does not necessitate a key. Rather, it may be achieved through 3 unlocking methods: fingerprint, password, or the traditional key. The presence of a conventional key is a safeguard against the inevitable failures of electronic locks. Thus, institutions implement such measures universally. This is precisely how Suyu managed to seize the opportunity. Yet the true advantage lies in the potency of his unparalleled thievery skill, rendering him a masterful thief unnoticed by those around him. With the keys in hand, a flicker of elation ignited within Suyu. He was one step closer to success. However, the crux of the matter extends beyond merely escaping Area C. Beyond that threshold, 2 additional gates must be traversed, the first leading to the guards' living quarters, and the second to the prison's ultimate egress. Only through these passages can one claim true liberation. With a slow closure of his eyes, the entire layout of the prison materialized in Suyu's mind, a reflection of his meticulous observation upon entry. His remarkable IQ of 140 enabled him not only to memorize the surroundings, but to reconstruct them vividly. The prison exhibited a symmetrical design, encased within a formidable wall. To the left lay areas A and B, while areas C and D occupied the right. At the juncture of B and C stood the main gate, accompanied by a reading room, an entertainment area, a cafeteria, and public baths slightly ahead. At the center, a yard for recreation sprawled, crowned by a central building equipped with floodlights. Surrounding this edifice, numerous power lines converged, undoubtedly connecting to the prison's power facility. Beyond the recreational yard lay the primary exit of the detention zone. Crossing this threshold signified breaching the first wall, beyond which lay the guards' quarters, and further ahead. The prison's exit awaited. This constituted the entire prison's architecture. At the exit, 4 guards stood vigilant, with an equal number stationed atop the wall. The inner walls mirrored this configuration. The entrance to Area C also housed a duty room, staffed by 4 guards. Thus, should he endeavor to flee, he would confront a minimum of 20 guards, not to mention those lurking in unseen corners. Moreover, the corridors were interlaced with surveillance systems connected to the duty room and the command center of the pursuing officers. With a slight furrow of his brow, Suyu opened his eyes. Within his mind, a 3-dimensional map of the prison now unfolded. The pressing question remained: how to escape, with the keys secured. The immediate challenge lay in breaching the first wall, followed by the second, all while evading the watchful eyes of the surveillance. Once more closing his eyes, Suyu began to contemplate. His IQ of 140 bestowed upon him a cognitive velocity several times, even dozens of times, faster than that of the average person. Merely a few minutes later, Suyu opened his eyes. How intriguing. If memory serves, tonight marks the arrival of the year's first thunderstorm in Donghai City, does it not? Indeed, amidst the thunderstorm, let everyone witness what true escapism entails. Suyu reclined comfortably on his bed, awaiting the onset of night. Meanwhile, just outside the first wall, in the command building, the atmosphere was lively. Good evening, dear audience. All the fugitives have now been incarcerated, the host announced. However, an amusing incident occurred during this process. One fugitive attempted to escape by scaling the wall just before entering the prison, but fortunately, our guards promptly captured him. With a smile, Bing Bing addressed the camera. The live chat was abuzz with excitement. What audacity! Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Yet another oddball. What a remarkable individual. Bing Bing, glancing at the lively chat, smiled slightly before directing the camera towards the 5 pursuing officers. As you all know, among the 100 fugitives, there exists a master of escape. Now, can anyone guess which pursuing officer's list he might appear on? She inquired playfully. Indeed, each of the 5 pursuing officers was responsible for apprehending 20 fugitives. Only after capturing all fugitives under their jurisdiction could they assist their fellow officers. The live chat was filled with various comments, while the pursuing officers wore confident smiles. It seemed that the audience was quite enthusiastic. Now, let us hear from the most seasoned among us, Master Zhang Mingshan, Bing Bing said, turning her gaze to the stern-faced Zhang Mingshan. Nodding, Zhang Mingshan spoke with grave seriousness. Rest assured, regardless of which pursuing officer's list the fugitive belongs to, we shall ensure their capture. Indeed, Master Zhang is correct. We have significantly increased our patrol efforts. Inspections now occur every 15 minutes. Another officer affirmed. Everyone can feel at ease. Though they could not see the live chat comments, they could infer the sentiments being expressed. Yet, even if one were a master of escape, what difference would it make? Within a mere 24 hours, faced with such perilous circumstances, no one could possibly succeed in an escape. Bing Bing nodded in agreement. Well said. The reason the production team established this escape night challenge is to showcase how arduous life can be within the prison walls. Therefore, we certainly will not grant the fugitives the opportunity to escape. The live chat buzzed with fervent discussion. Although I'm fully aware that the success rate is low, I still yearn to witness a successful escape. Indeed, I too yearn to witness a successful escape. However, the production team is exceedingly stringent, lacking even a script, capturing individuals on a whim. Haha. At times, observing the despairing expressions of fugitives upon their capture is rather exhilarating. Indeed, after watching this program, I now dare only to visit reputable establishments for foot baths. Goodness, it seems the individual above implies you have frequented less reputable places? No, I have never done such a thing. Woe is me. I'm a virtuous person. Laughter resonated throughout the live stream. At that moment, the sky outside grew increasingly dim. Concurrently, the sound of thunder rumbled. Bing Bing promptly announced, just a quick reminder, there will be thunderstorms in Donghai City tonight, so everyone should hurry home and gather their laundry. Almost instantaneously as her words fell, the sound of rain began to pour. Observing the torrential downpour outside, Bing Bing could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, "Dear pursuers, does the likelihood of a successful escape increase on rainy days?" In response to this query, the muscular Wang Tao chuckled. Not at all. The thunder will instill fear in them. Indeed, rainy weather will complicate their attempts at fleeing. The group of pursuers exuded confidence, yet Zhao Wanxing furrowed her brow. Gazing intently at the camera in Zone C, lost in contemplation. Simultaneously, in Zone C, Suyu slowly rose to his feet. The opportunity had arrived. What on earth is happening? The opportunity to escape from Zone C has arrived. As Suyu's words faded, a flash of lightning illuminated the area, followed by a resounding thunderclap. In an instant, Zone C was bathed in light, and a gentle drizzle began to seep through the window, trickling onto Suyu's hair. A playful smile gradually appeared on his face as the rain began to fall. Approaching the window, Suyu gazed out at the tempestuous storm, extending his hand into the downpour. In the blink of an eye, his hand was drenched with rainwater. Returning to the door, he waved his hand, and instantly, the surveillance camera hanging in the corridor was drenched by the rain. Water droplets appeared on the lens, obscuring the view. This was Suyu's intention. The camera, positioned beside the window, was bound to be hit by raindrops during a storm, and now he had merely accelerated that process. A camera obscured by water droplets would fail to capture a clear image, making it improbable for the pursuing officers to notice the one camera temporarily drenched by rain among dozens of others. Producing a key, Suyu was about to effortlessly unlock the prison door when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the opposite cell. A man stood at the window, clutching a piece of clothing. Attempting to damage the window, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Could this be the notorious escape artist? He had already inspected the cell. The window was embedded in concrete, designed to be impenetrable without proper tools. This individual seemed intent on using leverage from the rotation to forcibly deform the window. Shaking his head, Suyu dismissed any further thought. This person, perhaps having spent too long abroad, seemed oblivious to the quality of domestic construction. Opening the door, and seizing the moment while the droplets still clung to the camera, Suyu swiftly slipped out. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the atmosphere was markedly different from that of the command center. The cameras focused on monitoring the corridor where the fugitive was held. Oh my, how tedious. Why can't the cameras focus on individual cells? It's not possible. A single camera can only activate once the fugitive has left the prison. That must be it. But watching the corridor is so boring. We've been at it for an hour. Right, how about we check out the Pursuit Officer's live stream? Seriously? I just want to see how the escape master breaks free. Why is it so difficult? Amidst the lively discussions, a figure suddenly emerged, striding confidently from a cell. In that moment, the broadcast room fell silent. What the? What is going on? A ghost? I actually saw a person. Oh my. ISNT that the young man from the vehicle earlier today? Who? It looks like contestant number 100, named Suyu. Goodness. He has just walked out of the cell. While the audience buzzed with excitement, Suyu remained oblivious to the camera, as it had not yet been installed when he first entered. At present, Suyu had reached the corner of the wall. Opposite him stood a fugitive, whose eyes were wide with terror as he gazed at him. This fellow, has he escaped? He frantically covered his mouth, desperately suppressing any sound. In response, Suyu offered a slight smile and made a shushing gesture. The other man instinctively lowered his hand. Suyu nodded slightly, casting a quick glance at the duty room across the way. Inside, several guards were engaged in idle chatter, evidently oblivious to the fleeting moment captured by the surveillance cameras. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The essential point was that, based on the current patrol schedule, rounds were made every 15 minutes. This indicated that Suyu had approximately 10 minutes left to make his escape. Once he exited through that door, he would have truly escaped from Zone C. But how to leave? Suyu turned his gaze toward the fugitive, who was staring at him in sheer astonishment. Hey, brother, do you want to get out? Suyu inquired, leaning closer while jingling his keys with a smile. The fugitive, upon hearing this, could not help but swallow hard. Of course, he wanted to. He nodded vigorously. It was no joke. If he could escape, there was a reward of $1 million in cash awaiting him, even if he failed to break free. Simply escaping the cell would still earn him tens of thousands, according to the production team's evaluation. Upon hearing his response, a broader smile spread across Suyu's face. Come here, let me tell you something. All right. The fugitive eagerly leaned in. At that moment, Suyu swiftly reached through the iron bars and struck the man's neck. Instantly, the fugitive collapsed, unconscious. Alas, my brother, I'm sorry for this, Suyu chuckled, and in the next instant, he called out loudly, help. Someone has fainted. Inside the duty room, for guards were lethargically playing cards, occasionally glancing toward Zone C. Just then, Suyu's voice prompted them all to spring to their feet. What's going on? The four exchanged glances, and ultimately, a burly man retrieved a walkie-talkie. Calling command center, calling command center. There's someone in Zone C shouting that someone has fainted. How should we proceed? In the command tower, the live broadcast was still ongoing, with Zhang Mingshan sharing his experiences with the audience. At that moment, the voice from the walkie-talkie left everyone speechless. It seems someone is attempting to escape by entering the prison infirmary. Instantly, Chi Hyaming, the top detective, spoke up. His mind was exceptionally sharp, sensing something amiss. After all, every fugitive had just undergone a medical examination. How could one suddenly faint for no apparent reason? Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The infirmary is located in the second perimeter. If it were a ruse, then it indeed could facilitate an escape. Let the four guards on duty head over there, Zhang Mingshan instructed everyone. The others nodded in unison. Immediately, the four individuals in the duty room received their orders and rose, making their way into Zone C. Upon hearing the sound of the door creaking open, Suyu sprang to his feet. Utilizing his enhanced physical capabilities, he grasped the fire hose above him, suspending his entire body from the ceiling. The guards approached, confirming that the individual in the cell had fainted, and they shook their heads in disbelief before carrying him out. However, at the doorway, they froze. Who closed the door? Why is it not secured properly? One guard exclaimed. I distinctly remember locking it tightly, another replied. Oh, stop the bickering, you two. Hurry and take him to the infirmary. It would be troublesome if something were to occur. Very well. In an instant, the two guards departed. Yet, none noticed a figure stealthily slipping away along the corner of the wall. This scene was clearly captured by the live-streaming camera. What the hell? Is this even possible? What did I just witness? How did those guards not see Suyu? Incredible. He managed to climb out by suspending himself from the fire hose. What strength? Wait, how on earth did he acquire the keys to the cell in Zone C? What the hell? He must be that escape master. The live chat was in complete chaos. Meanwhile, within the command center, no one realized that a fugitive had vanished from Zone C. It has been confirmed. That person indeed fainted, though the cause remains unclear, a pursuer remarked. Chi Hyaming chuckled, shaking his head. It seems I was overly concerned. However, Zhang Mingshan disagreed. No, Hyaming, your caution is warranted. It is indeed wise to enforce stricter measures. Furthermore, we should bolster our defenses by assigning 2 pursuers to monitor that individual closely, Zhang Mingshan suggested with a smile. The others nodded in admiration. Indeed, Zhang was the epitome of composure. Tonight, the fugitive would find it nearly impossible to escape. Ha ha ha! Zhang Mingshan truly lives up to the title of the ender of escapes, the pursuers chimed in unison. Even Bing Bing nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhang, as a retired police chief, is remarkably capable. Little did they know, the live chat had already erupted. What the hell? The guy has already escaped. Escapee. You never saw this coming. Another fugitive. Can you at least act like a human? This is hilarious. I've never seen such audacious moves. But wait, he escaped from Zone C. Yet 2 walls are still in his way. Indeed, I've heard those walls are electrified. There's no way to get past them. With just 8 minutes until the next patrol, I suspect he'll be discovered any moment now. The live chat buzzed with speculation. In the command center, Bing Bing was about to raise additional questions when suddenly all the lights extinguished. The power interruption cast an unsettling silence as the lights around them extinguished in an instant, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Fortunately, the emergency lights flickered to life. Yet the surveillance systems failed. Outside, the thunder rumbled once more, illuminating the command center with sudden brilliance. What on earth is happening? Has there been a blackout? Bing Bing queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Li Kai, the white-collar worker, adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. The Donghai prison was constructed without lightning rods. It's possible that a bolt struck, causing the circuit breaker to burn out. His words elicited nods of understanding from the others. Zhang Mingshan asserted, I suspect the fugitives are likely becoming restless. However, that's inconsequential. We shall mobilize all pursuers and dispatch someone to the power room to activate the backup power. This decision was swiftly ratified. Numerous pursuers promptly positioned themselves at the exit of Area C, maintaining a vigilant watch. Simultaneously, one pursuer was dispatched to the central building to restore the backup power. After inspecting the perimeter wall, he entered the power room, only to furrow his brow in confusion. The circuit breaker was merely off. In the next moment, another bolt of lightning struck, illuminating everything in a flash. A shadow materialized behind him, unnoticed until that instant. Apologies, my friend. Bang! A minute later, Suyu donned the pursuer's attire along with a raincoat, having appropriated the identification pass as well, concealing the original owner in a hidden corner. He switched on the circuit breaker, slipped into the raincoat, and turned to leave, heading toward the exit of the first perimeter wall. Brother, you're quite swift, remarked the pursuer at the first wall, astonished. Beneath the raincoat, Suyu lowered his head and replied with a smile. Indeed, I must return to report the situation. Oh, very well. With that, the pursuer opened the iron gate. Suyu hesitated, surprised that the pass was not even scrutinized. Goodness, such confidence. Shaking his head, he paid it no mind and vanished into the curtain of rain. Having passed the first wall, only the second wall remained. Once he escaped from here, the jailbreak would be truly successful. A smile graced Suyu's face. As for the escape plan, he had long since devised it. With a daring grin, Suyu made his way toward the command center. Inside the command center, the group exhaled in relief as the power restored itself. Zhang Mingshan commented with a smile. It appears there are no issues. However, just as his words left his lips, a panicked voice rang out. Captain Zhang, this is Pursuer 09. We just patrolled the cells and discovered one person is missing. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 4 pursuers shifted dramatically. Even Zhang Mingshan, with his composure, couldn't help but inhale sharply. He forced himself to regain his calm, his voice grave. What's the situation? We're not entirely sure. Fugitive 100, Suyu, has vanished. There are no traces of him. As these words were spoken, a moment of silence enveloped the 5 individuals as they exchanged incredulous glances. Even Bing Bing covered her mouth in disbelief. How could this be possible? How did he manage to unlock the cells and evade the surveillance to access Area C? The most astonished among them was Wang Tao. The fugitives numbered 81 to 100 were precisely those he was tasked with apprehending. Are you certain he has vanished? Wang Tao inquired into the intercom. Affirmative. Only 99 individuals remain in the entire facility. The pursuer's voice resonated with shock. Even he could not comprehend why. One person had inexplicably gone missing. The livestream chat was in an uproar. Wait, so the 100th fugitive is named Su Yu? Incredible. He actually managed to escape. Amazing. But he has been discovered now. Impressive. It seems he might be recaptured. There are 2 layers of walls. He is still within them, which makes escape difficult. The commentary in the live stream was fervent. Within the command center, everyone wore furrowed brows, especially Wang Tao, whose expression was particularly grim. How could someone he was responsible for have escaped? Could he truly be the master of jailbreaks? At that moment, a sudden sound of a door opening broke the tension. Captain, I'm back. There's been a development. The pursuer entered, visibly anxious, still clad in his raincoat. A palpable tension gripped everyone's hearts. What is it? Wang Tao was the first to ask. The power room circuit breaker was deliberately turned off. It wasn't malfunctioning. I suspect someone intentionally shut it down, and it's likely one of the fugitives. The pursuer exclaimed urgently. Hearing this, the others felt a wave of despair wash over them. Wang Tao's gaze shifted to his colleagues. What shall we do next? He inquired. There is no precedent for this situation in previous broadcasts. Typically, pursuers are segregated. One officer is assigned to apprehend 20 fugitives and can only assist others once all are caught. But now, someone has truly escaped within the prison. No one was certain who would have jurisdiction if an actual jailbreak occurred. The other 4 hesitated, pondering their next steps. At that moment, Bing received a phone call. After nodding several times, she set down her phone. Everyone, the production team has stated that as the first to come close to a successful escape. The fugitive will be subjected to the highest standards and the most realistic simulation possible. Therefore, dealing with this fugitive will require the combined efforts of the 5 of you. This revelation left the 5 pursuers astonished. What an all-out effort this would be. The livestream chat erupted once more. Wow, this is truly realistic. Unbelievable. How can they possibly escape? Su Yu shouldn't have gotten out yet, right? This is disastrous. They're leaving Su Yu with no chance at all. The entire livestream atmosphere shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, within the command center, Zhang Mingshan nodded in agreement. If that is the case, then there are numerous personnel available for deployment. Li Kai, could you assist in investigating the surveillance footage of the wall? Certainly. Within mere seconds, the footage was retrieved. The surveillance only captured moments up until the power was cut. However, it indeed showed that someone entered the monitoring room. Li Kai paused the footage at 7:15. Revealing Su Yu's silhouette before the camera. 7:15. The power was restored at 7:21. If the individual employed any special means, within 6 minutes. The shortest distance from the power room to the prison's outer wall is 900 meters. If they possessed extraordinary abilities, it is conceivable that they could have escaped the darkened prison, devoid of any electrical grid. Li Kai cast a glance at the others. Upon hearing this, a sense of dread enveloped the group. They fled. The likelihood seems slim. The prison's outer wall is designed to be 6 meters high. We should dispatch personnel to thoroughly search the inner walls to confirm whether Su Yu remains within. Chi Haiming spoke up. This sentiment garnered agreement. It is imperative to ascertain this. Wang Tao scoffed. Very well. I shall lead the search personally. This individual cannot possibly evade capture. The 4 voiced their resolve, save for Zhao Wanqing, the psychology professor, who remained silent. Wanqing, is something troubling you? Zhang Mingshan inquired, turning his gaze towards her. Zhao Wanqing shook her head. Do you not sense that something is amiss? What do you mean? Zhang Mingshan was taken aback. Zhao Wanqing's gaze shifted to the pursuer still clad in a raincoat. The issue lies in the fact that this pursuer immediately suggested that the power should be cut. Could they possibly be the fugitive? As these words were spoken, everyone turned their attention towards the raincoat-clad pursuer. In the midst of a high-stakes gamble, a successful escape has drawn the attention of all towards the pursuer. Beneath the brim of his raincoat, Su Yu felt a twitch in his eyelid. Truly, as a psychology professor, he was adept at noticing even the minutest details. This could pose a problem. Su Yu took a subtle breath and then spoke. Professor Zhao, the reason I assert that it is the work of the fugitive is that, apart from a fugitive who would arbitrarily disable the surveillance. His voice was calm and composed. The others turned their gazes towards Zhao Wanqing. With a furrowed brow, she countered, "No, you're deceiving us. Your statement is merely a bait to redirect our thoughts elsewhere. Might you remove your hat?" Upon hearing this, Suyu fell silent momentarily. This brief silence caused the eyes of everyone present to narrow in scrutiny. He then removed his hat. "Professor Zhao, I am not deceiving anyone. I am merely expressing my genuine feelings," Suyu stated, maintaining unwavering eye contact with Zhao Wanqing. The others again shifted their focus to Zhao Wanqing. Her expression wavered with uncertainty. His reaction did not seem to indicate deceit. However, she still sensed something amiss. "Why do I feel that you appear unfamiliar?" she inquired once more. "Suyu simply smiled lightly." "Professor Zhao, if you feel there is an issue, perhaps you might compare some photographs," he suggested, his demeanor entirely unyielding to contradiction. Yet, despite his outward calm, the body concealed beneath his raincoat was taut with tension. The one closest to him was Bing Bing. Should this woman insist on uncovering his identity, he would have to resort to taking a hostage, a routine maneuver for a fugitive, after all. In truth, Suyu's masquerade as a pursuer was a gamble, banking on the notion that the 5 pursuing officers could not possibly recognize all pursuers on their very first day. While Suyu contemplated, the atmosphere in the room remained heavy with silence. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Zhao Wanqing felt the weight of pressure. A misjudgment could tarnish her reputation significantly. Ultimately, she could not summon the resolve. "I apologize. Perhaps I have overthought this," she conceded. "It's all right. I understand your sentiments." Suyu replied with a gentle smile. Wang Tao, unable to contain his impatience, stood up decisively. "We should search for the individual now. If we delay, he may truly escape. Indeed, aside from the designated pursuers, the rest can accompany you in the search." Agreed. Wang Tao promptly rose and strode towards the exit. As he passed by Suyu, he cast a glance at him. "You come with me." "Very well," Suyu replied, his expression serene as he exited the command center. The moment he stepped outside, he exhaled softly. At that instant, the system's voice erupted with fervor. "Ding! Popularity increased by 50,000. Ding! Popularity increased by 100,000. Ding! Popularity increased by 200,000. Ding! In the blink of an eye, Suyu's popularity surged by 500,000 and continued to climb. "What is happening?" Suyu was taken aback. "Host, your true identity has just been unveiled, drawing a multitude of attention and increasing your popularity," the system explained. These words left Suyu momentarily stunned. Such a maneuver existed? Unbeknownst to him, the live streaming room had erupted into chaos. Am I dreaming? Am I truly dreaming? 666, my darling. Suyu, oh no, Su God is so adept at this. Absolutely brilliant. Acting in front of the pursuers, phenomenal. I can't believe it. The moment I saw him, I was dumbfounded. What kind of logic is this? Pretending to be a pursuer to deceive the pursuers, and crucially, they didn't recognize him? Goodness. Su God anticipated that this was the first encounter between the pursuers and the pursued, and boldly impersonated one. Indeed, each pursuer has 20 underlings. It's unlikely they would be familiar on the first day. This is utterly remarkable. In a live stream, countless viewers were left in stunned silence. Of course, Suyu was oblivious to all this. At this moment, he was trailing behind Wang Tao, haphazardly searching the entire prison. He even revisited Area C. Goodness. You actually intend to pry open the prison door? Call the command center. Call the command center. Someone is attempting a jailbreak. Suyu arrived at the cell of the suspected jailbreak mastermind, speaking directly. Sitting on the bed, a seemingly honest fugitive was left utterly bewildered. How on earth did he know? Minutes later, this fugitive was confirmed to have attempted to open the window and was promptly isolated in a small dark room. The live stream had erupted in laughter. Wow, Su God is too clever. The fugitive transformed into a pursuer and conveniently captured another fugitive. Is this even real? Amazing. Su God is now my idol. I adore Su God's high intelligence as a fugitive. You're killing me. Bro upstairs. Did you equip a revival armor? I brought a name knife. No need for revival armor. The entire live stream was filled with laughter. Who could have imagined that a fugitive could masquerade as a pursuer without being discovered, and even capture another fugitive attempting to escape? What a psychological shadow. In the power room, Suyu emerged and shook his head at a nearby pursuer. There was no one inside. Oh, then let us go. Captain Wong has called us back. All right. Suyu followed this pursuer down to the command building. His eyes narrowed slightly. Now, this was the crux of the matter. After searching within the walls, they would undoubtedly search outside as well. Almost as Suyu anticipated, at the base of the command building, Wang Tao's expression was exceedingly grim. There was nothing, not a single trace found within the entire prison. They truly escaped. The other 4 pursuers stood below, their expressions shifting. No one had anticipated that they would indeed find nothing. What to do now? The 5 pursuers exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the most composed among them, Zhang Mingshan, who spoke up. In my opinion, let a portion of us remain here to stand guard, while the others venture out. Very well. I am determined to locate that individual. Wang Tao nodded first. He was known for his fiery temperament, and now the very first fugitive had appeared on his pursuit list. If he failed to apprehend him, he would be utterly embarrassed. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. All right, we shall leave 20 individuals to stand watch, while the remaining 80 will all proceed outward. Soon, the 80 pursuers assembled, organized into teams. Beneath the rainy night, they donned their raincoats and set forth into the unknown. Within the live-streaming room, countless eyes were fixed on the camera. Suyu walked at the rear, and at the moment he departed, the entire streaming room erupted once more. It's over. He truly escaped, like a dragon plunging into the sea, vanishing without a trace. If Su Shan has genuinely fled the prison, can he still be captured? Incredible. The night of the jailbreak has truly unfolded, and it has been successful. In just 2 hours, Su Shan has managed to escape from prison. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Sob, sob, sob. The live streaming room was in a state of chaos. Outside, all pursuers were methodically searching the area in pairs. Suddenly, one group came to a halt. Brother, I need you to do me a favor. What is it? A pursuer looked at Suyu with confusion. Suyu smiled faintly and spoke up. Please inform Professor Zhao that she was very close to discovering my whereabouts. Additionally, someone is hiding in the basement of the power room. Having uttered these words, Suyu swiftly turned and vanished into the woods. The pursuer stood in place for a long moment, and after a while, realization dawned upon him. All personnel gather. The target has escaped. The voice was filled with anguish and despair. Incredible review. 5-star rating at 8:00 p.m. The command center was enveloped in an eerie silence. 5 weary officers sat in their chairs, their faces etched with exhaustion. They chose not to pursue Suyu, opting instead to return here. For the reasons were simple. The torrential rain and surrounding forests rendered the chances of locating him almost negligible. None could have anticipated that Suyu would actually escape, and in such an audacious manner. He even managed to capture a fugitive attempting to break free, masquerading as a pursuer. It was utterly absurd. It was as if they had been trampled underfoot, their dignity crushed. Wang Tao's face flushed with anger as he slammed his fist onto the table. Arrogance. This individual was insufferably brazen. How could he allow the fugitive under his watch to escape? It was a blow to his pride. The expressions of the others were no less grim, brows furrowed in concern. Even the most seasoned among them, Zhang Mingshan, shook his head, acknowledging the formidable opponent they faced. Indeed, the psychological fortitude of this adversary was remarkable. He exhibited no signs of panic when confronted, skillfully evading detection. Zhao Wanqing sighed. Just moments earlier, she had been on the cusp of exposing Suyu, only a fraction away from doing so. Had she been more resolute, perhaps Suyu would be languishing in a cell right now. Hearing this, Qi Haiming slightly shook his head. This is not your fault. The escape was beyond our expectations. And the method was astonishing. He must be a master of prison breaks. No one could contest Qi Haiming's assertion, for the entire escape sequence had been meticulously reviewed. At 6:05 p.m., upon entering the prison, Suyu had acquired a guard's keys through clandestine means, an act so subtle that neither the surveillance nor the guards themselves noticed. At 7:10 p.m., as thunder roared and rain poured, Suyu cleverly obscured the surveillance cameras with the downpour. a tactic that raised no suspicions, as rain could indeed drift inside. At 7:12 p.m., he incapacitated a fellow fugitive and shouted for help. Out of caution, four guards responded simultaneously. Remarkably, Suyu displayed extraordinary strength, scaling the fire pipes on the ceiling to escape from Area C. At 7:15 p.m., he severed the entire prison's power supply, prompting the pursuit team to dispatch an officer to investigate, unaware that a fugitive was orchestrating this chaos. At 7:21 p.m., Suyu subdued the escaping fugitive and donned his attire to blend in. Then, at precisely 7:25 p.m., he arrived at the command center, having deceived everyone and even assisted in capturing a would-be escapee. Finally, at 7:40 p.m., Suyu vanished completely. The entire sequence, from incarceration to escape, transpired in less than 2 hours. Everyone was completely at his mercy. As they reviewed the process, a shiver ran down their spines. What manner of individual possesses such precise control over everything? Had there been even the slightest misstep, he would have been apprehended. Yet, it did not happen. He swaggered out of Donghai prison with an air of audacity that could only be described as brazenly legitimate. It was astonishing to the point of disbelief. To claim he was not the master of escape would be met with skepticism. The 5 pursuing officers fell into a contemplative silence. This was a tremendous blow to them. Even Bing Bing found herself at a loss for words. This Suyu, was he not exceptionally formidable? She couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, the live chat was in an uproar. My heavens, is Su God truly this incredible? Unbelievable. The first escapee in global manhunt history. And it took less than 2 hours. Wow. Su God absolutely deserves a 5-star rating. So ruthless. Goodness, a 5-star rating? $1 million in hand. Sugod. I'm in awe. The live chat was in chaos. On site, the 5 pursuing officers wore furrowed brows, much like before. In the annals of global manhunts, there had never been a true success in escaping. Now, they were utterly at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, the phone rang. The chief director was calling. Bing Bing remarked, activating the speakerphone. The next instant, a man's voice echoed forth. The pursuit team, due to Suyu's performance on the night of the escape, had been rated as a 5-star escape, thus receiving the highest level of treatment. Wang Tao's pursuit team is to apprehend him in the shortest time possible, while other officers may provide assistance. Simultaneously, the miniature filming device on Suyu will be activated in 1 hour. This announcement left all who heard it utterly astounded. 5-star escape. Good heavens. This was undoubtedly the highest honor since the inception of the Global Manhunt program. It is worth noting that in the second season, the mercenary fugitive who evaded capture for a week was granted merely a 2-star rating in the end. Yet here was Suyu, receiving a 5-star rating right from the outset. Moreover, due to his escape, the filming device would be activated ahead of schedule. In that moment, all pursuing officers had to concede that they were somewhat overwhelmed by their emotions. Wang Tao, naturally, was the most unsettled among them. If that were the case, does it mean it is now my turn to pursue Suyu? Indeed, not only that, but you will also receive assistance from other pursuing officers. A voice on the other end of the line conveyed. Wang Tao inhaled deeply upon hearing this. Very well, even though he has escaped, I shall still bring this individual back. 009, determining the location. The search commenced with unwavering resolve to retrieve him. Wang Tao articulated each word with conviction. As a retired Special Forces soldier, he would never permit anyone to mock him. In hindsight, he could only admit to his own negligence, failing to anticipate the cunning of his adversary. But now, with his attention fully engaged, he was certain that this individual could not possibly evade capture. A spark of intense enthusiasm flashed in Wang Tao's eyes. At that moment, his demeanor transformed entirely. Once a top contender in the International Special Forces competition, he had earned the moniker Wolf of the Border during his service, renowned for his exceptional tracking and counter-tracking abilities. Now, commanding a team of 20 well-trained pursuers at his disposal, along with the assistance of additional officers and certain authorities from the police department, he was resolute in his belief that the target could not escape. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room was ablaze with excitement. Incredible. 5-star rating. Astounding. A 1-star rating nets $1 million, while a 5-star rating brings in a whopping 5 million. Wow, for the first time, making money feels so effortless. I want to break out of prison too. Laughing so hard. Do you really think you can compare your intellect to Su Shun's? How dare you underestimate others? Su Shun's personal live stream is about to commence. I can hardly wait. In the command center, the atmosphere became lively once more. Everyone understood that it was time to focus their full attention. All right, everyone can see that our pursuers are quite serious now. So what shall we do next? Bing Bing smiled. Upon hearing this, several pairs of eyes turned towards Wang Tao, who is currently responsible for tracking Su Yu. Wang Tao narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Since this individual had fled, it was certain that once he entered the city, he would undoubtedly be captured by surveillance cameras. Let us check the surveillance footage first. Understood. Li Qi nodded. As a white-collar worker with police authorization, he had the authority to access all surveillance within EC City. With a thorough sifting through the system, Li Kai quickly halted. We got a lead. We got a lead. At this announcement, everyone perked up, immediately directing their attention to the monitors. Indeed, the footage revealed a figure emerging from the woods at 8:21, entering a main road leading to EC City. That must be Su Yu without a doubt, Wang Tao asserted. The others nodded in agreement, confirming the identification based on the location. Chi Haiming adjusted his glasses. Are there any other surveillance cameras along the route? We should investigate. However, Li Kai shook his head in response. There have been no sightings of anyone else on the other cameras along this road. They mainly show passing vehicles. Can we ascertain that Su Yu must have boarded one of those vehicles to leave? Zhao Wanqing inquired. Li Kai hesitated, uncertainty clouding his judgment. The certainty of the situation remains elusive. The only discernible aspect at present is that Su Yu indeed harbors intentions of entering Donghai City, as inferred from his direction of travel. However, the surveillance along this route is quite limited, compounded by the heavy downpour, rendering it impossible to discern the occupants of the vehicle through the monitors. Upon hearing Li Kai's words, a profound silence enveloped the group. The matter appeared to be at an impasse. Yet, Zhang Mingshan shook his head, suggesting there exists another method to ascertain Su Yu's whereabouts. What method? Wang Tao inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhang Mingshan. Undoubtedly, if anyone harbored the most fervent desire to capture Su Yu, it was Wang Tao. The others too turned their attention toward Zhang Mingshan. Observing this, Zhang Mingshan offered a subtle smile. The approach is straightforward, albeit challenging. Currently, Su Yu is classified as a fugitive. His identification, cash, and mobile phone have all been confiscated. In such circumstances, he has no place to take refuge. Moreover, with a thunderstorm raging, if he wishes to avoid falling ill, he must seek out a shelter from the rain. Teacher Zhang, are you implying? Chi Haiming pondered thoughtfully. Zhang Mingshan chuckled. I believe we should thoroughly inspect areas within Donghai City that are near the demolition sites close to Donghai Prison, uninhabited neighborhoods, or even beneath overpasses. His suggestion sparked a moment of enlightenment among the group. Indeed, given the torrential rain, if Su Yu wished to evade illness from exposure, he would certainly need to find a place to stay. Furthermore, the issue of sustenance loomed large. It is noteworthy that in the previous 2 seasons of the Global Manhunt program, many fugitives were apprehended due to this very predicament. Truly impressive, Teacher Zhang. Your experience is invaluable, Chi Haiming remarked, beaming with admiration. Zhang Mingshan waved dismissively. Your quick thinking is commendable, Detective Chi. I merely rely on my modest experience. Laughing heartily, Zhang Mingshan responded, but in pursuing this, it seems the burden will fall upon Captain Wang Tao. Zhang Mingshan then fixed his gaze on Wang Tao. Their current roles were auxiliary. The actual apprehension would rest upon Wang Tao's shoulders. Naturally, Wang Tao nodded in agreement. That's the best approach. Now that we have identified our target, this fellow cannot escape. Wang Tao exclaimed, his expression brimming with delight. Meanwhile, Li Kai swiftly gathered information on potential shelter from the rain and resting spots near Donghai Prison, identifying several demolition neighborhoods and possibly overpasses, all within mere minutes. Excellent. I shall set off, Wang Tao declared, rising to his full, imposing stature as he moved toward the exit. A total of 20 pursuers was divided into 5 groups, each boarding separate vehicles, hastening toward the locations marked on the map. In the live broadcast room, excitement surged among countless viewers. Wow, the thought process is remarkably clear. They have pinpointed the issue immediately. Teacher Zhang's reasoning holds true. In the previous 2 seasons, fugitives either wandered the city, hiding from view, or resorted to the wilderness for survival. Wilderness survival, you say? Is that really feasible? Huh. I wonder what Su will do. Alas, Su has no identification or money. He can only seek refuge in a demolition area or beneath a bridge. I shall not linger. I must rush to the bridge next to my home to see if Su is there. If he is, I will bring him home to rest. Oh my. Su has begun his live broadcast. What? The surveillance device on Su has been activated? My friends, let's charge forth. I wish to witness Su resting beneath the bridge. In an instant, countless viewers flooded into a live streaming room. Meanwhile, outside Donghai City, a young man had just alighted from a vehicle. Thank you. In the dim light of the car, a young girl gazed at Su Yu with longing in her eyes. Are you really not coming over to my house tonight? She asked, her expression filled with anticipation. Su Yu found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he acknowledged his own charm, yet he mused whether such eagerness was truly necessary. It's all right, I don't need to, he replied. With a final wistful glance at his sculpted abdomen, the girl reluctantly departed. As he watched her drive away, Su Yu couldn't help but ponder the advantages of his striking appearance. Is this the benefit of being handsome? I never intended to be this appealing. It draws too much attention. It makes one susceptible to being caught. I would rather be an ordinary person, he reflected, gently touching his abs with a smile of contentment. After undergoing a transformation by the system, his looks were undeniably superior to many celebrities. Moreover, his physical prowess was equally remarkable. Just the sight of his abs was enough to drive countless admirers wild. With a slight smile, Su Yu spoke up, System, claimed the task reward. He remembered that completing the jailbreak mission entitled him to a chance for a divine skill lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task, Jailbreak Night. Reward, Divine Skill Lottery Chance 1. The announcement brought a spark of joy to Su Yu. A full-level divine parkour skill. Excellent. He would undoubtedly face pursuers in the future, and possessing such a skill would significantly enhance his chances of escape. Content with his acquisition, he accepted the skill. Just then, a beeping sound emanated from a small black camera, about the size of a coin, affixed to his chest. Is this a live stream? So you used it out. Meanwhile, the live chat was buzzing with excitement. What did I just witness? A beautiful girl invited Su God to spend the night. Is this the privilege of being handsome? I can't accept this. I can't accept it either. Discontent 10086. How can the disparity between people be so vast? Unbeknownst to Su Yu. The barrage of comments in the live stream continued unabated. Upon realizing the camera was active, he paid little mind to it. While his attractiveness was undeniable, he recognized that it wouldn't solve his immediate concerns. What should he do tonight? The torrential rain had indeed aided him, but it also posed certain challenges. Where would he stay? The question of food was currently manageable, but lodging was a significant issue. He had no identification, no money, and he was encumbered by the label of a fugitive. With a sigh, Su Yu closed his eyes and fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, the surroundings seemed to have fallen into a profound silence. The sounds of rain, engines, and horns faded away. Su Yu began to delve into deep contemplation. Places like demolition houses and under bridges might offer shelter from the rain, yet they were undeniably unsuitable. Any ordinary person could conceive of such locations, and it was likely that the pursuit team had also considered them, perhaps even conducting investigations. So what to do? After a brief pause, Su Yu opened his eyes, a smile emerging on his face. Eureka! His gaze shifted to the young lady beside him, who frequently glanced in his direction. Hello, beautiful. May I borrow your phone? The girl blushed instantly upon hearing Su Yu's words. Did this handsome man notice me watching him? What would he possibly want my phone for? Is he hoping to add me on WeChat? Does he have feelings for me? Could he want to be my boyfriend? Will we eventually marry? What name shall we give our child? What will happen when we pass away? Shall we be buried together? Unbeknownst to her, the girl had already envisioned an entire narrative from romance to the grave. Meanwhile, Su Yu had successfully acquired the phone. After a brief usage of a few minutes, he returned it. Thank you. You're welcome. The The girl shyly accepted her phone back, and once Suyu turned to leave, she eagerly opened WeChat. It was empty. Oh my goodness, this is hilarious. Just look at that girl's expression. She probably planned her burial already. Is Su God really this handsome? I can't see his face. Ah, goodness. Is Su God this charming? How extraordinary. Whether he is extraordinary or not. I'm just curious where Su God is headed now. No idea, but he is probably looking for a secluded place to sleep. Ladies, remember the route. Let us find Su God's sleeping spot and bring him home. The live stream was abuzz with chatter. Meanwhile, Suyu paid no heed to the commotion and walked directly into a narrow alley. Where's Su God going? No idea. Let's just watch. I'm a local from Donghai City, and, judging by Su God's route, there seems to be an antique street not far from here. Antique street? What could Su God possibly want there? Is he planning to shop? The crowd was filled with confusion. Half an hour later, Suyu arrived at an exquisitely charming street, Donghai City, South Antique Street. Due to the ongoing rain, there weren't many people around. Upon his arrival, Suyu stepped into one of the shops specializing in antiques. Sir, feel free to browse. We guarantee all our items are genuine. If it's not authentic, you want to pay a dime. A plump middle-aged man said with a grin. Hearing this, Suyu simply smiled. Genuine items, you say? That is precisely what I was hoping to hear. How much for this little copper figurine? Suyu casually picked up a palm-sized copper model of a dog. Its surface marred with blackened traces, suggesting it had weathered the ravages of time. The shopkeeper's eyes, sunken deep into his flesh, twinkled as he beamed with delight. Boss, you truly possess an extraordinary eye. This is indeed a remarkable treasure from the spring and autumn period, a small bronze figurine dating back over 2,000 years. It was once the cherished possession of a certain nobleman. The proprietor immediately began to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Suyu smiled. Oh, and what is the price? It's a bargain, just 20,000 to take it home. The owner gazed at Suyu with palpable enthusiasm. Our shop is renowned for offering exceptional value in the vicinity. At this price, it could very well be marked up several times in other establishments. The owner's words elicited laughter from Suyu. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream expressed their confusion. What is Sushin up to? Buying antiques? Even while fleeing, one must savor life, though I cannot afford it. Isn't it all right to simply admire? That makes sense, but 20,000 for one? That is quite steep. As the audience continued their lively discussion, Suyu suddenly set down the small bronze figurine. Boss, deceiving with a counterfeit is simply uninteresting, he said, gazing at the middle-aged man with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, the owner was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? In this scene, the atmosphere grows tense as the shopkeeper's demeanor shifts dramatically upon hearing a young man's accusations regarding a bronze artifact worth 25,000. The shopkeeper, visibly upset, admonishes the young man, asserting the authenticity of all items in his establishment. Despite the shopkeeper's fury, the young man remains unfazed, lightly tapping the bronze figure and smiling serenely. Well, this is rather uninteresting, he remarks, challenging the shopkeeper to explain how the item could possibly be a counterfeit. The shopkeeper, with a cold smirk, gazes at the young man, his anger palpable. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the live stream begin to murmur in confusion, speculating on the unfolding drama. The young man picks up the bronze figure, declaring, "The reason I assert that this is a forgery is quite simple. Firstly, there are no casting seams visible anywhere on this piece, which should be apparent. Secondly, there are no traces of any gaskets present. The absence of seams and gaskets indicates that this is not the ancient bronze from the spring and autumn period you claim. Rather, it has been produced using the lost wax casting method. Most crucially, the patina on the surface is indicative of oxidation from burial. If this were truly unearthed, it would exhibit significant corrosion. Yet, this piece is remarkably clean." The young man places the bronze figure back on the counter, concluding, "So, tell me, shopkeeper, what constitutes a forgery, if not this?" His words strike the middle-aged man like a hammer, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The live stream falls into a stunned silence, with viewers expressing disbelief over the young man's expertise in appraisal. In the midst of the commotion, the shopkeeper's face flushes as he struggles to maintain his composure. He knows he is selling counterfeit goods, albeit mixed with genuine items, cleverly concealed. However, he never expected to encounter someone so skilled at exposing forgeries. Despite the mounting pressure, the shopkeeper attempts to assert his position, warning the young man against making baseless accusations. The young man, unfazed, retorts, "Come now, shopkeeper, there's no need for self-deception. Are you brave enough to have it authenticated?" At this, the shopkeeper realizes he can no longer withstand the challenge, his concern for the reputation of his shop rising as foot traffic in the antique street increases. He leans closer to the young man, lowering his voice. "What exactly are you up to?" The young man, still smiling, shows no signs of distress. "I had no specific intent. I merely wish to inquire about this counterfeit item from you, boss." "Forget it, just take it," the boss replied. "Suyushchiragd, I have no money. Just go on." The boss waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Suyu joyfully nodded. "All right, boss." With that, he nearly sprinted away. Meanwhile, the live stream was filled with confusion. What does Su God want with a fake item? Indeed, I don't understand either. Goodness, is he planning to specialize in counterfeit busting and selling scrap? The audience was intrigued. Under their gaze, Suyu turned and entered a distant antique shop. "These are items left by my grandfather, purportedly from the Qin dynasty. Can you appraise them?" Suyu placed a small bronze figure on the counter. An elderly gentleman, wearing reading glasses, approached. After scrutinizing the piece closely, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "This is indeed from the Qin dynasty, and it appears to have originated from the imperial court." The old man's words made Suyu smile. "What price can you offer?" Although this piece is intact, it is rather small. How about 25,000? Will you accept?" The old man looked at Suyu. "Suyu nadie disaisibli. Sell it. All right. Please provide your bank card details." The old man beamed at this response, but Suyu gestured for cash. Cash. The old man was taken aback, but still sent someone to fetch the cash. 10 minutes later, Suyu left with 25,000 in hand. The entire process was witnessed by everyone in the live stream, yet none could comprehend it. What in the world is happening? Wasn't it supposed to be a fake? Could the old man have been deceived by Su God? Well, I don't understand either. But I showed the live stream video to my master, and he confirmed that this is indeed a Qin dynasty bronze artifact. As for the boss, he probably never anticipated that he was the one being duped. Wow, is this really a thing? Goodness, the boss must be feeling quite distressed. What kind of logic does Su God possess? He somehow made the boss doubt himself, and just handed it over. Wow, I bet the boss never imagined this was a genuine item. The live stream erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, Su had already made off with the money. 25,000 was certainly sufficient for him to indulge for a while. As for his expertise in antique appraisal, he had exchanged 800,000 popularity points for a high-level appraisal technique from the system's marketplace. And why did he target that particular boss? It was simply because the man was attempting to sell counterfeit goods. Those who frequently tread the banks will inevitably get their feet wet. A little lesson was in order to prevent future deception. With a newfound wealth, Suyu promptly invested in a complete makeover. After all, he was still wearing the attire of a fugitive. He spent 500 and emerged from the clothing store transformed. Now, he presented a completely different image, clad in casual wear, with a tall and upright stature, sparkling eyes, and an exceptionally handsome appearance. As Suyu observed the infatuated gazes of the young women by the roadside, he couldn't help but sigh. Being handsome is indeed a burden. The likelihood of attracting attention is considerably heightened. This remark sent a ripple of excitement through the entire live stream. I, Suyu, Peng Yuyan, and Hu Ge, we are the pillars of Asian beauty. Upstairs, your perspective is limited. Suyu, Peng Yuyan, and Hu Ge alone uphold the standards of beauty in Asia. Oh dear, Su Shun is truly handsome. Goodness, Su Shun is wealthy now, but where will he sleep? Are you foolish? Does Su Shun need to ponder such matters? A mere beckoning of his finger will surely bring a lady home. This is a feast that goes straight to the stomach. Laughter erupted in the live stream. Meanwhile, Suyu remained oblivious to the banter. He simply hailed a taxi. Driver, to the Donghai International Hotel. Upon hearing this, the entire live stream fell silent. What? Why is Su Shun going to a hotel? Isn't a hotel stay impossible without an ID? I see it now. He must have arranged to meet someone. The audience speculated wildly. Several minutes later, Suyu arrived successfully at the Donghai International Hotel. Rising from his seat, he made his way into the establishment. Upon entering the hotel, the master of escape, Suyu, arrived at the prestigious Donghai International Hotel. If one were to inquire about the most luxurious hotel in Donghai City, the Donghai International Hotel would undoubtedly rank among the finest. A standard room costs as much as $1,000 per night, while the presidential suite is a staggering $5,000. Presently, Suyu approached the front desk. "Hello, I would like to book a presidential suite." "Is it the presidential suite?" "5,000, please. Could you kindly present your identification?" The receptionist was taken aback at the sight of Suyu. Is he not exceedingly handsome? Upon hearing this, "Suyu offer the fantasma. Apologies, I forgot my ID." As the receptionist contemplated declining, she noticed Suyu producing several red banknotes. "Could you assist me by using your ID to book a room?" Suyu whispered. The receptionist hesitated momentarily, yet, slap. Suyu handed over a few more notes. Ultimately, the receptionist nodded in agreement. "Very well. It's hard to refuse such a sum. Besides, given his striking appearance, he must not be a criminal." Thus, Suyu took the room key for the presidential suite and entered the elevator. Meanwhile, countless viewers in the live stream were left astounded by the scene unfolding before them. Is this even possible? Forget it. I'm going to try this tonight. Do you have Suyu's looks? Would you dare try? Wow, Suyu is directly staying in a 5,000, a night presidential suite. The discussion in the live stream was fervent. When Suyu finally opened the door to the presidential suite, everyone was struck with awe. What defines a presidential suite? It is, of course, the epitome of luxury. The suite occupied an impressive area of 100 square meters, complete with a reception room, entertainment area, and a spacious bedroom and bathroom. The most extravagant aspect was that it was a sea view room. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the enchanting nightscape of Donghai City unfolded before him. Suyu, unfazed, poured himself a glass of red wine, sitting by the window to savor the view. The live stream erupted in excitement. Indeed, without comparison, there is no pain. I recall from previous seasons that other fugitives were sleeping on the streets, terrified even while doing so. Let us not even mention it. The other 99 fugitives remain confined in prison, suffering from filth and stench, while Suyu is relishing a hot bath, sipping wine, and enjoying the scenery. Mom, why is the disparity between people so vast? Why is Suyu able to escape so effortlessly and make money so easily? Woe is me. Initially, I thought having a place to sleep was far superior to being a fugitive, but now, compared to Suyu, I feel less than a dog. The live stream buzzed with animated discussions. Suyu was acutely aware that many were watching him, yet he remained unfazed by their scrutiny. His mind was occupied with contemplating his next move. There was little doubt. They were certainly searching the entirety of Donghai City. However, they could never have anticipated that he would earn money and enter the International Hotel of Donghai City. How could he have received my information through a live broadcast? Such a fundamental error could not occur with the program organizers. Both the fugitive and the pursuers exist within information blind spots, with neither able to access the other's channels of information. Any deliberate inquiry would be deemed a violation by the program as producers. Thus, it can be concluded that my current situation is secure, albeit only for a limited time. In fact, I might need to change locations by tomorrow morning. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Suyu's eyes. It was at this moment that a sudden knock resonated from outside. "Come in," Suyu called out. Shortly, a man clad in a suit entered, bowing slightly as he approached Suyu. "Good day, sir. I am the steward of the Donghai International Hotel. How may I assist you?" "Service?" Suyu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "Do you offer any relaxation services?" "Relaxation?" The steward was equally surprised, then chuckled. "We have many beautiful ladies available." "Beautiful ladies?" Suyu was momentarily stunned, his expression peculiar. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room erupted in chaos. The atmosphere has changed. There's a problem. A significant problem. Something feels off. None of you seem right. "Sugad, I wish to see the grand show. I'm willing to pay." The audience chimed in. Ultimately, Suyu requested a few of them to join him. Thus, several stunning women, each rated at least 80 points in appearance, entered Suyu's room, engaging in song and dance. This was, of course, a legitimate service provided by the hotel. 1,000 yuan for 3 ladies to dance for 30 minutes. Whether others found it worthwhile was unclear to Suyu, but as long as he felt it was worth it, that was sufficient. After all, during a fugitive's life, one must find moments to unwind. Otherwise, one's state the following day would be lacking. The live audience also reveled in the performance alongside Suyu. I must say, Su God's life is too delightful. I almost forgot he's on the run. Do not speak. The pursuers are exhausted from running. Ha ha. Honestly, I've never felt this exhilarated. Previously, the pursuers always caught him with ease. And now they can't even find Su God. Ha ha. Su God, forever adiati. After the time elapsed, the beautiful ladies departed. And Suyu took a hot shower before hanging his clothes on a rack and settling down for a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, as Suyu peacefully slumbered, Wang Tao, accompanied by all the pursuers, returned to Donghai prison. Drenched to the bone and utterly fatigued, they had scoured every possible location in Donghai City where Suyu might be hiding over the span of 3 hours. Yet, they found nothing. Wang Tao, do not be disheartened. Perhaps that fellow is hiding elsewhere, Zhao Wanxin consoled. Bing Bing nodded in agreement. The passing of time has barely reached 24 hours. Yet the tension remains palpable. Though Suyu is formidable, it is believed he cannot evade capture for long. The crowd offered words of comfort, which eased Wang Tao's anxious heart somewhat. He wiped the moisture from his face and turned his gaze towards Li Kai. Have there been any discoveries? Not at the moment. Li Kai replied. I have thoroughly examined the hotel check-in systems throughout Donghai City, and there is no trace of any suspected presence of Suyu. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present turned serious. Where could Suyu possibly be hiding? At that moment, a pursuer entered the room, visibly troubled. Captains, we have something to report. Wang Tao nodded, urging him to continue. The situation is as follows. The fugitive from Zone C, who previously attempted to escape, claims to be the true master of escape. The pursuer's expression was peculiar as he spoke. The other capture officers exchanged astonished glances, soon breaking into smiles. Wang Tao was the first to voice his incredulity. If he is the master of escape, then how is he still imprisoned? This remark elicited laughter from a group, lifting the previously heavy atmosphere. Even Bing Bing managed to smile. This is no laughing matter. In a live broadcast, the audience erupted in laughter. What a ridiculous attempt to ride on Su's fame. This clown claims to be the master of escape, while Su is living it up in a hotel. Can you believe the escape master is locked in a cell? Just as the hilarity reached its peak, the phone in the command center rang, a call from the chief director. Bing Bing activated the speakerphone, and a voice resonated through the room. To all members of the pursuit team, we have encountered a slight issue with our program. The men's voice brought forth a wave of confusion. What issue? Is it regarding Suyu's escape? In the next moment, the chief director's revelation left everyone stunned. It has been confirmed by the staff that the supposed escape master is not Suyu, but rather the one who was apprehended. Meanwhile, Suyu has successfully escaped. A collective silence fell over the 5 capture officers, their expressions frozen. Even Bing Bing covered her mouth in disbelief. How is this possible? The live broadcast descended into an eerie quiet. The audience left in shock. Madness. Absolute madness. Who would have imagined that the true master of escape remained incarcerated, while Suyu had successfully freed himself? Moreover, he was rumored to be residing in a 5-star hotel. This was destined to be a sleepless night. As the news spread like wildfire across the nation, an article soared to the top of trending topics at dawn. Who is the real master of escape? Suyu? The article, which rapidly gained immense popularity online, posed the question of the true identity of the escape artist, Suyu. Within less than an hour of its release, it ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics on the internet. The time of night, around 11 o'clock, meant that many were still awake, and upon reading the article, they found themselves utterly captivated, unable to sleep. The piece provided an exceptionally professional analysis of Suyu's escape route and a detailed review of the jailbreak. Countless netizens, upon completion, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What was most shocking was that Suyu was merely a recent university graduate. Is this Su God some kind of celestial being? The escape process was utterly surreal. Indeed, it was fantastical. Everything seemed meticulously orchestrated. From leaving the cell to impersonating the pursuers, it was all part of his grand design. Oh my, this is hilarious. The true escape master is still incarcerated, while Sue God is enjoying a stay at a five-star hotel. Global Manhunt? Buffed. After watching the first 2 seasons, I felt the chase lacked challenge and stopped watching. But I had no idea this third season would feature such an impressive fugitive, right? This Sue God is astonishing. I must see more of him. Me too. This man is incredibly formidable. The entire internet erupted with excitement. In their awe, countless netizens flocked to the live broadcast of the global manhunt. Meanwhile, in the command center, the 5 pursuers were under immense pressure. Aside from Bing Bing, the chief director had also arrived at the command hub. Suyu was indeed a delightful surprise. The director, a middle-aged man, wore an uncontainable smile. How could he not? Following Suyu's escapade, the viewership of the live stream skyrocketed by 30 million, reaching a total of 50 million. It is noteworthy that the previous historical peak was only 30 million, coinciding with the premiere of the first season. The second season saw a sharp decline in viewership. The novelty had worn off for the audience. The dynamic of the fugitive versus the pursuer had become too predictable. Hence, the chief director had invited an international escape master to boost the show's appeal. Little did he expect that a recent graduate like Suyu would emerge as a sensation, executing a jailbreak in just 2 hours. This development had the potential to elevate the show to true stardom. Now, the director's presence in the live stream was not without purpose. You 5 pursuers, Suyu has been free for 4 hours now, and the nation is watching. You must intensify your efforts, he said with a smile. Though he spoke thus, deep down, he hoped Suyu would remain on the run for as long as possible, as that would provide the excitement viewers craved. Of course, his visit also served to apply pressure on the pursuers, increasing the stakes. As he anticipated, the 5 pursuers, including Zhang Mingshan, felt the weight of this situation acutely. The trending nature of Suyu's escapade had a profound impact on them. To put it mildly, it would merely be a source of amusement. On a grander scale, it resembles the circumstances surrounding retired police inspectors like Zhang Mingshan and Shi Haiming. Such matters carry significant weight. Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals nodded in unison. Rest assured, esteemed director, and to the viewers watching the live broadcast, we shall expedite the pursuit of Suyu, they declared towards the camera. Yet behind the lens, numerous netizens couldn't help but chuckle. This is hilarious. Sue God is currently sprawled on a king-size bed in a 5-star hotel, sound asleep, while you all are toiling away. Indeed, Sue God is formidable. This line of thought is invincible. You 2 up there, don't rejoice too soon. This is merely a temporary stalemate, so you cannot hide for long. Absolutely. Let us not be overly optimistic. These pursuing officers have many strategies yet to be employed. The live stream buzzed with chatter, while within the command center, the director had already departed. The 5 exchanged glances before letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed that this night would indeed stretch into the early hours. There was no choice. 12 hours had elapsed since the escape. This was the golden hour for apprehension. If they failed to locate him within this time frame, it would indicate that Suyu might genuinely have blended into the city and vanished. Tonight, they must uncover Suyu's whereabouts and capture him. Otherwise, by tomorrow afternoon, once the other 99 fugitives were released, the pressure would become insurmountable. Chi Haiming adjusted his glasses. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, once the other fugitives were set free, everyone would have to divide their attention, making it impossible to concentrate solely on Suyu. Bing Bing smiled at this. In that case, I shall join you all in this endeavor tonight, she declared, raising her fist. As the host, she could have rested at this hour. Yet her intrigue in Suyu only intensified. Would this man endure until the release of all the fugitives tomorrow? If he could hold out until then, his burden would be significantly alleviated. Wang Tao had already changed out of his damp clothing and sat at his desk, frowning as he spoke. I have thoroughly searched every conceivable hiding place within Donghai City. Unless Suyu evaded my search, he should not be in those locations. Wang Tao articulated his conclusion. The others exchanged glances. So, it seemed that Suyu was not sleeping rough. What should they do now? The group looked at one another, and Zhao Wanqing pondered. Given Su Yu's character, his audacious impersonation of a pursuer and the provocations directed at them indicated an undeniable arrogance. Thus, it was reasonable to eliminate the possibility of him sleeping on the streets. Zhao Wanqing's assertion garnered nods of agreement from the group. Indeed, under the circumstances, it seemed improbable that Su Yu would resort to such measures. Wang Tao's search had further substantiated this fact. So what was to be done now? Could it be that he acquired cash through certain channels, allowing him to stay in venues such as clubs or KTVs, where identification is not required for overnight stays? Wang Tao furrowed his brow. This statement astonished everyone present. Indeed, such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Should the subsequent search focus on all KTVs, clubs, and foot massage establishments throughout the city? I believe we should also include hotels and inns, suggested Zhang Mingshan. This remark, however, left others perplexed. Aren't hotels and inns required to check identification for check-in? Not necessarily. Perhaps so you could find alternative means of entry, though it would undoubtedly require a significant sum of money. As it stands, it seems improbable that Su Yu could amass such a large amount. So let us set that aside for now. Zhang Mingshan nodded in agreement. Consequently, this task naturally fell to Li Kai. As a white guest, he had received authorization from the Donghai City Police Department, granting him access to all surveillance footage in the city, excluding private monitors. The volume of footage was considerable, and the processing was burdensome. Everyone, it appears we must share this load, Li Kai remarked, gesturing to the computer with a wry smile. The others did not object and willingly participated. Even Bing Bing, an external participant, volunteered to take on a portion of the monitoring. She was genuinely eager to see if that man would be apprehended. Under such circumstances, with the entire network watching, a night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, the 5 pursued officers at the command center were visibly fatigued, their eyes strained from scrutinizing nearly 1,000 surveillance clips. The software had already sifted through the entirety of Donghai City's footage, yet no trace of Su Yu had been uncovered. He had concealed himself remarkably well, evading all surveillance. This was utterly perplexing. Just as a sense of despair began to settle over the group, Li Kai's sudden exclamation jolted everyone back to attention. Wait, there is something. 014, determining the location. The pursuers emerge. A situation arises. Upon hearing this, the other 4 individuals immediately turned their gaze toward Li Kai, who, despite his evident fatigue, widened his eyes and exclaimed while pointing at the computer screen. At 9:12 p.m. last night, Su Yu was spotted at the Donghai International Hotel. The mention of the Donghai International Hotel left the others in disbelief. How could it be possible? Su Yu, a fugitive without a penny to his name, could not possibly afford to stay at such a lavish establishment. Yet, Zhang Mingshan swiftly approached the computer, his eyes sharp as he focused on the screen. At precisely 9:12:20, a casually dressed man entered the hotel. Though only half of his profile was captured, Zhang Mingshan recognized him instantly. It was indeed Su Yu. The others were equally astonished. Could it truly be Su Yu? Upon closer inspection, they confirmed their suspicions. It was indeed him. This revelation was astonishing enough. But what left them even more flabbergasted was the fact that Su Yu had successfully checked into a room. Li Kai infiltrated the hotel's back end in less than a minute, revealing clear information. At 9:22, a presidential suite had been booked. The pursuing officers were utterly flabbergasted. A fugitive had managed to secure a presidential suite at the Donghai International Hotel. Such a notion had never even crossed their minds before. It was no wonder that this information had only just come to light. Previously, their investigations had focused on KTVs and modest inns, never considering that Su Yu would choose such a high-end location. Bing Bing could hardly contain her astonishment. Who could have anticipated that while they were sleeplessly searching for Su Yu, he was comfortably resting in a grand, plush bed of a presidential suite? Similarly, a question loomed in everyone's mind. How had Su Yu acquired such substantial funds? Let us first trace his route of arrival. Good. Li Kai promptly accessed the external surveillance footage. He meticulously reconstructed the sequence of events. Soon, a clear path emerged. Su Yu had started in the East District, taken a taxi to the South District, and then walked a few hundred meters to check into the Donghai Hotel. The reason this had not been discovered earlier was straightforward. Suyu had never been captured on camera in a frontal view. Additionally, his change of attire was significant. No one had anticipated that a fugitive would possess such wealth. As for how Suyu had obtained the money, all clues pointed towards the antique street in the East District. However, they still struggled to comprehend how he had come into possession of such funds. Robbery? That seemed implausible. If it had been a robbery, the police would have already intervened. Moreover, they had been collaborating with the police. If the fugitive had engaged in any real criminal activity, they would have received immediate notification. Furthermore, the production team would allocate resources for damage control. The atmosphere in the command center grew somber, and ultimately, it was Wang Tao who broke the silence. Disregarding the source of his financial means, capturing the individual takes precedence. It is imperative to act now. Otherwise, Suyu may escape once again. Wang Tao's words prompted nods of agreement from everyone present. Indeed, the priority is to apprehend this rogue first. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Tao sprang into action. 20 pursuers and 5 off-road vehicles were fully mobilized, heading towards the Donghai International Hotel. Seated in the lead vehicle, Wang Tao squinted and clenched his fists. So, Suyu, is it? This time, I shall see how you evade capture. In a live broadcast room, viewers were gripped by tension upon witnessing Wang Tao's departure. It's over. Su Shen's location has been discovered. Damn it. How can I move so swiftly? I just saw him wake up in the live stream. All of you praising this so-called Su Shen will soon see him captured. Exactly. One person's strength cannot possibly contend against an entire team of pursuers. Forget it. These 5 are the finest in their respective fields. I can't wait for the show to begin. At 8 a.m., the time when most individuals rouse from slumber, the live stream was bustling with activity as everyone awaited Suyu's apprehension. Meanwhile, at the Donghai International Hotel on the 14th floor, Suyu yawned and sat up in bed. Observing the vibrant city of Donghai awakening outside, he stretched leisurely. Another splendid day bathed in sunlight. As if he could hear the sound of 1 million yuan being credited to his bank account. A smile crept across Suyu's lips. As a fugitive, the bounty was set at 1 million for the initial day of evasion, 2 million after 7 days, doubling again after 15 days, and yet again after 30 days. The potential earnings surged exponentially until reaching the staggering sum of 1 billion. Contemplating this, Suyu's spirits soared. Unbeknownst to him, countless viewers in the live stream were on the brink of despair. Oh no, it seems Su Shen intends to linger in bed for a while longer. I'm dying here. Wang Tao and the team are already halfway there. Run, Su Shen. Hurry, it's almost too late. Su Shen is awake. Is he preparing to flee? The throngs of spectators watching Suyu arise were filled with exhilaration. In the next moment, Suyu entered the bathroom. The sound of running water echoed, and steam enveloped the frosted glass. He was astonishingly taking a shower. Instantly, the audience fell silent. Good heavens! This is a classic case of the emperor being unhurried while the eunuchs are in a frenzy. Who would have believed he maintained such a morning routine? This is it. Su Shen is truly finished. It's over. Su Shen will be caught. Once the pursuers break down the door, it will all come to an end. A sense of despair washed over the multitude. Meanwhile, Suyu remained blissfully unaware. After finishing his shower, he dressed and even took the time to dry his hair. Looking quite dapper, he admired himself in the mirror, thoroughly pleased with his appearance. Having completed his preparations, at last, Suyu stepped out of his room, under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers. Feeling a tad peckish, Suyu muttered to himself as he made his way to the hotel's restaurant. With the room card for the presidential suite, he was entitled to a complimentary breakfast. Why not indulge, especially when venturing out might lead him to a lesser dining experience? Upon entering the restaurant on the 7th floor, Suyu noted that it was already populated with patrons. Paying little mind to the crowd, he presented his card and began selecting his preferred delicacies. Lobster from Australia, abalone, and hairy crab graced his plate, and he concluded with a glass of milk and a bowl of congee. Finding a suitable spot, he settled down to relish his breakfast. Meanwhile, the live stream was in an uproar. What on earth? The pursuer's vehicle has already arrived downstairs, and Su God is still savoring his breakfast? Damn, this breakfast is splendid. Over at the prison, They serve merely a plate of pickled vegetables and a steamed bun. While the food is exquisite, the real issue is the pursuers are truly here. Good grief, I'm about to lose it, Run. The live stream was in chaos. Yet, Suyu remained unhurried, enjoying his meal. Why the rush? As he was busy relishing the succulent lobster meat, he caught sight of several men hastily ascending the safety corridor. His gaze sharpened. Were they the pursuers? Recognizing their familiar attire, Suyu was taken aback. Suyu, calm and composed, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the pursuers would truly locate this place. Quite impressive indeed. Suyu mused briefly, yet remained motionless. It must be said that the adversaries were exceedingly cautious, likely splitting into two groups upon ascending the building, one taking the elevator while the other utilized the safe passage. But what of it? He would finish his breakfast first. Unhurried and unfazed, Suyu continued to sip his porridge. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers were left dumbfounded. Wow, this is incredible. Is Su-Shin really not running away? Goodness, they VE spotted him, and he still has the leisure to eat breakfast? Run already. You're driving me mad. Ha ha ha. Stop hoping. Suyu's probably given up. After all, there are already people waiting downstairs. Exactly. There are guards below, so you cannot possibly escape. The live stream buzzed with controversy. At that moment, on the 14th floor, Wang Tao emerged from the elevator, swiftly locating Suyu's previous room, room 1415. Accompanying Wang Tao were 4 other pursuers. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Tao lowered his voice. Listen, I will break down the door. 2 of you guard the entrance, while the other 2 come in with me. Understood? Understood, Captain. They replied in unison, their voices a mere whisper. Wang Tao nodded, and in the next instant, delivered a forceful kick to the door. Boom! Even the security door, formidable as it was, succumbed to Wang Tao's astonishing physical prowess and was shattered. In an instant, Wang Tao charged into the room, bellowing, "Pursuers, get down." Inside the room, silence reigned. Only the cleaning lady stared at Wang Tao with wide-eyed terror. Instantaneously, Wang Tao froze. The person had vanished. He dashed into the bathroom, finding only a puddle of water on the floor. The steam on the glass had yet to dissipate. Damn it, he has truly escaped. Call the command center. Call the command center. That scoundrel has fled. Wang Tao bellowed, slamming his fist against the door. Command center. The expressions of the 4 other pursuers shifted immediately upon hearing this. Zhang Mingshan furrowed his brow. Impossible. There are pursuers downstairs. He hasn't escaped. He must still be inside the building. Li Kai, check the surveillance. On it. Li Kai promptly nodded and began retrieving the surveillance footage from the entire Donghai International. Over 70 cameras appeared before everyone's eyes. The 4 began their investigation. However, after just a few minutes, they halted. Having scrutinized most of the corridor cameras, they found no trace of Suyu. Had he truly escaped? At that moment, Zhao Wanqing spoke up. Found him. P.S. in the dining hall. The dining hall? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Was Suyu attempting to blend in among the diners? Yet when they finally viewed the footage, they were all left speechless. There sat Suyu, distinctly positioned beneath the dining hall surveillance camera, leisurely enjoying his breakfast. The meal was remarkably sumptuous. It was worth noting that the others had yet to eat. This prompted a few individuals to exchange glances, and Zhang Mingshan promptly picked up the phone. Suyu was still within the hotel, situated in the restaurant on the 7th floor. In the restaurant? Wang Tao immediately perked up, hurrying towards the elevator while issuing commands. I will descend via the elevator. You all continue through the emergency exit. The 3rd and 4th teams stationed downstairs must block the emergency exit completely. The fugitive could appear at any moment. Understood, came the immediate response from various voices over the intercom. Wang Tao observed the elevator descending floor by floor, a smile creeping across his face. This time, let us see where you think you can run. In a live broadcast, the audience erupted at the sight. It's over for Su God. Damn, he's about to be caught. Goodness, it seems this Suyu has nowhere left to flee. He has really overplayed his hand. Indeed, I initially thought he had some real skills, but it turns out he has just a show-off who didn't even run when the pursuers arrived. The discussions continued to buzz in the chat. Meanwhile, Suyu had already finished his breakfast. Wiping his mouth, he glanced at the surveillance monitors, a smile playing on his lips. It's been quite a while. They must have discovered something by now. Just then, the elevator on the restaurant floor chimed. Ding! Suyu turned his gaze towards the elevator, and others followed suit. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged, his fierce gaze scanning the surroundings. After a brief moment, his eyes locked onto Suyu, staring him down. Wang Tao, the pursuing officer, we meet again, Suyu remarked, rising with a smile. At this moment, the other diners continue their breakfast, largely oblivious to the unfolding situation. Wang Tao, however, sprang into action. He dashed straight towards Suyu without uttering a word. His eagerness to capture this individual was palpable. Now that the target was right in front of him, there was no way he would let him escape. Suyu merely smiled, thinking, come at me. It's the perfect opportunity to test my godly parkour skills. As Wang Tao lunged to seize Suyu, the latter sprang sideways with the grace of an antelope, landing on the opposite side of the dining table. Wang Tao missed his target, crashing into the table instead. Instantly, the entire restaurant turned its attention towards them. Wang Tao, your speed seems a tad lacking, Suyu quipped with a grin. His mind was flooded with various professional parkour maneuvers, and his muscles felt as if they had been conditioned through countless repetitions, brimming with explosive power. Wang Tao's expression darkened. Determination etched across his face. Today, I will definitely capture you. He planted a foot on the dining table and charged towards Suyu. En face, Suyu shrugged. Let us see who has the real skills. With that, he darted towards another table, leaping onto it, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, he soared to an impressive height, grasping a decorative railing on the ceiling for support. In the next moment, Suyu swayed his body with a burst of energy, effortlessly crossing over a wall over 1 meter high that separated the dining area. Wang Tao, the pursuer, come on, Suyu taunted from behind the wall. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's eyes filled with fury. You cannot escape. As the words left his mouth, he circled the wall towards Suyu. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, everyone was astonished. Su God, this seems like parkour. Be confident. Su God is indeed doing parkour. Incredible. As an amateur parkour enthusiast, Su God's skills are truly remarkable. Those reverse grabs and jumps can't be achieved without years of practice. Su God is amazing. The audience exclaimed in awe. Suyu and Wang Tao were engaged in a thrilling chase within the expansive restaurant, which spanned over 100 square meters. However, with Suyu's continuous display of parkour techniques and the restaurant's intricate layout, Wang Tao missed his mark several times, sustaining some minor injuries in the process. The spectators could only watch in amazement, exclaiming 666. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. More pursuers had arrived. 4 additional pursuers entered the restaurant, instantly shattering the previously joyous atmosphere. With the 4 new pursuers added to Wang Tao, there were now 5 in total. In such a confined space of over 100 square meters, Suyu simply could not escape. Wang Tao let out a derisive laugh. This time, let us see how you run. Capture him. In an instant, the 4 pursuers charged towards Suyu. Exhausted from the chase, he paused momentarily, then leaped into action as 4 pursuers surged towards Suyu. The restaurant, initially modest in size and previously spacious with just Wang Tao present, now felt cramped with the arrival of the other 4 pursuers. Observing the encroaching figures from 5 different directions, the audience in the live stream collectively held their breath. Yet, Suyu remained remarkably composed, smiling at the approaching individuals. Wang Tao, you seem well prepared for the pursuit, he remarked, eliciting a cold sneer from Wang Tao. Let's see how you escape this time. With that, Wang Tao sprang into action, followed closely by the other 4 pursuers who charged at Suyu. Sensing the imminent confrontation, Suyu narrowed his eyes and glanced towards the safety exit at the back. With a resounding thud, he sprang onto a dining table, his exceptional physical prowess granting him an explosive agility unmatched by ordinary individuals. In a single bound, he leapt several meters onto another table, leaving Wang Tao grasping at thin air. Capture him, Wang Tao shouted in frustration. The other 4 pursuers exchanged glances before darting towards Suyu. Just as one was about to seize him, Suyu effortlessly jumped, landing atop the pursuer's head and propelling himself towards the safety corridor. The remaining 3 attempted to intercept him, but found themselves tumbling over the tables in vain. like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Suyu nimbly traversed the dining tables and even the bodies of his pursuers, swiftly reaching the safety exit. Wang Tao, I shall take my leave now, he called back with a playful smile before making his descent. Wang Tao's face twisted in anger at the sight. Damn it, continue the pursuit. Team 4, maintain surveillance at the exit. Team 3, search upwards from the safety corridor. Li Kai, retrieve the surveillance footage in real time. Wang Tao barked orders while rushing downwards. In a live stream, viewers were left in awe at the unfolding spectacle. Did Suyu just slip away from the restaurant like that? My goodness, that leap was incredible. Suyu is undeniably a parkour master. With such stamina, a normal person would have been utterly exhausted by now. Let us not get too excited. Suyu is still trapped within the building. His only escape routes are through the safety corridor and the elevator. The live chat buzzed with lively debate. However, an undeniable truth lingered. Although Suyu had managed to exit the restaurant, the lower levels of the building were thoroughly sealed off. To truly escape, he needed to exit the building entirely. Wang Tao was keenly aware of this, continuously issuing commands. Meanwhile, in the command center, Li Kai monitored the Hotel's surveillance feeds and relayed information. Wang Tao, Suyu is still descending. He is currently on the 4th floor. Wait, he has stopped moving. Li Kai's announcement elicited a cold laugh from Wang Tao. All right, where are you three now? Reporting, Captain. We are currently on the 3rd floor. Understood. We are on the 6th floor. You stay there and do not move until I give the command to ascend together and capture Suyu. Wang Tao excitedly issued the order. This time, that fellow was absolutely cornered. The 3rd floor was occupied by his own men, while he was positioned on the 6th. He would soon be able to descend. The elevator had long been instructed by him to halt its operations. This meant that Suyu was completely trapped on the 4th floor. Ha ha! Suyu, today you have nowhere to flee. Wang Tao touched the wound on his face, envisioning the moment of capturing Suyu. Pura exhilaration. In the live stream, countless viewers were holding their breath in anticipation. It's over. Su-God really has no escape now. Damn it, Su-God ultimately cannot evade so many pursuers. This is infuriating. These guys are targeting him. Is this the Su-God you all praise daily? P.S. about to be caught. The live chat was rife with debates. Meanwhile, on site, Wang Tao had already reached the 5th floor. He commanded the pursuers from the 3rd floor to ascend, while he himself hurried toward the 5th floor. Moments later, he spotted Suyu standing by the window on the 4th floor. Concurrently, the pursuers from the 3rd floor began to arrive. 16 individuals formed an absolute encirclement around Suyu. In such a narrow staircase, there was no way for Suyu to escape. Gazing at Suyu, a cold smirk appeared on Wang Tao's face. Why aren't you running, kid? Tired? Taking a breather? Suyu, initially admiring the view outside, turned and flashed a smile at Wang Tao. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao squinted his eyes. I must admit, you are quite the headache, but merely a headache nonetheless. Now, will you surrender willingly, or shall we forcibly escort you back? A mocking expression danced across Wang Tao's features. Previously, it was Suyu who toyed with him and his team. Now, he could finally capture this fellow himself. Yet, what Wang Tao did not anticipate was Suyu's response. Suyu chuckled and shook his head. Wang Tao, I must commend your confidence. It is indeed admirable. But do you truly believe I am waiting for you here? As soon as Suyu's words fell, a thunderous roar of engines erupted. Outside the window, a tower crane extended its arm toward them. Before Wang Tao could finish, Suyu leaped, disappearing from sight in an instant. Are you insane? Wang Tao yelled, lunging toward the window. To his astonishment, there was no scene of Suyu plummeting to his demise. Instead, Suyu landed perfectly on the arm of the crane, executing a roll before swiftly running along it. This spectacle left everyone in shock. The live chat erupted in chaos. What the hell did I just see? Am I dreaming? Heavens! Su Shun leapt directly from the 4th floor onto the crane. What a madman. This is utterly insane. It's clear that Su Shun had meticulously plotted everything. He was merely waiting for Wang Tao to arrive, only to perform before him. Su Shun is truly remarkable. Countless spectators were left in awe as they witnessed Suyu sprinting along the crane's arm. Meanwhile, at the scene, Wang Tao stood there, his mouth agape, utterly stunned and unable to comprehend the situation. He simply cannot fathom it. This guy is absolutely outrageous. A complete madman. In the live stream, the other four pursuers, including Bing Bing, were equally wide-eyed. None of them had anticipated that Su Yu would escape in such a manner. Ultimately, it was Zhang Mingshan who first regained his composure. Wang Tao, their SA construction site adjacent to Su Yu. You must pursue him immediately. Understood, Wang Tao replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Su Yu, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, I will apprehend you. Let's go. All the pursuers raced back downstairs, speeding towards the nearby construction site in their vehicles. In the realm of escape, I am the sovereign. Racing atop the tower crane, Su Yu sprinted swiftly, gazing down at the bustling streets below and feeling the gentle breeze caress his face. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he shouted, I am the true king of escape. Meanwhile, in the live stream, countless viewers felt their adrenaline surge. Su God is invincible, echoed through the comments. Following the arm of the crane, Su Yu swiftly reached the cabin. Observing the bewildered crane operator within, he offered a warm smile. Thanks, brother. After uttering these words, Su Yu glanced downward. The pursuers were once again hot on his trail. Quick to react, are we? Well then, let us play a little game today. He mused with a grin as he began his descent from the crane. On the ground, Wang Tao's vehicle had arrived. He stepped out, his gaze cold and fixated on the descending Su Yu, as if silently urging him to come down. Yet, Su Yu appeared oblivious to his presence, continuing his descent. The atmosphere in the live stream grew tense once more. What now? Damn, why are they moving so fast? Are they waiting for Su God to come down? Su God, please don't descend any further. Anxiety gripped countless viewers. Meanwhile, Su Yu continued his descent from the crane, but soon paused. Glancing at the dozen or so pursuers below, Wang Tao's expression turned puzzled until his gaze shifted to the side. Just 2 meters away from Su Yu stood a building still under construction. Could it be that he intends to? As this astonishing thought crossed Wang Tao's mind, a shadow swept across the sky. Su Yu leaped from the crane, grasping the edge of the building, his body suspended in midair. This spectacle left many in awe, while Wang Tao's eyes widened in shock. It's over. If Su Yu falls, it will be a disaster. Yet in the next moment, Su Yu's arms exerted tremendous strength, pulling his body upward with sheer determination. Witnessing this, Wang Tao inhaled deeply. Follow me, he commanded, as he and his allies rushed into the building. In the live stream, viewers remained in a state of disbelief. Wow, Su God is pushing the limits. I can't take it. My heart is racing. This is beyond extreme. Su God is incredible. He can escape even from this. Wait, what is Su God planning now? Amidst the myriad of discussions, Su Yu had already reached the opposite side of the building. This was the 3rd floor, not particularly high, surrounded by numerous structures. Observing the buildings around him, Su Yu smiled. Just as Wang Tao and the pursuing officers were panting and racing up the stairs, he leaped forward, soaring into the air. Wang Tao reached the edge of the corridor, only to witness Su Yu landing on the rooftop of another building. Playing a game, are we, Wang Tao? Su Yu turned, flashing a smile at his pursuer. In an instant, Wang Tao felt a surge of fury. As a special forces soldier and once a champion among soldiers, he had tolerated being toyed with by Su Yu time and again, but now he was faced with such blatant provocation. A fire of wrath blazed within him, nearly bursting forth from his chest. I will certainly capture you. Wang Tao roared, and without hesitation, he leaped down the stairs. This scene astonished everyone present. Even Su Yu was taken aback, not expecting his adversary to truly follow him. Watching Wang Tao land and roll, Su Yu chuckled softly, realizing that Wang Tao possessed some skill in pursuit. You should hope that I don't catch you, he mused. Wang Tao's muscles tightened with determination. As a special forces operative and a seasoned champion, navigating obstacles was second nature to him. It was astonishing that Su Yu would be foolish enough to engage him in such a contest. He refused to believe that he could not apprehend this individual. As Wang Tao approached, Su Yu smiled. In that case, let us see who is superior. With that declaration, Su Yu turned and sprinted ahead, prompting Wang Tao to give chase. This spectacle was broadcast live, captivating the audience. Oh my, are we about to witness a parkour showdown? Goodness. I remember Wang Tao ranked among the top 10 international special forces. He should be quite experienced in overcoming such terrain. Indeed, as a former champion, Wang Tao is formidable. Su Yu is at a disadvantage in this regard. The live chat buzzed with commentary. Meanwhile, Su Yu faced his first challenge, a wall towering nearly 3 meters high, completely smooth and devoid of any footholds. The audience collectively furrowed their brows at this daunting obstacle. Behind Su Yu, Wang Tao wore a triumphant smirk. This is perfect. That wall is at least 3.5 meters tall. Even during my service, I would struggle to scale such a height, let alone this fellow. However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Yu's speed did not wane. In fact, it increased. As he approached the wall, it seemed inevitable that he would collide with it. In the next moment, he sprang into the air, his foot striking the wall, followed by another swift kick. With astonishing agility, he grasped the top of the wall and effortlessly vaulted over, leaving Wang Tao, who stood dumbfounded behind the wall, as well as the bewildered spectators, in stunned silence. What has happened? How did Su Yu ascend? Is this what they call stepping from one foot onto the other and reaching the heavens? This is hilarious. Let me explain. Su Yu executed a double wall jump. The world record for such a jump is over 3 meters, and clearly, Su Yu has surpassed that. Are you saying, Su, you made a historical record while fleeing? Pretty much. Wow, Su Yu is incredible. Countless spectators expressed their admiration. Meanwhile, Wang Tao finally managed to laboriously climb over the wall. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that Su Yu had long since vanished. Frustrated, Wang Tao slammed his fist against the wall, blood oozing from his knuckles, yet he seemed utterly oblivious to the pain. In comparison to the humiliation of being outsmarted, this minor injury was insignificant. That rascal had escaped him once more, this time after toying with him. His reputation was in tatters. Captain, what shall we do next? A fellow pursuer inquired cautiously, eyeing Wang Tao, who was bruised and battered. It was evident that their leader was seething with fury. Wang Tao, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming irritation. Having lost the target, he now had to embark on another search. Just then, the voice from the intercom pierced through the tension. Wang Tao, we have the surveillance locked on Su Yu. He has disappeared into a racing club. At a racing club? Send me the location, he demanded. All right, but Wang Tao, perhaps you should take a moment to rest and let the pursuers handle it? Zhang Mingshan suggested, observing Wang Tao's battered state on the screen. However, Wang Tao resolutely declined. I am fine. Capturing that scoundrel is my utmost priority. His words were laced with grit and determination. This minor injury was trivial to him, but losing face was another matter entirely. How could he face his old comrades if he became a laughingstock? With that in mind, Wang Tao promptly made his way to the location provided by Zhang Mingshan. Meanwhile, 1 kilometer away, Su Yu had come to a halt. He glanced at the surveillance camera overhead and smirked. What a relentless nuisance. In the realm of racing, as the tension escalated with each sharp turn, Su Yu shook his head in disbelief. The pervasive surveillance of modern society was suffocating. Unless one could find a secluded spot to alter their appearance, they would remain under constant scrutiny. This predicament was a nuisance, and he surmised that his pursuers would soon be hot on his trail. Engaging them in a prolonged standoff was not a viable strategy. He needed to devise an escape plan, for even with his considerable stamina, he could not outlast a group of 20. As Su Yu pondered his predicament, the system's voice broke through his thoughts. Ding! Main quest activated. Quest name, evade capture. Quest requirement, completely shake off your pursuers. Quest reward, 1 free exchange of a divine skill. The announcement momentarily stunned Su Yu. A system task had arrived, aligning perfectly with his intentions. However, the pressing question remained. How could he effectively evade those in pursuit? After careful consideration, he shook his head, dismissing several potential plans that seemed unfeasible. He decided to take it 1 step at a time. With this resolve, he dashed towards the interior of the racing club. Here, it was not impossible to elude his pursuers. He randomly selected a door and entered. Upon crossing the threshold, he was met with the gaze of numerous individuals clad in racing suits, as well as a man in a tailored suit who fixed his eyes on Su Yu. Are you the 09 racer? Why have you only just arrived? Hurry, put on your gear. This race is crucial for the glory of our Donghai city. The man thrust a white racing suit into Suyu's hands. Suyu stared at the suit for a brief moment, and then a smile began to spread across his face. It seemed he had stumbled upon a foolproof method of evasion. Radiating confidence, he nodded. I won't let you down. With that, he donned a racing suit and followed the others out of the lounge. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the audience. What is Su God planning? Is he masquerading as a racer to participate in the competition? Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. Racing is no ordinary driving. Even seasoned drivers can meet dire fates. This is unbelievable. The crowd was awestruck. Unbeknownst to Su, he had already accessed the system shop midway in exchange for his skill. Now, seated in a white Formula racing car, he surveyed the throngs of spectators filling the stands. The host stood on the stage, exuberantly announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Donghai City Racing Championship. The 3 teams competing today are led by our local Chi Yun team." As Suyu observed the other racers in white suits rise, he stood as well. At that moment, his gaze caught a glimpse of Wang Tao and his pursuers entering from the sidelines. Their eyes scanned the audience, completely overlooking Suyu. The host's commentary continued to resonate. All right, besides this, I must highlight that this competition features a national racing champion, the illustrious Mr. Jiang Tianyao. Let's give him a warm round of applause. As the words settled, a man clad in a purple racing suit rose, surveying his surroundings with an air of pride. Suyu cast a couple of glances toward him. A racing king? Quite intriguing. Sudusmaiv. Now that all introductions are complete, we shall proceed to the competition segment. There will be a total of 3 laps, covering 10 kilometers. The first to finish will be crowned the champion of this East Sea racing competition. We are now counting down. The race will commence in 30 seconds. As the host's voice faded, a colossal countdown illuminated the sky. Simultaneously, numerous drivers began their warm-up. Suyu was no exception, though a portion of his attention was directed towards Wang Tao. Has he not yet spotted me? Just as Suyu wore a smile, Wang Tao abruptly halted, picking up his phone as if answering a call. After a brief moment of confusion, his gaze landed on Suyu, who was seated in the white racing car. Seeing that Wang Tao finally noticed him, Suyu returned a smile. At that moment, the host's voice rang out. Countdown 3, 2, 1, go. The roar of engines and the sharp screech of tires against the ground erupted. On the track, a dozen racing cars surged forward in an instant, Suyu among them. Witnessing this, Wang Tao's eyes flared with urgency. Damn it! Everyone, get in the cars and pursue. Wang Tao yearned to chase, but it was already too late. The speed of the racing cars was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Suyu surged into the top 2 positions, right behind the fabled Jiang Tianyao. Jiang Tianyao was equally taken aback. It was well known that he was a master of the launch start. Within the initial 3 kilometers, few could keep pace with him. Yet now, this fellow from the East Sea team had managed to keep up? Fascinating. A smile crept across Jiang Tianyao's face as he eyed the sharp turn ahead. Perfect. I'll shake you off here. Just as this thought crossed his mind, they entered the turn. Jiang Tianyao executed a nearly flawless drift, navigating the 90 turn. The crowd erupted in applause. However, before Jiang Tianyao could revel in his triumph, a white racing car appeared in his rearview mirror. It was Suyu's number 09 car. Roaring engines. Unlike Jiang Tianyao, who slowed for the turn, Suyu pressed the accelerator, hurtling forward. His speed was such that he seemed to skim the edge of the track. This spectacle left everyone in awe. Even Jiang Tianyao's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated such audacity. Accelerating through the turn, this fellow must be courting disaster. As Jiang Tianyao contemplated this, Suyu's car grazed the rear wing of his vehicle, gliding through the turn with an elegance that seemed almost ethereal. Jiang Tianyao even caught a glimpse of Suyu inside his car, giving him a thumbs up. You quite impressive. The next instant, Suyu's car vanished from his sight, leaving only a haze of exhaust fumes. Jiang Tianyao was left in a state of bewilderment, truly bewildered. He had witnessed skilled drivers maneuver through corners before, but they merely maintained their speed. However, he had never heard of anyone accelerating through a turn, especially a sharp 90-degree angle. Was this truly racing? It was not only Jiang Tianyao who was stunned. The entire audience was enveloped in a profound silence. Even the countless viewers in the live stream were left in awe. Su Yu's driving skills were nothing short of invincible. Just as everyone was lost in disbelief, a red racing car suddenly appeared on the track. Wang Tao, somehow acquiring a racing vehicle, surged forward. Su Yu, you can't escape. 019, the ultimate leap, the true fugitive. Su Yu, you cannot escape. Wang Tao thundered. He never anticipated that Su Yu would infiltrate the racing team and, astonishingly, outpace the reigning champion to claim the top position. But what of it? He was determined to capture this scoundrel. Ahead, Su Yu glimpsed Wang Tao in his rearview mirror. Wang Tao's tenacity was indeed formidable. Su Yu chuckled and, in the next moment, veered his car off the track. The scene took everyone by surprise. Even more shocking was that a red racing car followed suit, also careening off the track. Inside the vehicle, Wang Tao roared with fury. Teams 2, 3, and 4 get in the cars. The fugitive has breached the club and entered Shanghai Street. You must intercept him. Li Kai, provide them with the coordinates. Wang Tao's commands prompted Li Kai at the command center to nod in agreement, relaying Su Yu's location to all pursuers in real time. Meanwhile, 20 pursuers piled into their vehicles, racing towards the coordinates provided by Li Kai. The target was just ahead at the end of the street. All of this unfolded before the captivated audience. This is too thrilling. Is this really a pursuit? It feels more like a race. Wow, Su Shun has entered the main street. Adrenaline is surging. Countless viewers were on edge, exhilarated by the live broadcast. In the white racing car, Su Yu skillfully navigated through the congested streets, overtaking cars with breathtaking precision. Each daring maneuver elicited screams of excitement. On the sidelines, countless pedestrians raised their phones to capture the spectacle. The white car soared through the traffic like a majestic white dragon, showing no signs of deceleration. In pursuit, Wang Tao was relentless. His driving skills were equally impressive, yet he sensed the strain. Who on earth is this scoundrel? Wang Tao glared at Su Yu's vehicle, unable to contain his rage. He could not fathom Su Yu's identity, his adept escape techniques, formidable mental fortitude, exceptional physical prowess, along with parkour skills and his astonishing driving abilities. Was this rogue a jack of all trades? Wang Tao cursed inwardly as Su Yu distanced himself further. Just as he seemed on the verge of losing him, suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Captain, we have successfully cordoned off the end of Shanghai Avenue. The pursuer's voice rang out. They had the authority to do so, as it was conducted with the police department's consent. Hearing this, Wang Tao's gaze shifted forward. Sure enough, on the street's camera, 5 identical black SUVs had effectively blocked the road. Huh, let us see how you escape this time, Wang Tao exclaimed with glee. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were equally on edge. Damn, they're sealing the road off. The live stream buzzed with fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Su Yu's gaze fell upon the barricade ahead. Blocked? His brow slightly furrowed. Soon, his eyes were drawn to an iron ramp at the edge of the street, beside which stood a truck laden with cargo. Clearly, the ramp was intended for unloading goods from the truck. A smile gradually spread across Su Yu's face, as if contemplating a daring possibility. Casting a glance at the black convoy obstructing the road, a smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. Very well. Today they shall witness what true driving skills entail. With that thought, Su Yu hesitated no longer. He pressed the accelerator to the floor. The roar of the engine reverberated through the street. His white sports car surged forward like a wild beast, emitting a deep growl. In the blink of an eye, the speed of the car reached its zenith, 100, 200, 300 miles per hour. In mere moments, the white car was almost skimming the ground. Under Su Yu's deft handling, the car raced toward the iron ramp. At that instant, countless eyes widened in disbelief. Time seemed to slow. To the onlookers, the white car transformed into a bird, soaring up into the sky. With a resounding thud, the heavy landing startled everyone. The white car soared past the barricade, landing gracefully before speeding away, vanishing from sight. Stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Whether bystanders, live stream viewers, or even Wang Tao and his pursuers, everyone stood frozen. In their minds, the image of that perfectly executed arc lingered, soaring through the air before fading from view. The live stream erupted in chaos. I am utterly amazed. Is this a global escape live stream? Am I mistaken? This must be a fast and furious stream. How on earth did he manage that? Quick, someone help me hold down Newton's coffin lid. I can hardly bear this. The audience was left astounded. Who could have anticipated that Su Yu would escape the barricade in such an audacious manner? A literal airborne car. It was crucial to note that at such high speeds, even the slightest deviation or a sudden gust of wind could result in catastrophic imbalance. After all, racing cars are designed with an extreme emphasis on lightweight construction. Yet, Su Yu achieved the impossible, soaring above everyone's heads. The sensation was surreal, like a dream, and even in dreams, one would hardly dare to attempt such a feat. Wang Tao stood rooted in place, staring blankly at the steering wheel, lost in astonishment. He was truly, utterly on the brink of collapse. Each time he believed victory was within his grasp, each time he thought he was firmly in control, he was invariably thwarted by Su Yu in a manner that seemed almost impossible. This sensation was intolerable for someone who had always enjoyed a smooth journey. An unparalleled blow. He escaped again. Damn it. Wang Tao slammed his fist onto the steering wheel and then picked up the walkie-talkie. Command center, I've lost him. His voice was somewhat hoarse. On the other end, there was a prolonged silence. Eventually, Zhang Mingshan's voice broke through. It's all right, Wang Tao. No one blames you. One can only say that Su Yu is remarkably formidable. Zhang Mingshan's tone carried a hint of bitterness. As a seasoned investigator with years of experience and a participant in 2 seasons of a global manhunt, he had encountered countless true criminals and many unique fugitives. Yet, he had never encountered someone like Su Yu, self-assured and arrogantly confident to the extreme. Each time, he seemed to place his life on the precipice of death. Yet, astonishingly, he emerged victorious time and again, leaving behind a trail of admiration before vanishing. He is truly impressive, Zhang Mingshan remarked. The other 3 pursuers fell into silence as well. Each of them was an elite in their respective fields. Yet, facing Su Yu for the first time, they had collectively faced utter failure. Su Yu now possessed a racing car, and if he wished to flee, capturing him would be utterly impossible. Just then, Li Kai suddenly furrowed his brow. There's a situation. What is it? The other 3 inquired, equally concerned. Observing their reactions, Li Kai turned the computer screen towards them. The Donghai police station has sent word that a genuine fugitive is currently on the Donghai main road, involved in a hit-and-run incident that has resulted in 5 fatalities and 3 injuries. And the Donghai main road is precisely where Su Yu is currently driving. The 4 exchanged glances. On the bustling streets, a sense of urgency enveloped the atmosphere as Zhang Mingshan finally broke the silence among the group. We must inform Su Yu. Despite currently being a fugitive, he is essentially still participating in a show and cannot continue on the main road of Donghai. Otherwise, if he encounters that hit-and-run perpetrator, it could pose a grave threat to his life. His words received unanimous agreement. Su Yu's present identity was merely that of a contestant. Encountering such a genuine criminal could lead to dire consequences. The production team promptly dispatched personnel to notify Su Yu. Meanwhile, on the main thoroughfare of Donghai, Su Yu was leisurely driving his race car, unperturbed by the absence of pursuers, allowing him to take his time and enjoy the scenic views. With the extraordinary driving skills he had acquired from the system, his mastery over the vehicle was unparalleled. Just then, the camera hanging from his neck emitted a sudden alert. Su Yu, leave the main street of Donghai immediately. A genuine criminal has appeared here. Depart swiftly, or you may be in mortal danger. The voice from the camera resonated. Su Yu paused, taken aback. The camera could vocalize? However, the content of the message furrowed his brow. What do you mean, a real criminal has appeared? Indeed, this criminal has already caused multiple fatalities. Su Yu, hurry and leave. The voice grew increasingly frantic. Upon hearing this, Su Yu narrowed his eyes. A genuine criminal? Intriguing. All right, I understand, he replied, glancing at the camera until he located a button on it. Wait, Su Yu, don't. The transmission was abruptly cut off. Instead of turning back, Su Yu accelerative. In a live stream, countless viewers were perplexed by this unexpected turn of events. What is Su Yu doing? Why isn't he fleeing? Su Yu, run. That hit-and-run criminal ahead is terrifying. They don't regard human life at all and are merely retaliating against society. Good heavens! Are there really such people? What on earth is Suyu thinking? As viewers observed the unfolding scene, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads, unable to decipher Suyu's intentions. Meanwhile, as he drove forward, the unmistakable sound of sirens soon reached his ears. In the distance, several police cars were rapidly pursuing a black sedan, which was recklessly swerving and crashing into anything in its path. Vehicles were being forced to a halt, and pedestrians were being injured. Witnessing this, Suyu's eyes narrowed. A criminal, indeed? Truthfully, the sight of these hit-and-run offenders ignited a deep-seated fury within him, stemming from past experiences. Now confronted with this reality, those buried feelings surged to the surface. Flee? Today, let's see if you can run. Suyu gradually pressed down on the accelerator. In an instant, the white sports car transformed into a fleeting specter, speeding forward. Ahead, police cars were rapidly pursuing a black sedan. However, the erratic driving pattern of the black vehicle, coupled with the dense flow of traffic, rendered the detectives within utterly exasperated. Command Center, what shall we do now? Force him into an area with sparse traffic. Then take him out. A man in uniform bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with fury. How infuriating! This wretched beast, intoxicated and driving recklessly, had already claimed several lives. If this continued, the consequences would be dire. The other police vehicles, upon hearing these orders, promptly set about executing them. Just then, a white sports car suddenly appeared from behind. This scene sparked a wave of confusion. Command Center, is that car from our team? The man paused, glancing towards the rearview mirror. Indeed, a white sports car was rapidly closing in. He frowned and immediately spoke into the speaker. Those behind, get out of here, it's dangerous. Before he could finish his sentence, the white sports car zipped past him. The man caught a glimpse of a youthful face inside the car. It was none other than Suyu. Whoosh! The white sports car was gone in the blink of an eye, leaving only a fleeting tail behind. This spectacle left the other detectives bewildered. Command Center, what now? Proceed with the original plan. The man settled back in his seat, gazing at Suyu's white sports car, his brow furrowing in concern. What on earth does this guy intend to do? Meanwhile, in the live stream, countless viewers were gripped by anxiety. What's Su God doing? How dangerous! Damn it, if that guy in front lays a hand on Su God, it will be troublesome. Oh, I'm so worried. Amidst the chatter, Su had already closed in on the black sedan. The once pristine exterior of the black vehicle was now battered and torn after countless collisions. With only one rearview mirror remaining. Inside the white car, a man in a suit watched as Suyu approached, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Is this guy a fool? The police couldn't catch me, and now he wants to mess with me? As the words left his mouth, Suyu had already caught up, driving parallel to the black sedan. Turning his head, Suyu revealed a chilling smile. How does it feel to kill? Quite delightful. ISNT it? What? Do you still want to stop me? Go to hell. The suited man laughed maniacally, then jerked the steering wheel, aiming to collide with Suyu. Little did he expect that Suyu would deftly evade, leaving him to crash into thin air. You. The suited man's face contorted into a mask of rage. Suyu, narrowing his eyes at the man, smiled slightly. Your life of crime ends here. As the words fell, Suyu slightly reduced his speed. Subsequently, under the gaze of countless onlookers, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Roar! The engine of the white sports car erupted with a fierce growl as it charged towards the black sedan with reckless abandon. In the next instant, the front wing of the race car plowed into the underside of the black car's tires. Sparks flew incessantly. Observing the look of terror on the face of the man in the suit, Suyu waved goodbye. Boom! In the following moment, Suyu executed a perfect drift. With immense force propelling him, the tires of the black sedan were lifted off the ground. In the midst of high speed, it lost control, rolling several times before colliding with a tree by the roadside, coming to a complete halt. This scene rendered everyone speechless. Even the detectives and the police cars behind were left in stunned silence. I am a fugitive, vanishing once more. The detectives stood in a state of disbelief, utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that this hit-and-run offender had been so effortlessly intercepted. Even more perplexing was the realization that they had merely watched from the sidelines. It was simply too astonishing. The live stream erupted with excitement. What a spectacle! Su is remarkable. Pray tell, what is this maneuver called? This move bears no name. I would christen it the Sue style. Oh my, this is exhilarating. First pursued, and now aiding the police in apprehending the fugitive. Such a noble act by Sue. Such admiration for Sue. The live chat overflowed with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the police vehicles came to a halt at the scene. The situation was promptly assessed. The fugitive lay unconscious, temporarily out of immediate danger, ready to be handed over for judicial proceedings. All of this was thanks to Suyu. Had it not been for Suyu's extraordinary driving skills, the repercussions could have been far more severe. Greetings, I am Zhonghua, the chief of the Criminal Investigation Division in Donghai City. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance to our police department and the citizens of Donghai. The man stepped forward, shaking Suyu's hand with a broad smile. Initially, he had attempted to deter Suyu, never expecting him to corner the fugitive so decisively. This was undoubtedly a momentous achievement, deserving of immense gratitude. Suyu removed his helmet, returning the handshake. Hello, Iem Suyu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chief Zhong. As for stopping him, it was merely an instinctive response to injustice. Suyu smiled, acknowledging that his actions stemmed from a sense of moral obligation. Rooted in past experiences, he had once lacked the means to act. Now that he possessed the capability, he would not allow such individuals to persist unchallenged. Zhonghua, upon hearing this, smiled with delight. He gestured for the detectives to escort the suited man to the police station before turning his attention back to Suyu. You appear quite young. Are you a local from Donghai? Indeed, I just graduated this year, Suyu replied with a smile. Zhonghua nodded, clearly pleased. Indeed, young people possess their own sense of responsibility. Please provide your address. We shall send a banner as a token of our gratitude. Suyu quickly responded. That would be no problem. Simply deliver the banner to the Global Wanted Command Center, which is located at Donghai Prison. The Global Wanted Command Center? Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback. You work there? Something like that. I am currently a fugitive on the Global Wanted show, Suyu said with a smile. Zhonghua was left in stunned silence. He was familiar with the show, which had some affiliation with the police department and had received certain authorizations. However, it was abundantly clear to him that a fugitive was, by definition, on the run. This left him utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the live stream audience erupted in laughter at the unfolding scene. It seems that our Captain Zhong is somewhat perplexed. How amusing it is. Who could have anticipated that a fugitive would intervene to stop a genuine criminal? I find myself laughing to the point of tears, observing Captain Zhong's expression, which clearly reflects his existential doubts. Suyu is truly remarkable. In a live broadcast room, discussions abound. Suyu glanced around and noted that many were taking photographs, with some even approaching him for autographs. After all, in the midst of a global manhunt, his popularity has reached unprecedented heights. Captain Zhong, I must continue my escape. You can send the banner to the production team, Suyu remarked. All right, Captain Zhong responded, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Meanwhile, Suyu had already sped off in his racing car, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Witnessing this, Captain Zhong couldn't help but chuckle. If all fugitives were like Suyu, there would be no crime left to pursue, and our police department would be out of work. This young man is truly impressive. Captain Zhong mused as he departed in his police vehicle. Simultaneously, at the production team's command center, the four commanders stared at the screen, rendered speechless. Just then, a weary Wang Tao returned. What is wrong with you all? He inquired, noticing their expressions. Chi Haiming forced a smile and gestured towards the screen. You should see for yourself. 3 minutes later, Wang Tao sat before the computer, his face blank with disbelief. What on earth? What kind of operation is this? You're already on the run, and you managed to deal with an actual fugitive along the way? What does that make me? The pursuer? Am I merely here to highlight your brilliance? Wang Tao felt the urge to curse, but found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Mingshan patted him on the shoulder. It's all right, Wang Tao. You've done exceptionally well. I know, but this guy is just too cunning, he replied. At this, a heavy silence fell over the command center. The truth is, Suyu had not only struck a blow to Wang Tao's pride, but to the pride of all 5 of them. After all, they had all been involved in the pursuit of Suyu. Yet despite their efforts, he had managed to escape. What is the situation now? Wang Tao inhaled deeply and turned to Li Kai, who shook his head. It's no use. Suyu has already left the surveillance zone, and we have no idea where he might appear next. Well, now he has completely evaded capture. Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow. What do you do next? In 4 hours, the other fugitives will be released, and we will face even greater pressure. Pursuing Suyu will become significantly more challenging. Upon hearing this, the others tightened their brows in concern. Indeed, in just 5 hours, another 100 fugitives will emerge simultaneously. They will not have the resources to dedicate to pursuing Suyu. This means that the current golden opportunity for capture is slipping away. Let us keep searching. We must at least find a trace of him in these 4 hours. Agreed. Upon hearing this, several individuals nodded and busily began their search for Suyu's whereabouts. However, the initial investigation had already elapsed, and now, attempting to locate him proved exceedingly challenging. In such circumstances, 4 hours swiftly passed. The 24-hour confinement period for prisoners was upon them. 99 fugitives, aside from Suyu, were set to be released without fail. In an instant, the 5 pursuing officials felt the weighty pressure upon their shoulders. Most of this burden stemmed from Suyu himself. Prior to his disappearance, they had been brimming with confidence, believing that within 5 days at most, they could apprehend every last one of them. But now, the 5 exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. No clues have been found. Neither have I. I have none on my end either. Likewise, the 5 fell into silence. Suyu had completely vanished. Meanwhile, a trending topic erupted across the entire internet. A headline that directly points to the pursuers, "Where has Suyu gone?" has ignited a frenzy across the entire internet. Global manhunt. Su God has once again evaded capture. All 99 fugitives have been released. Is this season's team of pursuers too incompetent? The title, infused with the allure of a global manhunt, has surged to the top of the trending charts. The focus, unmistakably, is directed at the entire pursuit team. It is evident that the author of this article seeks to capitalize on the hype and provoke controversy. Nevertheless, this has sparked fervent discussions among countless netizens. Ha ha ha! I sense a kernel of truth here. This season's pursuers seem to be underperforming. Exactly. In the previous 2 seasons, captures were swift, yet with Suyu, not only did he escape from prison, but during the first operation, they were utterly outsmarted. We cannot be so harsh. The pursuers are well trained. It's merely that Su God is exceptionally formidable. Indeed, Su God is invincible, forever young. Yea, I am now an ardent fan of Su God. Utterly charming. The internet is abuzz with discussions surrounding this matter. Concurrently, the official program team of the Global Manhunt has released information as well. All 99 fugitives have been released. This news has soared to second place on the trending list. Just behind the announcement about Suyu, among the trending topics, it is glaringly apparent that all 99 fugitives have been liberated from prison. Subsequently, they have 1 hour to disperse away from the prison. This, too, has incited a multitude of discussions. Goodness, the other fugitives have also been released. This truly is a chaotic spectacle. Now the city of Donghai is scattered with 99 fugitives, coupled with the invincible Su God. I anticipate the pursuers are in for a headache. Exciting. This season is brimming with highlights. Eagerly awaiting how the pursuers will manage the situation ahead. The entire network is saturated with voices regarding the Global Manhunt program. This has indeed propelled the show to unprecedented heights. In the previous 2 seasons, while the program was popular, it had not reached such overwhelming prominence. Now, due to Suyu's astonishing performance, he is nearly a household name. The program team is undoubtedly elated, for in this era, traffic equates to revenue. However, for the 5 pursuers, it feels like a heavy burden resting upon their shoulders. Each one is a top-tier figure in their respective fields. Such disparagement is a novel experience for them. The current situation leaves them feeling quite uncomfortable. Their discomfort intensifies with the arrival of the chief director. Ladies and gentlemen, our program is now exceptionally popular. The chief director beams with a smile. The 5 pursuers can only nod in agreement. Indeed, it is quite a sensation. The chief director glanced at them, smiling. Now, I'm assigning you a task. I hope you can initiate the second pursuit as swiftly as possible. The quicker, the better. Otherwise, the hype may dwindle. Understood. All right. The 5 individuals nodded, gazing at the departing figure of the chief director, all exhaling deeply. None had anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. What shall we do next? Zhang Mingshan inquired. Looking at everyone, the 4 remained momentarily silent, until Qi Haiming finally spoke up. Given the current circumstances, I believe we should first concentrate our efforts on the other fugitives, capturing a few to establish authority. Are you suggesting we temporarily disregard Suyu? Wang Tao turned to Qi Haiming. Qi Haiming shook his head. No, Suyu remains our top priority. However, that individual is exceedingly cunning. He currently possesses ample cash and is unlikely to surface in the near future. This remark elicited nods of agreement from the others. That makes sense. Suyu is not lacking in funds, and no one knows where he might choose to hide. If he opts for concealment, with his skills, it would be quite challenging for us to locate him. And how should we manage the situation with Suyu? Wang Tao raised an eyebrow. To this, Zhang Mingshan responded, I believe we should divide our focus into 2 parts. One aimed at pursuing the other fugitives, and the other directed toward capturing Suyu. Precisely, Qi Haiming adjusted his glasses. Our forthcoming emphasis should still be on various hotels and inns. Moreover, we still lack leads on Suyu's financial sources. The group exchanged glances, a sense of helplessness settling in. If they could not ascertain the origin of Suyu's funds, he would continually have access to cash, significantly impacting their pursuit. After all, in this age, wealth facilitates everything. It was akin to their previous experience at the Donghai Hotel. As long as one had money, they could bypass the registration process entirely. At that moment, Zhao Wanqing, who had remained silent, suddenly looked up. Everyone, I believe we may have fundamentally misdirected our efforts. The 4 turned their attention to the psychology professor, Zhao Wanqing. She smiled and handed over a piece of paper. This is my psychological profile of Suyu. A psychological profile? Professor Zhao, you possess such skills? Qi Haiming expressed surprise. Zhao Wanqing nodded. I used to serve as a consultant at the police department. That is most fortuitous. Zhang Mingshan accepted the psychological profile of Suyu and, after a few glances, turned to Zhao Wanqing. Professor Zhao, what is your perspective? Very well, I shall share my conjectures. Zhao Wanqing replied with a smile. I believe our error lies in treating Suyu as an ordinary fugitive, whereas, in truth, he has never regarded himself as one. Other fugitives will go to great lengths to evade capture, but have you not noticed? Suyu is utterly indifferent to our pursuit, even seemingly toying with us. He exuded confidence, bordering on arrogance, never perceiving himself as a fugitive, nor did he regard us with any semblance of respect. Consequently, our pursuit, predicated on his identity as a runaway, proved futile. Zhao Wanqing spoke at length, prompting deep contemplation among the others. It was Wang Tao who clenched his fists in agreement. Professor Zhao's words resonated profoundly. That individual was indeed audacious, entirely dismissive of us as pursuers. This sentiment echoed Wang Tao's personal experience. Such arrogance. On several occasions, Suyu could have easily fled, yet he opted to remain stationary, enticing us to chase him before making his escape. It felt as if he were toying with them. The mere recollection ignited Wang Tao's frustration. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingshan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Professor Zhao, what direction do you propose? I believe we should focus our efforts on identifying locales where he might conceal his identity, particularly high-end establishments. These are places we would never suspect a fugitive to frequent. Furthermore, Suyu is not the type to compromise his quality of life due to his predicament, just as he did when he checked into the Donghai Hotel. Zhao Wanqing asserted. Her words illuminated the faces of everyone present. Professor Zhao's reasoning was sound. Given Suyu's character, he would never devalue himself. Qi Haiming concurred. Zhang Mingshan nodded in agreement. Additionally, we shall issue a public bounty. Anyone who can provide information regarding Suyu's whereabouts, excluding live broadcasts or details about his financial resources, will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Zhang Mingshan's declaration garnered unanimous agreement from the group. As pursuers, they were indeed entitled to announce such a bounty, as this was a simulation of real-world scenarios. That very night, the bounty concerning Suyu was officially announced. The year 2023 has passed without a trace. As the pressure mounts on the pursuit team, they have offered a reward, not only through live broadcasts, but also for anyone who has witnessed Suyu's whereabouts or can provide information for cash. Once verified by professional technicians, a minimum reward of 100,000 is promised. This announcement has instantly reignited fervor across the internet. Goodness, the pursuit team seems utterly helpless against the divine Sue. They are now resorting to public assistance. Wow, 100,000 just for a photo of a sighting? Incredible. I must head to Donghai City to find Sue. Enough talk. I've already begun my search. Haha. Does this mean I can find Sue by searching through live broadcasts? You're overthinking it. The production team will verify through technical means, and your attempt would be deemed a violation, utterly futile. Woe is me. You people are truly despicable. For 100,000, you would betray Sue? I would settle for just 50,000. Intense. Everyone is so ruthless. The entire network buzzed with discussions, particularly among the locals. Upon hearing the news, some individuals frantically scoured the streets in search of clues. However, amidst this frenzy, no one managed to uncover any pertinent information. At the Donghai harbor, aboard the luxurious Elizabeth cruise ship, Suyu leaned against the railing, gazing at the sea view, swirling a glass of red wine in hand, utterly relaxed. After escaping, he boarded this opulent vessel, which was set to dock along the Donghai City coastline and cruise the East Sea. The motive for his presence was quite straightforward. His hotel stay had already been exposed, and it was certain that they would search hotels next. As for other places, Suyu found them unappealing. Moreover, rather than being perpetually chased, enjoying a leisurely life on a luxury ship seemed far more enticing. Turning his head, he admired the bikini-clad beauties swimming in the pool, his spirits soaring. He was well aware of the manhunt against him, yet aboard the ship, he felt almost insulated from the outside world, with no internet access, only phone signals. It was simply splendid. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, discussions were equally lively. Wow, is Suyu at sea? Goodness, while the pursuers are offering rewards. They probably can't fathom that Sue is not even on land. I'm dying of laughter. The pursuers must be exhausted trying to find Sue while he is here enjoying the view. Sunshine, sea, and beautiful women. Could this be the life of my dreams? How tragic. How utterly tragic. Sue's situation is considered tragic? No, I just checked in on other fugitives' broadcasts. It's truly dire. They're hiding in sewers to evade capture. Haha, that's impressive. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was one of joyous revelry. No one could have imagined that Suyu had indeed made it onto the cruise ship. Meanwhile, on the side of the pursuit team, the mood grew increasingly tense as the day passed. Today's efforts were commendable, as over 30 fugitives were apprehended, said Zhang Mingshan. However, this statement elicited little reaction. While it was true that more than 30 had been captured, the pressing issue remained. There was still no trace of Suyu, let alone his capture. Today, we received a total of 312 reports, all of which, upon investigation, proved to be futile, Li Kai remarked, rubbing his temples. He had scarcely rested over the past few days. As a member of the elite team, his responsibilities weighed heavily upon him. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, no leads had emerged. Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows and turned their attention to Wang Tao. And you, Wang Tao? Nothing. I led a team to scour all the high-end establishments in the city, but found no sign of him, Wang Tao replied, shaking his head while seated. This revelation left Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming quite distressed. Due to Su Yu's situation, the division of labor within the team had become distinctly defined. Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming served as the strategists. Wang Tao was in charge of the actual pursuit. Zhao Wanqing analyzed potential leads, and Li Kai provided technical support. All five were exceptionally talented, as evidenced by the number of fugitives apprehended today. Even without collaboration, capturing over 30 individuals meant that each person had managed to secure more than 6 fugitives. Yet, despite their combined efforts, including the implementation of a bounty, they remained devoid of any information regarding Suyu. Had he truly vanished without a trace? Doubts crept into everyone's minds, and the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Nearby, Bing Bing felt compelled to offer some comfort. Let us not be too disheartened. The special mission has yet to be announced, so you certainly hasn't left Donghai City. There is still hope. Bing Bing's words resonated with the group. Indeed, the special mission had not been activated. This particular mission was a unique checkpoint established by the production team, with stringent criteria for activation. Only upon triggering this checkpoint could a fugitive exit the confines of Donghai City. Presently, Suyu is undoubtedly still within the city's limits. Otherwise, the production team would have notified them that Suyu had been disqualified for violations. Let's call it a day for now. As long as the special mission remains untriggered, Suyu must still be in Donghai City. I see that everyone is quite exhausted over the past few days. So let us finish early today. Dinner is on me, Zhang Mingshan suggested with a smile, glancing at the time. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging their fatigue. After a series of relentless pursuits, they were all mentally and physically drained. Following their meal, they returned to the command center, resuming their investigation into Suyu's whereabouts. By midnight, still no information surfaced. It was only then that they decided to call it a night and return to rest. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the pursuit team resumed their efforts. The 5 pursuit officers, having rested overnight, appeared significantly rejuvenated. In such circumstances, another day has passed. As night fell, there were still no leads. Today, 20 fugitives were apprehended, leaving 43 still at large. Zhang Mingshan remarked. The others nodded in agreement. They were indifferent to the number of captures, as there remained no trace of Suyu. Even after raising the bounty to 200,000, there was still nothing. Suyu seemed to have truly vanished. Just like that, the group exchanged glances and shook their heads. Let us call it a day and continue tomorrow, Zhang Mingshan suggested. If anyone maintained a positive outlook amidst this turmoil, it would be him. His 2 decades of experience in the police force had acquainted him with all manner of criminals, allowing him to remain composed. The others, hearing his words, also nodded and prepared to leave. However, Zhang Mingshan called out to Li Kai. Li Kai, please provide me with a copy of the route map you previously analyzed for Suyu. Of course, Li Kai replied, nodding as he printed a copy of the map for Zhang Mingshan before departing. Alone at the desk, Zhang Mingshan gazed at the route map, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Qi Haiming entered. What is the matter? Have you made any discoveries? The source of Suyu's funding remained elusive, akin to catching a turtle in a jar. Qi Haiming entered with a smile, and Zhang Mingshan glanced at him. Are you going to rest? He inquired. Rather than sleep. I am more inclined to apprehend this challenging individual, Qi Haiming replied, settling across from Zhang Mingshan. Share your thoughts. Zhang Mingshan nodded, gesturing towards the route map. Currently, our search for any trace of Suyu has yielded no clues. I believe that if we continue this method of searching blindly, the chances of finding anything are minimal. I share your perspective, Qi Haiming concurred. Therefore, our immediate focus should be on investigating the source of Suyu's funds. Zhang Mingshan pointed to the map. It must be indicated here. Intriguing. Shall we seize the moment and search? Qi Haiming glanced at Zhang Mingshan, who nodded in affirmation. Promptly, the 2 men departed in a vehicle, retracing Suyu's path prior to his disappearance. Unfortunately, they found nothing. Eventually, they halted before a quaint, antique street. The antique street of Donghai City. Zhang Mingshan exclaimed. This is the last place where we might uncover significant funding. However, if Suyu attempted to sell antiques for money, he would require a substantial capital. Qi Haiming analyzed, and Zhang Mingshan nodded. Regardless, we should enter and explore. Agreed. They both replied as they ventured into the antique street. It was 10 o'clock at night, and most shops had already closed. Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming arrived at one of the few remaining antique stores still open. Gentlemen, what can I assist you with? A portly middle-aged man approached with a grin. Zhang Mingshan surveyed the store's displays and swiftly produced a photograph. Have you seen this person? The owner began to respond negatively, but his gaze abruptly fixated on the image. Goodness, the more I look, the more familiar he appears. His eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't this the young man who came to my shop a couple of days ago to authenticate antiques? Do you recognize him? Zhang Mingshan observed a subtle shift in the man's demeanor. The owner, sensing a potential issue, quickly waved his hands dismissively. I don't know him. What can I get for you, gentlemen? He deftly redirected the conversation, unwilling to discuss further, for if word spread that he was selling counterfeit goods, his standing in the Donghai antique community would be jeopardized. Zhang Mingshan's suspicions solidified. This man has undoubtedly encountered Su Yu. Beside him, Qi Haiming also bore a knowing smile. Rest assured, we are merely seeking information. You are aware of the Global Wanted program, correct? I'm not familiar with it. The owner replied, waving his hand. Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming exchanged glances, their expressions revealing resignation. It appeared the owner genuinely lacked knowledge. Otherwise, he would have reported them for the reward of 200,000. However, this was fortuitous. After pondering, Qi Haiming withdrew several thousand yuan from his pocket. Boss, for 3,000, we seek merely a few words from you. Rest assured, we are certainly not here to deceive you. Qi Haiming smiled. Upon hearing this, the boss hesitated. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well, my phone is already recording. If you say anything, you must take responsibility if problems arise. The boss raised his phone. In response, both Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming nodded in affirmation. Have you seen him? Indeed, I have seen him. That rascal is quite the troublemaker. He came here pretending to purchase something, but in reality, he was here to undermine me and even took an item from my shop. Is it really that simple? Yes, it is that simple, but you must not disclose that I sold counterfeit goods, the boss warned. Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming nodded in understanding. Have you seen him in other places? Not at all, the boss replied. Thank you very much. Exchanging glances, Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming departed. Once at a distance, both displayed expressions of astonishment. It seems that Su Yu's funds were indeed sourced from here. It's possible. In the antique street, Su Yu took an artifact. That artifact could be immensely valuable, which he likely sold. Zhang Mingshan nodded. Qi Haiming narrowed his eyes. Now we must determine if he will return. He likely will. If he desires quick cash, it is probable he will come back, Zhang Mingshan stated. After a moment of contemplation, the duo proceeded towards a shop dedicated to antiques. The shop was still in operation, but at this hour, it was relatively empty. Under the dim light, an elderly man regarded Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming as they entered. Gentlemen, are you here to sell antiques? Sir, I am not here to sell antiques, but rather to inquire if you have seen this individual. Zhang Mingshan produced a photo of Su Yu. The old man, wearing reading glasses, squinted at the photograph, and after a considerable pause, he said, I vaguely recall. This young man came to me a couple of days ago to sell a Qin Dynasty bronze figure, and he insisted on cash. The old man's memory may have waned, yet he distinctly remembered Su Yu. The reason was simple. He had offered a very low price, and Su Yu had not haggled. Furthermore, he insisted on cash, which is rare among young people nowadays. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming could no longer contain their excitement. This is the source of Su Yu's funds. He is trafficking in antiques. All right, sir, may I ask one more thing? Will he return? Yes. This young man informed me he would come back tomorrow and asked me to prepare sufficient cash. The old man chuckled. Such a rarity to find a young person who favors cash these days. After exchanging glances, Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the old man before departing. In the car, Qi Haiming was already brimming with excitement. So you'll be here tomorrow. The situation is unmistakable. This time, we have outpaced him. Zhang Mingshan shared his elation. He never anticipated that a casual action would lead to the discovery of Su Yu's funding sources. Previously, Su Yu operated in the shadows while they remained in the light. However, the tables had now turned. How shall we proceed? It is simple. The antique shop operates from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. We merely need to set up a watch for Su Yu in the morning, and once he enters, it will be akin to catching a turtle in a pot. Zhang Mingshan smiled. Qi Haiming, hearing this, wore a broad grin as well. Excellent. The two returned to the command center. A night passed. The following day, at 7 a.m., Wang Tao, Zhao Wanqing, and Li Kai arrived at the command center, only to be taken aback upon seeing Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming still present. Aren't you two going to rest? No. We need to discuss last night's findings with you. Zhang Mingshan gestured for them to take a seat and recounted all the information in detail. The expressions of the three gradually shifted to astonishment. With a thud, Wang Tao sat upright. This is fantastic. I will gather my team and set up a defense right away. Yes, Wang Tao. This time you must ensure that Su Yu does not escape. We are unable to provide backup, so you must rely solely on yourself. Huh. This time, our intelligence has surpassed Su Yu's. That guy won't be able to slip away. Wang Tao scoffed, then turned and left, eager to witness the bewildered expression on Su Yu's face upon his capture. Meanwhile, at the Donghai port, Su Yu stepped outside. What a splendidly sunny day, he exclaimed, hailing a taxi towards the antique street. After 3 days of leisure, he had nearly exhausted his funds. A few days prior, he had contacted a shop that deals in antiques, intending to scout for some valuable items to sell for a modest profit. As Su Yu pondered, his live stream chat erupted with activity. Wow, Su Shun has been exposed. Oh no, oh no. From the looks of Su Shun, he seems completely unaware. Wait, Wang Tao's team has already set up defenses. Once Su Shun enters, he won't be able to escape. Oh heavens, this is nerve-wracking. All the viewers in the live stream were privy to the unfolding events, and upon seeing Su Yu heading toward the antique street, their anxiety levels surged. Meanwhile, Su Yu's taxi came to a halt. He had arrived at the antique street. After paying the fare, he alighted from the vehicle. Just as he was about to step forward into the street, he hesitated. Wait a moment, something feels off. Su Yu furrowed his brow. His extraordinary intellect endowed him with keen observational skills far beyond those of ordinary individuals. Everything around him came into focus, allowing him to easily detect some incongruous details, such as 2 individuals at a nearby milk tea shop casting furtive glances and an awkwardly moving construction worker on the rooftop. And a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows. Had they been exposed? Truly, plans are rendered futile by unforeseen circumstances. Su Yu shook his head with a smile and suddenly strode towards a large shopping mall nearby. Meanwhile, he silently communicated with the system within. System, I have yet to claim the reward for my last mission, correct? Indeed, host. You possess 1 opportunity to exchange for a divine skill. Very well. Understanding the situation, Su Yu entered the mall with a smile. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, who was concealed in the shadows, furrowed his brow. Why did this fellow not venture into the antique street? Could he have discovered something? That seems unlikely. Cautiously, he issued an order. Groups 3 and 4, send 1 person each to follow him in. Understood. 2 plainclothes pursuers similarly enter the mall. In the bustling shopping mall, 2 plainclothes pursuers swiftly follow their target. Yet, as they entered, they were astonished to discover that Su Yu had inexplicably vanished. Concealed behind a row of shelves, Su Yu glanced at the 2 pursuers, shook his head, and smiled. He was not surprised they had located this place. It was merely a matter of anticipation. What caught him off guard was their speed in setting up this pursuit. However, he welcomed the challenge. If they were too foolish, the game would lack any thrill. Did they think they could ensnare him so easily? He would soon demonstrate who the true prey was. With a smile gracing his lips, Su Yu made his way to the cosmetic section of the mall. There, he leisurely began to select various high-end products, unfazed by the situation. Meanwhile, countless viewers in the live stream were left in confusion. What is Su Shun doing? Why isn't he fleeing? Indeed, Su Shun run. This is a perfect chance to escape. Looks like he is picking out gifts for his girlfriend. Don't joke. I'm Su Shun's girlfriend, and he hasn't mentioned buying me anything. Perhaps he intends to surprise me? The live stream buzzed with chatter. Meanwhile, Su Yu gathered an array of items, leaving a stack of cash beneath the shelf before departing the scene. Concurrently, the 2 pursuers, having found nothing, promptly relayed the information to Wang Tao. Captain, we haven't seen him. Hearing this, Wang Tao frowned. Could it be that the target had uncovered something? Nevertheless, he refrained from acting rashly. Su Yu was exceedingly cunning. If he rushed in with his team, Su Yu might just use it as an opportunity to escape. Li Kai, help me access the mall's surveillance footage to track Su Yu's whereabouts, Wang Tao instructed. At the command center, Li Kai quickly hacked into the mall's security system. A minute later, his voice broke through. Wang Tao, Su Yu entered the first-floor restroom 30 seconds ago. He went into the restroom. Wang Tao's excitement surged. What a clever boy. Of all places to run, he chose the restroom. Was he not digging his own grave? Team 4, you all go in. Teams 1 and 2. Establish a comprehensive defense on the first floor of the mall. Wang Tao commanded, leading a large group of pursuers towards the shopping complex. Meanwhile, Su Yu had already entered the restroom. The viewers in the live stream were on edge. What is Su Shin planning? Is he about to perform in the restroom? Not necessarily. Perhaps he genuinely needs to use the facilities. Why on earth would he go to the restroom? The pursuers have already spotted his trail through the surveillance. This is so nerve-wracking. As they anxiously watch Su Yu, they could not fathom why he would choose the restroom. After all, there was only one exit. If the pursuers managed to seal it off, escape would be utterly impossible. Countless individuals were fraught with anxiety, yet Su Yu remained utterly composed. Casually entering an unoccupied cubicle, he closed the door behind him. Subsequently, he retrieved an array of cosmetics, a scene that only deepened the mystery surrounding his intentions. What on earth was Su Shin planning to do? To their astonishment, Su Yu began to dismantle the packaging of the cosmetics, methodically extracting each item. Under the astonished gazes of the multitude, he commenced his makeup application. It was one thing to apply makeup, but within mere minutes, half of Su Yu's face had transformed dramatically. The audience was left dumbfounded. Even the most oblivious among them could deduce his plan. Su Shin was preparing to disguise himself and make an escape. And indeed, this was precisely Su Yu's intention. Just moments ago, he had exchanged for a divine-level disguise skill through the system's marketplace. With this ability, provided he had sufficient materials, Su Yu could completely metamorphose into an entirely different person. Of course, at present, he possessed only the cosmetics in hand, lacking many crucial materials. For instance, substances like silicone, clay, and plaster that could alter the shape of his face, or even the possibility of creating a lifelike human mask, were not available to him without prior preparation. However, the cosmetics he had were adequate for his current needs. As time passed, Su Yu was nearing the completion of his final touches when suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. "Captain, it's right here," a gruff voice announced, followed by heavy footsteps. With a resounding thud, a door was flung open. "Empty. Proceed," came Wang Tao's voice. Thud. Another door was opened. The restroom boasted a total of 6 cubicles, 2 of which had already been checked, leaving 4 remaining. In the live stream, anxiety surged among the viewers. This is it. It's over. Su Shin is about to be discovered. Damn it, he hasn't finished his disguise yet. I'm sweating just watching this. Me too, he is almost done. The tension was palpable. Meanwhile, Su Yu maintained a serene expression, diligently refining the details of his makeup, albeit at an accelerated pace. Outside, the pursuers continued their search. At that moment, a sudden roar erupted from beside him. "Who the hell are you? Can't a man use the restroom in peace?" A tattooed man with a furious expression emerged. However, before he could assert his bravado for long, a dozen burly pursuers approached and glanced at him, rendering him speechless. "Oh, never mind, I'm done. After you." "Please," he blurted out, promptly making his exit. What a joke. The situation clearly indicated an imminent confrontation. Laughter erupted in the live stream. The absurdity of the situation had me in stitches. This brother was simply hilarious. "Please, come inside," was the invitation. Although it was undeniably amusing, the reality was that only one stall remained available for Su, and one couldn't help but wonder if he might be discovered. If that were to happen, escape would be utterly impossible. The collective anxiety of countless onlookers surged once more. Outside, Wang Tao had similarly fixed his gaze upon a final stall. There was no doubt that Su Yu must be inside. He exchanged glances with his subordinates, signaling them to guard the door before stepping forward himself and forcefully pulling it open. Bang! The door collided with the wall, and at that moment, a cacophony of rushing water filled the air. A rugged-looking man turned, his expression one of confusion as he regarded Wang Tao. Was he in such a hurry? The man's words made Wang Tao's brow furrow in concern. What was going on? Why wasn't Su Yu present? "I'm done. You can go in now," the man said, stepping out. However, upon noticing the dozen or so pursuers, a flicker of surprise and a hint of panic crossed his face. What's going on here? He glanced at the 4 imposing figures stationed at the door, then shifted his gaze back to Wang Tao. "Bro, what you all up to?" The man's muscles tensed with evident fear, and Wang Tao's expression darkened further. Where on earth was Su Yu? "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way," the man said cautiously, eyeing Wang Tao. Taking a deep breath, Wang Tao waved dismissively. "Step aside." "Yes." The pursuers immediately parted to create a path. and the man departed under their watchful eyes. Inside the restroom, Wang Tao surveyed the empty 6 stalls, his disbelief palpable. Where was everyone? Frustrated, he conducted several checks of the stalls, even inspecting the windows. There was indeed no one, so you could not possibly have hidden there, nor could he have escaped through such a tiny window. Yet the conundrum remained. How had he vanished? Was the intel flawed? In a state of confusion, Wang Dao contacted Li Kai. Are you certain that Suyu entered the restroom on the first floor of the mall? Yes, why? Came the puzzled response from the command center. At that moment, Wang Tao's voice left him in shock. Suyu is not here. This revelation bewildered not only Li Kai, but also the 3 other pursuers. They had all seen Suyu enter the restroom alongside Li Kai, so there was no way they could have been mistaken. How then had Suyu disappeared? The entire pursuit team stood in a state of perplexity. Meanwhile, outside, the man had exited the mall and glanced back, whistling softly. They are truly easy to deceive. Why is it you again? Contact the pursuers. They are truly gullible. This man is none other than Suyu. Just at the last moment, Suyu completed an entire facial transformation. Not only that, but he also changed his attire. Coupled with his extraordinary acting skills, Wang Tao never imagined that he had vanished right before their eyes. As for the cosmetics, Suyu had deftly disposed of them through the window of the compartment. At this moment, they would certainly not suspect that he was no longer within a shopping mall. With a relaxed smile, Suyu made his way toward the antique street. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was left in a state of utter shock. What the heck? Is this really possible? Did Suga just walk out like that? How would they not notice? This is hilarious. It's quite normal not to recognize him. By the way, Suga's makeup skills are astonishing. Indeed, Suga's transformation is so impressive. He looks like an entirely different person. Is this makeup? Don't be ridiculous. This is a disguise. Makeup aims to enhance one's appearance, while a disguise is meant to transform someone into another identity. Exactly, this is a disguise, a traditional skill passed down in our country, incomparable to mere makeup. Countless discussions erupted among the crowd. Meanwhile, Suyu had already entered the antique street. After some contemplation, he returned to the very shop he had initially visited. The overweight, middle-aged owner soon appeared. "Oh, what can I get for you, sir?" The owner greeted Suyu with enthusiasm. Suyu would have this might, evidently unrecognized by the proprietor. However, Suyu was slightly taken aback to see a sign hanging in the shop. 10-year anniversary sale. Take anything for 1,000 yuan. Gazing at the sign and then at the items displayed in the cabinet, Suyu felt a sense of assurance. Indeed, you remain unchanged. You have not disappointed me. With a subtle smile, Suyu pointed to the antiques in the shop. Are the antiques here open for selection? Absolutely. Choose anything for 1,000 yuan, guaranteed authentic. The owner excitedly rubbed his hands together. At that moment, Suyu appeared to the owner as a complete bumpkin, clearly not someone of education. Such individuals are the easiest to deceive. Selling him a counterfeit worth merely 20 yuan for 1,000 yuan would be a tremendous profit. As the owner envisioned Suyu reaching for his wallet, Suyu had already picked up a pair of blue and white porcelain from a secluded corner of the counter. 2,000. For you. Suyu tossed the money onto the counter. However, the owner's smile instantly froze. This the only 2 genuine pieces of Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain. The only reason he had placed these items there was to deter anyone from scrutinizing them too closely. Yet, he had deliberately positioned them in a location that one would overlook, and these pieces were of rather mediocre quality, marred by numerous cracks. A regular person would never consider purchasing them. Ahem, my friend, these 2 pieces are merely decorations in my shop. They're not for sale, the owner coughed softly. But Suyu merely smiled. The proprietor claimed that everything in the store was priced at 1,000. Is this not a contradiction? No, my friend. This is not a contradiction. It is simply that I truly cannot sell it. As he spoke, the owner attempted to seize the exquisite blue and white porcelain. However, since Suyu had already set his sights on it, there was no way he would relinquish his claim. How absurd. There are only these 2 genuine pieces in your shop. Would I purchase a counterfeit instead? Sir, I must say, this is rather unscrupulous of you. At last, Suyu ceased his pretense and regarded the portly middle-aged man with a knowing smile. Have you forgotten who exposed your fakes just the day before yesterday? Su Yu's words, combined with his now unmasked tone and gaze, instantly jolted the owner into realization. You. The proprietor stumbled back a couple of steps, unable to contain his shock. Su Yu waved his hand dismissively. Farewell. I shall be taking my leave with these items. With that, Su Yu turned and departed, leaving the owner to plop down on the ground in utter dismay. Curse it. How did you manage to ensnare me like this? In a live stream, the audience erupted in laughter. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Deservedly so, ha ha ha. Always scheming to sell fakes. You've brought this upon yourself. Owner, I never expected you to return. Yay, Su Yu is about to make a fortune again. At the scene, Su Yu had already entered an antique shop with the 2 pieces of blue and white porcelain in tow. Good sir, I've brought the items. Have you prepared the payment? Su Yu addressed the elderly gentleman behind the counter. It seemed that his arrival had been anticipated, as the pursuers had likely inquired about him here. This did not overly concern Su Yu. After all, it was merely a matter of time before the other party would locate him. Furthermore, it was prudent to ensure that sufficient cash was on hand. Upon seeing Su Yu, the old man beamed with delight. Ah, you've come. Just last night, someone inquired about you. Wait a moment. Are you not a young man? Why do you now resemble my son in age? The old man scrutinized Su Yu with a puzzled expression. Though he recognized Su Yu by his voice, the face seemed different. Su Yu check it lightly. There's no helping it. I've grown quickly and matured overnight. Ah, I see. The old man nodded in comprehension, his expression one of sudden clarity. In a live stream, the audience was thoroughly entertained. What a miraculous overnight transformation. You've jumped from 20 to 40 in a single night. Ha, you've practically lost 20 years. Incredible. Laughter echoed throughout the live stream while, in reality, Su Yu had placed the 2 porcelain vases, each approximately 30 centimeters tall, upon the counter. After a brief inspection, the old man donned his reading glasses and illuminated one of the pieces with a small flashlight. The more he examined it, the more astonished he became. Tang Dynasty official kiln blue and white porcelain? It appears to be a palace product, though the cracks are rather severe. He remarked, Su Yu Nadif, please provide an estimate. 70,000? 90,000? Should you choose not to accept my offer? I fear you may find yourself in a precarious situation, particularly if my information were to be disclosed to others, Su Yu remarked, gesturing towards his own face. The old man paused for a moment, contemplating the statement, before responding with alacrity. Very well. Su Yu then retrieved a bag he always carried with him, into which he meticulously placed the entirety of the 100,000 cash. Witnessing this spectacle, an array of onlookers could hardly contain their envy. How astonishing is Su Yu! He effortlessly acquires wealth through the mere sale of antiques. I envy him immensely. When shall I possess such remarkable prowess? While others pursue bounties for profit, Su Yu appears to engage in mere amusement. What's more, he is skillfully toying with his pursuers. It's infuriating. Do not speak of it. Wang Tao is still scouring them all, and he looks utterly frantic. Amidst the chatter, Su Yu turned to the old man after securing the cash. Old sir, may I borrow your phone? Feel free. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Having acquired several antiques from Su Yu, he anticipated a significant profit upon their market sale. Thus his demeanor towards Su Yu was exceedingly cordial. Without hesitation, Su Yu seized the phone and dialed a number which, quite remarkably, belonged to the global bounty hunting team. Meanwhile, at the command center, the phone began to ring. 027 infuriated to the extreme, Wang Tao was seething with rage when the phone at the command center rang. Li Kai was the first to answer. Hello, this is the global manhunt team. Are you calling to provide information? Li Kai recited the familiar lines. Anyone who could reach this number was a citizen of Donghai City intending to report something. Thus he had long since grown accustomed to it. However, the next words from the caller left him momentarily stunned. Am I supposed to report myself? This. Li Kai glanced at his companions, who were equally taken aback. Who are you? Li Kai immediately inquired. Aren't you looking for me? Came the reply from within a shop on Antique Street, where Su Yu smiled. The utterance caused Li Kai's pupils to constrict. The other 3 turned their gazes toward him in an instant. Su Yu, is that you? Li Kai's voice trembled slightly. On the other end, Su Yu naturally responded, now you understand. What do you intend to do? This question was posed by Zhang Mingshan, his eyes fixed intently on the phone. Hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. I don't intend to do anything. Isn't the Manhunt team trying to ensnare me? What I wish to convey is that if this is all the means you possess, you might find it quite challenging. With that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Beep, beep. As the sound of the call ending echoed, the four exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. Suyu actually called the command center? It seemed he was not even in the mall. Most crucially, was he not subtly provoking them? Utterly arrogant, utterly reckless. An invisible rage swelled within each heart. Even the most composed Zhang Mingshan's face turned ashen. Previously, he had confidently believed that they were a step ahead of Suyu. Yet now, it appeared that the latter was entirely unconcerned. Moreover, Wang Tao was still aimlessly floundering in the mall like a headless chicken. Slap. An unspoken slap left every face stinging with humiliation. The live stream was equally ablaze with excitement. Wow, Suyu is ruthless. He shows no mercy at all. Ha. I'm laughing so hard today. Who would have thought that the invincible Manhunt team is being toyed with like a monkey by Suyu? The previous worries were utterly unnecessary. Suyu is invincible. Suyu is invincible. Countless viewers were filled with exhilaration. Back at the command center, Zhang Mingshan finally managed to suppress his inner fury. Li Kai, can you trace the caller's IP address? Yes. Li Kai nodded evoirly frustrated. In a matter of seconds, the IP address was swiftly identified. It was traced back to a shop named Xuanxing on Antique Street. Antique Street. Everyone's expressions turned to shock once more. They never anticipated this. The individuals stationed at the Antique Street were determined to prevent Suyu from entering. However, he had managed to infiltrate and even made a phone call. This indicated that the opposing party had undoubtedly acquired the cash. Damn it. Zhang Mingshan immediately seized the phone to inform Wang Tao. Meanwhile, within the shopping mall, Wang Tao's expression oscillated between hope and despair. He had meticulously searched the entire mall multiple times. If it weren't for the restrictions, he would have even scoured the women's restroom. The problem was that he still had not laid eyes on Suyu. Outside, his men were stationed at the entrance. Was that fellow truly invisible? As Wang Tao furrowed his brow, the phone rang. Hello, Wang Tao. Suyu is no longer in the mall. He is at the Xuanxing Antique Shop on the Antique Street. You must hurry. Zhang Mingshan's voice echoed, leaving Wang Tao momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? That guy suddenly dashed from the mall to the Antique Street. Yet, there was no time for such thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Wang Tao gathered all the pursuers and swiftly made his way to the Antique Street. Upon arriving, he hardly needed to search. He spotted a figure hastily sprinting toward the far end of the street. Chase! Wang Tao bellowed, charging forward. The other pursuers followed suit, racing after that silhouette. Ahead, Suyu was running at a rapid pace. His call to the pursuers was not merely a provocation. It was also a means to attract attention. Did they really believe that getting a step ahead would enable them to set a trap? But look at me now. Not only have I escaped, but I also have the money. In fact, the news of my escape was delivered by none other than myself. Of course, Suyu harbored other intentions as well. After all, simply fleeing would be rather dull. Observing the skyrocketing popularity points within the system, a radiant smile adorned Suyu's face. His goals had crystallized. He sought not just the prize money, but also to demonstrate to everyone what true evasion looks like. I, Suyu, am the true king of escape. What does it matter if you are here? Even if you possess 10, 100, or 1,000 times my strength, you shall still fail to capture me. With an exhilarating sense of freedom, Suyu's pace quickened. The enhancements from the system endowed him with physical abilities that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Coupled with astonishing parkour skills, he had already left the other pursuers far behind. The only one who could still keep up was Wang Tao. Suyu, you cannot escape. Wang Tao roared, his fury reaching its zenith. This rascal had repeatedly humiliated him. Once again, it was happening. If he failed to recapture Suyu, all his dignity and previous glory would be rendered a mere joke. At this moment, Wang Tao desired nothing more than to witness the expression of profound regret on Suyu's face once he was apprehended. In this scenario, the two individuals, one in front of the other, unknowingly sprinted several kilometers. After such an extended period of rapid running, even with Wang Tao's stamina, he was on the verge of exhaustion. Ahead, Su Yu's figure grew increasingly distant. Damn it! Wang Tao came to an exhausted halt. Just then, several off-road vehicles suddenly approached from behind. Captain, a pursuer glanced at Wang Tao. Without hesitation, Wang Tao opened the car door and took a seat. Continue the chase. If we don't capture this guy today, then none of us should bother continuing. 028 The sudden change in demeanor left Wang Tao fuming. What does Su want to accomplish? If you can't catch him, then don't bother, he thundered. Not only that, but Wang Tao promptly instructed Li Kai to retrieve the surveillance footage. The footage revealed that Su Yu's speed had not only remained consistent, but had actually increased. Damn it, Wang Tao cursed. He could hardly fathom that this individual was human. How could he run for so long without tiring? Meanwhile, Li Kai's voice crackled through the phone. Wang Tao, 300 meters ahead, is a high school. A school? Wang Tao paused, his eyes narrowing. Continue the pursuit. Meanwhile, ahead of them, Su Yu glanced back at the approaching SUV, raising an eyebrow. It appeared to be a troublesome situation. Surveying the flat road around him, he realized that parkour would be futile against a vehicle. In that case, he turned his gaze toward the school ahead, a smile breaking across his face. This could be interesting. With that thought, Su Yu vaulted over the wall and into the school grounds, a scene witnessed by the pursuing Wang Tao. This guy has entered the school. Wang Tao's brow furrowed. The school was teeming with people, and its sensitive nature would undoubtedly complicate the capture. Nevertheless, he was determined to enter. However, before his vehicle could advance, they were halted by the elderly security guard. Hey, what are you lot doing? This is a school. The guard, in his 50s, scolded while pointing at Wang Tao and standing defiantly. This spectacle elicited laughter from countless viewers in the live stream. Ah, they can't get in. That guard is quite brave, facing over 20 people without flinching. Of course, your grandpa is still your grandpa. He might even be a hidden master. Amidst the myriad of comments, Wang Tao found himself stalled outside the school, his expression tense. With no other options, he finally reached out to the production team. A few minutes later, the team managed to smooth things over. The head of security, you say? Permission granted? Oh, okay, the guard said, hanging up the phone and waving Wang Tao and his team in. Wang Tao took a deep breath and stepped inside the school. However, due to the delay caused by the guard, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since Su Yu had entered the premises. Inside the school, Su Yu made his way to the restroom. At this time, classes were in session, leaving the restroom utterly deserted. As viewers witnessed Su Yu returning to the restroom, they were filled with curiosity. What's Su planning now? Another disguise? That seems plausible, but there are only two types of people in a school, students and teachers. It's rare to see someone as old as Su as a student. Ha ha ha, true enough. While many viewers speculated, Su Yu paid them no mind. Casting a glance at his reflection, he smiled faintly, then turned on the faucet to wash his face. Half a minute later, he lifted his head again, and his face had transformed into an entirely different visage. A youthful visage, strikingly handsome, yet not that of Su Yu himself, left the audience in utter astonishment. What on earth? How did Su Shun's face change after washing it? What? This is Su Shun. What just happened? One of the world's 10 unsolved mysteries. The spectators were bewildered, yet Su Yu remained composed. Long before, while applying makeup, not all had perceived the fade so plainly. In simple terms, he had layered his makeup. The first layer, a waterproof cosmetic, adorned his eyes, while the second layer, visible to all, was not waterproof. With a mere wash of his face, he could easily shed the visage just seen and reveal his current countenance. Gazing into the mirror, Su Yu smiled gently, shedding his outer garment and casting it out the window. Then, before the eyes of the crowd, he began to remove his trousers, igniting a wave of excitement among countless female fans. However, they were taken aback to discover that he still wore something beneath. With another toss of his trousers out the window, Su Yu retrieved a small bottle of hair gel from seemingly nowhere, applying it to his hair. Once he had sculpted a brand new hairstyle, he discarded the gel. Finally, he produced a pair of black-framed glasses from his pocket and donned them as he exited the restroom. In mere minutes, Su Yu transformed from a disheveled, middle-aged man into a refined, scholarly youth, leaving the witnesses in disbelief. What on earth is this sorcery? If I hadn't witnessed this with my own eyes, I would never believe this is Su Shun. Su Sin, forever a legend. The pursuers would never suspect that Su Shun could change his appearance again. Goodness, if I could master Sushin's skill. My mother wouldn't recognize me when I return home. Indeed, this presents a dilemma. The school is cordoned off. How will Sushin escape? That is quite the conundrum. While the school is intricate, the crowd is also quite apparent, and Sushin's disguise is far too conspicuous. Amidst the excitement, countless questions lingered. What was Sushin truly planning? Unbeknownst to them, Suyu had a clear objective: the school. This was a locale familiar to the vast majority, characterized by two primary groups, students and teachers. If he could not pose as a student, could he not assume the role of a teacher? A confident smile graced Suyu's face. At that moment, a female teacher appeared before him, clutching a stack of test papers. "Hello, beautiful," Suyu called out upon seeing her. The woman turned, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "And you are?" "Ah, I am the substitute teacher hired by Teacher Wang. Might you tell me where Teacher Wang's class is located?" "Teacher Wang? A substitute?" The woman paused, clearly taken aback. She scrutinized Suyu from head to toe, then adjusted her glasses, her expression tinged with a hint of shyness. "In the school, there are quite a few teachers with the surname Wang. May I inquire which one you are specifically referring to?" "Specific?" Suyu raised an eyebrow. "I'm not certain about that. I am merely a friend of his." Suyu quickly responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded. "In that case, I'm not too sure either. You might want to inquire at the Academic Affairs Office about which teacher is on leave today." "Very well. But may I ask which floor the Academic Affairs Office is located on?" "The 5th floor, room 5012. "Thank you so much." Suyu smiled and nodded, promptly turning to leave. The woman glanced at Suyu before also ascending the stairs. Suyu did not dwell on it much. The aura exuded by the woman clearly indicated her involvement in the field of education, a notion she felt confident about. In the live stream, countless viewers erupted in excitement upon witnessing this scene. Heavens, what is Sushin planning? Could it be that he intends to impersonate a teacher? Goodness, isn't that an audacious move? Surely it cannot succeed. I too sense that success is unlikely. Impersonating a teacher, that's absolutely incredible. The audience was astounded. Meanwhile, upon receiving the woman's information, Suyu promptly boarded the elevator heading to the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, Suyu swiftly located the academic office as described by the woman. The entire office comprised two distinct areas. The outer section served as a workspace for numerous teachers, while the inner room bore the sign of the Academic Affairs Office. After casting a brief glance at the outer office, Suyu stepped into the Academic Affairs Office. At that moment, only a middle-aged man, drowsily leaning on the desk, occupied the room. With a gentle smile, Suyu knocked on the door. "Hello. Greetings, Teacher Su." A middle-aged man, who had been dozing at his desk, quickly lifted his head at the sound of Suyu's knock. He straightened up and, without hesitation, inquired, "Hello? Do you have any questions regarding teaching?" It was only natural for him to assume this, as most visitors to his office were either faculty or students, and Suyu's attire unmistakably suggested she belonged to the former category. However, with the multitude of teachers at the school, he could hardly recall each one. Upon hearing his words, Suyu's smile grew ever more radiant. "Hello, I'm a substitute teacher sent by your school." "Substitute?" The man's eyebrows raised in curiosity. "Are you from outside the school?" "Indeed, I am currently a teacher at City Number 1 High School." "City Number 1 High School? Truly impressive. May I ask how old you are and where you graduated from?" The middle-aged man was instantly intrigued. The reason was simple. City No. 1 High School was the finest in Donghai City, boasting a high admission rate to prestigious universities, with no less than 10 students entering Tsinghua and Beida each year. In contrast, his own school paled in comparison. The fact that she was there as a substitute only heightened his interest. Suyu, however, remained calm in the face of the man's enthusiasm. "I am 27 this year, having graduated with a master's degree from Longzhong University of Technology." "A master's from Longzhong University? Quite commendable. Would you consider trying your hand at our Mingda Middle School?" The man, evidently pleased, was attempting to recruit her. This left Suyu feeling somewhat exasperated. You see, in the live stream, viewers erupted in laughter. "I'm dying of laughter. This man must be the head of the Academic Affairs Office. Trying to recruit Su. This is too hilarious. He reminds me of someone from our school. Look at Su's expression. It's priceless." "Su, I'm just teasing you." "And you took it seriously?" Back in the scene, Witnessing the man's growing excitement, Suyu gently cleared her throat. I am merely here to substitute teach today, and haven't given it much thought. However, if Mingda School is indeed as exceptional as you say, I might consider it, especially since I'm not entirely satisfied with my current position. Rest assured, our Mingda School will certainly meet your expectations. The man assured her eagerly. Suyu smiled in acknowledgement. Then may I head a class now? I see that this lesson is nearly half over. Of course. Which teacher's class are you substituting for? The man directed his gaze towards Suyu. At that moment, countless viewers felt a surge of tension. Damn, I feel like we're about to be found out. Exactly. If she can't provide the exact name and subject, suspicion will surely arise. This is nerve-wracking. We're doomed. As the tension among the viewers reached its peak, Suyu simply smiled and began to speak. In the second-year class 3, during teacher Li Shui's mathematics lesson, a man momentarily froze upon hearing the words. He quickly checked his computer, and in those brief seconds, time seemed to stand still. The countless spectators felt as though an eternity had passed. Finally, the man turned to Suyu, squinting at him before breaking into a smile. Indeed, teacher Li has gone home to prepare for childbirth. This is her class. By the way, what is your relationship with Li Shui? How did she come to have you substitute for her? The man gazed at Suyu with a puzzled expression, while Suyu merely smiled in response. I was once a classmate of teacher Li. Ah, I see. Well then, please proceed with the lesson. Oh, forgive me. What is your name? My surname is Su, and my full name is Suyu. Suyu? The man was taken aback once more. Why does that name sound so familiar? However, he dismissed the thought quickly and smiled again. Very well, Teacher Su. I hope you find our Mingda High School intriguing. And if possible, we warmly welcome you to our institution. Thank you. Suyu chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave the room. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room was filled with a sense of bewilderment. How on earth is this possible? Seriously, how did Su Shun accurately know all this? I'm increasingly convinced that Su Shun is an undercover agent sent by Martians. Laughing out loud, why not say he's from the center of the Earth? Now that you mention it, I do feel like he could be from the center of the Earth. The live chat buzzed with discussions, all tinged with confusion. How did Suyu manage to do this? It seemed almost impossible. If he could deduce such things, why participate in a program at all? He could simply gamble on the lottery and become rich overnight. Countless viewers were left perplexed. Meanwhile, Suyu had arrived at the teacher's office area. Observing the desk covered in a fine layer of dust, he picked up the syllabus marked with names and classes and strode out confidently. How did he know? An intelligence and physical prowess that surpassed the ordinary granted Suyu an unparalleled capacity for observation. Through keen scrutiny, he could easily infer what would elude the average person. Upon noticing the dust on the desk, he immediately deduced that this spot had likely been unoccupied for some time. Furthermore, the syllabus clearly displayed the name and class. As for why there was a mathematics lesson today, that was hardly a mystery. During high school, one math class a day was far too few. This was something Suyu could certainly relate to. With a light step, he passed by classroom after classroom, ultimately arriving at the door of class 3. At that moment, the classroom was in a cacophony of noise, but as soon as Suyu entered, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Dozens of students turned their gazes toward him. Allow me to introduce myself briefly. I am your substitute teacher for today. My surname is Su, and you may call me Teacher Su. Respecting teachers and valuing education. I wish you all to realize your dreams soon. You may call me Teacher Su. As Suyu ascended the podium, he inscribed his surname on the blackboard. Turning back, he surveyed the room, which was enveloped in silence. Suyu noted that nearly all the students wore expressions of dejection. He could comprehend their sentiments. After all, having missed several days of mathematics classes, they must have felt quite relieved. His sudden appearance was bound to displease them, and he found it inconsequential. He was merely here to pass the time. With a faint smile, Suyu adjusted his glasses and opened the teaching syllabus. The syllabus clearly indicated that the curriculum had progressed nearly halfway. All right, students, Teacher Li has guided you through the topic of inequalities, hasn't she? Suyu inquired with a smile, addressing the dozens of students below. At this moment, the students finally accepted their fate. A few responded to Suyu's question. Just as he was about to commence his lecture, an untimely voice erupted from the back of the classroom. Wangjia, I'm on Wangjia. Ha ha ha, lose and pay up. A loud shout echoed from the rear of the classroom, which instantly silenced the entire room. So you turned his gaze toward the source. Setting aside the syllabus, he approached the back. As he neared, he raised an eyebrow. 3 boys with brightly colored hair were seated at the back, casually playing with a deck of cards. "Return to your seats," Suyu stated nonchalantly. However, the boys appeared oblivious to his command, engrossed in their game. Suyu's eyes narrowed, while the live stream buzzed with activity. Goodness, they aren't even acknowledging Teacher Su. How brazen. They are completely disregarding Teacher Su's authority. Quite audacious. Teacher Su is a teacher now, and they seem to have no respect. I suggest Teacher Su teach them a lesson. Agreed 10,086. A multitude of viewers began expressing their discontent on Suyu's behalf. Meanwhile, Suyu continued to stare at the group, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He realized that these individuals were likely accustomed to misbehaving in class, especially since Teacher Lee, being a female instructor, had been unable to manage them effectively. However, just because she was lenient did not mean he would tolerate their disruption of classroom order or their utter disregard for him. "I'll give you 3 counts to stand up." Suyu's voice turned frosty. Yet, the boys continued to ignore him, reveling in their game even more. Witnessing this, the live stream audience grew increasingly anxious. It appears that Su is somewhat irked. One cannot blame him. After all, these individuals are slumped over their desks in slumber, proving to be less productive than even those who are merely resting. Their lack of diligence not only hinders their own progress, but also impedes others. Indeed, it is a source of frustration for all, as jeopardizing one's future is tantamount to jeopardizing one's very existence. Although I may not excel academically, I comprehend that my negligence does not absolve others of their responsibilities. While I may indulge in games, music, or novels during class, I refrain from disturbing my peers. Countless individuals are filled with righteous indignation. Meanwhile, Suyu has commenced a countdown. 3, 2, 1, 0. As the countdown reaches its conclusion, a rather hefty and imposing male student raises his head, glaring menacingly at Suyu. "Who do you think you are? A mere substitute dares to act arrogantly in my presence?" He snarls, drawing the attention of the entire class. In that moment, the icy demeanor on Suyu's face dissipates. With a smile, he regards the student and shakes his head. "I am no one of consequence. I simply wish to impart to you the meaning of respecting one's teachers." With that, Suyu firmly grasps the student's arm and forcefully presses him back into his seat. A resounding crack echoes as the wooden chair gives way beneath the weight. The student's expression morphs into one of sheer terror as he grapples with the reality of being effortlessly subdued despite his considerable bulk. Do you now understand the essence of respect? Suyu's expression remains impassive as he gazes at the boy, who, now sweating profusely, stiffly nods in acknowledgement. "Teacher, I understand. That is good to hear. I expect the same behavior moving forward, understood?" Suyu replies with a warm smile. The student, shivering at Suyu's intense gaze, quickly agrees, Yes, teacher, I shall not dare to defy you again." Observing the submission of their leader, the 2 other boys promptly return to their seats, behaving themselves. Casting a fleeting glance at them, Suyu resumes his position at the podium and continues the lesson. Meanwhile, the livestream audience is in uproarious laughter. Su's method is revolutionary. Online education at its finest. I am in stitches. Su has truly frightened them. Su is incredible. Incredible indeed. Do not be overly impressed. I just peeked into the pursuer's livestream, and the crowd has gathered. What? Did the pursuer arrive so swiftly? Countless viewers promptly switched to other live streams, and indeed, the pursuer has commenced a search within the school premises. Having been alerted, the school administration has refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, Suyu diligently continues to teach. The knowledge of the second year of high school has mostly faded from his memory, yet the curriculum lies before him, and with an intellect rivaling that of Einstein, he swiftly grasps the material after merely a cursory review. Thus, when it comes to teaching at present, it is not merely a recitation of the textbook. Rather, it is a vivid and engaging presentation, to the extent that the syllabus is set aside and the instruction is directed straight at the blackboard. The other students, unknowingly captivated, are drawn into the lesson. To be candid, Mingda High School cannot be deemed particularly prestigious within the entirety of Donghai City, it ranks merely as average. Consequently, the students who gain admission here are certainly not comparable to the top-tier schools. Furthermore, the original mathematics teacher had been absent for several days, causing the students to nearly forget the material that had been taught. However, after Su Yu's explanation, everyone was astonished to discover that the once obscure and complex knowledge was, in fact, so remarkably simple. Just as Su Yu was engrossed in his lecture and the students were equally absorbed, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the atmosphere. "Excuse me, may I trouble you for a moment?" Two pursuers appeared outside the door. Su Yu turned to face them, a look of displeasure crossing his face at the interruption of his class. Stepping out of the classroom, he inquired, "What is the matter?" His gaze remained calm as he regarded the pursuers. They exchanged glances, and without further ado, one of them spoke up. "We are global pursuers, part of an international manhunt program. Have you heard of it?" "I have." Su Yu nodded in acknowledgement. "Naturally, if circumstances allowed, I would have loved to inform you that I, too, am a participant." The pursuer, noting Su Yu's recognition, nodded in return. "Since you're aware, we now suspect that an escaped fugitive has entered your school and may be hiding in this classroom. May we conduct a search? A fugitive in my classroom? That seems highly improbable. All these students are my pupils," Su Yu replied incredulously. Nevertheless, the pursuers remained resolute. "Indeed, we have been pursuing the fugitive for quite some time." "Ah, in that case, do proceed with your search, but please do not take too much time," Su Yu said, feigning a look of reluctance as he nodded. The two pursuers sighed in relief and promptly entered the classroom. They circled the room and scrutinized all the students before stepping back outside. "Apologies, but there appears to be no issue in your classroom," they said with sincere regret. Su Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right. I understand the necessity of cooperation. However, I must say, that young man named Su Yu seems rather impressive. Why do you pursue him so relentlessly? Isn't it exhausting?" Upon hearing this, the pursuers straightened with pride. "Chasing down fugitives is our duty," they declared in unison, their former military backgrounds lending weight to their words. Su Yu, impressed, clapped them on the shoulder. "In that case, I wish you both success in realizing your aspirations." With that, he turned and re-entered the classroom. At the moment he turned his head, the smile on his face could no longer be concealed. Simultaneously, the entire live broadcast room erupted in excitement. 031 Su Shun is exceptionally formidable, a true harbinger of civilization. The smile on Su Yu's face could no longer be concealed. The scene was utterly theatrical. The two pursuers had repeatedly declared their intent to capture the fugitive, while he stood before them, patting their shoulders and encouraging them to fulfill their aspirations. How absurd! Even Su Yu found it amusing. Meanwhile, the live chat erupted in a frenzy. "I can't believe this. It's absolutely hilarious. Ha ha ha. It's evident that the pursuers are quite dedicated and confident, but this is just too funny." Su Shun is patting the pursuer's shoulder saying, "Young man, you will eventually catch me," and it cracks me up. Su Shun is incredible. The pursuers would never expect that he is masquerading as a math teacher. Absolutely. If I were in their shoes, I could never imagine that a fugitive could transform into a teacher in just a matter of minutes. Su Shun is amazing. The live chat was abuzz with discussions. As for Su Yu, after a brief chuckle, he returned to the podium. "All right, students, let us continue with our lesson." With that, he resumed teaching. He chose not to leave just yet. The pursuers were surely still around, and any hasty departure from the school would inevitably arouse their suspicion. Moreover, to be honest, Su Yu found himself rather enjoying the sensation of teaching. Observing the eager faces of his students filled him with a profound sense of fulfillment. The opportunity to impart his knowledge to a greater number of students instilled in him a deep sense of honor. With a tranquil heart, Su Yu continued his lecture. Below the podium, the students were equally captivated. Initially, upon seeing Su Yu's youthful visage, they had doubts about the reliability of this teacher. However, it became clear that this teacher's lessons were simply exceptional. Even the three troublemakers seated at the back could not help but listen intently. What had once seemed like an enigma in mathematics was rendered astonishingly simple in Su Yu's class. The feeling of continuously gaining knowledge was far more gratifying than any petty triumphs they had experienced outside. Not only that, but the live chat was also in a state of fervent activity. Wow, Su Shun is incredibly ruthless. I'm in my third year of high school, and concepts I couldn't grasp in my second year suddenly make sense upon hearing Su Shun explain them. Wow, I had no idea there was such a priority method for inequalities. I used to fill pages of scratch paper, but now I can calculate them in my head thanks to Su Shun. This is remarkable. Su Shun is truly exceptional. I'm also a high school math teacher, yet I was unaware of such a method. Perhaps the entire mathematical community is oblivious to it. Su Shun is amazing. The live chat, already populated with numerous students, was now filled with excitement. The seemingly obscure knowledge from the textbooks had transformed into something so accessible that one could scarcely believe even elementary school children could comprehend it. Similarly, on the podium, Su Yu's mind was rapidly at work. His extraordinary intellect enabled him not only to swiftly grasp the content of the syllabus, but also to draw inferences and, indeed, to take a step further along the path trodden by his predecessors. This sensation captivated Su Yu entirely. In this state, the duration of the class passed swiftly. As the bell rang, Su Yu felt a lingering desire for more. The numerous students at the podium shared his sentiment. They had never realized that what seemed to be a torturous mathematics class could pass so quickly. It was truly remarkable. All the students cast respectful glances toward Su Yu, their heartfelt admiration for a rare teacher evident. Su Yu smiled, equally filled with a sense of accomplishment. At that moment, he finally understood why so many individuals are willing to endure hardships, even traveling to remote mountains to teach. The profession of a teacher is profoundly sacred. They are the bearers of humanity's torch. Without them, perhaps our current civilization would not exist. While this may be an embellishment, Su Yu believed that a truly qualified teacher deserves every praise. All right, class, that concludes today's lesson. Until next time, Su Yu said with a gentle smile as he gathered his materials to leave. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Mr. Su, please wait." Turning around, he saw a somewhat plump boy. "Is there a problem?" Su Yu inquired with a warm smile, wondering if the boy still harbored any discontent. "To Su Yu is surprised." The boy bowed deeply. "Mr. Su, I truly apologize for my earlier behavior. I should not have disrupted the class or spoken out of turn." The boy looked at Su Yu earnestly. Taken aback, Su Yu chuckled softly. "It's all right. Acknowledging one's mistakes is what matters." He patted the boy's shoulder and departed. Taking one last glance at the classroom, Su Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Not only had he imparted knowledge today, but he may have also steered 3 students away from misguided path, filling him with immense pride. Such fulfillment cannot be matched by any amount of wealth or material possessions. Upon leaving the teaching building, Su Yu surveyed his surroundings. The pursuers were still searching the campus, albeit their focus had shifted from the teaching building to the entire school grounds. Clearly, they had not yet discovered any traces. Su Yu smiled faintly and walked towards the school exit. The exit was also sealed off by 4 pursuers. "Hello, are you trying to leave the school?" One of the pursuers approached, scrutinizing Su Yu from head to toe. Su Yu adjusted his glasses and nodded. "Yes. All right, please follow me." The pursuer exhibited no suspicion. After all, Su Yu's demeanor was distinctly that of a teacher, unmistakably not an ordinary individual. In response, Su Yu smiled and nodded, making his way to the campus exit. Before departing, he glanced back at his pursuers. "Have you not yet located that Su Yu?" he inquired. "Not yet," the pursuers replied, shaking their heads. "So you not thoughtfully. The school is rather small. Perhaps Su Yu has already fled?" "Impossible," the pursuers asserted with unwavering conviction. "The area surrounding the school is cordoned off. He must still be within the premises." Faced with their determination, Su Yu shrugged in resignation. "What more can I say? I have hinted quite overtly. It is almost as if I were to declare that I am Su Yu myself. If you choose not to believe me, what can I do?" With an air of indifference, Su Yu hailed a taxi from the roadside and subsequently departed from the scene. This moment, witnessed by countless onlookers, stirred a wave of intrigue. 032 The Angry Wong Tao. Next steps, the departure of Su Yu was witnessed by all the spectators, igniting a tremendous wave of astonishment. Su is truly formidable. He even hinted at the pursuers, yet they failed to respond. Of course, if you were in the pursuer's shoes, could you have imagined that Su had disguised himself as a teacher to escape? It's like a dream, Indeed, those who incessantly criticize the pursuers as incompetent should realize that it is not their ineptitude, but rather Sue's exceptional prowess. Absolutely. I now feel as though Sue is indeed omnipotent, escaping from prison, parkour, racing, appraising treasures, altering his appearance, and even masquerading as a teacher. How ruthless. Sue, the eternal God. In a live broadcast room, countless individuals were overwhelmed with excitement. Compared to previous seasons of Fugitives, and even within this current season, every escape by Suyu left the audience in awe. Each time, he placed himself perilously close to danger, yet managed to depart effortlessly through methods that no one could have anticipated. It was truly admirable. Meanwhile, within the school, Wang Tao's expression was one of profound displeasure. Nearly an hour had passed, and the entire team of pursuers had thoroughly searched the premises. No one, absolutely no one, with each report from his subordinates. Wang Tao felt his heart grow colder. Where on earth had Suyu fled to? Wang Tao felt an overwhelming surge of rage coursing through him, yearning for an outlet that remained elusive. At that moment, a subordinate cautiously approached him. "Captain, we just encountered a student who mentioned a teacher named Sue. He asked me to deliver this to you." "Teacher?" Wang Tao's brow furrowed deeply as he took the paper from the subordinate's hand. The instant he unfolded it, his pupils constricted sharply. "Wang Tao, pursuer, I have already departed. Do not dwell on it." Upon reading this brief message, Wang Tao felt as though he could scarcely catch his breath. Gasping for air, he fixed a bloodshot gaze upon his subordinate. "What did that student say?" "Hey, a teacher named Sue asked me to give this to you." The pursuer, sensing Wang Tao's current state, felt a twinge of unease. As Wang Tao absorbed this information, his entire demeanor seemed to wilt in an instant. Wearily, he waved his hand to the Academic Affairs Office. 10 minutes later, Wang Tao emerged from the Academic Affairs Office. Utterly drained, he had just received the information. Suyu had successfully deceived everyone by masquerading as a teacher. He had outsmarted the school, the pursuers, and even the students. Ultimately, he had swaggered out of the school without a hitch. Even the director of the Academic Affairs Office and numerous students, upon learning of Suyu's deception, found it hard to believe. This is impossible. That young man clearly possesses the qualities of a teacher. You deceive us. Teacher Sue's mathematics class is undeniably exceptional. Indeed, Teacher Sue is the finest mathematics instructor I have ever encountered. It's true, even as a student who has never scored in double digits in math. I found the lessons utterly captivating. A multitude of teachers and students engaged in fervent discussions. In contrast, Wang Tao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration within. "Damn it, Suyu." Sitting outside the school, Wang Tao smoked for an extended period before finally reaching out to the command center. Suyu has fled again. Wang Tao uttered these words with profound weariness. Similarly, the atmosphere at the command center was equally heavy. The four individuals there were already well aware of Suyu's escape. Faced with the situation, they felt utterly powerless. "Wang Tao, you should return." "Very well." Wang Tao boarded the vehicle heading back. During his journey, news of Suyu had exploded across the internet. Genius or monster? Second escape. The disguised math teacher flawlessly wins over many admirers. Su Shun is truly formidable. Global Manhunt. The fugitive number 100, Suyu, dubbed Su Shun, has once again evaded capture. What is the highlight this time? Shocking. A man resorted to such measures at a school to evade pursuit. The entire internet was in an uproar. Everything related to the global manhunt surged to the top of trending searches. The reason was simple. Suyu's escape was astonishing. From setting up defenses in the antique street to disguising his departure, then being pursued into the school and impersonating a substitute teacher, ultimately leaving with style. Everything felt like a dream. Every detail was executed with near-perfect precision. Moreover, Suyu, while impersonating the substitute teacher, garnered immense praise. Even the principal of Mingda High School publicly expressed his admiration on the internet. If Suyu were willing to teach at his school, he would hire him on the spot, bypassing the probationary period altogether. This pushed the incident to unprecedented heights. As one of the main figures in the event, Suyu observed the information online and smiled faintly. He felt little emotional turmoil regarding it. As for the phone in his hand, Purchasing a phone and having a waitress use her ID to obtain a SIM card for him was hardly a challenge. Setting the phone down, Suyu chose not to dwell on it further. Having successfully evaded pursuit, his current dilemma was finding a place to settle. After being outsmarted twice, the pursuit team was likely quite familiar with his tactics. Conventional methods would probably have little effect on them. With a bounty of 200,000 on his head, the situation was even more perilous. So, how could he truly remain undetected? Suyu squinted and smiled. Naturally, he must craft a genuine identity for himself. As the saying goes, the greatest concealment lies within the populace. As long as he arranged for an appropriate identity, even if the pursuers were to discover something, they would likely never find him. However, fabricating an identity is no simple matter, especially in modern society, where it becomes increasingly challenging. However, for Suyu, this was rather simple. Handsome, we've arrived. Just as Suyu was pondering within, the taxi driver came to a halt. Suyu glanced ahead and nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. After settling the fare, Suyu exited the vehicle. Gazing at the bustling marketplace before him, Suyu entered with a serene smile. The first step in his disguise was to employ his extraordinary transformation skill to craft a genuine human mask for himself. Meanwhile, as Suyu was diligently advancing to the next phase of his plan, in the command center, Wang Tao had returned. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I have greatly disappointed you. Persistence is victory, declared producer Pai Mianju, expressing his profound disappointment. Wang Tao sat despondently on the sofa, his spirit utterly diminished. In his military days, he had been a formidable warrior, a top contender in international special forces competitions. He was brimming with confidence, bordering on arrogance, taking immense pride in his accomplishments. He firmly believed that he would shine brightly in the outside world as well. However, reality dealt him a crushing blow. In this global manhunt program, as a pursuer wielding undeniable advantages, he found himself outmaneuvered by a single individual. Ultimately, it was the opponent's own revelation that unveiled the deception. Otherwise, he might have remained oblivious to the entire charade. This was not an isolated incident, but a series of consecutive setbacks. Such experiences had nearly obliterated Wang Tao's pride and confidence. He felt he had let down his subordinates, the pursuers, and he owed an apology to his fellow officers who brainstormed strategies alongside him. Within the command center, Wang Tao's words cast a pall over the other four pursuers. Each of them was an elite from various fields, having reached this point as true paragons of society. They had witnessed myriad events and weathered great storms, yet now they seemed collectively helpless, thwarted by a young man far their junior, freshly graduated, who had left them battered and bruised. Even Bing Bing appeared at a loss. This was her first time hosting the Global Manhunt program, and having watched the previous 2 seasons, she knew all too well the disadvantages faced by the fugitives. In the face of relentless pursuit, they had little capacity for resistance. This was evident, as over half of the fugitives had already been captured. Yet when it came to Suyu, all strategies seemed ineffective. He consistently astonished everyone with his ingenuity and actions, effortlessly evading capture. It was nothing short of incredible. The atmosphere in the command room remained heavy. After a prolonged silence, it was Zhang Mingshan who gently patted Wang Tao's shoulder. It's all right, Wang Tao. You've done exceptionally well. It's merely that this individual is exceedingly formidable. Zhang Mingshan smiled, but Wang Tao remained silent. Teacher Zhang, do you believe we can apprehend this person? Absolutely. Why not? As long as he is human, he will inevitably make mistakes. We are merely waiting for that moment to strike decisively. Zhang Mingshan's voice surged with fervor. The 4 pursuers lifted their heads, looking toward him, and Zhang Mingshan's expression was resolute. Suyu may escape now, and perhaps again in the future, but if we persist, he cannot flee indefinitely. Let us not forget the power we wield is of absolute advantage. With perseverance, nothing is impossible. Zhang Mingshan rallied their spirits, and Zhao Wanqing nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her lips. Teacher Zhang is indeed correct. Every individual will eventually face the consequences of their actions. Moreover, with the show having commenced only 4 days ago, there are still ample opportunities to seize. We must remain steadfast and not allow this situation to affect our mentality. For if we do, we shall find ourselves truly defeated. As a psychology professor, Zhao Wanqing's words resonated deeply with everyone present, visibly uplifting their spirits. Even Wang Tao's gaze regained its sharpness. Indeed, one must rise from where they have stumbled. Each day that this individual remains at large is a day of disgrace. Wang Tao recalled the principles instilled in him during his military service, rekindling his determination. Seeing this, Bingbing's face brightened with a smile. It appears that everyone has recovered. I was truly frightened earlier. The mantra of not abandoning, not giving up is indeed the correct approach. Yes, Bingbing is right. We must not abandon nor give up. Zhang Mingshan nodded with a warm smile. A renewed sense of joy spread across everyone's faces. Wang Tao was the first to voice a question. So, what is our current direction? Our immediate course of action is to analyze how Su Yu managed to escape. Qi Haiming's eyes glimmered behind his glasses. To this point, we remain unaware of how he fled the mall, or how he impersonated a teacher to leave the school. Yes, let us first review his escape. Zhang Mingshan concurred with a nod. Before long, the 5 individuals busied themselves. Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming took charge of analyzing the clues, while Li Kai and Zhao Wanqing reviewed the previous surveillance footage. Wang Tao, meanwhile, delved into his memories to provide insights. Under such circumstances, Su Yu's complete escape route was reconstructed. 20 minutes later, the group gazed at the blackboard, which displayed the details of the escape route, astonished. The board clearly illustrated Su Yu's actions. He purchased cosmetics at the mall, then entered the restroom to apply makeup, and brazenly exited the mall right before Wang Tao's eyes. The sequence of events at the school mirrored this cunning strategy as well. Su Yu utilized the school restroom to swiftly complete his makeup and subsequently impersonated a substitute teacher before leaving the premises. At first glance, everything seemed remarkably simple. Yet the ingenuity of the plan surpassed everyone's expectations. No one anticipated that Su Yu would employ such a method to evade capture, and he succeeded. Damn it, this fellow is exceedingly cunning. Wang Tao clenched his fists in frustration. Zhang Mingshan's expression was equally grave. Su Yu is indeed formidable, he remarked. Such praise from Zhang Mingshan, a seasoned police chief, is a testament to the extent of Su Yu's menace. After all, Zhang Mingshan has spent 20 years as a police chief, encountering a myriad of cases. Yet this is the first time he has witnessed such tactics employed by Su Yu. The audacity of the entire process, the strength of his psychological resilience, and the professionalism of his methods are nothing short of astounding. However, this experience has provided us with valuable insights. Qi Haiming adjusted his glasses with a smile. A person's energy is finite, so Yu has already exhibited numerous astonishing talents. And at what age? In his early 20s? To possess such extraordinary skills is indeed remarkable. However, regardless of one's prowess, individual capability remains limited, and it is likely that his strategies are nearing exhaustion, remarked Qi Haiming. This statement garnered unanimous agreement from all present. The vitality of an individual, even when maximized throughout a lifetime, is ultimately constrained. For instance, take ourselves as an example. Having ascended to our current status, we are undoubtedly industry elites. Yet, despite this, it is exceedingly challenging to reach such heights in an entirely different field. Su Yu, on his own, has achieved an astonishing level across so many domains, marking him as an unequivocal genius. Nevertheless, even the most formidable genius will find their energy finite. At this juncture, his resources are likely to be depleted. The 5 exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of amusement. The subsequent course of action was clear. We must leverage the rules of the program. What rules? Wang Tao inquired, directing his gaze toward Zhang Mingshan. Zhang Mingshan smiled in silence. Do not forget, if a fugitive under a certain pursuer is completely apprehended, that pursuer can extend assistance to other pursuers. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao immediately became animated. Indeed, his numerous attempts to capture Su Yu had faltered due to a lack of manpower. There were times when it simply wasn't sufficient, which allowed this individual to escape. If only we had enough personnel to search methodically. How could we fail to locate him? How many fugitives do you currently have left to capture? He asked. I have 6, replied Zhang Mingshan. 8, Qi Haiming contributed. 9, Zhao Wanqing chimed in. 6, Li Kai added. The revelation that Li Kai also had only 6 left elicited surprised glances from the others, though it was understandable. Li Kai could access surveillance footage from across the city, while other fugitives, unlike Suyu, would find their escape thwarted once caught on camera. Wang Tao nodded at everyone's input. I have 10 on my end. We will prioritize capturing the other fugitives while simultaneously seeking clues about Suyu. Once we locate him, we will strike with unrelenting force. Wang Tao's words prompted a chorus of agreement. The objective was now distinctly outlined. Prioritize the pursuit of other fugitives. And once our efforts converge, deliver a decisive blow to Suyu. This individual must not be allowed to evade capture any longer. Meanwhile, in a villa on the outskirts of Donghai City, Suyu surveyed the array of materials before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. With that, he began the meticulous process of crafting a mask from human skin. 034 The choice of identity. Suyu, invigorated, commenced the intricate task of crafting human skin masks. The art of creating such masks is fraught with difficulty, not only due to the complexity of the process, but also because the necessary materials are elusive. Even for Suyu, it took a considerable half-day to gather all the required components. Nevertheless, the potential of successfully producing a human skin mask renders the effort worthwhile. After all, a mask of this nature transcends mere makeup. As long as one does not voluntarily reveal their true identity, the likelihood of being discovered is minimal. It is hardly plausible for someone to randomly scrutinize another's face upon spotting a suspicious individual. With a faint smile, Suyu devoted his energy to the mask-making endeavor. In a live stream, countless viewers watched Suyu seated at his table, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. What has Su got up to? I have no idea. He spent most of the day gathering a plethora of items without disclosing his intentions. I'm intrigued. Su God surely wouldn't he engage in meaningless tasks, yet I am left wondering what he is actually crafting. The audience remained oblivious to Suyu's focused concentration as he delved into his work. The primary materials for the human skin masks comprised plaster and silicone clay. Plaster served as the foundational layer, while silicone clay mimicked the texture of real skin. After completing these essential steps, Suyu meticulously added intricate details such as the fine pores, wounds, and even hair, all of which are indispensable for achieving a lifelike appearance. As Suyu immersed himself in his craft, dusk descended rapidly, and the lights of the villa flickered to life. This suburban villa was a temporary rental, acquired without formal contracts, merely a brief respite for his endeavors. Hours of diligent effort culminated in the initial contours of the human skin mask finally coming into focus. On the table rested 2 rudimentary masks, undeniably rough in texture, yet remarkably accurate in their overall shape. In dim lighting, one might scarcely discern that these were mere imitations. Instantly, the live stream erupted with excitement. What on earth is this? Human skin masks? Incredible. They do bear a striking resemblance. Surely, this isn't the final product? Good heavens! What will happen when they are completed? Enough said. I can already feel sympathy for the pursuers. Haha, indeed. If Su God possesses these lifelike masks, the pursuers will be utterly thwarted. Goodness, is this the art of disguise? Truly remarkable. Amidst the fervent discussions, Suyu remained undistracted. He placed the 2 masks on the windowsill to dry. At this stage, the human skin masks had only undergone the foundational processes and required drying time, with numerous additional steps yet to follow. It was estimated that the entire undertaking would take at least 2 days. Suyu also prepared an extra mask for unforeseen circumstances. Returning to his workstation, Suyu fell into deep contemplation, pondering the art of transformation. If one wishes to undergo a transformation, it is imperative to adopt an identity that is closely aligned with reality. However, the question remains, what identity would be most suitable? From a conventional standpoint, if one seeks to remain concealed, it is prudent to select a profession that encompasses a broad demographic, particularly those requiring minimal technical skills. Low-skilled occupations typically boast a larger workforce and lower entry requirements, thus facilitating easier integration. Moreover, these factors would significantly hinder the efforts of pursuers. Yet, Suyu held a different perspective. Surely, the pursuers would possess the same insights he did. Therefore, It was essential to choose a profession that would be utterly inconceivable to an ordinary person. After much contemplation, Suyu smiled faintly and opened the laptop on the desk to peruse various information. Due to the fact that the camera had been placed aside when he was crafting the human mask, the audience remained oblivious to what he was investigating. As time elapsed, half an hour slipped by, and Suyu's hand finally paused over the mouse. This profession piqued his interest. A glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, the chat room buzzed with speculation. What is Su God looking at? Well, at this hour, what else could he be looking at? Those in the know understand. I've heard that after 11 p.m., it's peak time. Are we about to enter the paid content? I'm so thrilled. Awesome, awesome. Sugot. We want to see too. The audience was filled with curiosity. As for Suyu, he had already shut down his computer. The human mask would require at least 2 days for completion, and the pursuers had likely devised a new plan by now. Sitting at the desk, he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the wooden surface, musing to himself. It was certain that the pursuers were formulating a new strategy. After all, he had evaded capture twice. If they relied on the same old tactics, he would regard them with disdain. As for their plan, so you could surmise a few details. The program's rules were evident. Given that Wang Tao was now alone, it was impossible for them to pursue him using his solitary strength. They were likely scrambling to apprehend other fugitives, consolidating their forces for a decisive strike against him. Suyu smiled. He had anticipated these developments. Otherwise, he would not be contemplating the idea of a new identity at this juncture. As for whether the impending strike would indeed materialize, he harbored no concerns. In the near term, it was improbable that they would locate him. Once the human mask was complete, he would blend seamlessly into the throngs of the city. With a resident population of 7 million, EC City was a place where they would never find him. Of course, the subsequent challenges of the program would escalate, but that was not a matter for Suyu to dwell upon. There would be future plans. For now, he would engage with them in their game. With clarity in his mind, Suyu indulged in a soothing hot shower before retiring to his bedroom for rest. While Suyu was resting at the Pursuer's Command Center, the night wore on. It was 11 o'clock. Today's endeavors have been commendably executed by everyone. We have successfully apprehended over 10 fugitives, leaving only 20 still at large. Zhang Mingshan smiled at the assembled team, who nodded in agreement. With the change in strategy, nearly everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. Instead of confronting that troublesome Suyu, capturing the other fugitives proved to be almost effortless. Li Kai provided their locations, and with swift action, his team ensured that the targets had no chance of escape. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating, particularly for Wang Tao, who seemed to unleash his frustrations today, having captured 6 fugitives in succession, revitalizing his spirit. The team's morale was exceptionally high. However, it was regrettable that no leads on Suyu had emerged. Observing this, Zhang Mingshan pondered for a moment before speaking. The others were mentally prepared for this outcome. No worries. As long as that fellow remains in Donghai City, he will inevitably reveal himself. Qi Haiming adjusted his glasses. Wang Tao nodded vehemently in agreement. I am fully prepared for a protracted battle with this individual. Until he is captured, I shall remain unsettled. His determination was resolute. After all, he had been the one most humiliated by Suyu, and restoring his honor necessitated capturing this man. Witnessing this, Zhang Mingshan felt a sense of satisfaction. The inability to capture a fugitive is not alarming. What is truly frightening is the erosion of confidence. That would spell disaster. Well, it is getting late. Let us all return to rest. Zhang Mingshan gestured for everyone to leave. As the others departed, Zhang Mingshan remained, sitting at the table, sifting through various potential leads. This habit had been cultivated over many years. In his previous role at the police station, he often spent nights poring over files when no arrests were made, sometimes collapsing at the desk from exhaustion, only to rise and continue working the next day. It was precisely this steadfast work ethic that had earned him invitations to participate in a globally recognized manhunt program, where he had served as a lead investigator for 3 consecutive seasons. As he contemplated Suyu's whereabouts, Wang Tao entered the room. Teacher Zhang, you haven't left yet? Wang Tao inquired, puzzled. Zhang Mingshan smiled at him. I'll be busy for a while longer. What's the matter? I forgot my clothes. You're researching Suyu. Aren't you? Wang Tao approached for a closer look, astonished. Zhang Mingshan had no reason to decline and nodded affirmatively. Yes. Searching for Suyu? I'm wide awake now. Let us tackle this together. With that, Wang Tao took a seat beside Zhang Mingshan, and the two began to ponder in unison. This scene, witnessed by countless viewers, evoked a myriad of sentiments. The program rules and the elusive presence of Suyu captivated countless viewers, who marveled at the earnest figures of Zhang Mingshan and Wang Tao. It must be said, the pursuit officers are indeed elite. Their work ethic alone deserves commendation, one remarked. Indeed, if it were anyone else, they might have given up on capturing Suyu long ago, another concurred. Goodness, it seems the more exceptional a person is, the harder they strive. I must endeavor and fight. Just 10 more minutes of rest. Then I shall venture out to seek employment, a third mused. Brother, what job are you looking for at this hour? Came a reply. All right, perhaps I shall linger for another night. The exchange from above elicited laughter, though someone added, in all honesty, it is not that the pursuit officers lack capability. It is merely that Suyu is exceedingly formidable. Indeed, Suyu is truly extraordinary, echoed the sentiments of many. After a night of tireless effort, Zhang Mingshan and Wang Tao found themselves with little progress. As dawn broke, Zhao Wanqing and her companions entered the command center, observing Zhang Mingshan, who was sprawled over a table, and Wang Tao, who leaned against a chair, both lost in slumber. They glanced at the scattered drafts on the table, astonished. Cautiously, the three draped their jackets over the two exhausted officers. Just then, Zhang Mingshan awoke. Wanqing, you have arrived, he said, his eyes betraying fatigue. Hearing this, the three felt a twinge of embarrassment. Qi Haiming chuckled. Teacher Zhang, you have shown little camaraderie, sneaking off to search for Suyu without us. Are you hoping to claim all the credit? His words prompted laughter among the group. Wang Tao stretched lazily and shook his head. Don't mention it. After a night of searching, that rascal Suyu left no trace whatsoever. He is truly a natural-born fugitive. The group chuckled in response. In earlier times, such a statement might have felt disheartening, but now they had grown accustomed to it. If we do not catch him today, we shall try again tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then in 2 weeks, they resolved. The prevailing thought among them was clear. As long as the program continued, they must pursue Suyu until he was captured. After finishing breakfast, the 5 pursuit officers immersed themselves in another day of work. Their current primary objective was to apprehend other fugitives while also seeking clues about Suyu. Everyone was immersed in their tasks, occasionally leading teams to capture other escapees. As the day progressed, time slipped away. Today's performance was commendable. I have completed all my captures. How about you all? Zhang Mingshan inquired, looking at the others. In response, they began to share their progress. I have 1 left, Qi Haiming reported. I have 3, Zhao Wanqing added. None remaining for me, Li Kai stated. Li Kai had similarly completed all his captures, earning appreciative glances from his peers. Despite his less-than-ideal physical condition, his status as a white-collar worker allowed him to access surveillance footage at will. Thus, paired with his team, he was akin to a tiger with wings, enabling swift progress. Wang Tao nodded. I too am left with just 1. Excellent. Zhang Mingshan's expression brightened noticeably. At present, I have completed the pursuit of the fugitives under Li Kai's command. According to the program's rules, we can now collaborate to assist Wang Tao. Zhang Mingshan's words invigorated everyone. Previously, during the chase for Suyu, there were only 20 pursuers under Wang Tao's authority. Faced with Suyu's various escape tactics, it was indeed somewhat inadequate. However, the situation has now changed. The number of available personnel has tripled. This significantly alleviates the issue of insufficient manpower. Wang Tao's face radiated with joy. Suyu had best not reveal any telltale signs. Otherwise, with 60 individuals, that fellow would be utterly exhausted. This sentiment brought smiles to the faces of others. Yet, Zhang Mingshan merely smiled knowingly. Indeed, the true focus should now be directed toward Suyu. His words drew everyone's attention. Qi Haiming nodded in agreement. It is indeed time to resume the pursuit of Suyu, although the current dilemma lies in the uncertainty of his whereabouts. Qi Haiming quickly presented the long-standing concern that had troubled everyone. The reason for prioritizing the pursuit of other fugitives was not due to a lack of desire to capture Suyu. It is simply that we cannot locate him. The inability to find him is the most vexing issue. It is worth noting that, as of today, the bounty on Su Yu has escalated to 500,000. Yet there are still no leads. Zhang Mingshan, however, shook his head with a smile. After analyzing the situation all night, although we have not pinpointed Su Yu's location, we have formulated a basic strategy. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Zhang Mingshan. Without further ado, he presented the main topic. What is the fundamental requirement for survival? The basic requirement for survival? At this, everyone fell into contemplation. Ultimately, it was Qi Haiming who first provided the answer. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Exactly. It is indeed food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Zhang Mingshan nodded emphatically. Do you all remember the breakthrough point during our first pursuit? As he spoke, Zhang Mingshan surveyed everyone. Qi Haiming's eyes widened in surprise. Shelter? Precisely, it is shelter, Zhang Mingshan affirmed. Su Yu's stay in Donghai City inevitably requires him to secure a place to live, and based on our previous understanding of Su Yu, he is certainly not the type to compromise his quality of life for the sake of evasion, especially considering he possesses 100,000 in cash. His words plunged everyone into deep thought. Wang Tao couldn't help but express his confusion. However, we have already checked all the 3-star hotels and other high-end venues throughout the city. Wang Tao's remark prompted a knowing smile from Zhang Mingshan. No, have you not considered that Su Yu might not be residing in such commercial establishments? Everyone was taken aback. Nevertheless, Zhang Mingshan did not keep them in suspense and spoke directly. So you may be staying in some rented luxury apartments. Luxury apartments? If he were to rent, a contract would need to be signed, Qi Haiming stated. Zhang Mingshan, however, shook his head. No, if Su Yu were merely renting a vacation home short-term, there would be no need for a contract. This statement instantaneously awakened everyone. Indeed, if Su Yu were to rent a property for short-term, there would be no requirement for any form of identity verification. You simply pay the rent and a deposit, and you can move in. Moreover, if the rental is a luxury residence, the quality would undoubtedly surpass that of a hotel. Zhang Mingshan's words served as a revelation to all. However, the perceptive Zhao Wanqing could not help but interject. Given the vast expanse of Donghai City, it may prove somewhat challenging to locate. This is of no concern, Zhang Mingshan reassured. The number of properties within Donghai City that could be classified as luxury residences is limited, and they are all equipped with comprehensive security measures. Once Su Yu takes up residence, he will inevitably leave a trace. His analysis invigorated everyone. Indeed, any upscale luxury residence will have robust security protocols in place. Registration is required upon check-in. While it may be difficult to pinpoint Su Yu amidst the sea of people, inquiring with security at specific luxury residential areas about any recent registrations would be quite straightforward. Almost everyone was immediately filled with excitement. In the pursuit of a magician, 5 eager pursuers sprang into action. Without hesitation, they commenced a thorough investigation of all the luxurious residences within Donghai City. Following Qi Haiming's analysis, they narrowed their search to the Dongsheng district, where Su Yu had alighted from his vehicle. An hour elapsed, and every suspicious location had been identified. Let us first search the Dongsheng district. If he is not found there, we shall immediately proceed to the Xiqing district, Zhang Mingshan declared. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, it was resolved. Return and rest. We shall execute our plan tomorrow. If all goes according to plan, tomorrow will be the day Su Yu's true identity is unveiled, Zhang Mingshan asserted. Wang Tao raised his fist with fervor. Ha ha, this time I command 60 pursuers. This fellow cannot escape. Wang Tao was positively exhilarated, and the others shared his anticipation, hoping for a favorable outcome the following day, ideally capturing Su Yu outright. Meanwhile, as all the pursuers retired for the night, Su Yu exhaled a sigh of relief within a villa on the outskirts of Dongsheng district. At last it is complete. He gazed at the 2 nearly flawless human masks in his hands, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. The masks bore significant differences. One resembled a man in his 30s, while the other depicted a man in his 40s, both possessing nondescript, pedestrian features. After confirming that all details were flawless, Suyu stood before a mirror and slowly donned a mask. The mask adhered seamlessly to his face, complemented by his altered voice. With a change of attire, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to recognize him. This is absolutely fantastic. Suyuri Yoist. In a live stream, excitement was palpable. This mask is incredible. So lifelike. Thank goodness Su Shun did not disclose the crafting technique. Otherwise, if fraudsters learned it, it would be disastrous. It's truly indistinguishable from reality. Even the facial hair is convincingly replicated. Unbelievable. While the mask is indeed remarkable, it seems the pursuers have already pinpointed Su Shin's location. What? Are you certain? Absolutely. I just came from their live stream. They plan to search Su Shin's area tomorrow. Oh no. Su Shin may not even be aware. The live chat buzzed with fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Suyu had set aside the mask and was now taking a shower, preparing for a restful night. Tomorrow, he would assume a new identity. In the early morning, after completing his morning routine and enjoying a simple breakfast, Suyu donned a sleek black suit. The preparations of the past few days had all led to this moment, and he regarded it with utmost seriousness. Adjusting his collar, Suyu stepped out of his residence, which was situated in a high-end villa district in the suburbs. After departing from the gatekeeper, Suyu hailed a taxi and directed it towards the heart of Donghai City. Simultaneously, fragments of information he had encountered online began to swirl in his mind. Lost in contemplation, he was unaware that half an hour had slipped by. We have arrived, the driver announced. Suyu glanced outside and nodded in acknowledgement. All right. After settling the fare, he alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the weathered advertisement before him. He chuckled softly and proceeded inside. As Suyu stepped through the entrance, a gentle breeze rustled the sign, revealing bold letters, Donghai Circus. Upon entering the circus, he was greeted by a young girl diligently cleaning. Hello, is this the Donghai Circus? Suyu inquired. The girl looked up, revealing a charming and delicate visage. She paused momentarily, then smiled brightly. I'm sorry, but the performances haven't started yet. They commence in the afternoon. No, I'm here to apply for the position of magician at your circus, Suyu replied. The mention of magician rendered the girl momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she finally spoke, this way please. She gestured toward a nearby room. With a smile and a nod, Suyu made his way towards the door. Meanwhile, the live stream was abuzz with excitement. What? A magician? Su Shan wants to be a magician. Am I dreaming, or are we all dreaming? Susen knows my dik? Goodness, becoming a magician isn't something one can just decide to do. It's incredibly difficult. Exactly. I've been self-teaching magic for 3 years, and I still feel like a novice. Countless viewers were engaged in fervent discussions, utterly incredulous. No one anticipated that Su Shan had been preparing for so long, only to come and apply for a magician's role. Meanwhile, inside the room, Suyu had already pushed the door open. Behind the wooden door sat a middle-aged man, intently focused on his computer screen, oblivious to the world around him. Upon noticing Suyu's entrance, he swiftly closed the screen. Ahem, may I assist you? The man asked, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Suyu cast a knowing glance at the computer screen before responding with a smile. Hello, I am here to apply for the position of magician at Donghai Circus. Applying for a magician? The man blinked in surprise, for this position had been posted online for several months. Not only had there been no applicants, but even inquiries had been scarce. The realization that someone had finally come to apply made the man's expression turn serious. Do you know magic? Just a bit. Suyu replied with a calm smile. In truth, he had acquired a superlative magical skill from the system marketplace just 2 days prior. His modesty was merely a veneer. The man, however, perceived it differently. Just a bit? Well, that is acceptable. Great. You are now hired by Donghai Circus. There's no salary during the probation period, but we provide meals and accommodation. How does that sound? The man scrutinized Suyu earnestly. This time, it was Suyu who was taken aback. Just like that. I'm hired. Do you not consider my capabilities? Observing Suyu's astonished expression, the man arched an eyebrow. What, are you dissatisfied? Well, it's not dissatisfaction, rather. I'm curious about your faith in my magical prowess, Suyu replied, casting a glance at the man. Upon hearing this, the man scrutinized Suyu from head to toe and suddenly shook his head. To be candid, I'm taking a gamble here. It's been months since anyone applied for the position of magician. Let me be frank, circus acts are nearly obsolete, and hardly anyone comes to watch. Our last performance was a month ago, and the audience has dwindled significantly. This afternoon might very well be our final show. I have laid the facts before you. Whether you wish to take a chance is entirely up to you. It was evident to Su Yu that the man spoke with sincerity. The circus appeared rather dilapidated, and according to his research, the Donghai circus was indeed in decline. However, what did that matter? Su Yu possessed unwavering confidence in his magical abilities. Very well, I shall take charge of this afternoon's performance. All right, it begins at 1 p.m. You may leave now. Oh, by the way, what is your name? The man inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Su Yu Smaid Fantri. Su Yu. Su Yu? The man paused, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name. Yet his face betrayed no recollection. Meanwhile, Su Yu had already departed. Having prepared his identity, he knew he could not linger in his current residence, for any trace could potentially be uncovered. With that thought, Su Yu exited the circus, only to be pursued by a young girl. Did you pass my father's test? She asked. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. What? Is she the man's daughter? He mused, though her appearance did not quite align with that notion. After pondering briefly, he nodded. Indeed. Oh, splendid. Let us put on a great performance together this afternoon, the girl exclaimed, raising her fist in enthusiasm. And only then did Su Yu notice a small monkey following her. Very well, he replied, nodding casually as he departed. The journey back was swifter than his arrival. Within 20 minutes, he reached the villa district. However, he noticed several black SUVs parked outside. Are the pursuers here? Su Yu observed the insignia and felt a twinge of surprise. They certainly moved quickly. Yet, instead of panic, a smile spread across his face. This is precisely how it should be. If they were foolish, it would be rather dull. Alighting from his vehicle, Su Yu approached the gatekeeper with an air of calm assurance. Upon the discovery of Su Yu, a serene expression graced his face as he approached the gatekeeper. Meanwhile, 5 pursuers were already inquiring about something at the gate. Currently, there were a total of 60 individuals available for the pursuit of Su Yu, divided into 12 groups, each responsible for a specific area to investigate his whereabouts. They had now arrived at this location. Excuse me, has anyone new checked in recently? One of the pursuers inquired with a broad smile directed at the middle-aged man before him. The man glanced over them, an expression of surprise crossing his features. You are the Global. Yes, indeed. We are members of the Global Wanted program, the pursuer quickly affirmed, nodding in confirmation. The man, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment. Let me think. There has indeed been someone who registered recently. As he was speaking, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Let me through. Su Yu presented a homeowner's card. The man, upon seeing this, swiped the card, and the door promptly swung open. Thank you. Su Yu began to step inside, but, noticing the pursuer's curiosity, he couldn't help but ask, Are you the pursuers from the Global Wanted program? Yes, what's it to you? One of the pursuers responded, glancing at Su Yu. To him, Su Yu appeared to be merely an unremarkable passerby, a stark contrast to the pursuer's stature. Su Yu, however, wore a puzzled expression. So, does that mean the fugitive, Su Yu, has come here? His face displayed surprise as he spoke. The pursuers hastily waved their hands. We are merely here to investigate. He may not be here at all. Oh, in that case, I feel reassured, Su Yu nodded, turning to leave. At the moment he turned away, a smile crept onto his face. It was evident that they had not truly pinpointed his location. They were merely conducting a general inquiry. Feeling relieved, Su Yu made his way swiftly to his villa, where many of his belongings still remained, including materials for crafting masks. He needed to destroy everything before they discovered it. As Su Yu hurried to the villa, the live stream was abuzz with excitement. Ha! The pursuers clearly didn't recognize him. If they did, it would be suspicious. Su God's mask is incredible. While the mask is impressive, the pursuers are currently checking registration information. They might soon uncover something. That seems likely, but why is Su God still going inside? Countless viewers were left in confusion. Meanwhile, Su Yu had returned to his villa. After securing the door, he approached his workstation, where another mask lay waiting. Removing the mask from his face, he quickly packed the mask and cash into a backpack, then disposed of the remaining materials used for crafting masks down the toilet. Upon completing all these actions, he cast a fleeting glance at the distant security booth and swiftly exited through the back door. Meanwhile, inside the booth, a middle-aged man had perused through the records for a considerable duration before finally pausing. "This is it," he remarked. 3 days ago, a young man registered here with an owner-S card for Villa Number 9. Upon hearing this, the 5 pursuers exchanged glances, their eyes momentarily alight with excitement. "We found him. Suyu is undoubtedly the one who fled 3 days ago," declared the leader of the pursuers. "Thank you, let us go." With that, he led his team into the Villa district. In a mere half-minute, the 5 pursuers arrived at the front of Villa Number 9, only to find the entrance firmly shut, resisting all their attempts to gain entry. Just as the leading pursuer furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to alert Wang Tao, one of the pursuers suddenly shouted, "Over there, someone is escaping." The leader turned to see, indeed, a figure with a backpack scaling the wall and leaping down. At the last moment, the individual even turned back to flash a smile at them. It was none other than Suyu. Calling the captain, "We have spotted Suyu, right here in the Jiang'an Villa district." "What?" At that moment, miles away in another villa district, Wang Tao felt a jolt of energy surge through him, his fists clenched tightly. "Where is he?" "He just fled, heading straight towards your direction." "Towards me?" Wang Tao's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. "Suyu, oh Suyu, you choose not to tread the path to heaven, yet you break into the gates of hell. I cannot be held responsible for this. Everyone heed my command. Suyu's current location is between Jiang'an Street and East Bank Street. All personnel, proceed immediately." Wang Tao shouted into the walkie-talkie, leaping into an off-road vehicle, personally steering it towards the direction Suyu was headed. Simultaneously, the 60 pursuers dispersed across the surrounding kilometers sprang into action, all making their way to the area Wang Tao had indicated. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Mingshan observed Wang Tao pressing the accelerator to the floor and couldn't help but voice his concern. "Wang Tao, no need to rush." "How can I not rush? If we were even a moment late, that rascal might slip away." Wang Tao's gaze remained fixed on the road ahead. Seeing this, Zhang Mingshan could only nod in agreement. Everyone had experienced Suyu's cunning and tenacity firsthand. This was the best opportunity. If they allowed him to escape again, the next chance would be exceedingly difficult. Simultaneously, in the command center, Li Kai was supplying various surveillance information to Wang Tao and Zhang Mingshan. The monitors clearly displayed Suyu, with a black backpack, desperately fleeing. This ignited excitement among all the pursuers. This time, it was not just Wang Tao acting alone. It was a united effort of 3 pursuers in pursuit. There are a total of 60 pursuers and 12 off-road vehicles, supplemented by an extensive network of surveillance. The probability of Suyu escaping is exceedingly slim. This is evident from Suyu's current trajectory, which clearly leads towards the urban area, aiming to conceal himself amidst the densely populated surroundings. Meanwhile, the pursuers have already woven a tight net around him. On Jiang'an Street, Suyu is sprinting at full speed, contemplating his next move. Understanding the rules of the game, Suyu realizes that this time, evading capture will not be as effortless as in the previous 2 attempts. The forces at the adversary's disposal may outnumber him by several dozen times, potentially sealing off every possible escape route. How to proceed? Suyu gazes at the black off-road vehicle appearing at the end of the street, a spark of determination igniting within him. System, open the marketplace. You have triumphed. Su Shun has indeed laid low. System, open the marketplace. The moment Suyu laid eyes on the sleek black SUV, he spoke up. Instantly, the system's marketplace was activated. After a prolonged period of accumulation, Suyu's popularity points had reached an astonishing 8 million. This figure was undeniably formidable. It is worth noting that previously, he had exchanged for a divine-level magical skill. However, such matters seemed trivial now. The priority was to escape this place. System, how many popularity points are required to exchange for 20 points of strength, 20 points of speed, and 20 points of intelligence? Returning to the host, each point of strength, speed, and intelligence requires 100,000 popularity points for an exchange. The system promptly responded. This revelation stunned Suyu. Goodness, is this contraption so exorbitant? To acquire 1 point, I would need to expend a staggering 600,000 popularity points. Nevertheless, given the urgency of the situation, Suyu could not afford to ponder this further. Very well. Exchange. Ding. The exchange was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring intelligence 20, strength 20, and speed 20. As the system's voice rang out, a panel materialized before Suyu. Host, Suyu intelligence, 160. The average IQ of an ordinary person is 115, strength. 152. The average strength of an ordinary person is 110, speed. 155. The average speed of an ordinary person is 110, skills possessed. Divine level theft skill, max. Divine level parkour skill, max. Divine level treasure appraisal skill, max. Divine level driving skill, max. Divine level disguise skill, max. Divine level magical skill, max. System marketplace. Open achievement points, 1,000 Hall of Glory. Not yet activated with a cursory glance at his personal panel. Suyu felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. All points had been allocated. His intelligence had now reached a terrifying height, perhaps even surpassing that of Einstein. While he might not rival Einstein in research, in terms of IQ, he was unequivocally his equal. Furthermore, his speed and strength had approached the very limits of human capability. This was indeed splendid. Upon ensuring no details were overlooked, Suyu was about to close the personal panel when he noticed two additional items listed below. Achievement points? Hall of Glory? What were these? Suyu had no time to ponder further and swiftly closed the personal panel. The pursuers had already arrived, and he had little time to reflect. Meanwhile, the live stream was ablaze with excitement. Wow, incredible. There are 60 pursuers this time. Oh my. Su Shun is completely surrounded. Indeed, Su Shun's situation is quite dire. Ideal? It's downright fatal. In a live stream, countless viewers were engaged in fervent discussion. On site, 3 SUVs had effectively sealed off the road ahead. 10 pursuers emerged from their vehicles, their gazes warily fixed on Suyu, yet they did not advance. Upon witnessing this, Suyu turned his gaze backward. Behind him, 3 black SUVs approached in unison. Leading the charge, one SUV executed a sharp drift, positioning itself squarely in the center of the road. Subsequently, the imposing Wang Tao leapt out from within the vehicle. Suyu, it's over. Wang Tao's eyes were fixed intently on Suyu. As his voice echoed, dozens of pursuers emerged from both ends of the road, completely sealing off any escape routes. Surrounding them, countless onlookers stared in astonishment, their phones raised to capture the spectacle. In the middle of the road, Suyu observed the pursuers closing in from both sides and couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Tao, you remain as confident as ever. Indeed, I am confident. Do you truly believe you can continue to flee today? Wang Tao's gaze was bloodshot, filled with anticipation. He had waited far too long for this moment. Though the show had only aired for a mere 5 days, who could fathom the trials he had endured during this time? Standing before him was the very man who had repeatedly toyed with him. And how could Wang Tao not smile? Will you surrender willingly, or shall I assist you? Wang Tao brandished a pair of handcuffs. Upon seeing them, Suyu raised an eyebrow. He glanced at the throng of pursuers advancing towards him, and his mind began to race. With an IQ of 160, his cognitive processing speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several folds. In mere seconds, Suyu dismissed countless escape plans, conjuring up hundreds of possibilities. Yet, none seemed viable. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the handcuffs in Wang Tao's grasp. Very well. I shall not run. You have one. With that, Suyu lay down on the ground. This unexpected gesture left everyone in a state of shock. The pursuers were momentarily at a loss, and even Wang Tao himself was taken aback. This man, had he truly resigned himself to fate? Surely, this couldn't be real. Wang Tao had meticulously arranged for guards, even on the rooftops, to prevent Suyu from employing parkour to escape. And now, Suyu simply declared he would not run? Wang Tao felt as though his well-crafted plans had struck only air, leaving him with a sense of futility. Meanwhile, the live stream exploded with reactions. Are you kidding me? Su God, you're just lying down like that? I can't believe it. My mindset has crumbled. I was expecting Su God to put on a show and then leave gracefully. And instead, he just lies down. Su God has fallen. My youth is over. My youth is over. Mom, I no longer believe in love. Countless viewers experienced a surge of disbelief. Prior to this moment, although they had all vocally expressed concern about danger, deep down, they had nearly convinced themselves that Su Yu would undoubtedly escape. But now, Su God had simply laid down and awaited his fate. Laughter echoed through the live broadcast as countless individuals expressed their disappointment. It's all predictable, isn't it? No matter who it is, they can't escape, one remarked. Another added, indeed, this is the truth. Although Su is formidable, with so many pursuing him and constant surveillance, there was simply no way to elude capture. A sigh followed. Although that may be so, it's undeniably frustrating that Su has been apprehended. Blasted. I initially thought this season would last a long time, but is this all? Meanwhile, at the scene, Wang Tao, almost in a dreamlike state, placed handcuffs on Su Yu, who didn't resist in the slightest. This left Wang Tao in disbelief. Captain Wang Tao, you've already triumphed. You can ease up a bit, Su Yu said, wearing a pained expression as he patted Wang Tao. Wang Tao regained his composure and gazed deeply at Su Yu. You'd best not attempt any tricks. No matter what you do, you won't escape. Despite his caution, Wang Tao still sat beside Su Yu in the back row of a convoy consisting of 12 off-road vehicles, with Su Yu positioned right in the center. Soon, they would transport Su Yu back to EC prison, and everything would come to an end. Sitting next to Su Yu, Wang Tao still felt as though he were in a dream. In the front row, Zhang Mingshan glanced back at Su Yu. Su Yu, your ability to reach this point is indeed commendable, he remarked. His praise, however, was not for Su Yu's evasion, but rather for his calm demeanor in the face of pursuers and his astonishing actions that left many in awe. Considering all this from the perspective of a recent graduate, it genuinely surprised Zhang Mingshan. Wang Tao snorted dismissively. This guy may be impressive, but regardless, he has been caught by us. Su Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, despite my prowess, I was still apprehended. The pursued officers are truly formidable. His words elicited a cold laugh from Wang Tao. Whether Su Yu was sincere or mocking mattered little. Soon, they would confine him to prison, and everything would be concluded. At present, they had traveled nearly halfway. In another half hour, this matter would be completely settled. Imagining himself as the center of national attention, Wang Tao felt as though he were floating with elation. This sensation was exhilarating, reminiscent of his days in the military, where he was always in the spotlight. Su Yu, think you can challenge me? While I was struggling abroad, you were still a mere infant. Wang Tao thought with pride, instinctively reaching for a cigarette to relax. At that moment, however, he suddenly felt something new on his wrist. Looking down at the handcuffs that had appeared out of nowhere, and then at the key spinning on Su Yu's fingertip, Wang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. What is the situation? Wang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Yu, who sat beside him with a bemused smile. You. Overwhelmed with shock, Wang Tao could scarcely utter a coherent word. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingshan, seated in front, sensed something amiss and turned around. He beheld Su Yu lounging against the seat, while Wang Tao's hands were bound in cuffs. What on earth is happening? Even with Zhang Mingshan's extensive experience, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Su Yu, with a tranquil smile, glanced outside. Thank you all for the ride. No sooner had he spoken than he flung open the car door. Grasping the roof of the car, bolstered by the extraordinary strength conferred by the system's enhancements, Su Yu ascended to the vehicle's top. This astonishing sight was witnessed by all the pursuers behind them. What is this? All the pursuers stood dumbfounded. But before they could comprehend the situation, Su Yu executed a somersault off the car and dashed into a narrow alley. At that moment, Wang Tao finally regained his senses. No! Watching Su Yu vanish into the shadows of the alley, Wang Tao's voice was a heart-wrenching cry, filled with despair. He could hardly fathom it. How did Su Yu accomplish this? How did he silently unlock his handcuffs and then affix them to himself? Or was it that this rascal had been play-acting alongside him from the very beginning, biding his time for this moment? The entire convoy came to a halt. Wang Tao, utterly dejected, stepped out, accompanied by Zhang Mingshan. Zhang Mingshan glanced at the cuffs on Wang Tao's wrists and sighed. Indeed, that fellow was not so simple. This remark left Wang Tao in silence. Once again, he had been thoroughly humiliated. He had thought he had captured this rogue. only to discover he had been deceived all along. Damn it! As the handcuffs were released, Wang Tao could not restrain a furious roar. Seeing this, Zhang Mingshan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's all right, Wang Tao, there will be another chance. Li Kai, hurry and retrieve the surveillance footage from your end. Understood. At the command center, Li Kai promptly accessed the surveillance. Su Yu's figure soon appeared on the screen. Mr. Zhang, Su Yu has been spotted on Xiangya Street. Li Kai reported swiftly. Wang Tao, now resolute, raised his head, his eyes blazing with fury. Continue the pursuit. I must capture this scoundrel today, he exclaimed, launching himself back into the vehicle and flooring the accelerator, racing ahead. It was evident that Wang Tao was consumed by a rage that threatened to overwhelm him. This was an unprecedented blow for him. He had witnessed Su Yu being apprehended and was on the verge of bringing him to justice, only to realize it had all been a charade. He had merely been toying with him, brazenly handcuffing himself in front of everyone, and then walking away unscathed. What a profound humiliation. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Mingshan sighed and promptly sought another vehicle, directing the entire convoy to follow suit. Meanwhile, on Xiangya Street, Su Yu was sprinting at a remarkable pace. His live stream had already erupted with fervor. Damn, Su Shun is absolutely incredible. What more can I say? I'm watching the stream on my knees. Unbelievable. Simply astonishing. I thought it was all over. Who would have imagined that Su Shun was merely toying with his pursuers? A nostalgic moment. Mom, I believed in love once more. Su Shun is truly formidable. The live chat was ablaze with astonished viewers, captivated by the unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that while Su Yu appeared to be captured, he was actually playing with his captors? This was akin to a duck that had been caught, only to take flight at the last moment. Particularly, the look of despair on Wang Tao's face left an indelible impression on all. It was simply magnificent. Countless spectators echoed this sentiment in their hearts. Meanwhile, Su Yu remained oblivious to the excitement. His act of feign capture was merely a clever ruse. His true objective was to completely rid himself of these pursuers. Otherwise, with the surveillance in place, he would remain perpetually exposed. Glancing at the roadside cameras, Su Yu contemplated his next move. How to break free. He raised his wrist to check the time. 1:45 p.m. Perfect timing. Understanding his course of action, Su Yu swiftly made his way to the Donghai Circus. Within mere minutes, he arrived at his destination. The cacophony emanating from inside signaled that the performance had already commenced. Without hesitation, he opened his backpack and donned a human skin mask. Ah, young man, I thought you wouldn't team make it. At that moment, a man entered, astonished to see Su Yu. As he stepped in, Su Yu had already masked his identity, leaving the man unaware of any oddities. All right, hurry and get ready. It's your turn to perform at 2 o'clock. Oh, by the way, since you're here, you're officially my employee now. Jiabin. Just call me Captain Jia. Jiabin Everest Su Yu. Upon hearing this, Su Yu smiled and nodded. Understood, Captain Jia. Good, now get ready quickly. I'll stand guard at the entrance to ensure no one sneaks in to view the performance for free. With that, Jia Bing exited, taking a chair to sit by the door. Seeing this, Su Yu smiled faintly and swiftly changed into a tailored suit. After a thorough check to ensure nothing was amiss, he settled down to await his turn to perform. However, he soon noticed a clown mask hanging on the wall. Captain, may I use this mask? Of course. It was left behind by a previous magician. Feel free to use it. All right. Su Yu smiled slightly and donned the mask. At that moment, as he wore the mask, his demeanor transformed entirely. Rising to his feet, Su Yu gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Slowly, a smile began to grace his lips. The pursuers, I fear, shall soon be upon him. Have they any inkling that he is transformed into a magician upon the stage? Meanwhile, within the live broadcast room, countless viewers were left in a state of astonishment. What is going on? Is Su truly becoming a magician? Wow, is he really that bold? I can see the pursuers approaching from that direction. Incredible. Mastering the art of magic is not something one can achieve overnight. Should Su make even a single mistake, even the most foolish of pursuers would undoubtedly notice. Gosh, this is nerve-wracking. The pursuers are here. They've arrived? In an instant, the audience was electrified with anticipation. Su Yu, too, could hear the sound of numerous vehicles outside. Just then, he glanced at the time. 2 o'clock. Perfect timing. Clad in a sharp suit, he smiled and made his way toward the stage. Meanwhile, outside the circus, Wang Tao scrutinized the sign. Li Kai, are you sure the last place Su vanished into is within here? Indeed, without a doubt. Very well, commence the search. 040, do not entertain any notions of getting something for nothing. Seize control of the flames and search for me. Wang Tao bellowed, lowering his head. As he spoke, he prepared to advance into the venue. However, at that moment, Jia Bing stepped forward. Hey, what are you all doing? There's an entrance fee to see the performance. Jia Bing glanced at the throng of pursuers behind him. Though a twinge of fear gripped him, he maintained a defiant stance. Let me remind you, we live in a society governed by law. Do not presume that your numbers grant you the privilege of free admission. Wang Tao fell silent for a moment, casting his gaze towards Jia Bing. What is the ticket price? 75, Jia Bing promptly replied, excitement flickering in his eyes as he surveyed the multitude of pursuers. Goodness, with so many people, the total ticket revenue will be substantial. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao did not hesitate. Form 5 groups, encircle the circus. The rest, come with me inside. At his command, 20 pursuers swiftly surrounded the entire circus. Meanwhile, a bank card appeared in Wang Tao's hand. He swiped it without a flicker of emotion on his face. Jia Bing nodded and, after a quick glance at the pursuers, curiously inquired, "What's the situation?" "Nothing significant," Wang Tao replied tersely, unwilling to delve into details. Jia Bing, respecting his reticence, refrained from further questioning and stepped aside. As he watched the throng of pursuers file in, a wave of elation washed over him. It seemed that his circus still had a flicker of hope for revival. Inside the circus, the circular arena was sparsely populated with a few dozen spectators, most of whom were of advanced age. After all, the allure of the circus had waned for the younger generation. At that moment, the arrival of the large group of pursuers undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. Wang Tao led the way, his sharp eyes scanning the audience, narrowing slightly. Disperse and sit beside each spectator. Any one of them could be Su Yu in disguise. Having learned from past experiences, Wang Tao had grown exceedingly cautious. With so many people present, any single individual could be an impersonation of Su Yu. Moreover, given that it was performance time, he could not afford to interrogate each person individually, as this would create a significant negative impact. Upon receiving this command, the pursuers nodded in unison and immediately scattered. They feigned nonchalance as they took seats beside the audience members, unwittingly forming a circle of surveillance. Should any of them be Su Yu, escape would be impossible. In this tense atmosphere, Wang Tao himself chose a seat near the entrance. Zhang Mingshan sat beside him, surveying their surroundings with equal scrutiny. "Wang Tao, what if we cannot locate Su Yu?" he inquired. "Then we shall wait until the performance concludes and inspect each individual one by one," Wang Tao replied, his eyes narrowed. Zhang Mingshan nodded in agreement. It was evident that Su Yu was still within their midst, as the surveillance from Li Kai had confirmed that Su Yu had indeed vanished upon entering the venue. Moreover, outside, there were other pursuers encircling the area, and Su Yu had yet to escape. Zhang Mingshan pondered that with a bit of patience, he would undoubtedly locate this individual. His gaze shifted toward the stage, where a seemingly innocent young girl was performing acrobatics with a monkey, an amusing sight indeed. However, Zhang Mingshan's attention was not captivated by the monkey or the girl. He was searching for a hiding spot on the stage. Regrettably, the stage appeared desolate, lacking any means of concealment. Simultaneously, the other pursuers relayed their reports. "Captain, I have not spotted him. Captain, I too have not seen Su Yu. Neither have I." A chorus of voices converged, causing Wang Tao, seated nearby, to furrow his brow. "He has gone again? Is this fellow capable of invisibility?" Wang Tao's expression fluctuated. At that moment, the girl on stage abruptly halted her performance. "Ladies and gentlemen, the acrobatics have concluded. Next, we present a magic show. Please stay tuned." With a sweet smile, the girl retreated backstage. Concurrently, the entire stage was enveloped in darkness. Both Wang Tao and Zhang Mingshan fixed their gaze upon the stage, as did countless spectators. In the next instant, a burst of flame suddenly illuminated the previously darkened stage. Simultaneously, the lights shone down, revealing a man clad in a suit and adorned with a clown mask, captivating the attention of all present. To everyone's astonishment, the flames appeared to dance in the hands of the clown. What a spectacle! This scene left the audience utterly astounded. A voice rang out, "Hello everyone. Welcome to the Donghai Circus. I am your magician for today." Upon hearing Su Yu's introduction, many spectators began to applaud enthusiastically, taken aback by the unexpected magic performance. Below the stage, Wang Tao and Zhang Mingshan exchanged glances. Could this fellow be Su Yu? Wang Tao whispered. Zhang Mingshan frowned slightly. Does he even perform magic? Uncertain, but I have my suspicions that he might, Wang Tao replied. After numerous setbacks, he had learned one crucial lesson: never underestimate Su Yu. He always possessed an unexpected method to outsmart everyone. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Zhang Mingshan nodded, his gaze fixed on the suit-clad clown on stage. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, countless informed viewers were already cheering. Wow, how did Su God accomplish this? Flames in the palm? Doesn't it hurt? It shouldn't hurt. The flames seemed to hover a few centimeters above his palm. Goodness, how is this even possible? Incredible. But the pursuers don't seem foolish. They've begun to suspect Su God. The live chat buzzed with chatter. On stage, a smile appeared on Su Yu's face, hidden behind the mask, as he felt he had not disappointed himself. The other party indeed began to harbor doubts about themselves. However, is doubt truly beneficial? Witnessing such fervent enthusiasm from everyone, I'm deeply honored. In return, allow me to perform an even more captivating magic trick. It is well known that fire requires certain materials to burn and is inherently uncontrollable. But what if I told you that I can command fire? Upon hearing this, the audience below widened their eyes in disbelief. Command fire? How could that be possible? Even Wang Tao furrowed his brow and let out a cold laugh. Magic is merely a ruse. Zhang Mingshan, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the stage. The live stream was filled with immense anticipation. Commanding flames? That seems implausible. I too feel it's impossible, yet Su has never deceived us before. As a novice in magic, I have never even heard of a trick that can control fire. Good heavens, Su! Please don't take it too far. If it goes awry, Wang Tao and the others will certainly take notice. Countless individuals felt both excitement and anxiety for Su Yu. Meanwhile, on stage, Su Yu wore a broad smile. It seems that no one believes, which is for the best, for every individual who witnesses such a trick will be utterly astonished. Now, it is time to witness a miracle. Fire arise. As the words left his lips, Su Yu suddenly hurled the flames in his hand forward, as if discarding an object. In the next moment, a massive burst of fire erupted from the center of the stage. This scene left everyone utterly astounded. This individual must undoubtedly be Su Yu. The flames transformed into candy, leaving countless spectators in astonishment. A massive ball of fire appeared to burn in the air as if it were an infinite blaze, with no obstructions in sight. Clearly, this fire was igniting out of thin air. My goodness, what sorcery is this? Absolutely magnificent. This magician is remarkably talented. The audience erupted in exclamations, their applause resonating like thunder. Seated below, Wang Tao was equally flabbergasted. Positioned close to the stage, he had a clear view of the spectacle. Indeed, there was nothing on stage. That fireball, towering half a person high, was truly burning in midair. Moreover, it showed no signs of extinguishing. Instead, it blazed even more fiercely. Meanwhile, the live stream was in a frenzy. What on earth is this operation? Su God is incredible. I'm utterly in awe of Su God. You dare call this magic? Unbelievable. Countless viewers were equally taken aback. Their perspective, clearer than that of the audience below, was from Su Yu's vantage point. Yet, even then, the multitude in Su Yu's live stream could not discern any flaws. It appeared to be genuine fire conjured from nothing. On stage, Su Yu beamed with a radiant smile. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be overly excited. What I am about to demonstrate extends beyond merely conjuring fire from thin air. I will also show you how to control the flames. Upon hearing this, countless eyes widened in anticipation for Su Yu's next performance. Even Wang Tao was fixated, his gaze locked on the stage. He was increasingly convinced that this magician was indeed Su Yu. Only that rascal could repeatedly perform feats that seemed utterly implausible to ordinary people. With the attention of the audience riveted upon him, Suyu concentrated intently on the flaming orb. Dear viewers, I hope you can observe closely. I will now move this flame using telekinesis. Closing his eyes, he seemed to concentrate deeply. After several seconds, to the astonishment of the audience, the flames actually began to move. They drifted toward the front of the stage at a visibly perceivable speed. The crowd erupted in excitement. Good heavens! How is this possible? There's not a single obstruction in front of him. How is he achieving this? This ticket is worth every penny. Incredible! The audience cheered enthusiastically. Wang Tao's gaze remained fixed on Suyu. He now held an 80 certainty that the individual on stage was indeed Suyu. Such an anti-scientific feat could only be accomplished by this extraordinary individual. On stage, Suyu appeared blissfully unaware. He had opened his eyes. His breath slightly quickened from the exertion of moving the flames. As you can see, I have established a connection with the fire. Now, let us experiment by directing the flames backward. As Suyu's voice faded, the flames immediately retreated before him. Under his command, they danced left and right, as if truly under his control. This spectacle left the audience in sheer astonishment. In the live stream, the chat erupted in excitement. Incredible! I am genuinely curious how this is achieved. As a PhD in physics from MIT, I can assure you it's quite simple. Even a magician could do this. Magician? Are you jesting with me? This is simply astonishing. Countless viewers were in awe. Meanwhile, Wang Tao clenched his fists tightly. Teacher Zhang, do you think this person could be? He inquired. It's possible, Zhang Mingshan pondered, withholding a definitive conclusion. Wang Tao, upon hearing this, began to waver. Should he approach and investigate this individual now? If he were to mistakenly confront the wrong person, the repercussions could be significant. At that moment, Suyu on stage suddenly drew the flames back in his palm. All right, for the next trick, I would really like to invite an audience member to assist me. I wonder who is interested. Suyu smiled down at the crowd. Instantly, a multitude of hands shot up. Wang Tao, upon hearing this, stood up. I will. His imposing figure drew the attention of many. Suyu also turned his gaze toward Wang Tao. Are you eager to come up and test me? The live stream surged with tension. Oh no, Wang Tao seems restless. Goodness, could he have noticed something? Damn it, Su God, please don't let this guy on stage. Yes, ignore him. The audience buzzed with chatter. On stage, Wang Tao's gaze remained fixed on the masked Suyu. If this individual were to reject him now, he would, despite the risk of misidentification, immediately lead a team to force an inspection. Yet, what he did not anticipate was the next moment's laughter. Since this gentleman is so enthusiastic, let's invite him up to the stage. Suyu's eyes were set on Wang Tao, taken aback by the invitation. Wang Tao quickly smirked. This must be intentional, right? Very well. Towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, Wang Tao strode confidently onto the stage. What magic trick are you about to perform? He challenged the suited clown before him. Behind the mask, Suyu maintained his cheerful demeanor. I'm not in a hurry for the magic. First, may I know your name, sir? Wang Tao, he replied calmly. This close proximity intensified his belief that the individual before him was indeed Suyu. Upon hearing the name, Suyu appeared somewhat surprised. Wang Tao, if I recall correctly, there is a bounty hunter named Wang Tao in the Global Wanted program, isn't there? As this revelation emerged, many viewers began to connect the dots. It has seemed that way. Goodness, what are global bounty hunters doing here? How peculiar. Countless spectators engaged in discussion. Wang Tao's gaze was fixed intently on Suyu. Indeed, I am Wang Tao, and I am here today to apprehend someone. His eyes bore into Suyu, attempting to discern a flicker of panic within his expression. However, what perplexed him was that the individual before him not only displayed no sign of distress, but also seemed to harbor a hint of surprise. It dawned on him that perhaps the fugitive was concealed among them. Yet this revelation did not impede the proceedings. Wang Tao, the pursuing officer, might I draw your attention to this flame? Is there anything amiss? Suyu snapped his fingers, conjuring a vibrant flame that danced upon his palm. Wang Tao scrutinized Suyu's hand, yet no peculiarity revealed itself to his discerning gaze. The fire appeared to burn spontaneously, as if it were summoned from thin air. After a prolonged moment, Wang Tao nodded. No issues detected. Are you certain there are no problems? Su Yu inquired. Wang Tao affirmed with a nod. Absolutely. Very well. Officer Wang Tao, please observe closely. Su Yu displayed his palm to the assembly, directing a glance toward Wang Tao. Then with a decisive clap, he clenched his fist tightly. When he opened his hand again, a piece of candy had materialized. The flame has transformed into candy. I hope that once you indulge, it brightens your spirits. Su Yu remarked with a smile, placing the confection in the officer's palm. Wang Tao's expression had turned to one of bewilderment. It was not just him. The entire audience was enveloped in astonishment. As the mask was removed, a moment of sheer astonishment engulfed the audience. How was this even possible? Had the flames truly transformed into candy? It was utterly beyond belief. Standing on the stage, Wang Tao was overwhelmed with incredulity. How could this be? He was right in front of this individual, witnessing the magic unfold. Yet he had not seen how this confection appeared. The live stream erupted with excitement. Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Wang Tao is completely bewildered. Wang Tao, the pursuer, after consuming the candy, should cheer up. Su God, little Tao Tao, you must be happy. Ha ha ha! The annual best meme has arrived. So amusing. Countless viewers were in stitches. As spectators, they were acutely aware that the person standing before Wang Tao was none other than Su Yu. To add to the hilarity, Su God was using magic to remind Wang Tao to lighten up. It was simply side-splitting. After a prolonged moment of stupor, Wang Tao finally regained his composure. Once again, he felt he had been played. The realization struck him with alarming clarity. The person before him was undeniably Su Yu. Turning to Zhang Mingshan with a knowing glance, Wang Tao then fixed his gaze back on Su Yu. I now suspect that you are the fugitive Su Yu we are pursuing. Might you remove your mask for us to verify? As he spoke, every muscle in his body tightened, prepared for any sudden move from Su Yu. The audience, too, was taken aback. This man was Su Yu. The name resonated throughout Donghai City, known even to the elders, especially with the staggering bounty of 500,000. Could it be that this magician was indeed Su Yu? The shock was palpable. In the live stream, an avalanche of comments flooded in. Oh no, Wang Tao is indeed about to make his move. Damn, after being played by Su God so many times, he can finally discern something. Of course, after being tricked by Su God so often, even a pig would gain some experience. Ah, Su God is in danger. The pursuers outside have secured all exits. This is bad. Tension gripped the viewers. Meanwhile, standing less than a meter away from Wang Tao, Su Yu displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What connection do I have with the Su Yu you mentioned? None at all. We merely harbor suspicions. We ask for your cooperation, Wang Tao replied coldly. He had already devised a plan. Should this individual refuse to comply, he would enforce cooperation and, if necessary, provide compensation afterward. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, the audience's anxiety heightened. At that moment, a sigh escaped Su Yu's lips. Originally reluctant to remove his mask, he conceded, if you wish to see, then I shall oblige. With that, he removed the mask. Instantly, Wang Tao's gaze fixated on Su Yu's face, revealing an unremarkable countenance of a man who appeared to be in his 30s. The visage of Su Yu was entirely inconsistent. Wang Tao, after a moment of relief, soon felt a tautness return. No, that fellow Su Yu is adept at makeup. With that thought, Wang Tao immediately approached Su Yu. Makeup, no matter how skillfully applied, must possess flaws. Wang Tao scrutinized the details of Su Yu's face intently. To his astonishment, there were no signs of makeup whatsoever. The pores, minute scars, and even stubble were all distinctly visible. Wang Tao began to doubt his own perceptions. Could he truly be Su Yu? Or was this mere coincidence? At that moment, Su Yu, growing impatient, donned a mask. Well, sir, have you concluded your verification? Just as Wang Tao was about to respond, Zhang Mingshan unexpectedly ascended the stage. Sir, I sincerely apologize for the interruption caused by our pursuers. As compensation, we are willing to offer you 100,000 yuan. Zhang Mingshan's words caused the atmosphere in the room to freeze. It was evident to all present that Zhang Mingshan was probing. All identification documents of fugitives had been confiscated. Furthermore, during their flight, it was impossible to reissue identification or even apply for bank cards. Everything had been frozen. Now, the offer of compensation was merely a tactic to ascertain whether the individual before them was indeed Su Yu. If he were not Su Yu, he would undoubtedly acquiesce, as no ordinary person would decline a sum of 100,000 yuan. Conversely, if he were Su Yu, he would certainly be unable to produce a legitimate card. And if cash were requested, that would be even more definitive. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. In the live stream, countless viewers erupted in concern. Damn, this is insane. I just thought Su God was safe. Zhang is indeed a master detective. This approach is brilliant. Su God is in peril. Oh my, I have goosebumps. This is dangerous. Many began to fret for Su Yu. The longer Su Yu remained silent, the more the suspicions deepened. This, of course, was clear to Su Yu himself. A flurry of solutions raced through his mind. Just as Su Yu was contemplating, Jia Bing approached him. What's going on? Why is the performance halted? Jia Bing appeared puzzled, having stood outside in silence for a considerable time. Observing Wang Tao and Zhang Mingshan on stage, his brow furrowed, and his expression turned frosty. What is happening? Are you attempting to sabotage the show? Upon witnessing this, Su Yu's mind sparked with an idea, and he quickly smiled. It's nothing. They're merely suspecting me of being a fugitive. Suspecting you of being a fugitive? Jia Bing was taken aback, soon displaying displeasure. What nonsense about fugitives? This is a performance, and while you are indeed the audience, you cannot obstruct the show. Hearing Jia Bing's words, Zhang Mingshan interjected, due to the earlier mishap, we have decided to compensate the magician with 100,000 yuan. 100,000. Upon hearing those words, Jia Bing was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, is this not a bit too ruthless? Do you not perceive that I might be experiencing some issues? He glanced at Su Yu and then at himself. Suddenly, Jia Bing wore a knowing expression, eagerly regarding Wang Tao and Zhang Mingshan, as if to suggest, why not check me out? This scene elicited uproarious laughter from all present. I can't stop laughing. This is a wild chase for money. I too wish to be inspected. Goodness, I want that as well. Plus 10,086. Countless spectators voiced their amusement. In the crowd, upon hearing this, the audience's minds began to race. 10,000. It felt like free money. Instantly, numerous spectators surged onto the stage. Hey, I am the fugitive. Don't you want to search me? Me too. I am the fugitive. You must have noticed, right? Indeed, if you're not certain, I might just leave. A throng of audience members encircled Wang Tao and Zhang Mingshan. Some even began to head towards the exit, clearly inviting the pursuers to search them in hopes of compensation. This was something Zhang Mingshan had never anticipated. These individuals were utterly frenzied. The most critical aspect was that it remained uncertain whether Su Yu was among the crowd. If Su Yu truly blended in and escaped, it would spell disaster. Moreover, if they searched through the dozens or even hundreds of spectators present, the compensation could amount to several million. Zhang Mingshan found himself in a predicament. To search or not to search? If Su Yu fled, it would lead to a farcical loss. Yet if they refrained, Su Yu might indeed be lurking there. Meanwhile, Su Yu observed all of this with a slight smile. His initial plan was altered by Jia Bing's entrance. After all, from his observations, it was evident that Jia Bing was a person fond of wealth, and with the circus on the brink of collapse, financial pressures must be immense. A little nudge in the right direction would naturally lead to exploitation. Furthermore, once the audience's excitement was ignited, they would surely flock forward. Of course, this was made possible by Zhang Mingshan's earlier mention of a compensation of 10,000. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. With a calm demeanor, Su Yu remarked, "As for the two pursuers, I shall forego the money, lest it cause you further trouble. However, I do hope you can assist us in promoting the Donghai Circus, as such performances are rapidly declining in popularity." Su Yu's words brought a wave of relief to Zhang Mingshan. What he had casually mentioned had unexpectedly created such a significant impact. If this continued, they might truly have to shell out millions. The allure of wealth is not a mere saying. Su Yu's statement undoubtedly diffused the tension. After glancing at Su Yu, Zhang Mingshan nodded in agreement. All right, with that, He and Wang Tao returned to their seats. The multitude of spectators, upon witnessing this scene, were filled with regret. After all, searching for 100,000 was swifter than picking up money. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was tumultuous. What? Has it ended just like that? Wait, didn't you notice that Sue is orchestrating the tempo? Orchestrating the tempo. Indeed, Sue is compensating for the rhythm with that 100,000. If the pursuers wish to search, they must search everyone. With so many individuals present, the compensation would undoubtedly reach astronomical sums. That seems plausible. The pursuers cannot bear such a risk, especially since they might believe Sue has already escaped. Not just that, perhaps Sue took the initiative to extricate himself. And Wang Tao and Zhang Mingshan might even breathe a sigh of relief. Heavens, is this really Sue? Incredible. The live chat was abuzz with fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, having returned to his seat, displayed a myriad of expressions. Teacher Zhang, do you think this individual could be Suyu? I'm not certain, Zhang Mingshan replied, shaking his head. Once the performance concludes, arrange for personnel to meticulously observe the exit. As for Suyu, I shall meet him privately shortly. Understood. Wang Tao, upon hearing this, exhibited no hesitation. In fact, he sensed that Suyu had likely already escaped through some means. As time passed, Suyu performed a few more magic tricks before swiftly exiting the stage. Dear audience, today's magic performance has come to an end. Thank you all for your support. With that, Suyu departed. Simultaneously, Zhang Mingshan patted Wang Tao on the shoulder. Wang Tao promptly led his team to the exit. Dozens of pursuers stood in two lines, scrutinizing each audience member as they emerged. Should any of them exhibit unusual behavior or wear heavy makeup, they would be subjected to an immediate search. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingshan himself made his way backstage. Upon entering the room, Suyu encountered Zhang Mingshan walking in. I am indeed a fugitive, and a special level has been activated. Zhang Mingshan entered the room. Suyu sensed his arrival and raised an eyebrow. Truly, the seasoned inspector is astute. Is there something amiss? Suyu nonchalantly set down the mask in his hand and regarded Zhang Mingshan with a look of feigned confusion. Zhang Mingshan scrutinized Suyu's face for an extended period. I still harbor doubts that you are Suyu. Oh, and may I inquire about the evidence? Suyu replied with an unflinching smile. Zhang Mingshan fell silent, and within the confined space, the atmosphere seemed to descend into a profound stillness. After a considerable pause, Zhang Mingshan abruptly turned away. Regardless of whether you are Suyu or not, we shall be vigilant regarding your actions during this period. Very well. Then I kindly ask this pursuing officer to promote the Donghai Circus on my behalf. Observing Zhang Mingshan's retreating figure, Suyu's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Whether Zhang Mingshan is willing to acknowledge it or not, he has already tacitly accepted that I am not Suyu. This identity has been concealed with remarkable success. Suyu settled into a chair, twirling a pen with his fingertips. Meanwhile, the live stream was abuzz with discussions. Su Shun is incredible. He has even deceived Inspector Zhang. Goodness, how is that even possible? I almost thought Su Shun was about to slip up. Su Shun is astounding. The pursuer probably never imagined that Su Shun is indeed a magician. Unmatched prowess. The live chat was filled with fervent commentary. Outside, Wang Tao rubbed his temples, watching the last audience member depart. Sigh, why doesn't anyone search for me? I truly am a fugitive. You must believe me. Honestly, I don't need 100,000, just 50,000 will suffice. The departing spectator muttered curses under his breath. Wang Tao, too, was plagued by a headache. What was supposed to be a shining moment had turned into a quagmire. It is exceedingly difficult to locate him. Mistake one individual, and it could mean a compensation of 100,000. Furthermore, Suyu may not even be among them. If we were to filter through everyone, it could cost hundreds of millions. Who could withstand such a loss? Upon seeing Zhang Mingshan emerge, Wang Tao immediately approached him. Have there been any results? Zhang Mingshan shook his head. It should not be him. Zhang Mingshan articulated his assessment. In truth, he was not entirely certain, but given the circumstances, he could only assume the individual was not Suyu. Hearing this, Wang Tao exhaled deeply. Another escape by that scoundrel. What about Li Kai? Zhang Mingshan glanced at Wang Tao. Wang Tao shook his head. The surveillance did not capture anyone fleeing. He likely departed through some special means. Let us return for now, Zhang Mingshan stated. Wang Tao nodded, and the two resumed their journey back to the command center. However, Wang Tao felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Once more, Su Yu has eluded capture. That rascal. The live stream continued to buzz with excitement. I can't stop laughing. Su Shun is still at the circus. Indeed, Su Shun has not left at all. This maneuver is remarkably impressive. The pursuers must be utterly bewildered. Now, Su Shun has completely concealed his identity, rendering it nearly impossible for the pursuers to locate him in the near future. Indeed, with Su Shun's skills, if he truly wishes to remain hidden, it is virtually impossible to uncover him. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, within the East Sea Circus, Su Yu sat alongside Jia Bing, who wore a dejected expression. Why on earth did they stop searching? It was 100,000. Damn it, Jia Bing cursed under his breath. 100,000 is certainly not a trivial sum for an ordinary person. Su Yu listened with a smile. Previously, he had intended to execute a different plan on stage. However, Jia Bing's unexpected entrance prompted him to alter his strategy at a critical moment. Rather than arousing suspicion, it effectively obscured the pursuer's vision. It's all right, leader. Our circus has now garnered global attention with the Wanted program. Things will surely improve, Su Yu reassured. He was acutely aware that he carried an audience of tens of millions, potentially even hundreds of millions. The next performance of the circus could attract countless spectators. Upon hearing this, Jia Bing felt a sense of comfort. He patted Su Yu's shoulder, visibly pleased. Thanks to you, my friend. You truly haven't let me down. Haha, you're too kind, leader. After exchanging a few more words, Su Yu glanced at the darkening sky and decided to take his leave. On his way, as he contemplated where to rest for the night, suddenly, the camera on his shoulder emitted a sound. The third season of the Global Manhunt program now has only one fugitive remaining. The special checkpoint in EC City has been activated. A special checkpoint? Su Yu was momentarily stunned. He anticipated that the special checkpoint would activate so soon. Concurrently, Zhang Mingshan and Wang Tao had just returned to the command center. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the long-awaited Zhao Wanqing, Qi Haiming, and Li Kai. Gentlemen, the special checkpoint has been activated. The special checkpoint has been activated? Zhang Mingshan and Wang Tao exchanged shocked glances, their eyes reflecting their astonishment. At the same time, on the internet, the official account of the Global Manhunt also released this news. The third season of the Global Manhunt has only one fugitive remaining, Su Yu. The special checkpoint in East Sea City, Crimson Moon, has been activated. As soon as this announcement was made, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire internet. The special checkpoint has been activated? The difficulty of this challenge is insurmountable. He will surely decline. A special level has unexpectedly activated. That night, the entire internet was abuzz. A piece of news surged to the top of trending searches in an instant, garnering over 100 million views. The third season of Global Manhunt. Only Su Yu remains on the run, and the special level, Crimson Moon, has now commenced. Beneath this official announcement from the Global Manhunt production team, a multitude of comments emerged. Wow, has the special level activated so swiftly? Incredible. Does this mean that Su Shun is the only one left on the run? Amazing. The special level is live. I wonder what the content and rewards of this level will be. How exhilarating. I recall that in the previous 2 seasons, the special levels were also initiated. But the fugitives had no time to challenge them before being captured. No, I have a feeling Su Shun will take on the challenge. I share that sentiment. Across the internet, discussions erupted fervently. Shortly thereafter, the Global Manhunt production team released another announcement. Introduction to the special level, Crimson Moon. It is said that in ancient times there existed a blood-red gemstone known as Crimson Moon, cherished by a queen and a symbol of power. Regrettably, it was lost amidst the chaos of war, but now it has resurfaced, concealed within the East Sea City Museum. Now, it will be presented as a reward for the special level, under the most stringent protection and cutting-edge technology. Only true champions can claim it. We are curious, dear fugitive. Do you possess the courage to accept this challenge? With this new revelation from the Global Manhunt production team, the internet erupted once more. What? Are you kidding me? Crimson Moon. ISNT that the blood diamond recently unearthed from the Eagle Nation. Unbelievable. Crimson Moon. I thought this gemstone belonged to the royal family of the Eagle Nation and was never brought forth. How did the production team acquire it? What does priceless treasure even mean? This truly exemplifies a priceless treasure. It has existed for over 1,000 years and was once the possession of the Queen of the Eagle Nation. Wow. Has the production team lost their minds? They're using this artifact as a reward for a special level. No need to speculate. The difficulty of this special level will likely surpass all expectations. Indeed, pay attention to the final question. Do you have the courage to accept this challenge? Clearly, the production team is inquiring if Suyu will accept the challenge. That's ruthless. The entire network of Long Nation was set ablaze by this announcement. Countless platforms surged to the top of trending searches. Everyone was astonished by the rewards presented by the production team. This is utterly insane. What does it mean to be a priceless treasure? This is the very definition of a priceless treasure. Not even a precise price can be stated. Claiming it to be invaluable is no exaggeration. Most shocking of all was the production team's final question. Do you have the courage to accept the challenge? Clearly directed at Suyu, daring him to respond. Half an hour later, the production team once again disclosed security information regarding the Donghai City Museum. The Scarlet Moon gemstone will be encased in a state-of-the-art bulletproof glass box. In addition to 24-hour surveillance and infrared sensors, the bulletproof case is equipped with a vacuum oxygen detection device. Should the box be inadvertently opened, an alarm will be triggered, sealing off all passages of the museum. This ignited a fervor across the internet. How on earth can one challenge this? If the pursuers block the way, even the formidable Su Shun would be unable to retrieve it. Indeed, this is utterly outrageous. Su Shun should forego this challenge, as the risk of capture would be catastrophic. Yes, the production team is clearly trying to bait Su Shun. Unbelievable. The production team is playing a dangerous game. Countless individuals erupted in response to the museum's information released by the production team. Is this even feasible for carbon-based life forms? One might as well send Superman for the task. Amidst this heated debate, the buzz surrounding global manhunts, pursuers, Suyu, and special challenges reached unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, within the Pursuer Command Center, 5 pursuers stared in astonishment at the information released by the production team. They knew that special challenges would commence. Zhang Mingshan, for instance, had already experienced 2 such challenges. However, they never anticipated that this particular special challenge would be so incredibly daunting. Even they, as pursuers, could only describe it as monstrous. With 24-hour infrared monitoring, coupled with a bulletproof glass box equipped with vacuum oxygen detection, and over 100 pursuers, it could be said that not even a mosquito could penetrate this fortress. Could Suyu genuinely accept such inhumane odds? Chi Hyaming could not restrain himself from speaking. As a top private detective, he had witnessed numerous grand events and was frequently invited abroad. Those audacious criminals could indeed commit heinous acts, such as bank heists or jewelry thefts. Yet, those scenarios were predicated on ample firepower and sufficient manpower. But Suyu? He had nothing, only himself. One individual against 100 pursuers, while contending with such advanced technological defenses. This was simply an impossible feat. Chi Hyaming's words resonated with everyone present. Even Wang Tao, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Suyu, fell momentarily silent, at a loss for words. What to be said? A rational mind would surely recognize this as a self-destructive endeavor, a blatant trap. In this regard, the other pursuers reached a consensus. They possessed a clear understanding of Suyu. Although he exuded confidence and arrogance, it did not imply foolishness. Such an obviously unattainable challenge would not entice Suyu to partake. The production team has certainly outdone themselves by making the special challenge exceedingly difficult, leading to the certainty that Suyu will not participate. It is likely that the team intends to generate buzz. Should Suyu decline, they might introduce an alternative special challenge. Li Kai also voiced his opinion. As a top-tier hacker, he had just attempted to breach the Donghai City Museum, only to be astonished to find that his previously infallible hacking skills had failed miserably. Clearly, The opposing side had experts who had anticipated this move. This revelation gave Li Kai a clear understanding of the challenge's formidable difficulty. The others all disagreed, except for Zhang Mingshan, who remained silent. Wang Tao glanced at him and asked, "Teacher Zhang, what are your thoughts?" Zhang Mingshan shook his head, stating, "It is premature to draw any conclusions. Su Yu's methods are notoriously difficult to decipher." Internally, he leaned towards the belief that Su Yu might accept the challenge, yet the current circumstances seemed overwhelmingly daunting. Even someone as capable as Su Yu might hesitate to engage with such an endeavor. Perhaps this is merely a sensational ploy by the production team to attract attention? Meanwhile, on the other side of Donghai City, as the pursuers felt the challenge was insurmountable, Su Yu was scrolling through his phone, contemplating the challenge. 045 How to choose. The internet is abuzz. This challenge is rather intriguing. Su Yu sat on a stone bench by the roadside, his expression slightly astonished. The announcement of a special level surprised him, yet it was not entirely unexpected. After all, similar events had unfolded in the previous 2 seasons, and Su Yu had pondered it to some extent. For him, the difficulty was not insurmountable. What truly took him aback was the outrageous level of challenge this particular special task presented. The designated location was the East Sea City Museum, which had only a single exit, and it was equipped with a comprehensive array of security measures. Additionally, there were 100 pursuers? Goodness! Upon a mere glance at the task's difficulty, Su Yu felt it was quite formidable. However, as for the task's reward, Su Yu opened his mobile browser to take a look. Half a minute later, he smiled. Indeed, it was worth a fortune. The information recorded in the browser was quite clear. This gem had been unearthed a year ago from the tomb of a queen, existing for over a millennium. As for its value, Su Yu was unsure. The diamond had been taken by the royal family and had never been publicly announced for auction or anything of the sort. Although he was unaware of how the production team acquired it, Su Yu conservatively estimated that this gem was worth at least several hundred million. Several hundred million indeed. If Su Yu claimed he had no desire for it, that would be a fib. To go or not to go. If he went, it would be exceedingly perilous, with a high chance of failure. Conversely, if he opted not to go, then a gem worth hundreds of millions would remain entirely out of his reach. With Su Yu's intelligence, how could he possibly be oblivious to the fact that the entire internet was likely discussing his decision not to participate? Even the pursuers probably thought the same. Truth be told, this was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by the production team. They likely never anticipated that he would actually participate. Their sole aim was to generate buzz. And indeed, that was the case. At this moment, within Su Yu's live streaming room, countless viewers were engaged in lively discussions. Look, Su Shun is indeed hesitating. Goodness, don't go. This is just too difficult. Exactly, it's too challenging. Going would be a direct path to failure. Rest assured, Su Shun is a very prudent individual. He surely won't go. Damn, even the pursuers are saying that Su Shun won't participate. Amidst the lively chatter in the streaming room, Su Yu remained unaware. At this moment, he was deep in thought, contemplating the likelihood of emerging unscathed if he chose to participate. He also pondered the chances of escaping with the gem. In reflecting upon the ultimate outcome, Su Yu reluctantly acknowledged that he was indeed a person born with an adventurous spirit. Even if the road ahead were fraught with challenges, why not give it a try? With a resolution forming within him, Su Yu smiled faintly, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, the system's voice resounded. Ding! Task initiated. Task name, Crimson Moon. Task requirements, acquire the Crimson Moon gem and escape. Task rewards, mysterious prize, draw chance 1. Achievement points 2,000. The system's announcement left Su Yu somewhat astonished. A system task had arrived? It appears that I must embark on this journey. However, what precisely are this mysterious prize plate and the achievement points I had previously discovered? System, what are the mysterious prize plate and achievement points? Host, the mysterious prize plate has the potential to yield items beyond the system's marketplace, while achievement points are essential for unlocking the Hall of Glory. Once a certain threshold is reached, the Hall of Glory will automatically activate, at which point you will gain clarity. The system's voice promptly responded. Suidu Nadith. Understood. After uttering these words, a profound tranquility enveloped his heart. With determination firmly established, Su Yu hesitated no longer. He gazed at the city of Donghai beneath the night sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now that the entire internet is dismissing me, it seems I, Su Yu, must embrace this challenge and prove myself. Crimson Moon, Su Yu, am résolute. Almost at the very moment these words left Su Yu's lips, his live stream fell into an immediate hush. Mere seconds later, it erupted into chaos. Su God, have you lost your mind? Damn, why is my adrenaline surging? What the heck? My heart is racing. Su God is genuinely going to take this leap. Su God. Charge ahead. I don't know if Su God will succeed, but I know he is incredibly brave. He dares to charge in. I'm switching from hater to fan. Su God is invincible. The entire live stream was ablaze with excitement. Countless viewers felt their fervor igniting. It was simply astounding. He dared to plunge into what appeared to be a certain demise. Had it been any other fugitive, the audience would have mocked him mercilessly. Yet, the viewers in Su Yu's live stream remained steadfast in their support. Although they verbally expressed wishes for Su God to abandon this endeavor, deep down, who wouldn't he want to witness the methods he would employ to secure the gem and depart with grace? Even the most indifferent observers found themselves stirred by the moment. With his solitary strength, he would confront an entire team of pursuers and their advanced technological apparatuses. It was exhilarating. Just a few minutes later, the announcement of Su Yu's acceptance of the challenge soared to the top of the trending topics. The internet was ablaze. I can't believe it. Su God is absolutely phenomenal. He dares to charge in. This guy named Su God is so audacious. Bro, have you never watched Su God's live streams? As a fan of Su God, I am on the verge of bursting with excitement. Although I know the dangers are immense, Su God is still determined to push forward. He is invincible. Su God, forever adiati. I eagerly await Su God's graceful exit after securing the Crimson Moon. How incredible is this? If this Su God manages to seize the Crimson Moon gem, I will shower him with gifts worth 10,000. Within mere moments, the comment section beneath the news was inundated with a multitude of responses. It was utterly astonishing. Such a challenging special level had never been encountered in any global manhunt program before. And yet, Su Yu chose to accept? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, at the Pursuer Command Center, the 5 pursuers gazed at the news on the computer, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. None of them had anticipated that Su Yu would so decisively accept the challenge. It is worth noting that less than half an hour had passed since the production team released their latest information. In other words, this individual had made a decision within that brief time frame and chose to accept outright. It appears that his level of confidence surpasses our expectations by a considerable margin. Zhang Mingshan offered a wry smile. He had previously contemplated the possibility of Su Yu accepting, but certainly not at such a rapid pace. He had anticipated that, after conducting some inquiries, Su Yu would take a day to finalize his plans before agreeing to the challenge. Instead, he had announced his consent in less than half an hour following the production team's announcement. It was utterly astonishing. The 5 pursuers fell into silence. Ultimately, it was Wang Tao who broke the stillness, lifting his head to reveal an expression of sheer joy. Ha ha! Previously, we were unable to capture this cunning individual, but now, the tables have turned. We are poised to await his arrival. This time, we possess all the advantages: timing, location, and personnel. Su Yu cannot escape. This is a self-imposed trap, the final act of magic. Su Yu cannot escape. Wang Tao's voice resonated with fervent excitement. As he articulated, the previous failure to capture Su Yu stemmed from an abundance of uncertainties. However, now, with the perfect alignment of time, place, and personnel, everything is in their favor. Faced with an array of advanced technology and 100 pursuers, how could Su Yu possibly evade capture? If he dares to approach, it is indeed a self-inflicted snare. Wang Tao's declaration invigorated the others. They had never genuinely considered that Su Yu would accept the challenge, as it appeared unequivocally to be a path to doom. Yet now, that audacious individual had actually embraced the challenge. Was it not a self-entrapment? Su Yu certainly possessed remarkable abilities, but as previously mentioned, his overconfidence and rebellious nature ultimately became his Achilles heel. Zhao Wanqing smiled knowingly. From her perspective as a psychology professor, Su Yu exhibited a clear rebellious streak, yearning for attention and relishing in undertaking actions that seemed utterly inconceivable to the average person. This trait had been evident during the earlier pursuits, and now he had indeed dared to accept the challenge. Chi Hyaming was equally exhilarated. When would that individual make his move? We may need to strategize in advance. It is prudent to prepare a strategy. Yet Su Yu has just announced this news, and the production team will require some time to get ready. At the earliest, he will act tomorrow. Zhang Mingshan reflected momentarily before swiftly responding. Wang Tao, upon hearing this, smirked coldly. Excellent. I shall take a team to fortify our defenses there. The East Sea Museum, is it? We shall secure it step by step. I am eager to see how he intends to seize the Crimson Moon Gem. Zhang Mingshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, but before that, we must meticulously prepare our plan and establish several contingency options. This time, we cannot allow him to escape again. His words were met with unanimous accord. This would be a decisive strike against Su Yu. We must ensure absolute certainty. Soon, the 5 pursuers convened to deliberate strategies. Their discussions encompassed a broad spectrum of Su Yu's exhibited traits. Parkour, driving skills, disguise, and more were all under consideration. They even contemplated additional factors. Every possible avenue for Su Yu's escape must be eradicated. This was the unwavering resolve of the current pursuit team. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, countless viewers watched in anxious anticipation. The pursuit team is serious about this. Goodness, a step-by-step defense? They must even prepare fly swatters? Damn, I suddenly feel like Su God might be in peril. Indeed, upon reflection, this truly seems perilous. Incredible. Countless individuals in the chat room engaged in fervent discussions. Simultaneously, outside the East Sea Circus, Su Yu had already arrived, having decided to accept the challenge. He knew that his true identity could no longer remain concealed. In the aftermath of the pursuit, the seeker easily discerned the trail, realizing that he himself was the magician. Furthermore, should he flawlessly complete the special challenge, the program's assessment of him would undoubtedly ascend further. At that juncture, the identity of the magician would no longer be suitable for concealment. Thus, Su Yu resolved to visit Jia Bing to bid farewell, for departing without notice seemed rather impolite. With such thoughts in his mind, Su Yu had yet to step into Jia Bing's office when he heard the latter's exuberant shout. Tickets for tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and even those for next month have all been sold out. My circus shall rise from the ashes once more. Jia Bing's laughter reverberated, causing dust to fall from the walls. His joy was palpable. He had not anticipated that a mere performance could breathe life back into the entire circus. Standing outside, Su Yu couldn't help but smile. Who better than he to understand the reasons behind this? Those eager patrons were likely coming to see him perform. With such reflections, Su Yu gently knocked on the door. Who is it? It's me. Su Yu, you've arrived. Jia Bing adjusted his posture, his face alight with happiness as he regarded Su Yu. Until now, he had not associated Su Yu with a trending figure online. The contrast was simply too stark. The Su Yu on the internet was strikingly handsome, even garnering admiration from his daughter, while the Su Yu before him appeared rather ordinary. Moreover, given the nature of the online Su Yu, it was implausible that he would hold a small circus in high esteem. Therefore, Jia Bing harbored no further thoughts on the matter. After gesturing for Su Yu to take a seat, Jia Bing began to share the exhilarating news. Su Yu listened patiently, nodding and smiling in response. Director Jia, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Jia Bing asked, taking a sip of water, his face still radiating excitement. Observing this, Su Yu swiftly continued, I would like to resign. Jia Bing sputtered, water spraying forth as he gazed at Su Yu in disbelief. Why the sudden desire to resign? Is it the pay? No witties. I have funds now and can offer you a salary of 5,000, with meals and accommodation included, performing once a day. How does that sound? Jia Bing said with a smile. However, Su Yu shook his head. No, it's not about the money. I simply have some matters to attend to. Jia Bing found himself in a quandary. The circus had only just begun to regain its footing, and now Su Yu was contemplating departure. If he left, the variety of performances would inevitably diminish. After all, Jia Bing had witnessed Su Yu's magical acts backstage, which had indeed been extraordinarily enchanting. Reluctant to let him go, he remained silent for a considerable time, just as Jia Bing was about to concede. Suddenly, a young girl entered the room. "Daddy, let us have Suyu perform one last show before he leaves." A charming and lovely young girl walked in from outside. Suyu recognized her as the same girl who had previously performed acrobatics with a little monkey, and she was also the daughter of Jia Bing. Upon hearing the girl's words, Jia Bing raised his eyebrows and looked toward Suyu. "Suyu, would you be willing to perform once more? If you agree, I can offer you a remuneration of 500. Jia Bing stated. In response, Suyu shook his head. He had no time to perform magic at the moment. He needed to investigate the museum situation, its layout, and contemplate a series of plans. Therefore, it was impossible for him to linger any longer. Hearing this, Jia Bing's expression clearly reflected his disappointment. Just then, the girl spoke up. "Is it really not possible? Could you perform one grand and marvelous magic show before you leave? Please? I beg you, Sugut." The last two words were uttered in a hushed tone. Upon seeing the hopeful glimmer in her eyes and hearing her words, Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a brilliantly extravagant plan emerged in his mind. With an IQ of 160, a brief moment of contemplation led Suyu to conclude that this plan was indeed feasible. Moreover, it would undoubtedly exceed everyone's expectations. A smile began to grace Suyu's face. This time, he did not decline. "Very well, but I will determine the location of the performance." "Are you sure?" Jia Bing's expression reflected his uncertainty. The girl immediately turned to Jia Bing. "Daddy, let Suyu decide. He is incredibly talented. Our circus is currently quite popular, and there will surely be an audience." "All right then." After considering his obedient daughter's words and the tickets he had already sold, Jia Bing nodded. "It's not a bad idea. We could organize an outdoor performance and earn ticket sales for multiple shows all at once. Plus, it would enhance our reputation. Since Director Jia has agreed, I shall take my leave for now. I will inform you of the specific location later." "Okay, rest well." A smile returned to Jia Bing's face as he sat at the table, already envisioning a scene filled with a bustling crowd. As Suyu exited the room, the girl followed closely behind. Sugut." The girl glanced at Suyu, her cheeks flushed. Suyu looked at her with a smile. She was evidently a fan who had watched his live streams, thus recognizing him. As for reporting him, that was implausible. Any attempt to report him during a live broadcast would be deemed irrelevant by the production team. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to continue his craft. Given the nature of live streaming, it was nearly impossible to evade detection unless one retreated deep into the wilderness. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Suyu's gaze towards the girl was filled with warmth. "Thank you for providing me with some inspiration." "Huh?" The girl appeared surprised at first, but soon broke into a sweet smile. It's nothing. As long as Sugat is happy, I am happy." "Indeed." Suyu nodded, preparing to leave when the girl spoke up once more. "Sugat, could you please give me an autograph?" The young girl cautiously extended a notebook. Upon witnessing this scene, Suyu could not help but chuckle. "I'm not a man-eating demon. Why are you so anxious?" With that, Suyu inscribed his signature in the girl's notebook, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Sugat, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," he replied before departing. Meanwhile, the live stream was in an uproar. I'm so envious of that girl." "Me too, I am so jealous. She actually got Sugat's autograph. Sugat is quite affable. I always thought being near such an exceptional person would be quite pressuring." "You are mistaken. The more accomplished a person is, the better they understand how to interact with others, making one feel as if they are basking in a spring breeze." "Oh my, I adore Sugat so much." Countless girls, who usually lurked in the shadows, emerged, each brimming with envy. Yet, Suyu remained blissfully unaware of their admiration. His gaze fell upon the dazzling lights of Donghai City, where a flawless plan began to take shape within him. Thus, he resolved to astonish the world with a magnificent magic show. P.S. Oh my, I have finally reached 100,000 words. It has been quite a challenge to write in this genre. It truly is a mental workout. I have noted everyone's request for updates, but alas, the pace is difficult to maintain. Crafting the plot requires considerable time, and I often find myself needing to pause. I sincerely hope for your understanding regarding this matter. Additionally, I greatly appreciate your feedback on typos. Rest assured, I will correct them upon noticing. If you come across any in the future, please feel free to point them out. Love you all. Lastly, I humbly request a few gifts. I am begging you, a modest author, earnestly seeking the generosity of readers. 047, The Deceptive Nature of Magic, a Premature Celebration. With a flawless performance, Su Yu astonished the world. A faint smile graced his face. It must be noted that the recent fan interaction had bestowed upon him a rather ingenious idea. Why resort to brute force to obtain the Crimson Moon Gem when the adversary possesses strength 100-fold greater? Clearly, such an approach is the least prudent choice. Instead, utilizing the art of magic to orchestrate a grand illusion would allow for the discreet acquisition of the coveted gem. It is essential to recognize that the crux of magic lies in its deceptive nature. Through specialized techniques, it misleads the audience's senses, sight, sound, and even touch, thus achieving effects that astonish all. Much like his previous performance at the circus, where fire seemed to materialize from thin air. Relying merely on a flammable substance known as fire oil, which has a low ignition point and burns at a relatively moderate temperature. Mastering the flames is an even simpler task. Beneath the stage floor, liquid nozzles are strategically positioned, releasing atomized fire oil that dances with the wind once ignited. As for the transformation of flames into candy, the confectionery had long been concealed within his sleeve, possessing a divine skill in thievery. Su Yu's dexterity surpasses that of ordinary individuals. With the aid of supplementary props, extracting candy from his sleeve becomes a trivial endeavor. However, while these magical feats may appear effortless, the execution is fraught with challenges. After all, countless spectators are watching, and any misstep could reveal the trick. Nevertheless, with adept control over the performance and the ability to deceive the audience's perceptions, the task becomes remarkably manageable. Su Yu's current strategy is straightforward: to dazzle and mislead the entire team of pursuers with a seemingly impossible magic act. Following that, he would vanish to seize the true objective, the Crimson Moon Gem. Yet, these remain mere conjectures. A more thorough analysis of the plan is required. He eagerly anticipates this magical exhibition. With a subtle smile, Su Yu swiftly made his way to a 5-star international hotel. His confidence in choosing to stay at the hotel is rooted in a simple rationale. The pursuers are entirely focused on this unique challenge, who would continue to monitor his whereabouts. Moreover, even if they were aware of his lodging, would they dare approach? The previous failed attempts at capture had dealt a significant blow to the pursuers' morale. If they were bold enough to try again, he would not hesitate to demonstrate his evasion skills once more. Such is Su Yu's confidence. Meanwhile, the live stream was in an uproar. Wow, Su God is staying at a hotel. This is incredibly audacious. He seems utterly unafraid of the pursuers. Who could blame him? If I were a pursuer, I wouldn't dare show up. It would be a futile chase. Better to strategize while Su God inadvertently walks into the trap. That makes sense. But what of the magic performance Su God mentioned earlier? No idea, but why would Su God think of performing magic instead of simply stealing the Crimson Moon? The intelligence may not match that of Su Shun, but if he truly intends to perform magic outdoors in Donghai City, I would go to witness it without hesitation. Yes, indeed, I have already booked my flight to Donghai. As long as Su Shin performs, I will be there. The livestream room was filled with a cacophony of excitement. However, Su Yu remained unfazed by the commotion. Once he had removed his clothing, his nearly flawless physique was revealed, eliciting a chorus of gasps from a throng of admirers. He then stepped into the shower, letting the warm water cascade over him while contemplating his forthcoming plans. The broad outline of his strategy had been established, and tomorrow he intended to conduct a site visit to the Donghai Museum and its surrounding architecture to devise a flawless plan. Lost in these thoughts, Su Yu unknowingly finished his shower. Upon returning to his bed, he glanced around and promptly succumbed to sleep. Yet, even as he drifted into slumber, the number of viewers in the live stream room continued to rise. Wow, why are there more and more people in the live stream? Do you all enjoy watching Su Shin sleep, right? Do you think Su Shin snores while he sleeps? Hey, I can tell you this. Su Shun does not snore. The last time I slept next to him, he didn't make a sound. You're lying. Su Shun is already mine. He has never slept with you. You both are deceiving. I have already pledged my life to Su Shan. We even have our future plans laid out. Wow, are you fans really this crazy? Su Shan is indeed impressive, but you need not be so forward. If I don't act, Su Shan might slip away. I'm from Donghai City, and my family owns a publicly listed company. Once Su Shan's show concludes, I will seek his hand in marriage. How exhilarating! In a live stream room, fervent discussions ensued, predominantly among the female viewers, who unabashedly expressed their affections. This left the male viewers feeling as though they had bitten into a lemon. Why, oh why, was the goddess of their dreams so passionately enamored with Su Shan while remaining indifferent to them, unbeknownst to Su Yu, who was already in the embrace of sleep? The Pursuit Command Center was alive with activity. It was midnight. The plans should all be finalized, right? There are no oversights? Chi Hai Ming rubbed his eyes, his voice tinged with fatigue. The others were similarly weary. Ever since Su Yu's escape, none had enjoyed a restful night, averaging less than 5 hours of sleep. Now, at midnight, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Yet among the five, Wang Tao appeared particularly spirited. He reviewed the plan once more, unable to contain his laughter as he slapped the table. This time, we have truly set an impenetrable trap. Once that rascal Su Yu steps in, he shall have no means of escape. Ha ha ha. Wang Tao's laughter elicited smiles from the others. Indeed, for this plan, the five had gathered and devoted several hours to meticulous study, not even pausing to sip water. During this period, they even quarreled for a full hour over a trivial detail. With such effort and arrangements in place, if they were still unable to capture Su Yu, it would be utterly unjust. Zhang Mingshan looked at everyone with a satisfied expression. Ladies and gentlemen, you have worked hard for so long. Allow me to treat you to a midnight snack. No, this time it is on me, a seafood feast. Let us consider it a pre-celebration for the successful capture of Su Yu. Wang Tao remarked with a smile. To be honest, he felt quite apologetic towards Zhang Mingshan and the others. After all, they had tirelessly assisted him in apprehending Su Yu without ever voicing a complaint. It was he who had nearly lost control several times due to Su Yu's antics. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Zhang Mingshan chuckled softly and chose not to elaborate further. The five of them departed the command center together. After enjoying their late-night meal, they each returned to their respective quarters to rest. This was destined to be a night rife with undercurrents. As the hours slipped away, the night unfolded slowly. As dawn broke, Wang Tao made his appearance. Su Yu, punctual as always, opened his eyes to the rising sun. Settling into a wrought-tan chair, he poured himself a glass of clear water, sipping thoughtfully while gazing down at the bustling Donghai City, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the live stream had erupted with excitement. Su God is awake. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's early indeed, but what will Su God prepare today? Heaven knows. Just sit back and enjoy the show. At 8 in the morning, the hour when most people began their workday, Su Yu finished his water, swiftly took a shower, donned his mask, and dressed before heading towards the hotel restaurant. Inside, he surveyed the breakfast offerings and muttered to himself, "Let us keep it simple." He selected an Australian lobster, a platter of bluefin tuna sashimi, a bowl of caviar, and a bowl of plain congee before taking a seat to savor his meal. As Su Yu indulged, the live stream was already buzzing with fervor. What on earth? Is this what you call simple? Truly simple, in a myriad of ways. Wow. With that spread, the only thing I can afford is that bowl of congee. Can you even afford that? Come on, I'm a chef, and that congee looks like it was made with premium rice, probably imported. Worth a small fortune. I'm losing it. Watching global manhunts, I used to think a bowl of instant noodles was a gourmet meal, but now, in comparison to Su God. Su God is incredible. Countless viewers cheered in the live stream, oblivious to Su Yu's unawareness of their excitement. After finishing his breakfast and wiping his mouth with a napkin, Su Yu promptly descended and exited the hotel. Hailing a taxi, he directed the driver towards the Donghai Museum. The moment he announced his destination, astonishment rippled through the live chat. Donghai Museum? What's going on? Don't tell me Su God is making a move today. Impossible. The production team has only just set things up. Su God can't possibly act this quickly. I also find it hard to believe, but he is just scouting the location, checking out what the Crimson Moon gemstone looks like. What nonsense. Scouting? More like going home to check his own belongings. ISNT, that only reasonable? As the live chat buzzed with speculation, Suyu arrived at the Donghai Museum. Sir, we've arrived. All right. After paying the fare, he stepped out of the cab. Observing the throngs of people at the Donghai Museum, he raised an eyebrow. The museum's architecture resembled a pyramid, narrow at the top and wide at the base, towering 7 stories high, its exterior clad in pure white reflective glass. In the sunlight, it exuded a grand and majestic aura. Even at this early hour, the museum was already bustling with visitors, having been designated a special location for the global Manhunt program. Almost the entire populace of Donghai City is aware of the current events. Naturally, many have come to take a glimpse and enjoy the sights, while a greater number are eager to behold the legendary Crimson Moon gemstone. Suyu blended seamlessly into the throng and swiftly arrived at the entrance of the museum. At the doorway stood 20 pursuers, poised and ready. In fact, apart from a few essential staff members, the roles within the museum had been entirely supplanted by these pursuers. At present, several were checking tickets. Indeed, the museum had not yet closed its doors. The scenario being simulated was one of genuine escape, with a museum to close. Securing the gemstone amidst 100 pursuers and an array of advanced technological devices would be a most improbable endeavor. No true felon would be foolish enough to engage in such a blatant act. Contemplating these thoughts, Suyu soon reached the front of the queue. With a serene expression, he presented a 100 yuan bill. The pursuer, slightly perplexed, glanced at Suyu before providing change. The pursuer did not dwell on it. Although mobile payments are rapidly supplanting cash transactions, a segment of the population still prefers to use cash, whether out of a particular fondness for it, distrust in mobile payments, or simply due to the age of those who find themselves unaccustomed to digital transactions. After passing through security, Suyu quickly entered the museum. Glancing at the map affixed nearby, he quickly grasped the layout. The museum comprises 7 levels in total. The lower 3 are exhibition floors, while the upper 4 are not open to the public. The Crimson Moon is housed on the 3rd level. How intriguing. A faint smile graced Suyu's lips as his gaze inadvertently swept across his surroundings. In an instant, he discerned the entire first floor's defenses. There were 10 pursuers present on this level, adding to the 20 outside, making a total of 30. Moreover, the first floor boasted 24 surveillance cameras. With his keen observational skills, Suyu even spotted several concealed infrared cameras. Noting the layout, Suyu feigned interest in the exhibits for a brief period before promptly ascending to the 2nd level. Upon entering, he continued his ruse, pretending to admire the displays while analyzing the setup. Before long, he had comprehended the defensive placements and camera locations on the 2nd floor as well. 20 pursuers, 16 cameras, and 3 hidden infrared cameras. Excellent. With a subtle smile, Suyu proceeded to the 3rd level. As he took the elevator, the live stream was abuzz with chatter. Wow, Sushun has indeed come to scout the location. What a smart move to analyze the situation in advance for easier execution later. What does professionalism look like? This is it. We're almost at the 3rd level. It is said that the Crimson Moon is located here. I can't wait. The invaluable Crimson Moon, whose appearance remains a mystery to me, must surely be breathtaking. Oh, how I wish that if Su could acquire the Crimson Moon, he would gift it to his future girlfriend. I long to be Su's girlfriend. Your dreams seem to be a dream within a dream. Amidst the myriad of discussions, Suyu arrived at the 3rd level. With the chime of the elevator, he stepped out. As soon as he entered the 3rd level, his gaze was instantly drawn to the central area of the floor. There, a blood-red gem floated serenely within a glass case, shimmering with a radiant glow. Just one glance confirmed it for Suyu. This was indeed the Crimson Moon, its unique heart-shaped cut bestowed upon it a second life. Under the lighting, 108 facets sparkled with brilliance, and coupled with the undulating motion of its anti-gravity base, it resembled a beating heart. Moreover, due to the Crimson Moon's distinctive identity, it was also referred to as the Heart of the Queen. Merely gazing upon it captivated Suyu. It was undoubtedly priceless. No wonder there had yet to be an auction price. Suyu marveled silently. He was not alone. Countless visitors on the 3rd level expressed their astonishment. Most who ventured to the EC Museum had come specifically for the Crimson Moon. Given the pyramid-like design of the museum, the The relatively small space felt somewhat cramped. Yet, Su Yu paid little heed to it. His attention shifted from the crimson moon to the pursuers guarding it. Merely half a meter from the gem stood 4 pursuers. Upon glancing at the total number of personnel in other areas, he noted there were also dozens present. However, upon careful counting, Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Why were there only 40 individuals? Where had the remaining 10 gone? Su Yu pondered thoughtfully. If this was meant for rotation, such a number was certainly insufficient. Unless the pursuer command had stationed some hidden operatives in undisclosed locations. Intriguing. A faint smile graced Su Yu's lips as he searched for the surveillance system. Quickly reaching a conclusion. 40 pursuers, 36 surveillance cameras, and 5 concealed infrared monitors. This was the configuration of the 3rd level. It appeared significantly more challenging than the 2 levels below. Furthermore, there were individuals assigned to protect the Crimson Moon closely. Most crucially, the advanced technology safeguarding it caught Su Yu's eye. Within the glass case was a vacuum oxygen detection device that would trigger an alarm if the bulletproof glass were to be compromised and oxygen levels exceeded. Additionally, the anti-gravity base appeared to have its own complications. Should the weight decrease, the anti-gravity mechanism would likely fail and set off an alarm. How intricate! Su Yu marveled, casting one last glance at the Crimson Moon before preparing to leave. After half an hour, he had confirmed nearly everything he needed to. Thus, there was no reason to linger. As soon as Su Yu descended to the 1st floor, he beheld Wang Tao standing at the entrance, engaged in a conversation with the pursuers. In the stillness of the night, Su Yu's confidence radiated as he prepared for the impending encounter. You must keep a vigilant watch at the entrance. Any individual could be Su Yu in disguise. Remain attentive, do you understand? Wang Tao addressed the 4 pursuers, who promptly saluted in acknowledgement. Although Wang Tao was uncertain whether Su Yu would appear that day, he was resolute that Su Yu would employ every conceivable method to glean information about the museum. Regardless of the tactics Su Yu might utilize, Wang Tao felt compelled to seize any opportunity to apprehend him, especially considering the unpredictability of Su Yu's timing. With this in mind, Wang Tao ventured deeper into the museum. Inside, Su Yu noticed Wang Tao approaching and raised an eyebrow. So, he has arrived? Perhaps he anticipated my intention to gather information. Su Yu harbored no fear of exposure. The mask he wore was a mere backup, distinct from the magician's mask he had previously donned. This mask gave the impression of a man nearing 40, with deliberately graying hair. Unless Wang Tao examined him meticulously, recognition was improbable. With an air of tranquility, Su Yu strode towards the entrance as Wang Tao advanced toward him, their paths converging like 2 opposing forces. The live stream audience held their breath, utterly unprepared for Wang Tao's unexpected arrival. Oh dear, Su God, please do not reveal yourself. In such a confined space, escape will be impossible. The timing is impeccable, absolutely perfect. Heavens, Su God is about to cross paths with Wang Tao. Will Wang Tao recognize him? Who knows? Yet given that Wang Tao has been outsmarted by Su God numerous times, he might have a hint of familiarity. As the two neared each other, tension filled the air. Yet, Su Yu maintained his composure, effortlessly brushing past Wang Tao. This moment left the audience astonished, followed by collective relief. Thankfully, Wang Tao did not suspect anything. All is well. Su God has managed to evade capture. Hooray, it's safe. Su God's skill in disguise is truly remarkable, defying comprehension. However, just when everyone thought the situation was secure, Su Yu unexpectedly halted. Excuse me, my friend. You seem to have dropped something. Wang Tao paused, and Su Yu calmly picked up a wallet from the ground. Is this yours? He inquired, glancing at Wang Tao. Wang Tao, momentarily taken aback, patted his empty pockets. Yes, it's mine. Thank you, brother, he replied with a smile as he accepted the wallet from Su Yu. Su Yu returned the smile. No need for thanks. It was my pleasure. Farewell. With that, Su Yu turned and walked away. Wang Tao returned his wallet to his pocket, casting a glance at Su Yu's retreating figure before heading towards the other pursuers. Throughout the entire incident, he remained oblivious to what had transpired. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? Did Wang Tao truly lose his wallet? No way. I just checked the replay. It was Su Shun who took it. Why would Su Shun steal Wang Tao's wallet? Countless spectators were left perplexed. Meanwhile, Su Yu had already emerged from the museum's corner, where a stack of cash materialized in his hands. He felt a wave of gratitude towards the generous pursuer, Wang Tao. As he glanced at the thousands of dollars in his possession, a smile crept across his face. The live chat exploded with excitement. "This is unbelievable. You just scammed Wang Tao. Ha ha." I can hardly contain my laughter. When Wang Tao realizes this, his reaction will surely be explosive. I can already picture the furious expression on little Tao Tao's face. "Ha ha, this is priceless. Wang Tao, Su Yu, I beg you spare me." The laughter echoed throughout the live stream as countless viewers heard Su Yu's words. Su Yu, having tucked the money into his waistband, was genuinely surprised by the unexpected encounter with Wang Tao. However, since fate had conspired to bring them together, he felt compelled to take action. Snatching his wallet was merely a whimsical jest on Su Yu's part. His primary aim was to unveil his backup mask, thereby diverting the attention of the pursuers. By shifting the suspicion away from the magician and onto this alternate disguise, even a slight distraction would suffice. A smile danced on his lips as Wang Tao's enraged visage flashed in his mind. The human mask would divert their focus, leaving Wang Tao fuming and seething. An excellent plan indeed, Su Yu mused to himself. The live chat erupted once again with excitement. This tactic is brilliant. It not only obscures their line of sight, but also infuriates Wang Tao, throwing him off balance. Su Shun is incredible. While other fugitives cower in fear, Su Shun strikes back with boldness. Don't even mention it. The moment I think of it, I picture that popular meme of Wang Tao exclaiming, "No." Does Wang Tao have his own meme now? Brother, I need a copy. I adore it. It's online. Go find it yourself. Haha, I found it. Absolutely legendary. The live stream was filled with jubilant viewers. Meanwhile, Su Yu surveyed the surroundings once more before swiftly departing. Having gathered sufficient information and playfully pranked Wang Tao, it was time to execute his plan. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Yu picked up his phone and, after a brief moment, composed a message. Soon, this message was sent out into the world. On the nation's largest social platform, the private account of the immensely popular Su Yu, boasting tens of millions of followers, unexpectedly updated with a post. "On a moonlit night, the black bird walks with starlight, and I too shall arrive. At midnight, under the crimson moon, I shall vanish." Almost instantaneously following this brief update, the internet erupted. What is happening? Su has posted, and even set a time, at midnight, under the crimson moon. Will he truly disappear? Incredible. Heavens, what does this message even mean? I only grasp the confirmed time, midnight tonight. Is anyone able to analyze the previous statement? What does it signify? I do not comprehend the meaning, but I know this. Su is about to take action. Tonight. Explosive. In mere moments, the platform servers nearly collapsed. Every passing second saw thousands of comments pouring in, with countless individuals leaving messages and likes. As the number of followers surged within just half an hour, Su Yu's updates soared to the top of trending searches. A seismic event across the internet. Simultaneously, in the command center, 4 apprehensive agents stared intently at the screen. Just moments ago, Li Kai had shown them this. Su Yu, is he preparing to act? The 4 exchanged anxious glances. At that moment, the door to the command center swung open. Damn, that scoundrel Su Yu has tricked me once again. Wang Tao stormed in, unable to contain his fury. The others turned to him. Wang Tao took a deep breath and slammed his empty wallet onto the table. I just encountered that guy at the museum. He had disguised himself again, misled me into thinking I lost my wallet, when in reality, he had taken all the money. As he spoke, the veins on Wang Tao's forehead throbbed. It was one thing for Su Yu to brush past him, but the audacity of such provocation was utterly infuriating. Wang Tao seethed internally. At that moment, Zhang Mingshan looked at him. Wang Tao, come take a look at this. What? Wang Tao leaned in. As soon as he discerned the content on the screen, his pupils constricted sharply. Midnight, under the crimson moon, will he vanish? Is this a declaration of war against us? Wang Tao narrowed his eyes. Zhang Mingshan nodded. You could interpret it that way. He has even divulged the timing of his actions. Huh, that truly shows how little he regards us. Wang Tao's fists clenched tightly. This was an exhibition of Su Yu's utmost arrogance. Not only was he informing them of his impending arrival, but he also provided the exact time. It was utterly audacious, infuriating to the extreme. The expressions of the others mirrored his sentiments. Even Zhang Mingshan had never encountered such audacity. Even with his temperament, he could not help but furrow his brow. With Su Yu's arrogance, tonight would surely mark his moment of capture. This time, I shall not allow him to escape. Wang Tao growled ominously. Time and again, even moments ago, Su Yu had once again subjected himself to humiliation. At this moment, Wang Tao's animosity towards Su Yu had reached its zenith. If this scoundrel was not apprehended, he would find it impossible to dine in peace in the future. Meanwhile, Qi Haiming adjusted his glasses, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Since this individual had dared to provoke us, I believe a counterattack is warranted. How shall we retaliate? Wang Tao inquired. Puzzled, Qi Haiming smiled. Simply, upon finishing his words, he took over Li Kai's computer and posted a message on the official account of the Global Bounty Hunters. Tonight, we invite you into the trap. Once this information was released, the already surging interest skyrocketed to new heights. The hunters have struck back, inviting you into the trap. How intriguing. Using this idiom, it seems the hunters are quite confident. Could it be that Su Yu has truly walked into a snare? This is somewhat perilous. Why would Su Yu announce his actions? It gives the hunters far too much time to prepare. Indeed, I am quite concerned. Yet I still choose to believe in Su Yu. Yes, believing in Su Yu is all that matters. As discussions erupted across the internet within a distant hotel, Su Yu swirled the red wine in his glass, glancing at the messages on his phone with a smile. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The performance is about to commence, a most fortuitous coincidence. This night is destined to be one of sleepless anticipation. Su Yu cast a glance at the meticulously prepared props, a serene smile gracing his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose. All preparations had been made. It was time to execute the plan. With a tranquil demeanor, Su Yu departed from the hotel. Within the confines of the hotel, a mask hung on the wall, slowly drying, accompanied by an unusually styled costume. At noon, at the East Sea Circus. My dear fellow, are you truly planning an outdoor performance beside the East Sea Museum tonight? Jia Bing was taken aback by Su Yu's words. Su Yu nodded with a smile. Indeed, how do you find this idea? It is rather clever. It could leverage the buzz from the Global Wanted program. Let us give it a try. Well then, can we manage to perform tonight? Su Yu inquired once more. Jia Bing's eyes widened in surprise. Are you truly in such a rush? I merely sensed that tonight is particularly suitable for a performance, Su Yu replied. Jia Bing, upon hearing this, did not dwell on it further. Very well, I shall submit the application to the municipality right away. Securing a performance venue is manageable. Setting up a stage won't take long. That is splendid. Here are some details for constructing the performance venue. Su Yu handed over the schematics he had prepared in advance. Jia Bing glanced at them briefly, dismissing them. He understood that magic requires extensive preparation. In a hurry, Jia Bing exited the premises, while Su Yu remained within the magic troupe, his mind racing with the earlier plan. With an IQ of 160, he possessed a computational ability akin to that of a computer. Time and again, he envisioned hundreds of scenarios. Ultimately, a smile crept upon his lips. Perfect. In the live stream, numerous viewers were left perplexed by Su Yu's assertions. What is Su Shan up to? What is his plan? Who knows? All I am aware of is that Su Shan will perform at the EC Circus at 9 o'clock tonight. Wow, no time to waste, my friends. I must board a flight to EC to witness Su Shan's magic. Count me in as well. I too wish to see Su Shan's magical performance. Ha! As a local of EC, I need not travel far. Tonight, I shall be there. In a mere hour, tickets for trains, high-speed trains, planes, and even buses to EC were sold out. Yet, despite this, many viewers expressed their determination to take a taxi, if necessary, to see Su Shan perform magic. It was as if a whirlwind of excitement had swept across the internet, with countless individuals eagerly anticipating Su Yu's performance that evening. Meanwhile, at the Pursuer Command Center, what does Su Yu's statement truly signify? Several pursuers fixated on the message released by Su Yu, their brows furrowed in concentration. After extensive deliberation, They still failed to comprehend the essence of what Suyu intended to convey. They grasped only the initial part of his two sentences. So you would take action at midnight. Beyond that, the preceding phrase was shrouded in ambiguity. Have you not considered that Suyu might be deliberately misleading us, hoping we would squander our time on this? Zhao Wanqing, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. The others, upon hearing her words, wore even grimmer expressions. Zhao Wanqing's assertion held merit. It was indeed plausible that Suyu was attempting to mislead them. Furthermore, it was possible that within this statement lay genuinely useful information. After all, the information concealed in the latter part of his message was evidently significant. The interplay of truth and falsehood rendered discernment exceedingly challenging. Qi Haoming adjusted his glasses and shook his head. The group sighed in unison. Indeed, who could ascertain what this individual truly aimed to express? Or perhaps he was merely indulging in obscurity, deceiving them without any deeper intention? No one could be certain. Let us refrain from further analysis of this for now. Instead, let us discuss what might transpire tonight, suggested Zhang Mingshan. All eyes turned toward him, and he directed his gaze at Li Kai. Li Kai, please retrieve the footage of Suyu stealing Wang Tao's wallet at the museum. Understood. Swiftly, Li Kai accessed the relevant surveillance footage. Zhang Mingshan glanced at it and spoke again, zoom in on his face. In the next moment, Li Kai magnified Suyu's visage for everyone to see. Upon viewing this face, the group furrowed their brows once more. This was yet another of his new disguises. Zhang Mingshan chuckled wryly, and the others felt a headache coming on. Suyu's mastery of disguise was unparalleled. No one could predict the identity he might assume. It was undeniably troublesome. Li Kai, add this face of Suyu to the facial recognition system. There's a chance he might appear with this identity, Zhang Mingshan instructed. Deep down, he held little hope. Given Suyu's nature, he would never reuse a face he had already employed. The pursuit of this particular visage was merely a precaution against Suyu employing reverse psychology. Knowing full well he had been exposed, he might still choose to continue using it, wagering that they would not investigate further. The others nodded in agreement. They had developed a clear understanding of Suyu's tactics. Just as they were about to resume their discussion of the plan, Li Kai suddenly spoke up. Everyone, I have just discovered something intriguing. His voice drew the attention of all present, and without hesitation, Li Kai continued. Moments ago, the municipal department sent me a notification stating that around 9 p.m. this evening, an open-air performance will take place beside the Donghai Museum, which has already received approval. Furthermore, I have noticed that the influx of visitors from outside Donghai City has surged more than tenfold in the past 2 hours. Li Kai's words left several people momentarily speechless. Zhang Mingshan was the first to break the silence. What open-air performance? He inquired. It seems to be an event organized by the Donghai Circus. Li Kai replied without hesitation. Zhang Mingshan was instantly taken aback. He was not alone. Wang Tao shared the same astonishment. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. What an extraordinary coincidence. 051 undercurrents in the square. What a remarkable coincidence. Just as Suyu disseminated information, the Donghai Circus decided to perform right beside the museum. Furthermore, why has there been a sudden surge in the number of visitors from out of town? Something is definitely amiss. Zhang Mingshan and Wang Tao simultaneously thought of one person. Suyu, the two exclaimed in unison. The other three exchanged puzzled glances. However, after Zhang Mingshan elaborated, they quickly grasped the situation. Are you suggesting that the magician from before could very well be Suyu? Zhao Wanqing inquired, astonished. Zhang Mingshan replied solemnly. It's still uncertain, but the likelihood appears substantial. I also sense that the individual resembled Suyu, yet I scrutinized him closely, and he bore no makeup. Wang Tao furrowed his brow. Perhaps they merely wish to ride the wave of popularity? That's implausible. If it were simply about garnering attention, the influx of visitors to Donghai would not occur without reason. Qi Haoming countered. Suyu may indeed be that magician. Or perhaps he will make an appearance at tonight's outdoor performance. Only these two possibilities could draw such a large audience. One must admit, Qi Haoming's analysis is quite compelling. Presently, these are the only two scenarios. Regardless, Suyu will be present at this outdoor spectacle tonight. In the live stream, Viewers expressed their astonishment. Wow, the pursuers team seems increasingly formidable, deducing so much from such minute details. And they hit the nail on the head. Amazing. It's not just Su Shun who is evolving. The pursuers are getting sharper. Impressive. Truly a top-notch detective. This deduction is spot on. I had just begun to relax. And now I'm somewhat worried for Su Shun. The pursuers are indeed not to be underestimated. The live chat buzzed with discussion while on site. Wang Tao was already brimming with excitement. Should I gather a team to apprehend him? Zhang Mingshan shook his head at the suggestion. No, they undoubtedly aim to divert our attention. If we go, we will fall into their trap. Not necessarily. Has everyone forgotten about the 10 pursuers we discreetly positioned? Qi Haiming suddenly smiled. That individual is unaware of where those 10 pursuers are stationed, which is our greatest advantage. This time, Su Yu is in the open, while we remain in the shadows. Upon hearing Wang Tao's remark, the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with exhilaration. Those 10 pursuers were strategically placed by them, even avoiding detection by the audience, all to prevent Su Yu from gaining any insight. These 10 individuals would appear in an utterly unexpected location. All right, if that's the case, tonight's outdoor performance will require your efforts, Wang Tao. No problem. I shall strive to completely thwart this fellow's plans. Wang Tao, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together as if he could already see the dawn of victory. This is splendid, since everything has been confirmed. Let us now await the arrival of night, Zhang Mingshan remarked with a smile. In Donghai City, even before nightfall, the atmosphere was already charged with tension. This marked the first direct confrontation between the fugitives and their pursuers. The entire city, along with a vast expanse of the internet, was captivated by the unfolding events. The influx of visitors to Donghai City surged dramatically, all gradually converging near the Donghai Museum. In this context, hours slipped by swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye. The sun had set. Countless office workers and students began their journey towards the Donghai Museum. The substantial local population, combined with the throngs of outsiders, nearly brought the city's traffic to a standstill. Night fell at 8 p.m. outside the Donghai Museum in the Donghai Central Square. A performance venue, spanning over 100 square meters, had been constructed in the heart of the square. Surrounding it, the vast expanse of the square was teeming with people. Countless residents of Donghai City, along with other visitors, had gathered here. Although it was merely 8 p.m., with an hour to go before the performance at 9, the area was already brimming with eager spectators. The total attendance had surpassed 10,000. Excitement radiated among the audience, illuminated by the hundreds of searchlights and accompanied by music. Oh my, the performance is about to begin. I can't wait to see Su Shun. Su Shun, so looking forward to it. Sister, are you here for Su Shun too? Me too. I even couldn't book a flight back. Heavens, this is incredibly lively. Amidst the cacophony of voices rising to the heavens, Wang Tao and Zhang Mingshan, situated 1,000 meters away, each with a cigarette in their mouths, squatted on a building and marveled at the scene below. It seems Hai Ming's speculation was correct. That rascal Su Yu will definitely come, and he is likely the magician on stage. Wang Tao exhaled a puff of smoke. Squinting slightly, Zhang Mingshan chuckled in response. Do you think we can capture Su Yu tonight? If we fail, even if this fellow manages to escape, the special checkpoint in Donghai City will be in jeopardy. Tonight, I will undoubtedly apprehend him. He is nowhere to run, Wang Tao declared coldly. In the past, they had always been toyed with by Su Yu. However, this time the pursuers held the upper hand in this special operation. Should they fail to capture Su Yu, Wang Tao mused, he might as well find a rope to hang himself. Zhang Mingshan nodded in agreement, but remained silent. After a moment, he finally spoke. I can provide you with 40 men. Will that suffice? That will be more than enough. Just ensure you secure the area around the museum, Wang Tao replied. With that, he extinguished his cigarette and turned to descend the building towards the square, while Zhang Mingshan did likewise, heading towards the museum. Today, he will stand guard at the museum alongside 4 other pursuers. Meanwhile, less than 100 meters away from the Donghai Museum, Su Yu gazes toward the museum with a smile on his face. How intriguing. While the other 4 stationed at the museum, Wang Tao is sent to capture me. Su Yu panders. He is unconcerned about whether his identity as a magician has been revealed, as long as there is no direct evidence linking him to that magician. It matters little. After all, a portion of their attention is indeed drawn toward him. As for their plans, Suyu remains indifferent. He only needs to fulfill his own agenda, which presents no conflict. With a faint smile, time has already ticked to 9 p.m. As the performance commenced at 9 p.m., amidst the exuberant cheers of the audience, a figure finally emerged from the previously shadowed stage. However, it was not Suyu, but rather a man skillfully riding a unicycle. This performer had been recruited by Jia Bing, as it was essential for the circus to entertain for several hours. Naturally, it would not suffice to have only Suyu and his daughter perform, necessitating the involvement of additional talents. Yet, even before Suyu took the stage, the atmosphere within the venue had already been ignited. Ha ha ha! The unicycle riding is incredibly balanced. Amazing! He can juggle while riding. I find this quite impressive. I never realized how captivating a circus could be. Indeed, I share that sentiment. All around the square, countless spectators were thoroughly engrossed in the performance. Meanwhile, backstage, Jia Bing approached Suyu with a beaming expression. "How are you feeling, Suyu?" he inquired, his excitement palpable. "I could never have imagined the turnout tonight. The attendance exceeds 10,000. With tickets priced at 70 each, after accounting for wages, labor costs for the setup, and venue fees. This performance will surely net us at least 100,000. I'm absolutely elated. Suyu, perform splendidly tonight, and I shall offer you 5 of the ticket sales as your reward," Jia Bing added, patting Suyu on the shoulder. Suyu shrugged casually in response, showing little interest in the monetary compensation. His true focus lay on the priceless Crimson Moon. After Jia Bing departed, a young girl stealthily approached. "Sugod!" she exclaimed, her face adorned with intricate makeup and flushed with excitement. "So many people are here to witness your performance tonight." It was evident to her that the crowd had gathered primarily to see Suyu. In response, "Suyu for the fantasmai. It will soon be your turn to perform. Make sure nothing goes awry," he advised. "Rest assured, Sugod. I will give it my all," she replied enthusiastically, then hesitantly inquired, "Sugod, after your performance, will you leave this place?" "Yes, Suyu affirmed," unable to deny the truth of her question. The girl's expression dimmed slightly upon hearing this, as she understood that someone like Suyu could not remain in one place for long. Nevertheless, she felt grateful for the time they had spent together. Moments later, the girl took to the stage. Suyu peered through the curtain to observe the audience, and, as anticipated, he noticed that pursuers had infiltrated the crowd, positioned quite close to the stage. How intriguing, he mused, settling into wait as time slipped by. Soon, after a little over half an hour, the girl returned. "Sugod, I have finished my performance, and I will be with you shortly." The young girl gazed at Suyu with eager anticipation. Suyu smiled faintly, glanced at his watch, and slowly adorned himself with a jester's mask before the mirror. At last, "Is it my turn to take the stage?" Outside, the spotlight on the stage dimmed once more. Similarly, the entire square seemed to fall silent in that moment. Countless spectators held their breath, their eyes fixed upon the stage. According to the circus's program, it was now 10:50. It was time for Sugod to make his entrance. The crowd buzzed with expectation. Amid the throng, dozens of pursuers rapidly closed in towards the front. "Attention, all teams. Suyu is likely the magician about to take the stage. Moving quickly." Wang Tao's voice crackled through the radios of the pursuers, while he himself stood at the forefront of the crowd, eyes intensely focused on the stage. "Damn it, why isn't he appearing yet?" Wang Tao furrowed his brow. Just then, after several minutes of darkness, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the stage. The light fell upon the empty floor, but in the next instant, flames erupted and a figure materialized seemingly from nowhere. "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's magic show." A man clad in a black suit and mask emerged on stage. His voice sent the audience into a frenzy. "My goodness, what an impressive entrance. How did he do that? Wow, Sugod is so handsome. Ah, I can finally see Sugod in person. Oh yes, Sugod has arrived. Sugod is amazing." The crowd erupted in cheers. Simultaneously, the online stream buzzed with excitement. "Sugod is here. Unstoppable. I get to see Su God perform magic. Oh no, I mean illusions. What are you rambling about up there? Woo, I couldn't make it to the live event. What a pity. The live chat was abuzz with activity. Back at the venue, Wong Tao squinted at the suddenly appearing man in the suit, his eyes narrowing. He was now increasingly convinced that this individual was indeed Su Yu. On stage, Su Yu basked in a multitude of gazes, and he too noticed Wong Tao, who had disguised himself and was standing at the front. How intriguing. Has he confirmed it completely? Su Yu smiled faintly, unperturbed by the notion of this individual rushing the stage. They intended to apprehend him only after the performance concluded, for if he were to leap into the crowd now, with thousands present, they would never locate him, not even by tomorrow. With a clear understanding, Su Yu revealed a smile. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic fills me with honor. Therefore, as a token of my gratitude, tonight I wish to present you with a singular magic trick, a trick that will remain etched in your memories for a lifetime. His voice seemed to carry a magical allure, rendering the entire audience silent. In that stillness, Su Yu suddenly spread his arms wide and gazed upward towards the heavens. Countless individuals instinctively followed Su Yu's gaze, turning their attention to the heavens. It was only at this moment that they became aware of the sky's transformation. The once clear expanse had turned ominously overcast, devoid of any glimmer of light, as if shrouded by a dense veil of clouds. Simultaneously, Su Yu's voice resonated in the air. The rain comes. With the utterance of his words, raindrops began to cascade from above. The rain descended gently, transforming from a mere drizzle into a cascade of droplets. In the midst of a plaza filled with tens of thousands, the crowd stood in awe. Not a single soul panicked at the onset of the rain. They gazed upward, then turned their astonished eyes toward Su Yu, their astonishment reaching its zenith. How is this even possible? Could it be that Su God, with but a single utterance, summoned the rain from the heavens? After a brief silence, the plaza erupted into an unprecedented cheer. Su God is incredible, unbelievable, they exclaimed. I have never witnessed such absurdity in my life. To command a rain at will, how is this possible? This is invincible. Countless individuals were swept away in a wave of exhilaration, their disbelief palpable. The notion that one could simply decree rain was beyond comprehension, a manifestation of sorcery. Even Wong Tao found himself dumbfounded. He wiped the rain from his face, confirming the absence of any visible rain-making apparatus or sprinklers. How could this phenomenon be explained? The shock was shared by the multitude. Meanwhile, Su Yu concealed behind his mask. Or smile. Please, let us have a moment of quiet. This is merely a basic and effortless trick. The main event is yet to come, he announced, once again captivating the audience. Thousands stood in the rain, their eyes gleaming with excitement, fixated on Su Yu. He could hear the swell of his popularity rising. Popularity 1,000,000. Popularity 1,000,000. Popularity 1,000,000. The system's notifications rang in his ears, bringing him unexpected joy. It was evident that a live performance drew far more acclaim than a mere online broadcast. With newfound clarity, Su Yu addressed the crowd once more. As you all know, I possess a strong desire for control and enjoy orchestrating everything. Previously, I demonstrated my command over fire. This time, I wish to showcase my ability to manipulate raindrops. At his declaration, the audience erupted in fervor, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. What did Su God just claim? He wishes to control raindrops? Is this real? Can rain truly be controlled? This defies the very principles of physics. The astonishment was palpable, and even Wong Tao furrowed his brow in skepticism. Is this fellow pulling our leg? He mused internally, dismissing the possibility. The earlier rainfall might have been orchestrated by some clever means, but to assert mastery over rain itself? Why not just declare yourself a water deity? Before Wong Tao could contemplate further, Su Yu's voice resonated once again from the stage. I understand that my claims may stretch the bounds of belief and defy imagination. Can one truly envision that which is meant to be shattered? Su Yu smiled, and in the next moment, he extended his finger forward. Stop. Whoosh. The lights in the venue began to flicker. At that instant, it appeared as though the rain from the heavens had indeed been halted. Countless droplets poised to descend, seemed to be ensnared in midair, suspended in a state of indecision. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, fell into a state of stunned silence, rendered speechless. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie stillness. It was not until a voice erupted from several meters away that the silence was shattered. Su Shun, this is incredible. What the hell? Is this really magic? This must be some celestial art. As a student of Hogwarts, I find this quite elementary. Even our novice magicians can perform such feats. Could it possibly be genuine magic? There are always those who masquerade as magicians while wielding true sorcery. Damn it. The secrets of the immortals can no longer be concealed. Which sect does this disciple belong to? The entire square erupted into fervor. Shouts and cheers reverberated as the crowd went wild over the astonishing display. Meanwhile, Wang Tao stood frozen, realizing that his earlier words felt like a resounding slap from the very figure on stage. How could this be possible? Wang Tao could not help but roar in frustration. On stage, Suyu continued his performance, directing the raindrops downward to the left, to the right, and even upward, inciting further waves of applause. Nearly everyone was overwhelmed with excitement, while Wang Tao's expression grew increasingly grim. At that moment, his walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. "Captain, it seems Suyu intends to leave." "What?" Wang Tao immediately fixed his gaze upon the stage. "Dear audience, today's magic performance concludes here. Until next time." With those words, Suyu turned to exit backstage. Upon witnessing this, Wang Tao could no longer hesitate. "Charge! Everyone, rush the stage and apprehend him in front of everyone." He bellowed into the walkie-talkie, and in the next instant, Wang Tao dashed towards the stage. Meanwhile, dozens of other pursuers observed the scene unfold. The audience, witnessing this unfolding drama, grew even more electrified, their cheers intensifying. On stage, Suyu had caught sight of Wang Tao rushing towards him. "Wang Tao, why are you so relentless in your pursuit?" Suyu's countenance had transformed, revealing his true self as he smiled at Wang Tao. Soaked to the skin, Wang Tao gasped for breath, his chest heaving, his eyes locked onto Suyu. "Suyu, you have no chance of escape." As Wang Tao's words fell, dozens of other pursuers ascended the stage from various directions. Suyu was surrounded. Yet, in response, his expression remained unchanged. He merely smiled and shook his head. "It seems, Officer Wang Tao, that you have yet to learn any valuable lessons." As the words fell, Suyu suddenly removed a piece of black cloth from his body and tossed it into the air. The cloth slowly descended, soon enveloping Suyu's form. To everyone's astonishment, the black cloth lay flat on the ground, yet there was no outline of Suyu's body beneath it. "Impossible." Wang Tao, in shock, lifted the cloth, staring incredulously at the floor. "No, there must be a passage beneath." Wang Tao shouted angrily, stepping down forcefully. As expected, the wooden board cracked, revealing an opening below. "Suyu!" Wang Tao leapt into the hole, leaving a group of bewildered pursuers behind as he pressed onward alone. The figure in the black suit surged ahead, with Wang Tao in pursuit. They soon burst out of the passage and into the outside world. Wang Tao then saw the figure turn into a narrow alleyway. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the alley after them. After several minutes of relentless pursuit, the figure finally came to a halt. Ahead lay a dead end. Breathing heavily, Wang Tao gazed at Suyu, who was now cornered, a manic smile spreading across his face. "Run. Suyu, why have you stopped running?" Wang Tao tensed every muscle in his body, slowly advancing towards Suyu's back. Yet, throughout it all, Suyu never turned around. Finally, just as Wang Tao was about to launch himself at Suyu, the latter finally turned. "You don't do anything reckless." A stranger's face, marked with fear, stared back at Wang Tao. In an instant, Wang Tao felt as though thunder had struck him, his mind blank. "Suyu? That person has already fled. Please don't hurt me." The youth trembled, retreating backwards. Meanwhile, a wave of immense dread enveloped Wang Tao. He glanced back at his approaching subordinates, swallowed hard, and quivered as he spoke. "What about the museum?" "Captain, we just lost contact with the museum. It's over." At that moment, Wang Tao felt himself on the brink of collapse. As Suyu arrived, the crimson moon vanished. It was over. Wang Tao felt a sense of impending doom within him. Suyu had once again outsmarted him. The most critical aspect was that this individual had used a decoy to propel himself such a considerable distance away. Now, to return to the museum, the round trip would take at least 15 minutes. And in 15 minutes, he could accomplish far too much. Wang Tao's breath quickened. The previous task allocation had been straightforward. He was to keep his team on Su Yu's tail, ensuring that this individual had no opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingshan's team merely needed to secure the museum. As long as they could stall, there was no way Su Yu could make a move. After all, his whereabouts had been continuously exposed. Yet, Wang Tao could not have anticipated that the opponent would employ such a tactic to shake him off. Moreover, he had somehow severed the communication between himself and the museum. It was evident now that Zhang Mingshan and his team were completely unaware. Su Yu was already en route to the museum. Damn it, I must return. Wang Tao dashed frantically towards the museum. Inside the museum, Zhang Mingshan and the other 3 pursuers were anxiously fixated on the surveillance monitors. With just 1 minute until midnight, would that person arrive? Zhao Wanqing couldn't help but inquire. Qi Haiming adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed. It was unclear. The signal with Wang Tao had just been interrupted, and now they had no idea what Su Yu's situation was. Regardless, everyone needed to stay alert. Zhang Mingshan's gaze remained locked on the screen, unwavering. The clock was about to strike midnight. Suddenly, the lights in the entire monitoring room dimmed. It was not just the monitoring room. Even the surveillance feeds flickered and then turned to static. That person has arrived. Activate the backup power. All personnel, be alert. So you may have already entered. Zhang Mingshan reacted swiftly, realizing the gravity of the situation. The power had been cut. As his command was issued, several pursuers rushed out. The emergency lights below flickered to life, and countless pursuers began to converge on the 3rd floor. The entire museum was in a state of chaos. Yet, amidst the turmoil, no one noticed an additional pursuer emerging from the shadows. In the live stream, numerous viewers watched in astonishment as Su Yu had already infiltrated the museum. What the hell? Su God has just entered. Wow, is this really happening? It's understandable. The situation is chaotic and dark. An extra pursuer can easily go unnoticed. Indeed, but while he is inside, how will he acquire the Crimson Moon Gem? There are still so many eyes on him. Exactly, that's the real challenge. Countless viewers were left in suspense. Meanwhile, Su Yu had blended into the ranks of the pursuers, making his way towards the 3rd floor. The outfit of a pursuer was obtained from a member of Wang Tao's team, whom he had incapacitated. Additionally, he had donned a human mask that he had prepared a couple of days prior. With these elements in place, the task of seizing the gem became significantly easier. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed the presence of an additional pursuer nearby, as they all moved towards the 3rd floor in compliance with orders. Su Yu effortlessly ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon the Crimson Moon Gem, which was now under the most stringent protection. Surrounding the gem were precisely 12 pursuers, while others were dispersed in the vicinity. Observing this, Su Yu raised an eyebrow. His method of cutting the power involved directly sabotaging the external supply. Since his arrival, 1.5 minutes had already elapsed. The restoration of the backup power would take approximately 3 minutes. This meant that he had less than 2 minutes remaining. Less than 2 minutes, indeed. Su Yu squeezed a small black box concealed within his sleeve, narrowing his eyes. Contemplating his plan, a smile crept onto his lips. It would surely astonish everyone. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to approach the Crimson Moon. Su Yu began to survey his surroundings. Meanwhile, countless viewers in a live stream were already perspiring profusely. Damn it, what does Su God intend to do? If the power is restored, it will spell disaster. Exactly what is Su God planning? The only exit from the museum is now sealed, and once the power is restored and a head count is conducted, Su God's identity will undoubtedly be exposed. I heard from Zhang Mingshan's side that there is at most 1 minute left until the power is restored. We're doomed. Could it be that Su God has truly walked into a trap? The audience in the live stream was on the edge of their seats. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and his companions on the upper floor were fixated on the scene below. What slightly eased their tension was the fact that the situation was still under control. The Crimson Moon Gem had yet to vanish. Although Su Yu had infiltrated the museum, as long as he did not abscond with the gem, the situation remained manageable for them. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden shout erupted from the pursuers below. Suyu had appeared. The moment that voice echoed, the entire third floor descended into chaos. Beneath the dim emergency lights, everyone's eyes were alertly scanning their surroundings. Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming instantly focused their attention on the entire third floor. Yet, no one noticed a figure stealthily approaching the display of the Crimson Moon Gem. A black object was affixed to the base of the display. Having completed this task, Suyu had once again distanced himself from the edge of the Crimson Moon. At this juncture, his plan had reached its final stage. He would merely await the spectacle to unfold. A smile graced Suyu's lips. Meanwhile, countless viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered. What on earth is Su God doing? I don't understand. I don't get it either. Su God placed something at the base of the display and then withdrew? Good heavens. The power will be restored in just 20 seconds. This is disastrous. The live stream was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency as countless viewers began to fret for Suyu. It was almost instinctive to think that if the power returned, there was a substantial chance that Su Shan would be exposed. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Zhang Mingshan's gaze was fixated intently on the Crimson Moon. He remained oblivious to all else. Suyu's sole objective was the Crimson Moon. All he needed to do was keep his eyes on the Crimson Moon to witness the hand this individual would extend. However, what Zhang Mingshan did not anticipate was that he entirely overlooked any attempts made against the Crimson Moon. With a sudden crack, the power was restored. Blinding lights flooded the room once more, and the air conditioning resumed its cooling. Countless pursuers, who had previously been in a state of panic, collectively exhaled in relief. Even Zhang Mingshan found himself inexplicably relaxed. The Crimson Moon was still present. It appeared that this individual had failed. Zhang Mingshan exchanged a glance with Qi Haiming, and a subtle smile graced their faces. This individual had finally faltered. Yet, before the two could revel in their moment of triumph, an utterly despairing voice rang out. The Crimson Moon has vanished. 055, how was this accomplished? The Crimson Moon has vanished. Almost at the very moment the voice resonated, dozens of pursuers, including Wang Tao on the stage, instantaneously directed their gazes towards the display case. Within the glass enclosure, the once dazzling red gemstone, which had captivated all with its brilliance, had inexplicably disappeared, leaving only a metallic base that continued to rise and fall. Boom! A thunderous shockwave coursed through everyone's minds, striking them with disbelief. Countless individuals stared blankly at the glass box, their eyes wide with astonishment. How? Is this even possible? The Crimson Moon was just inside moments ago. How could it vanish so suddenly? Zhang Mingshan felt darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly collapsing on the spot. The relentless strain of the past few days had already taken a toll on his aging body. Now, the vanishing of the Crimson Moon left him gasping for breath. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Why has the Crimson Moon disappeared? It was still there when the power was restored. Moreover, the most critical question is, why did the alarm not trigger? Qi Haiming was not in a better state than Zhang Mingshan. His limbs felt cold, yet he managed to retain the barest semblance of rationality. It's impossible. Suyu is still within the museum. He cannot have escaped. The doors are sealed shut. There is no way he could have gotten out. Qi Haiming calmed himself, forcing clarity of thought. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingshan took a deep breath, preparing to issue further commands. Just then, the shattering of glass pierced the air, accompanied by an eruption of furious shouts. Suyu! Instantly, a multitude of eyes turned towards the outside. Sure enough, a shadow darted past the window. That scoundrel jumped out? In that moment, Zhang Mingshan could no longer afford to hesitate. He was oblivious to how Suyu had taken the Crimson Moon, how he managed to do so without triggering the alarm, or what his intentions were. The only certainty he had was that Suyu was about to escape. Zhang Mingshan issued the command. Everyone pursue him. In an instant, chaos erupted among the throngs of pursuers. All rushed toward the lower levels. However, the elevator had a limited capacity. Many others made their way towards the stairs and emergency exits. The museum was thrown into utter disarray. Suyu also followed the tide of people downward. Yet, after only a few steps, he concealed himself in a corner, watching as all others descended. Minutes later, the third floor fell silent. Only the scattered remnants remained, bearing witness to the chaos that had just unfolded. The Crimson Moon had indeed vanished without a trace. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were engulfed in confusion. What just happened? What on earth transpired? What did Sushin do? Damn, the Crimson Moon just disappeared like that. How did Sushin manage this? Why didn't the alarm go off? Is he performing magic again? Telekinesis? This is absolutely unbelievable. What on earth is happening? I beseech the esteemed sage for an explanation. Enough of the sage. Such matters, beyond the realm of natural sciences, are not for mere mortals to decipher. In the live stream, countless individuals found themselves perplexed, unable to comprehend the disappearance of the Crimson Moon. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Suyu did not depart from the third level. Instead, he approached the platform of the Crimson Moon. With a calm smile, he surveyed the display. In the next moment, he casually retrieved a chair from the side. With a resounding crash, the iron edge of the chair struck the corner of the glass case. In but a single blow, cracks spread across the surface of the glass. Without hesitation, Suyu struck again. Crash! Instantly, the entire case shattered into a cascade of glass shards. Simultaneously, a piercing air raid siren blared into existence, triggered by the chaos. Yet, Suyu appeared oblivious, reaching towards the vacant metal base. The moment his hand made contact, a gem of the most vibrant hue, reminiscent of a heart, was clasped within his grasp. The gem, worth a fortune, felt splendid in his hand. Suyu toyed with the Crimson Moon gem, wearing a faint smile. Meanwhile, the livestream audience was left in utter astonishment. What? What in the world is this? I can't process this. Wasn't the gem supposed to be gone? I understand now. This is a technique from our realm of cultivation known as spatial concealment. What the hell is spatial concealment? What on earth is going on? I implore the sage for guidance. Enough of the sage. Even as a magician, I am utterly baffled. This truly is divine magic. The viewers felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Meanwhile, Suyu had already secured the gem, a smile gracing his lips. He glanced outside, wondering if they had begun to grasp the situation. It was time to depart. With a serene smile, he made his way downstairs. A few hundred meters away, Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming stood rooted in place, their expressions shifting erratically. They had just chased their quarry to this location, only to discover that the so-called Suyu was merely a garment tied with balloons. Where could this fellow have vanished to? As they pondered, a shrill alarm echoed within the museum. They exchanged incredulous glances. What is happening? Why was the alarm triggered at this moment? Hadn't the Crimson Moon vanished? Shock surged in their eyes, yet they had no time for contemplation. In an instant, they rallied their team and rushed towards the museum. Mere meters from the entrance, Zhang Mingshan was the first to spot Suyu standing calmly at the doorway, seemingly unfazed. Ah, you two have arrived. Suyu greeted Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming with a smile. At that moment, Wang Tao finally appeared from a distance. Wang Tao gasped for breath, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Suyu. In that moment, he beheld the gem clutched in Suyu's hand. Had he succeeded? Wang Tao cast a surprised glance at Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming. The two men bowed their heads in shame. Apologies, we failed to guard it. It's all right. This fellow cannot escape now. Wang Tao shook his head, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto Suyu. With over 100 men on his side, there was no way this individual could flee. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast room, countless viewers began to sweat with anxiety. This is bad. We've been discovered. With hundreds pursuing, Su God is in quite a predicament. It's not just a predicament. With so many chasing him, Su God can't possibly outlast them, especially while carrying the Scarlet Moon Gem, which will easily give him away. Donji. The audience in the live stream was once again filled with concern for Suyu. Yet, Suyu merely smiled faintly. In the next moment, he turned and ran. Chase him! Wang Tao roared, sprinting after Suyu. This is a path of self-destruction, leaping into the void. Pursue. The moment Wang Tao's roar resonated, all pursuers surged towards Suyu. Suyu swiftly tucked the Scarlet Moon into his pocket and immediately turned to flee. Drive. Observing Suyu's escape route, Wang Tao's voice rang out again. Instantly, a dozen off-road vehicles surged forth, Wang Tao randomly selected one and climbed in, pointing at the fleeing Su Yu. Force this fellow to a halt. The driver, upon hearing these words, charged directly toward Su Yu, seemingly intent on a collision. This scene sent shivers down the spines of countless onlookers. Are the pursuers insane? Is this for real? Goodness, they've truly lost it. After being toyed with by Su God so many times, their rationality is nearly gone. Oh my, this is far too dangerous. Su God, run. Danger. In the live stream, countless viewers felt their hearts leap into their throats. So you also noticed the off-road vehicle barreling towards him. He was somewhat astonished. They must be on the verge of madness, intent on forcing him to stop. Continuing forward would certainly result in a collision, while staying put would guarantee capture. With a raised brow, Su Yu swiftly devised a strategy. System: allocate 10 points each to strength and speed. Host: allocating 10 points to strength and speed requires 2 million popularity points. Confirm exchange? Exchange. Su Yu responded without hesitation. In the next moment, a warm surge of power enveloped his entire being. Not only did Su Yu's speed not diminish, but it actually increased. Wang Tao, seated in the passenger seat, was taken aback. Su Yu, was he truly so reckless? Did he not fear death at all? However, at this juncture, it was too late to brake. As the off-road vehicle was about to collide with Su Yu, everyone instinctively shut their eyes. Yet in the following instant, Su Yu exerted his legs with tremendous force, his strength reaching a staggering 172, granting him explosive power rivaling that of a world champion high jumper. In an instant, Su Yu vaulted onto the roof of the off-road vehicle. Without missing a beat, he executed another seamless jump toward the nearby house. Grasping the exterior air conditioning unit, Su Yu effortlessly scaled to the second floor of the adjacent building. Countless witnesses were left in stunned silence. Even Wang Tao had not anticipated this. Su Yu wasn't scared. Was this the kind of explosive power a human could possess? A single leap reaching nearly 5 meters in height. For context, the world high jump record stands at only 43 meters. The crowd was astounded. What astonished them even more followed shortly after. Su Yu, standing atop the air conditioning unit, leapt once more and grasped the balcony of the third floor. He then ascended to the third level. Inside one apartment, a family was engrossed in watching the live broadcast of the global manhunt. However, upon noticing Su Yu climbing the building, they instinctively turned to take a look, only to find Su Yu on their balcony. Su good. One little girl was left utterly dumbfounded, her expression one of sheer disbelief. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Su Yu reassured, "Do not worry. I harbor no malicious intent. I merely wish to know, where is the elevator?" The elevator is outside. "Allow me to guide you there," replied the little girl. Witnessing this scene, the girl felt a mixture of anxiety and fear as she led Su Yu to the elevator outside. After expressing her gratitude, Su Yu promptly entered the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhang Mingshan and his companions had also caught up. "Where's Su Yu?" one of them exclaimed. "This fellow has ventured inside the building. We must follow." Without hesitation, they charged into the building, accompanied by a throng of pursuers. Thus, the door of the residence was knocked upon once more. Su God has taken the elevator." The girl, seeing the fierce expression on Wang Tao's face, instinctively took a step back and spoke out. Without wasting words, Wang Tao immediately headed towards the elevator area. Upon arrival, he was not surprised to see one of the 4 elevators rapidly ascending. It had already reached the 23rd floor. This man truly entered the elevator. Is he not courting his own demise? Wang Tao felt a surge of excitement. What else could this be but a self-imposed death trap? Unlike before, there were no cranes visible around to impede their pursuit. As long as they sealed off the lower levels and ascended, Su Yu would have no escape. What floor could he possibly wish to reach? Wang Tao pondered aloud. "I am unsure, but we can leave one person here to monitor where Su Yu's elevator halts, while the rest of us ascend. Should it stop, he will notify us," suggested Qi Haiming, adjusting his glasses. Nods of agreement followed. Zhang Mingshan, Wang Tao, and Qi Haiming entered the elevator, leaving one pursuer behind to watch Su Yu's elevator's destination. The others either took the elevator or opted to ascend the stairs. Meanwhile, Within the ascending elevator, Suyu leaned back, seemingly lost in thought. The live stream was in an uproar. Why has Su God come here? Into the top floor? Wang Tao and the others are hot on his heels. Indeed, why didn't he escape through another route? Once encircled by Wang Tao and his group, he will truly have no chance. Heavens, they have caught up. It's over, it's over. With hundreds of pursuers, they have completely blocked the way. Countless viewers were filled with anxiety. As for Su Yu, the elevator continued its ascent. Finally, after several minutes, it reached the top floor of the Donghai building, F100. Stepping out, Su Yu was greeted by the sight of several bold characters. The wind howled as he slowly spread his arms, embracing the refreshing night breeze that followed the rain. In that moment, he felt an indescribable exhilaration. Standing atop the highest building in Donghai City, gazing down at the nightscape below, so you could not help but feel an urge to shout. Meanwhile, in a live stream, countless viewers were astonished by this scene. This is truly the end. The Donghai building stands at a staggering height of 512 meters. Su God has nowhere left to run. The atmosphere was charged with tension as spectators eagerly discussed the unfolding drama. This place has its charm, but Su Shun, now is not the time for sightseeing, someone remarked, expressing their trepidation. The actions of Su Shun were becoming increasingly enigmatic, leaving the audience in a state of anxious anticipation. Su Shun's presence here seemed to eliminate any chance of escape. The moment Wang Tao and his companions arrived, capture appeared inevitable. Just then, the elevator chimed, signaling the arrival of Wang Tao, who stepped out, flanked by Zhang Mingshan, Qi Haiming, and several pursuers. Su Yu, have you finally decided to stop fleeing? Wang Tao's bloodshot eyes fixated on Su Yu. Truth be told, after such a lengthy pursuit, he was utterly fatigued. Yet, now that Su Yu stood before him with no avenue of retreat, his excitement surged to an unprecedented level. What does it mean to have nowhere to turn? Su Yu, this is what it means to be trapped without escape. Zhang Mingshan and Qi Haiming shared Wang Tao's intense gaze on Su Yu. Although they were uncertain of how Su Yu had managed to acquire the Scarlet Heart, it no longer mattered. Su Yu had no chances left. His flight had come to an end. One by one, the other pursuers emerged from the elevator, dozens of eyes now trained upon Su Yu. He stood resolute, shaking his head with a smile. It seems you all are quite confident, he mused. What do you mean? Wang Tao's eyes narrowed, filled with suspicion. Oh, nothing much. I merely admire your determination. But that is all. Do you genuinely believe I would seek my own demise? So you continued. A grin playing on his lips. With a subtle motion, he adjusted the mechanism on his attire. In an instant, his outer garments tore away, revealing an eccentric black wingsuit beneath. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Yet, Su Yu maintained his calm demeanor. I had already conveyed all essential information to you earlier. It is unfortunate that you failed to comprehend it. Farewell, my friends. With that, he spread his arms wide and leaped from the towering 100-story Donghai building. In that moment, despair washed over Wang Tao. He stood transfixed, watching Su Yu plunge into the abyss, the haunting words echoing in his mind. On a moonlit night, the black bird carries the starlight. Was this the true meaning behind it all? But it was too late. As Su Yu descended, arms outstretched like a dark bird, the scarlet moon gem glimmering in the night, he vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted with excitement as countless viewers witnessed Su Yu's audacious leap. The internet is ablaze with excitement. A mystery unfolds as countless individuals gaze in awe at Su Yu's daring leap. What on earth is this divine maneuver? Wingsuit flying? He finally comprehends Su Shen's intentions. He deliberately ascended the building to lure all pursuers, then elegantly departed with wingsuit flight. Incredible. Initially, I thought Su Shen was courting disaster. Enough. Just look at Wang Tao's expression. It pains my heart. Wang Tao. I thought an opportunity had arisen again, only to realize he truly flew away. This is beyond impressive. Yet, I still cannot fathom how Su Shen managed to seize the Crimson Moon. In the live stream, an overwhelming wave of exhilaration swept over the audience. Who could have anticipated that Su Shen, facing 100 pursuers, of force magnitudes greater than his own, would ultimately escape in such a graceful and nonchalant manner? Throughout the ordeal, he displayed not a hint of panic. It was a spectacle that left many breathless. Meanwhile, at the scene, Wang Tao stood frozen, staring blankly at the spot where Su Yu had just been, struggling to process what had transpired. Qi Haiyiming and Zhang Mingshan fared little better, both standing in bewilderment. Initially, they had all believed that Su Yu had nowhere left to flee. Who could have guessed that he would choose such an improbable method to elude them? Perched atop a towering building, the cold wind sent shivers down everyone's spines. What kind of individual were they truly dealing with? Time and again, they found themselves toyed with at his whim. Each time, they watched helplessly as Su Yu, merely within arm's reach, departed with composure, leaving them powerless to act. Let's have a smoke. Ultimately, it was Zhang Mingshan who sighed deeply, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering them to Wang Tao and Qi Haiyiming. He did not issue a command to pursue Su Yu, for they all understood that once Su Yu had vanished, he had indeed vanished. Thus, the three men sat at the edge of the rooftop, silently smoking. A moment later, Zhao Wanqing and Li Kai, arriving slightly late, witnessed this scene with puzzled expressions. "Where's Su Yu?" Zhao Wanqing inquired. "He ran away," Wang Tao replied hoarsely. He no longer wished to discuss the matter, and his confidence in capturing Su Yu was waning. The breath of determination within him had nearly been extinguished. Zhao Wanqing observed this rare silence from Wang Tao. As a psychology professor, she found her role in the pursuit of Su Yu to be rather limited. Su Yu did not perceive himself as a true fugitive. He possessed all the psychological traits of an ordinary person, coupled with an arrogant self-assurance. This was both his weakness and his strength. He consistently astonished everyone with unexpected actions, as he had once again successfully escaped. With the invaluable Scarlet Moon gemstone in her possession, she managed to escape from an altitude of 500 meters. Zhao Wanqing pressed her lips together, choosing silence. Li Kai, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. It is not appropriate for everyone to linger outside like this. We should return to the command center. Otherwise, we risk catching a cold, which would be unfortunate. Murmurs of agreement came from the few who had finally finished their cigarettes as they collectively made their way back to the command center. On their journey, Wang Tao gazed out at the nightscape and remarked, "Do you think we still have a chance to apprehend Su Yu?" "Indeed, as long as he remains on the run, there is hope," Zhang Mingshan replied, having regained some composure, his tone resolute. This old police chief had to concede that Su Yu is undoubtedly a genius. Yes, the term genius was the only fitting description. Time and again, his escapes left everyone astounded and incredulous. Yet he managed to accomplish it every single time. All right, Wang Tao nodded. Upon returning to the command center, they all sat across from one another, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the morale of the pursuing team had plummeted to an all-time low. On the internet, however, the fervor surrounding the global manhunt had surged to unprecedented heights. The number one trending topic was none other than Su Yu. Did Su Shun succeed in a special challenge? He vanished without a trace. The moment this news broke, it captured countless eyes. Wow, this is incredible. How daring of Su Shun. I'm utterly in awe. I am completely floored. Su Shun's maneuver was simply spectacular. It's impressive, but I still can't fathom how Su Shun acquired the Scarlet Moon gemstone or controlled the raindrops. I truly don't understand. Me neither. Could it be that Su Shun is truly a cultivator? I never believed in such things, but now, how does Su Shun explain this? A multitude of discussions erupted online as people expressed their astonishment at Su Yu's escape, but more importantly, they were perplexed by the magic he performed and how he managed to take the Scarlet Moon. How did he control the raindrops? How did he obtain the Scarlet Moon? This became an enigma that stirred the curiosity of countless viewers and fans. Amidst this fervor, a piece of information suddenly ascended to the second spot on the trending list. The Physics Research Institute of Lonka Academy. Was Su Shun performing magic? Celestial arts? No. The principles are explained right here. I am from the legendary Research Institute. Almost instantaneously upon the release of this information, countless individuals clicked to delve deeper. The contents of the message were straightforward, yet elucidated how Su Yu managed to control the raindrops and even pilfer the Scarlet Moon. Hello, everyone. This is the Physics Research Institute of Lonka Academy. We would like to provide two explanations regarding the astonishing abilities exhibited by Su Shan during his escape. First, let's clarify Su Shan's ability to control the raindrops during his performance. Did anyone notice that all the lights were flickering at the beginning of the act? Indeed, the strobe light, when synchronized with the velocity of raindrops, creates an optical illusion that appears to suspend the raindrops in midair. At the moment the light dims, the raindrops descend, and as the light brightens, the raindrops return to their previous positions. This cyclical process gives the impression of stillness. Moreover, manipulating the lateral and vertical movements of the raindrops follows the same principle. The first half of the article elucidates the methods for controlling raindrops, leaving countless readers in a state of astonishment. Wow, is this even possible? Goodness, Su's technique is simply astounding. How can this be? Impressive, Su. Truly an idol, mastering everything. This is too simple. Such an effortless trick, I could do it too. Really? You think it's that easy? Explaining it might seem straightforward, but have you considered the myriad parameters? The speed of the strobe, the descent of the raindrops, and even factors like wind speed and cloud thickness present significant challenges. Goodness, Su is incredibly talented, but how did he manage the disappearance of the Crimson Moon? Indeed, how was the disappearance of the Crimson Moon achieved? Many are left puzzled. At this moment, the second half of the decoding information is also released. To uncover the mystery of the Crimson Moon's disappearance, please click here. 058, The Godlike Man. The Phoenix-born pursuer team in exploring the enigma surrounding the disappearance of the Crimson Moon, one must first grasp a fundamental principle. The human eye perceives only visible light. This understanding simplifies the matter considerably. It is essential to realize that visible light encompasses all light that can enter our eyes, whether it emanates naturally, as does the sun and other celestial bodies, or through refraction, like that of a mirror. But what of objects that emit no light? Indeed, there are those who have already surmised that the human eye cannot perceive such entities. At this juncture, many might deduce the general process at play. It is, in fact, the refracted light of the Crimson Moon that has been obscured by the divine intervention of Su. Initially, Su placed a miniature spectral filter beneath the display. This device is capable of selectively filtering out specific surrounding light. During the live broadcast, Su evidently filtered out the crimson glow of the Crimson Moon along with other refracted lights, creating the illusion of its disappearance. Does this not seem rather effortless? The explanation of the disappearance of the Crimson Moon is undoubtedly more intricate than a mere magic act. Many viewers took a moment to comprehend the revelation. Wait, is this even possible? By employing a spectral filter to eliminate the light from the Crimson Moon, we can no longer see it, thus creating the illusion of its vanishing? Oh my goodness, how did Su conceive such a notion? Is this even within the realm of carbon-based life forms? This is a performance of magic, utilizing visual deception to befuddle the pursuers. I am utterly captivated by this man. Su seems to possess an understanding of everything. The defeat of the pursuers seems entirely justified. One can only exclaim, Su, eternal. In the comments below, countless individuals expressed their astonishment upon grasping the concept. Who could have anticipated that Su would employ such an extraordinary method to discreetly appropriate the Crimson Moon? While it appeared to vanish, it remained undeniably present upon the stage. As this enlightening article gained traction, the public became acutely aware of the underlying process, inciting even greater waves of excitement. Divine, utterly divine. He is a truly godlike man. Su, truly deserving of his reputation. I had little interest in such shows, dismissing them as scripted performances, but now I am utterly awestruck. Oh, how I adore men like Su, who seem to possess all knowledge. A romance with him would surely be devoid of worries. I harbor serious suspicions that I am Su's lost sibling. How so? Su is named Su Yu, and I am Su Mao. One might say we are indeed siblings. As the intricate techniques of Su Yu's magic and the method of stealing the Crimson Moon were deciphered online, it ignited a wave of fervor. At this juncture, the Physics Research Institute of Lonka University once again made its voice heard. It must be said that Su Yu is indeed a prodigy in every aspect. having made remarkable contributions to physics. Currently, the Institute happens to be engaged in a research project on spectral shielding to achieve invisibility. After the program concluded, we hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with Suyu. Upon the release of this information, the internet erupted once more. Unbelievable! Has the Physics Research Institute of Lonka University extended an olive branch to Suyu? Impressive! As a graduate student in physics at Qingbei, I can attest that Suyu is truly remarkable. His spectral filter, crafted by his own hands, exhibits results comparable to those of top research institutions abroad. If he were provided with resources, his potential would be limitless. Oh my goodness, my curiosity about the secrets Suyu harbors is growing by the minute. What an extraordinary man. The online discourse was abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, at the Pursuer Command Center, Qi Haiming rubbed his temples. A wry smile etched across his face as he sank into his chair. The expressions of the other four mirrored his astonishment. They had just witnessed the analytical process, and upon its conclusion, they felt utterly bewildered. Suyu had audaciously appropriated the Crimson Moon using precisely this method. This was simply outrageous. Damn, Wang Tao exclaimed, his frustration palpable. I can no longer fathom this guy. Is he even human? At this remark, the others sighed in unison. They had already prepared a rough recap of the events, but now, this analysis had rendered all previous inconsistencies entirely plausible. The entire sequence of events was remarkably straightforward. At 11:15, the magic performance commenced, and Suyu lured Wang Tao into pursuing him. However, he cleverly used a decoy to elude Wang Tao while simultaneously incapacitating another pursuer to acquire their attire. At 11:50, Suyu severed the external power lines, seizing the ensuing chaos to infiltrate the third floor. At 11:55, as power was restored, the Crimson Moon vanished, and he led his companions in pursuit. By 12 o'clock, Suyu had successfully claimed the Crimson Moon, triggering the alarm. The subsequent events became inconsequential, as they were merely another instance of Suyu's deliberate deception. From beginning to end, they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by him. From the onset of the magic performance, they had fallen into his trap, diverting a portion of their forces to detain him, only to be outsmarted. The later events, including cutting the power lines to access the museum and fabricating the illusion of the Crimson Moon's disappearance, culminated in the ruse that led them to the Donghai building. 3 segments of flawless scheme. They had been led in circles akin to headless flies, yet with no outcome to show for their efforts. This revelation nearly incapacitated the entire pursuit team. Previously, they were adamant in their belief that Suyu's arrival signified certain doom. Yet now, through his actions, Suyu has demonstrated that all their efforts were in vain. Every preparation and strategy they devised before him appears as mere embellishment. Even the 10 individuals they had arranged to assist them proved utterly ineffective. I've become a laughingstock, Qi Haiming mused with a bitter smile. Earlier, he had boldly countered Suyu online with the phrase, inviting the wolf into the house. At that time, he was filled with confidence. But now, reality is harsh. Ha! I'm an even bigger joke than you, Wang Tao chuckled, lighting a cigarette. Yet, it was evident to all that a sense of unwillingness flickered in his eyes. Zhang Mingshan surveyed everyone and shook his head. Stop bickering. We have all become a joke. Until we capture Suyu, we will remain the butt of the joke. Instead of wallowing in self-pity, we should contemplate how to bring him back. At this point, a glimmer of determination shone in Zhang Mingshan's eyes. His previously slightly stooped posture straightened, and he suddenly exuded a renewed vigor. Do you still have faith? Zhang Mingshan directed his gaze at the group. Initially taken aback, the others soon felt a surge of energy. The embers of their earlier despair reignited, glowing with renewed fervor. If they had once felt hopeless, Zhang Mingshan's words jolted them awake. What is there to fight about? Until we apprehend Suyu, we shall all remain a joke. All past glories and blemishes will be overshadowed by the fact that Suyu is still at large. In this moment, the 5 of them shared an unprecedented unity in their resolve to capture Suyu. Each of them, accomplished in their respective fields, could hardly accept the humiliation of being so thoroughly vanquished. It was simply unacceptable. It seems we all share the same sentiment, Zhang Mingshan reflected. Wang Tao extinguished his cigarette, narrowing his eyes. All that occupies my mind now is one thing: capturing this formidable individual. So do I. Qi Haiming adjusted his glasses. Count me in. Zhao Wanqing and Li Kai echoed the sentiment, excitement gleaming in their eyes. It was clear that at this moment, the entire pursuit team had undergone a transformation. From their initial disdain and contempt for Su Yu, they had traversed through shock, confusion, collapse, and despair, emerging now, reborn from the ashes, with Su Yu as their singular focus. This encapsulates the current state of the pursuit team. Meanwhile, the countless viewers in the live stream were equally filled with emotion upon witnessing this scene. Our guardian, the level of the manhunt has risen, leaving many viewers profoundly moved. It must be said that the efforts of the pursuing officers are truly commendable. They deserve our admiration. Indeed, their endeavors are remarkable. And if this were not merely a program, but a reality, it would inspire everyone. Certainly, Su is impressive, and these individuals are our protectors ensuring our safety. It is no easy task. Let us strive to uncover more societal security flaws, for numerous overlooked details have already surfaced. Laughter echoed as Su has already identified many vulnerabilities within society, all of which await comprehensive review and submission to the authorities post-program. Let us not falter here. In a live stream, countless viewers offered their heartfelt encouragement. Previously, they had subconsciously regarded the entire pursuit team as a joke. After all, under Su's astonishing maneuvers, the pursuers had repeatedly faced setbacks. Yet now, all began to realize that the pursuit team, and indeed the global manhunt program, symbolizes more than just entertainment. It reflects reality. In truth, it is the dedicated detectives tirelessly working to apprehend criminals that allow society to remain safe. It is their relentless efforts that contribute to the annual decline in crime rates, permitting citizens to venture out at night with doors wide open, free from safety concerns. These are the unsung heroes who devote themselves to their posts. Excitement surged among the masses. We look forward to more thrilling confrontations between the pursuit team and Su. Indeed, this is not merely a program. It serves as a rehearsal, providing invaluable experience for the true frontline warriors. Let us go. Amidst this atmosphere, the command center fell into a calm. With newfound determination, it was time to return to the question of Su Yu. Where might he go next? Zhang Mingshan turned to the group. Qi Haiming spoke first. Su Yu had taken the Crimson Moon, according to the program's rules. He had completed the special challenge in Donghai City, successfully unlocking it. If viewed from this perspective, Su Yu's next step would be to proceed to the next program location. Zhao Wanqing confirmed this notion, and everyone nodded in agreement. It is true. The Global Manhunt Program, as its name suggests, cannot confine itself to Donghai City. Moreover, in real-world criminal behavior, offenders do not linger in one place for long after committing a crime, as the risk of exposure is too great. They are bound to be on the move. The program's rules are naturally designed to reflect this reality. However, the next city has yet to be announced by the production team. Wang Tao pondered aloud. Having reconciled with himself, his sole fixation now was to capture Su Yu. Thus, a sense of tranquility enveloped the group. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Zhang Mingshan shook his head. The next destination remained uncertain for the time being. Yet it was imperative for them to ascertain how Su Yu would depart. How would he leave? The brows of everyone furrowed in concern. The means of traveling from one city to another are limited, by car, bus, train, waterway, or airplane. And then there is the option of walking. Given Su Yu's character, it was inconceivable that he would choose to walk. Zhao Wanqing shook her head. If anyone besides Wang Tao truly understood Su Yu, it would undoubtedly be her. The moment this assertion was made, the others also furrowed their brows. Based on their deliberations, the modes of departure available to Su Yu were indeed limited. Which one would he select? No, everyone. Su Yu lacks an ID and any form of identification. Therefore, the options we are considering are likely inaccessible to him. Interjected Li Kai, prompting nods of agreement from the others. It was indeed true. Without an ID, Su Yu could not utilize the transportation methods available to ordinary individuals. If the next waypoint were confirmed and Su Yu needed to arrive within a specified time frame, what mode of transport would he opt for? Zhao Wanqing posed another question. causing the group to furrow their brows once more. At that moment, a broadcast suddenly erupted from the command center. Special checkpoint fugitive Su Yu has successfully navigated the challenge, acquiring the invaluable Scarlet Moon gemstone and receiving a 5-star evaluation. Consequently, the production team has decided to elevate Su Yu's wanted level. His wanted status has escalated from 2 stars to 3 stars, significantly enhancing the capabilities of the pursuit team. The announcement continued. The pursuers will expand their ranks by 50 individuals, increasing from 100 to 150, and they will operate in teams of 3, armed with stun guns. Furthermore, the pursuit team has been granted the authority to deploy a helicopter and has obtained deeper police authorization, now at level 2, allowing them to access provincial-level information of the same classification. In that instant, Zhang Mingshan and the others were left in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that the production team would elevate Su Yu's wanted level from the original level 2 to level 3. Moreover, they had bolstered the strength of their pursuit team. The addition of 50 pursuers, the ability to operate in groups with stun guns, and the authority to deploy a helicopter. Most crucially, they had secured level 2 police authorization. Exchanging glances filled with astonishment, the 5 were elated. They had previously felt constrained by their lack of strength, and this reinforcement from the production team arrived just in time. The live broadcast room erupted in excitement. Wow, they truly enhanced it. What the heck? Not only are they adding personnel, but they're also arming them. They can even deploy a helicopter. Su Yu is in serious trouble now. Indeed, Su has encountered considerable trouble. The overall strength of the opposing side has risen to a new level. This likely mirrors a simulation of reality, for if such a situation were to occur in truth, reinforcements would undoubtedly be dispatched from above. As the live stream buzzed with countless discussions, the 5 members of the command center also shared in the excitement. However, they were taken aback when the broadcast had yet to conclude. In light of the unique circumstances surrounding the fugitive Su Yu, the pursuing team would be bolstered by the addition of a new pursuit officer. Please welcome her. Almost as soon as the announcement was made, the sound of high heels resonated and the doors swung open. Greetings to you all. A new pursuit officer has arrived, and she is breathtakingly beautiful. Greetings to you all. A voice as cold as ice resonated through the air. In the next moment, the entire team of pursuers turned their gaze towards the entrance. There stood a woman, approximately 170 centimeters tall, with fair skin. Clad in a tailored women's suit, her light purple curls cascaded over her shoulders, glimmering subtly in the sunlight. Her exquisitely crafted visage was framed by a pair of eyes fixed intently upon the 5 members of the pursuit team. Among them, aside from Zhao Wanqing, the others were men. Zhang Mingshan and his companions were momentarily entranced. She was stunning. Her beauty rivaled that of top-tier female celebrities, and her aloof, ethereal aura rendered her even more captivating. The live stream erupted with excitement. Oh my goodness, this new pursuit officer is incredibly beautiful, and she exudes such grace. She is goddess level. I am smitten. What a chill vibe she has. I am in awe. She is simply gorgeous. The production team has truly outdone themselves by inviting such a lovely lady. Countless comments flooded the live chat. Meanwhile, at the scene, the momentary daze dissipated quickly. These individuals were not ordinary people. Zhang Mingshan promptly stood up, extending his hand towards the woman with a warm smile. Hello, welcome to the pursuit team. Zhang Mingshan's greeting was met with a nod from the woman, who shook his hand but remained silent, which rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Beautiful lady, would you care to introduce yourself? Wang Tao ventured cautiously. The woman glanced at Wang Tao, her expression remaining composed and unchanging. My name is Shang Wanyu, and I hail from the International Police Organization, primarily tasked with combating international high-tech crimes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingshan and his companions exchanged astonished glances. From the International Police Organization, and specifically responsible for high-tech crimes, the production team had truly invested heavily this time. As a former police chief, Zhang Mingshan understood well the caliber of this organization. Only the elite from various national police forces could join, each boasting remarkable accomplishments. The fact that the production team had invited one of their own was a delightful surprise for Zhang Mingshan. Simultaneously, The live stream was ablaze with enthusiasm. Wait, what? The International Police Organization? Shang Wanyu? No way. The production team actually invited Shang Wanyu? That's incredible. What is so special about her? She's beautiful. But is she also formidable? Of course. Shang Wanyu was the star detective from our Dragon Nation 3 years ago. She solved countless cold cases and has apprehended numerous criminals within the International Police Organization. Indeed, Shang Wanyu has always been my dream goddess. I never imagined she would be invited to this show. Wow. I just looked her up, and she's genuinely impressive. She dismantled a criminal syndicate just last month. Is she that formidable? Does that mean Su Shan is in danger? In the live broadcast room, countless individuals were taken aback. No one anticipated that this woman was not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed remarkable capabilities. It appeared that Su Shan was genuinely about to encounter a formidable opponent. A wave of excitement and tension rippled through the crowd. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingshan smiled and spoke up. Since you hail from the police department as well, that is splendid. Please have a seat. He gestured for Shang Wanyu to sit down. Shang Wanyu nodded and complied. Her expression remained largely unchanged, merely glancing at the review on the blackboard. Before delving into the main topic, I must address something. Feel free to speak. Wang Tao replied with a casual wave of his hand. In the presence of such beauty, he felt a surge of confidence. However, Shang Wanyu did not spare him a glance, her voice icy as she declared, "The 50 pursuers assigned by the production team are under my command, and you must not interfere with any of my actions." The command center fell silent. The smiles of several individuals froze on their faces. They had not expected this woman to boldly claim 50 pursuers right off the bat. It was noteworthy that there were only a total of 150 personnel. If she were to take 50, wouldn't that render their reinforcement efforts moot? Miss Shangwan this. Zhang Mingshan furrowed his brow, attempting to interject. Yet, Shang Wanyu had already spoken again. If you wish to capture Su Yu, you must adhere to my demands. Very well, Zhang Mingshan sighed, casting a glance at the others. It was evident that everyone understood. This woman, besides being aloof, was undeniably haughty. Nonetheless, they accepted this reality. As long as they could apprehend Su Yu, was a little discomfort in return. If it meant bringing that rascal back, they would gladly place all their personnel under her command. Miss Shangwan, may we commence now? Zhang Mingshan inquired, glancing at the woman. She shook her head. No, I need to first examine your review. With that, her gaze fixed upon the blackboard. Simultaneously, the computer screen was activated, revealing footage playing at 10 times the normal speed. The video depicted Su Yu's process of stealing the Scarlet Moon. As the video reached its midpoint, she pressed the pause button. Indeed, a high-tech criminal, she remarked. What, have you discerned something? Wang Tao asked. The pause footage displayed Su Yu installing a spectral filter. This woman had only just arrived at the production team and had likely not had prior knowledge of Su Yu. Therefore, it was probable that she was unaware of what that device was. Wang Tao deliberately spoke up, curious to see if this woman could articulate any insights. But the next moment, Shang Wanyu's words left him speechless. The spectral filter was utilized to conceal the Scarlet Moon, allowing him to execute the theft. That is his modus operandi. Shang Wanyu directly articulated Su Yu's methods, rendering the others in the command center utterly astonished. They were certain that she had not encountered any information regarding Su Yu prior to her arrival. Otherwise, she would not have such understanding now. What left them in awe was, upon a mere glance at the video, Shang Wanyu, without any prior understanding of Su Yu, deduced the latter's modus operandi. Astonishingly, she even recognized the spectral filter. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, dissipating any lingering doubt they had harbored toward Shang Wanyu. All present were elite individuals, and her earlier display of aloofness, claiming indifference, was simply implausible. Yet, the formidable ability she exhibited rendered them all silent. There was no denying her prowess. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted in a frenzy of comments. Wow, Miss Shang Wanyu is incredibly impressive. She figured it out at a glance. Truly deserving of her role in the international police organization dedicated to high-tech crimes. Impressive indeed. Oh no, I'm starting to worry for God, Sue. What should we do? Same here. This lady seems extraordinary. I wanted to see God Sue's escape further. Miss Shang Wanyu indeed. The live chat buzzed with excitement. At the scene, Shang Yu had accelerated the video to 20 times its normal speed. At such a velocity, discerning details with the naked eye became increasingly challenging. However, after watching with an impassive expression, she paused for a moment of contemplation before inscribing a line on the blackboard. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards it. The abilities of Shang Yu astonished the 5 pursuing officers, compelling everyone to gaze at the blackboard. The succinct line read, Suyu, a high IQ criminal, proficient in various extreme sports techniques, and possessing a cognitive pattern that transcends the ordinary. Though merely a single line, it encapsulated all of Suyu's characteristics with remarkable clarity. Upon witnessing this, the officers felt a profound sense of respect in their hearts. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Within just a few minutes of watching the video, she had discerned the experiences they had garnered from being outsmarted multiple times by Suyu. Shang Yu then turned her gaze towards the group. Is there a problem? She inquired. No problem at all, Wang Tao stammered, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had previously regarded her with a sense of seniority, yet now he felt utterly humiliated. In a matter of mere minutes, she had deduced how many times they had been toyed with by Suyu and the insights they had derived from those encounters. All right, if there are no issues, let us proceed to the main topic. You may share your deductions, she stated. Hearing this, Zhang Mingshan finally spoke up. Our primary focus at present is to ascertain how Suyu intends to leave Donghai City and proceed to his next destination. His implication was that, should Suyu wish to depart Donghai City, he would inevitably need to utilize some form of transportation. Given the current regulations and systems in place, it was certain that any mode of transport would require identification. Upon hearing this, Shang Yu's expression remained unchanged. If Suyu wishes to leave, he can do so without disclosing any identification, opting for a private car, a long-distance bus, or even cycling on his own, she replied. The officers frowned at this revelation. It was undeniable that Shang Yu was correct. Suyu could indeed employ these methods, and he would not be hindered by speed. And where do you believe we should focus our efforts? She continued, echoing their thoughts. Shang Yu's words once again left the pursuing officers in a state of confusion. Wang Tao could not restrain himself, exclaiming, You just said that if Suyu does not wish to reveal his identity, he can easily escape. This sentiment resonated with the other officers. Was Shang Yu not contradicting herself? She suggested that Suyu might leave in such a manner. It also implied he could voluntarily disclose his identity. The officers were puzzled, yet Shang Yu merely smiled. In that moment, the light around them seemed to brighten. The group was momentarily taken aback. Then, a voice broke the silence. I never claimed that Suyu would not reveal his identity. What does that even mean? Wang Tao asked, unable to contain his frustration. His impatient nature clashed with Shang Yu's cryptic communication style, leaving him feeling unsettled. Shang Yu cast him a sidelong glance and shook her head. It appears you have gleaned no lessons from your encounters with Suyu. From my understanding, Suyu is an unequivocally high IQ criminal. However, he lacks the quintessential traits of a fugitive. Your rigid approach to apprehending fugitives will render you incapable of capturing him. Suyu seeks the element of surprise. You presume he would avoid certain modes of transportation, yet he will employ inverse thinking and utilize them instead. He craves attention and anticipates your pursuit, ultimately intending to elude you in a spectacular fashion. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing these words from Miss Shang Yu, the pursuing officers were momentarily taken aback. Wang Tao, in particular, was left speechless. If someone had told him there existed a fugitive who not only shunned concealment, but also relished exposure, he would have vehemently rebuked them as foolish. Yet, when it comes to Suyu, it all seems to fall into place. Is it not so? Reflecting on Suyu's escape from prison, this individual has consistently managed to evade capture in the most unexpected manners. Take, for instance, the recent extraordinary incident. He initially performed magic tricks in a crowded square and then brazenly seized the Scarlet Moon to make his exit. At that moment, all 5 nodded in agreement. It makes sense. Meanwhile, the live broadcast erupted with excitement. Wow, is that even possible? I can't shake the feeling that what she's saying might actually hold merit. I share her thoughts. Having followed Su God daily, I know him well. It's almost as if she is echoing my sentiments. This woman is terrifying. With just a few words, she has deduced so much. Oh no, I'm starting to worry for Su God again. The live chat buzzed with discussion. Within the command center, Li Kai was the first to ponder a crucial point. Miss Shang Wanyu, if we are to assume that Su Yu intends to utilize transportation such as trains, high-speed rail, or even planes to escape, how would he manage that? Such means have stringent identity requirements. Even if Su Yu were to acquire a ticket through some means, his facial recognition would certainly fail. Upon hearing this, the others also grasped the implication. Indeed, to pass security checks, the facial and iris scans alone would pose insurmountable obstacles for Su Yu. In response, Shang Wanyu remained silent. She had her methods. The specifics would unveil themselves in due time. The group exchanged glances once more. Truth be told, they found it challenging to decipher her thoughts. Miss Shang Wanyu, what is your plan? I haven't quite formulated it yet. I prefer to observe my subordinates in pursuit first. With a wave of her hand, Shang Wanyu departed from the gathering. In the command center, only 5 remained. Wang Tao furrowed his brow. This woman is quite formidable, yet it seems she doesn't particularly wish to collaborate with us. There's nothing we can do. We simply cannot keep pace with her thought process. Zhang Mingshan expressed a sense of resignation. He had come to understand this arrogance. The more exceptional a person, the more pronounced their pride. They may appear placid on the surface, yet their innate arrogance is impossible to conceal. Initially, I held a favorable impression of this woman, but now, if she wishes to go solo, so be it. I refuse to believe that we 5, as partners, cannot outmaneuver her alone. Wang Tao's expression betrayed his discontent. He acknowledged that this woman was indeed more capable than the rest of them, yet his inherent machismo made him detest the feeling of being looked down upon. See, regardless of the circumstances, as long as she possesses the ability to retrieve Su Yu, we shall do our utmost to support her, Zhang Mingshan remarked. Meanwhile, after a prolonged silence, Qi Haiming finally spoke up. In truth, she made a compelling point. Su Yu is certainly not the type to stealthily conceal his whereabouts. A heavy silence enveloped the 5 of them. Very well, let us follow her lead and continue our deliberations, Zhang Mingshan said, glancing through the glass at the woman who had just descended the stairs, shaking his head. While the pursuers resumed their frantic activities, a few hundred meters away, in an unoccupied CF, an unremarkable man sat by the window. In the quaint corner CAF, a man sat by the window, sipping his coffee while admiring the bustling street scene. This was none other than Su Yu, who had undergone a transformation and was now leisurely enjoying his drink. Why had he chosen such a close proximity to his pursuers? Merely to observe their forthcoming actions, as their next steps would undoubtedly influence his own. To his intrigue, new pursuers had entered the fray. A sudden notification popped up on his phone, drawing Su Yu's attention. The arrival of these new pursuers was anticipated, given the established rules of the program. Ah, Sung Guanyue, he mused, quickly searching for information online. Moments later, he set his phone aside, finding scant details, no photographs or profiles, only a mention of the individual's affiliation with the International Police Organization. The production team was certainly investing heavily this time. Moreover, the pursuers had expanded their ranks and even equipped themselves with firearms, along with the addition of a helicopter. It seemed the production team was increasingly prioritizing his capture. Su Yu understood this. After all, he had managed to evade capture longer than anyone else in the show, having been on the run for 14 days since his escape. And just recently, he had secured the Scarlet Moon gemstone. Reinforcements were only to be expected. Yet, he pondered, what prowess did this new pursuer possess? Casting a glance at the distant command center of the pursuers, Su Yu raised an eyebrow, gently caressing the Scarlet Moon gemstone concealed within his sleeve. He was not surprised that his method of obtaining the gemstone had been deciphered. After all, as long as he operated within the realm of human science, being discovered was a natural outcome. What mattered was that he had achieved his objective. As for the new pursuer, he would ascertain their capabilities when the time came. System. Claim the reward for the Scarlet Moon mission. Su Yu had not forgotten that he had completed his task. Surveying the deserted CF, he spoke aloud. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, Scarlet Moon. Reward. Mysterious prize wheel draw 1. Achievement points 2,000. At the sound of the system's notification, Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. A mysterious prize wheel, indeed. System, initiate the draw. Understood, commencing draw. In the next moment, a foggy prize will materialize before him, the pointer whirling rapidly over various rewards. After a brief pause, the pointer came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the God-tier danger precognition skill. At that instant, Suyu felt his senses sharpen to an extraordinary degree, leaving him momentarily astonished. System, what is the utility of this skill? He inquired. The host possesses a divine skill of danger perception, which will grant you a certain awareness warning when you are about to encounter peril. The system's voice quickly elucidated this. This concept was quite comprehensible to Suyu. Isn't this akin to a sixth sense? Although science has yet to clearly define its principles, this phenomenon undeniably exists. It is akin to sensing when a close relative unexpectedly faces danger or experiencing an innate discomfort while in perilous situations. Indeed, a faint smile graced Suyu's lips. With this skill, he would undoubtedly have a greater chance of safety when evading pursuers in the future. However, he wondered, has the Glory Hall not yet been unlocked? A glance at the panel revealed that his achievement points had reached 3,000, yet the Glory Hall remained inaccessible. The system responded, Host, you must accumulate 10,000 achievement points to unlock the Glory Hall. So you could only nod in acknowledgement. 10,000 is indeed a high threshold. However, one could reasonably anticipate that the Glory Hall would house some unexpected treasures. It is worth looking forward to. With a slight smile, Suyu sipped his coffee. And at that moment, a voice emanated from the miniature camera on his person. Fugitive Suyu, the next destination has been announced. The provincial capital, Dongchuan City. Please escape to Dongchuan City within 7 days to successfully receive a reward of 10 million. At the instant the system's voice rang out, a radiant smile illuminated Suyu's face. Has it finally arrived? The next destination, the provincial capital, Dongchuan City? Excellent. Suyu set down his coffee cup, beaming with joy. This was the news he had been eagerly awaiting. Meanwhile, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Task issued. Journey of escape. Task requirements. Escape to Dongchuan City within 7 days. Task rewards. Achievement points, 2,000. Overall enhancement of physical attributes by 20 points. The system's voice filled Suyu with increasing delight. How splendid. The production team has issued a task, and the system has presented another. Moreover, the tasks are identical. Is this not a generous gift? The production team offers monetary rewards, and the system provides achievement points along with attribute enhancements. Delightful. Suyu smiled contentedly, holding his coffee cup as he began to contemplate. Now that he had a goal, it was time to devise a plan. 7 days is quite ample for him. A suitable strategy must be formulated. How shall he proceed to Dongchuan City? By private car? This was the first notion that crossed Suyu's mind. With sufficient payment, there are no identity verifications required. Just pay and go. Yet if he chose this path, it seemed rather mundane. What about taking a train or a high-speed rail? However, these modes of transportation entail rigorous identity checks, making evasion challenging. How to navigate this dilemma? As Suyu pondered, he became engrossed in thought. Meanwhile, countless viewers in a live stream were watching Suyu, engaged in animated discussions. It appears that the next escape location has been revealed, and it seems that Su is already contemplating his strategies. The new pursuer is truly formidable. I wonder what remarkable methods Su will employ. Rest assured, he will not disappoint us. The live stream is abuzz with fervent debate. Meanwhile, in a CAF, Suyu has been lost in thought for quite some time, and at last a notion strikes him. If this is the case, it could prove advantageous. It presents a perfect opportunity to encounter the new pursuer. I hope she does not let me down. A smile graces Suyu's face as he contemplates for nearly an hour, finally devising a splendid plan. Not only will it facilitate his departure from Donghai City, but it will also allow him to ascertain the capabilities of this new pursuer. Just as Suyu is about to confirm the details, a figure suddenly appears at the CAF entrance. He turns to look, and there stands a woman with an ethereal beauty and pale purple hair, seemingly observing something. In the next moment, her gaze locks onto Suyu. Instantly, the live stream erupts in excitement. Isn't that Shangwan Yu? How did she show up here? Don't tell me she has uncovered something and come here intentionally. Oh no, Are there pursuers lying in wait around? Please don't tell me this woman has come to capture Sue. Sue, you may be oblivious to the information blackout imposed by the production team, but the audience is well aware. This woman is indeed Shang Wanyu. How could she also be present in the CAF? At that moment, an inexplicable sense of discomfort washes over Su Yu. A premonition of danger? He recalls what the system had just informed him. Could this be the new pursuer? His brows furrow slightly. In the midst of countless gazes, Shang Wanyu approaches Su Yu with an impassive expression. Instantly, a multitude of viewers hold their breath. P.S. I have noticed some readers expressing confusion regarding the rain manipulation magic and the disappearance of the Crimson Moon. Allow me to clarify that the flickering light explanation for the rain manipulation magic is currently the most mainstream interpretation and has the highest likelihood of success, although it remains in the theoretical stage. As for the spectrum disappearance, there have indeed been some research findings on that front. Additionally, I kindly request gifts. Both free and paid are welcome. Small gifts will lead to additional updates. Lastly, I wish all readers a happy Dragon Boat Festival. And don't forget to enjoy some Zongzi. In a thrilling moment, we should take a photo together. At this instant, countless individuals held their breath. The live stream was already in a frenzy. Is this it? Has she recognized Su God? Impossible. Su God has undergone disguise. There's no way she could identify him so swiftly, regardless of her prowess. If she hasn't recognized Su God, then why is she heading straight towards him? Damn it, my heart is racing. There are numerous pursuers outside. It's over, it's over. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Shang Wanyu finally approached Su Yu. Her eyes were fixed on him, while Su Yu gazed back with calmness. He had nearly deduced the identity of the woman before him. With his danger perception skills, coupled with the presence of several pursuers outside, it was evident that she was the new pursuer. Yet, why had she encountered him? Had he been exposed? Su Yu could only entertain the worst-case scenario. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. If necessary, he might have to take some coercive measures. His body tensed beneath his clothing, yet his expression remained one of intrigue as he looked at the woman. The next moment, Shang Wanyu's words caused him to exhale slightly in relief. "A cup of coffee, please." A cup of coffee? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. The audience in the live stream was initially taken aback, but then they quickly responded. What? Is Shang Wanyu treating Su God as a CAF attendant? Goodness. Don't tell me she just wanted to come over for a cup of coffee. That was nerve-wracking. Me too. I thought Su God's identity had been exposed. Countless viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Su also felt a bit more at ease. He had worried unnecessarily. This woman truly had not discerned anything amiss. However, being mistaken for a server did prompt a smile from him. "Ma'am, this is a self-service CF," Su said, pointing to a sign on the CAF wall with a grin. Shang Wanyu glanced over, nodded, and after paying at the counter, she retrieved a cup of coffee. Subsequently, she seated herself beside Su Yu. This scene ignited excitement among many viewers in the live stream. Haha, it seems Shang Wanyu genuinely hasn't recognized Su God's identity. This is intriguing. Su God is sitting in the same CAF as Shang Wanyu, less than 2 meters apart. I'm dying of laughter. If Shang Wanyu turns around and realizes Su God was just beside her, her expression would be priceless. How impressive. The live stream buzzed with chatter. Meanwhile, Su Yu continued to sip his coffee leisurely. He was in no rush to depart. After all, if he left immediately upon Shang Wanyu's arrival, it might raise suspicions. Although the likelihood of that was slim, it was prudent to remain cautious. During this time, he did not forget to observe Shang Wanyu discreetly. I must say, she is indeed a stunning beauty. Towering over most women, her figure is impeccably maintained, coupled with a demeanor that exudes an air of aloofness. She truly embodies the essence of a goddess. After casting a cursory glance, Su Yu lost interest. Having finished his coffee, he was ready to depart. Just as he was about to rise, a group of pursuers unexpectedly entered. Su Yu halted his movements. You 5 are now the captains of a squad consisting of 50 members, organized into 5 teams of 10, designated A, B, C, D, and E. Do you understand? Yes. Miss Shangwan, they responded eagerly, nodding their heads. Shang Wanyu acknowledged them with a slight nod as well. The task I am entrusting to you is quite straightforward. When you appear in the future, there is no need to don the attire of pursuers. Plain clothes will suffice. Additionally, you are now equipped with sidearms. During the next attempt to apprehend Su Yu, should you spot him, you are to shoot on sight. Shang Guan Yu reiterated, and the 5 captains signaled their comprehension. Nearby, Su Yu's expression shifted slightly. Goodness, are they strategizing against me? Plain clothes? Shoot on sight? How intriguing. Now, Su Yu felt no rush to leave. He was genuinely curious to see what this woman's plan entailed. Meanwhile, countless viewers in the live stream were astonished. Wow, they're formulating a plan to capture Su Shun right next to him. Is this for real? I'm dying of laughter. Shang Guan Yu probably doesn't even realize who is sitting beside her. This is getting entertaining, as the saying goes. Knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. Su Shun is eavesdropping on them. Numerous spectators wore knowing smiles. Back at the scene, Shang Guan Yu continued speaking. Su Yu's current location is Dongchuan City, which is merely 300 kilometers from Donghai City. It is highly likely that he will be traveling by train or high-speed rail. You should have police authorization. If anyone is detained while checking tickets, inform me immediately. Understood. The 5 captains responded in unison. Shang Guan Yu contemplated for a moment before waving her hand. You may leave. The 5 captains turned and exited, while Shang Guan Yu fell into deep thought. Nearby, Su Yu smiled and suddenly looked at Shang Guan Yu with curiosity. Are you part of an international manhunt program? Are you the new pursuer? Su Yu gazed at Shang Guan Yu with delight. She paused, momentarily taken aback, and then nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's marvelous. Sister Shang Guan, I'm a devoted fan of yours. Can we take a selfie together? Su Yu's expression was one of fervent enthusiasm, which caused Shang Guan Yu to furrow her brow. She initially intended to decline, but considering the number of viewers likely watching her live, she simply nodded in agreement. Very well. Thus, Su Yu took out his phone and snapped a selfie with Shang Guan Yu. In the frame, Shang Guan Yu maintained her cool demeanor, while Su Yu beamed with joy. I'm immensely grateful to you, Sister Shang Guan Yu. I wish you success in capturing Su Yu and realizing your dreams soon. After uttering these words, Su Yu departed. Meanwhile, in Su Yu's live streaming room, countless viewers were in fits of laughter. I can't believe this. I'm about to die from laughter. Just look at Shang Guan Yu's expression. And then at Su Shun's. Shang Guan Yu might never suspect that Su Shun is right beside her. Once again, we hear the familiar phrase, may your dreams come true soon. Su Shun is incredible. The chat room buzzed with lively discussions. In the CAF, Shang Guan Yu gazed at Su Yu's receding figure, sensing an inexplicable dissonance. Yet, she could not pinpoint the reason. Perhaps it stemmed from the public pressure of posing for a photograph with a man. This was the only explanation her heart could conjure. Rising from her seat, she exited the CAF, making her way towards the command center. Meanwhile, at the CAF's corner, Su Yu observed Shang Guan Yu's departing silhouette and glanced at the photograph on his phone, feeling an unexpected surge of mischief. How amusing. Su Yu checked it softly, typed a line of text on his phone, and accompanied it with a photo before sending it out. I'm delighted to have taken a picture with Shang Guan Yu while pursuing our official duties today. 064 The enraged Shang Guan Yu. Also at the moment this post was published, it exploded. What? What is happening? Isn't that Shang Guan Yu? The man in the photo is the disguised Su Shun? How on earth did Su Shun pull this off? Don't tell me Shang Guan Yu is no longer a chaser. Here's the situation. Omitting 1,000 words, oh no. I hurriedly checked the playback of Su Shun. This is simply outrageous. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. I bet the chasers will discover this soon. I'm starting to anticipate Shang Guan Yu's expression. I remember she was quite confident about capturing Su Shun. Indeed, when she arrived, I felt that Su Shun would be caught by tomorrow. In the comment section, countless individuals were laughing uncontrollably within a mere 10 minutes. Bolstered by the millions of views Su Yu attracted and the support of the curious public, this post soared to the top of trending searches. Shocking. Su Shun and Shang Guan Yu actually did such a thing. At the Chaser Command Center, Shang Guan Yu had just arrived at the door. Moments ago, she had confirmed her personnel status below, which left her quite satisfied. 50 chasers, all veterans of less than 2 years, still in peak condition from their time in the army. With such a talented team, She was confident that Su Yu wouldn't even have the chance to leave Donghai City. With these thoughts in mind, Shang Wanyu pushed open the door. However, the instant she entered, she was met with the astonished gazes of 5 individuals. What's going on? Shang Wanyu furrowed her brow. Their expressions made her uneasy. Upon hearing her words, the 5 exchanged glances. Ultimately, Bing Bing could not suppress a smile. Miss Shangwan, you might want to check what the #1 trending topic is right now. Shangwan Yu frowned, but opened her phone nonetheless. As soon as she accessed the trending list, she was taken aback. Shocking. Su Shun and Shangwan Yu actually did such a thing. At the moment she saw this headline, a wave of anger surged within her. Surely this was some unscrupulous media outlet fabricating rumors. However, as she opened the post, Shangwan Yu froze in place. There was a picture alongside a caption, "Very pleased to take a photo with the chaser, Shangwan Yu today this." The image featured her unmistakably, and the man beside her. Shangwan Yu immediately glanced at the publisher's account, Su Yu's personal account. In an instant, it felt as though she had been struck by lightning, leaving her utterly stunned. Wang Tao, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle. The chaser Shangwan Yu can be rather arrogant at times, making it hard to see reality. Wang Tao was immensely pleased. Previously, he had been the one played around by Su Yu. Now, seeing others caught in the same predicament was quite satisfying. Indeed, it felt rather delightful. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Shangwan Yu's expression instantly stiffened. She had not anticipated that the situation would unfold in such a manner. The individual who had just been beside her turned out to be Su Yu. Even more astonishing was Su Yu's audacity in requesting a photograph with her. It had completely escaped her notice regarding his true identity. At the core of the matter lay her inability to conceive that Su Yu would engage in such behavior. In response to Wang Tao's mockery, Shangwan Yu chose silence. She was acutely aware that this time, she had indeed made an error. Su Yu had been right beside her, listening attentively to her instructions regarding the pursuers. This was undeniably her oversight. The frustration within her heart led Shangwan Yu to recall Su Yu's smiling face. Very well, my desire to capture you only intensifies. Without uttering a word, Shangwan Yu turned on her heel and departed. She understood all too well that this was Su Yu's provocation. In return, she would ensure that Su Yu would regret it. Observing Shangwan Yu's abrupt exit, Wang Tao mused aloud. Could it be that this woman is angry? It certainly appears so, but not with us. Qi Hyaming adjusted his glasses and remarked, then it matters not. If she can apprehend Su Yu, I would gladly call her sister and apologize. Wang Tao chuckled heartily. Meanwhile, downstairs, Shangwan Yu had already shifted her gaze towards the numerous pursuers. That fellow just now? Go investigate his trajectory. Shangwan Yu commanded, producing a photograph. The throng of pursuers immediately dispersed. However, Su Yu had long since vanished. Having provoked his opponent, Su Yu would certainly leave no trace. In a villa on the outskirts of Donghai City, Su Yu reclined on the sofa, gently swirling the glass of red wine in his hand as he contemplated. He had already indirectly engaged with a new pursuer, Shangwan Yu. Strategically, she posed no issues. It was evident that she was focusing her efforts on the train station and similar locations, having surmised that he would likely make his exit through such channels. After all, departing in a private vehicle would offer little challenge. If he wished to enhance his popularity, that simply would not suffice. Thus, he would unwittingly play into her hands. Yes, you guessed correctly. Our thoughts align perfectly. But have you managed to capture me? Apologies, but I merely slipped past you. A smile graced Su Yu's lips as a flawless plan began to take shape in his mind. The details were gradually being refined. Moments later, Su Yu sat upright. He opened a browser and commenced his search for the information he required. In the live streaming room, numerous viewers watched with eager curiosity. However, from their perspective, they could not discern what Su Yu was engaged in. After searching for a little over 10 minutes, Su Yu realized he had stumbled upon an excellent opportunity. Subsequently, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, I require a bespoke high-end suit. I am willing to pay 20,000, with the expectation that it is completed within 2 days. Very well, I will head over now to discuss in person. After a brief exchange, Su Yu rose and departed from the location. Amidst the puzzled gazes of numerous onlookers, he entered a luxury boutique. I require this outfit to be custom-made within 2 days. Rest assured about the price, Su Yu instructed the attendant. The attendant, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Certainly, but we will need to take your measurements first. Very well. With the attendant's assistance, Su Yu recorded his height, arm span, and other pertinent data before leaving. In the live stream, everyone watched with clarity. What is Su God planning to do? Why is he ordering custom clothing? Who knows? We are still unclear about how Su God intends to leave Donghai City. Curiosity piqued. Countless individuals engaged in speculation, while Su Yu had already finalized the terms and taken his leave. Upon returning to the villa, he commenced the creation of a new human mask. After toiling for most of the night, he gazed at the mask drying on the windowsill, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All is ready, only the east wind is lacking. This time, the pursuers would likely never fathom how he would make his escape. With a smile playing on his lips, Su Yu took a moment to rest. Meanwhile, on the side of the pursuers, Shangguan Yu's eyes were fixed intently on the screen. 065 The layout of Donghai North Station. What exactly is Su Shin planning? At 3 a.m., Shangguan Yu's gaze was intently fixed on the screen, seemingly deep in thought. Beside her, Zhang Mingshan and a few others were left speechless. This woman is truly relentless. Since the afternoon, she had maintained this position, only stepping out to dine, otherwise remaining entirely focused. While they too wished to apprehend Su Yu, none of them were as dedicated. Of course, the primary reason was that Shangguan Yu had yet to rest, while the others had taken breaks, feeling quite embarrassed in comparison. Miss Shangguan, perhaps we should take a break? Zhang Mingshan suggested with a wry smile. In response, Shangguan Yu waved her hand dismissively. I'm not tired yet. You all may go rest. Exchanging glances, Zhang Mingshan and his companions reluctantly departed, leaving Shangguan Yu alone in the command center. Her focus remained on the screen, which displayed all the identified transportation methods. The majority had already been eliminated, leaving only two options, train or high-speed rail. The sole question lingering in Shangguan Yu's mind was, which one would Su Yu ultimately choose? Meanwhile, the live stream continued to attract numerous viewers in the dead of night. I've already had a nap, and the goddess Shangguan is still at it? Goodness. Even Su Shan has gone to sleep, yet this woman hasn't rested. She truly intends to capture Su Shan, but alas, not even we, the audience, know his plans. Indeed, what is Su Shan truly up to? As the discussions swirled in the live chat, Shangguan Yu remained lost in contemplation. What mode of transportation would Su Yu select? The train, with its complex passenger flow and less stringent security checks, offered a potential escape route through the windows. Conversely, the high-speed rail boasted rigorous security, leaving no chance for evasion once aboard. Logically, Su Yu would opt for the train. But would he truly take the train? No, Su Yu would choose the high-speed rail. Suddenly, the scene from earlier that day, when she encountered Su Yu, flashed in her mind, jolting her awake. She had nearly fallen into a cognitive trap. Her instincts had leaned towards the train option, as typical fugitives, even the criminals she had encountered, would almost invariably select the train. Yet Su Yu was different. His modus operandi was bound to surprise everyone. Realizing this, a smile finally graced Shangguan Yu's face. Now, it was simply a matter of waiting for his appearance. Exhausted, she rested her head on the table and fell asleep. The following morning, goodness, Miss Shangguan, you didn't leave at all last night? Wang Tao remarked. Shangguan Yu awoke and glanced around at the 5 individuals present, straightening her posture. I am certain Su Yu will depart via the high-speed rail. We must prioritize our arrangements at the high-speed rail station. Are you certain? Zhang Mingshan inquired. Shangguan Yu nodded decisively. Absolutely certain. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Very well, let us lay our plans at the high-speed railway station. With that, their hesitations evaporated. Although Shangguan Yu possessed a rather proud demeanor, her capabilities were undeniably formidable. Heeding her advice might yield unexpected rewards. Once the order was issued, the 150 pursuers mobilized swiftly towards the Donghai North Station. Thanks to the program's prior arrangements, these pursuers were now substituting for the regular staff. Once Su Yu arrived, he would undoubtedly fail the security check. At that moment, they would seize him without delay. Currently, there remained 6 days until Su Yu's arrival at the next station. Outside Donghai North Station, Shangguan Yu observed the pursuers taking over the positions of the staff. The others nodded in agreement, though Wang Tao appeared somewhat anxious. What if that rascal Suyu has already caught wind of our ambush and decides not to show up? He glanced around, wary that Suyu might be concealed among the crowd. Though audacious, that fellow was not foolish. No, he will come, Shang Wenyu replied calmly, her gaze fixed on the distant entrance of the station. An incessant stream of people was undergoing security checks to enter the premises. Meanwhile, in the plaza, a man had already departed, leaving the confines of Donghai North Station. Suyu removed his sunglasses. Quite intriguing. This woman has accurately discerned my thoughts. How amusing. A faint smile graced his lips. He had originally intended to survey the conditions at Donghai North Station, only to unexpectedly encounter this scene of pursuers arriving. This revelation took him by surprise, especially since his plans were still unknown to the audience in the live stream. Yet she had somehow deduced his desired exit. Impressive. But merely that, he mused. Capturing him would prove challenging indeed. With a subtle smile, he donned his sunglasses and departed. The pace at the luxury boutique surpassed his expectations. In just one evening, the attire he had requested was ready. Upon arriving at the store, Suyu sought out a sales associate. Haha, your suit is ready. Let me show you. The attendant greeted him with utmost courtesy. After all, someone who could afford to commission such an outfit was certainly not ordinary. Soon, Suyu beheld the suit he desired, a sophisticated gray ensemble. Stepping into the fitting room, he donned the attire. The gray suit, complemented by a crisp white shirt, elevated Suyu's aura to unprecedented heights. Coupled with the sunglasses, he exuded an unmistakable air of a domineering CEO. The female attendant was momentarily entranced. Sir, you look absolutely dashing in that suit, she exclaimed sincerely. Suyu nodded with a smile, settled the final payment, and promptly exited. Instead of returning to the villa, he headed toward the car rental agency. How much does it cost to rent a Rolls-Royce for a day? Suyu casually pointed at the nearby Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The black Cullinan, under the illumination, was nothing short of breathtaking, exuding an unparalleled aura of grandeur. Within the car rental establishment, a manager soon emerged. After all, Suyu was donned in an unmistakably luxurious suit. The attendant, not lacking in insight, promptly relayed this information to the manager. Upon seeing Suyu, the manager approached with enthusiasm and extended a handshake. Sir, would you like to rent this vehicle? Yes, I need to handle some matters in Donghai and require a car. Understood. The manager nodded, accustomed to such requests. Wealthy individuals often behaved in this manner. When traveling to a city for business, the first order of business was invariably to rent a luxury vehicle, for one's reputation could not be compromised. As for why one would not drive their own car, covering thousands of kilometers, the cost of fuel alone was considerable, not to mention the wear and tear on a luxury vehicle. Why not fly in and then rent a car instead? With a smile, the manager promptly continued, Sir, the current rental fee for this Cullinan is 30,000 for 24 hours, and we can provide you with a complimentary driver. Suyu nodded in satisfaction at the manager's words. Very well, I will return tomorrow. Here, the payment. He opened his briefcase and casually tossed out 30,000. The manager, upon seeing this, became even more eager. Excellent. Rest assured, when you arrive tomorrow, everything will be prepared for you. Here is my business card. Should you have the opportunity to return to Donghai, we would be delighted to serve you again. The manager, brimming with excitement, escorted Suyu out. In truth, the rental fee was originally 35,000, but considering Suyu's evident distinction, the manager decided to offer a slight discount. After all, in business, it was essential to cultivate long-lasting relationships. Leaving a favorable impression would ensure that Suyu would think of their establishment for future rentals. As Suyu exited the car rental, he glanced back at the imposing Cullinan. Indeed, this car is quite magnificent. After the show concludes, I shall purchase one for myself. But for now, renting will suffice. Upon returning to his villa, Suyu inspected the human skin mask, confirming it was completely dry, and smiled. Everything was now prepared, awaiting only the morrow. He meticulously refined the details of the mask before settling down to rest. Meanwhile, in a live stream, countless viewers observed Suyu's series of actions with growing perplexity. God, what exactly is he planning to do? At the East China North Station, is this all feasible? Suyu had already taken a rest. The pursuer's command center remained illuminated. 6 individuals sat together, the atmosphere somewhat somber. Throughout the day, no significant developments had occurred. Zhang Mingshan remarked. The others turned to look at Shang Wanyu. Her expression remained composed. I have stated that he would depart from East China North Station. Very well. Zhang Mingshan could only nod in agreement. Although they concurred with this perspective, they could not entirely dismiss the possibility that Su Yu might choose an alternative means of escape. This uncertainty lingered in the air. Time flowed slowly, and a night passed. The following morning, Su Yu opened his eyes. After freshening up, he had a simple breakfast and began to organize his belongings. First, he gathered his clothing, then a human skin mask. Finally, he donned a pair of light-colored sunglasses and carried a briefcase. Soon, the mirror reflected a man appearing to be around 30 years old, dressed in a high-end tailored suit. Merely by appearance, he exuded an aura of authority, a quintessential impression of the elite class. In a live stream, countless viewers observed this scene, increasingly perplexed. What on earth is Su God doing? This attire is far too formal. Goodness, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought he was a CEO of a publicly traded company. It certainly has that vibe. But how does this relate to Su God's escape from East China City? 10,086. Many viewers were baffled. Meanwhile, Su had already left the villa and was heading to the East China car dealership. Haha, boss, you've arrived. Munmuasa sununtai iu nodded slightly. The other party, understanding the situation, refrained from unnecessary chatter and pointed toward the Cullinan. I have prepared both the vehicle and the driver for you. Su Yu glanced inside the car and indeed found a man waiting within. Thank you. Su Yu nodded and opened the rear door. To East China North Station. Understood, boss. The man immediately nodded and set off towards the station. In a live stream, the chat exploded with excitement. What? Is Su God making a move? How does he plan to enter? I'm utterly confused. I too am bewildered. What on earth is Su God up to? I'm so curious. Inside the car, Su Yu gazed at the starry ceiling of the Rolls-Royce, his mind drifting into contemplation. His plan was audacious yet secure. So secure that it made Su Yu question its viability. If the other party failed to notice him, would it not render the endeavor rather dull? Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, he would await further developments. As he pondered these thoughts, Su Yu gradually closed his eyes to rest. Simultaneously, at East China North Station, the 6 pursuers stood at the entrance, observing the throngs of pedestrians coming and going. 2 high-speed trains from East China to Dongchuan were scheduled for the day, one at 12 o'clock and the other at 3 o'clock. Might Su Yu make an appearance? Li Kayin Widet. He donned his glasses, thick with the weight of severe myopia, his gaze fixated on the stream of passengers disembarking. In his mind, each individual could potentially be Su Yu. Yet, thus far, no one had failed the identity verification process. Shang Wanyu observed the comings and goings at the entrance. Her brow knotted in contemplation. Frankly, she had yet to devise how Su Yu might infiltrate the station. Would he create chaos to slip in unnoticed? Would he stealthily climb his way inside? Or perhaps, would he resort to bribing his pursuers for passage? Each of these scenarios seemed nearly implausible. All she could do was wait for the opportune moment to present itself, unbeknownst to the others. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan had come to a halt at the roadside. Boss, we have arrived, the driver announced. Su Yu nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze towards the window. He could see 6 pursuers still stationed outside. So, they wish for me to reveal myself this way? A smile crept across Su Yu's face. Within the live stream, viewers were awash with confusion. What on earth is Su God planning? Goodness, this plan is so deeply concealed that even we, the audience, are left in the dark. Su God, you're even wary of me. Crying sounds. Just as the audience felt a sense of mounting anxiety, Su Yu suddenly exited the vehicle. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, he strode directly towards the station's entrance. Simultaneously, at the station's entrance, the 6 pursuers immediately took notice of Su Yu approaching them. It was inevitable. His appearance was far too striking to ignore. The driver trailed behind, carrying a briefcase, while Su Yu himself, clad in a tailored suit and sporting sunglasses, exuded the aura of affluence. The pursuers exchanged glances but soon lost interest, save for Shang Wanyu, whose eyes remained locked on Su Yu. Behind the dark lenses, Su Yu's gaze was also trained on Shang Wanyu. This girl, she certainly has an eye for detail. Still watching me? He chose to disregard her and continued into the station. What is wrong, Shang Wanyu? Is there something off about that person? Zhang Mingshan inquired with curiosity. I'm not sure, Shang Wanyu replied, shaking her head. As Su Yu entered the station, the live stream erupted with excitement. No way. This is possible. Su God truly lives up to his name. With such a conspicuous appearance, the pursuers likely won't think twice. Indeed, this is remarkably effective. The pursuers probably never anticipated that Su God would present himself as a business elite. Goodness, Su God has entered the station. But the problem remains. He must swipe his ID to board the high-speed train. Exactly, without the ID swipe, boarding is futile. Countless viewers were left bewildered. Yet, what they did not foresee was that Su Yu had no intention of venturing further inside. Instead, he approached one of the pursuers. Excuse me, could you direct me to the station master's office? The station master's office? The security officer in charge of the inspection paused for a moment, casting a glance at Su Yu's attire without giving it much thought, and gestured towards the upper floor. Second floor, room 808. Thank you. Su Yu replied with a faint smile, accompanied by the driver who was assisting him with his briefcase as they ascended the stairs. Before long, Su Yu arrived at the office door and knocked gently. Please enter. In the next instant, Su Yu pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, Su Yu encountered a middle-aged man seated in a chair. The man appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Yu. Who are you? He inquired tentatively, glancing at Su Yu's attire and the driver positioned behind him. Su Yu mirrored the man as surprise. Am I in the wrong office? Is this not Director He's office? Director He? The man paused briefly before responding. The director is currently attending a meeting in the capital. I am the acting station master, Zhang Feng. I see, Su Yu replied, his expression tinged with regret. I am Su Yun, the vice president of Chinyan Investment Group. A couple of days ago, I contacted your station master to discuss advertising investment at the station, but I didn't realize he was away. I apologize. I shall come back another day. With that, Su Yu turned to leave. Zhang Feng, still seated, was momentarily puzzled. An investor from Chinyan Group? He glanced at Su Yu and suddenly recalled something. Wait, wasn't the high-speed railway station in the neighboring city already invested in by Chinyan Group last month? This thought instilled a sense of uncertainty in Zhang Feng. However, recalling the large advertising spaces now available, he rose from his seat. I understand now. But please don't rush off. While the station master is indeed at a meeting, I am the acting station master right now. Mr. Su, why don't we discuss this further? Zhang Feng regarded Su Yu with enthusiasm. At this, a barely perceptible smile graced Su Yu's face. He had taken the bait. Yet, despite this, his expression remained somewhat hesitant. Given the substantial amount of our investment, I believe it would be better to discuss this with your station master. That is not an issue. How much are you planning to invest? 50 million for a 2-year advertising lease. 50 million? Zhang Feng gasped in astonishment. Goodness, that's a significant sum. As the realization sank in, his smile radiated even more warmth. Chinyan Group is indeed generous. You've already secured advertising rights for the Northern Railways. Are you now looking to expand into the South? Indeed, this is more of a pilot initiative. Su Yu replied with a faint smile. Then why not sit down and discuss the details, Mr. Su? Zhang Feng exclaimed, enthusiastically urging Su Yu to take a seat. With the plan reaching this stage, Su Yu acquiesced. Mr. Zhang, are you certain you possess the authority to make decisions? Absolutely. If you can afford the advertising space, then it's certainly within my purview, Zhang Feng assured him promptly. 50 million is undeniably a considerable sum, given the current low profitability of high-speed railways. Advertising has become a crucial source of income. If he could secure a major advertiser, the commission based on performance would be quite substantial. Thus, Zhang Feng's enthusiasm for Su Yu was unbounded. As for Su Yu's identity, he never harbored any suspicions. Given the grandeur of the occasion, how could it possibly deceive him? What would be the point of such deception? After all, it was he who was being offered a financial boon rather than the other way around. Moreover, current insider information indeed indicated that Chinyan Group was considering advertising investments in the Southern Railways. Consequently, Zhang Feng remained completely unguarded and swiftly finalized all aspects of the details with Su Yu. Unless there are any other concerns, shall we draft the contract now? Zhang Feng inquired, his face brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Su Yu. Su Yu, however, merely smiled. Well, I must first assess the situation at your Donghai North Station. Of course, I shall personally accompany you. Zhang Feng immediately replied, leading Su Yu outside. A smile had already graced Su Yu's face. At this stage of the plan, success was all but assured. By fabricating an identity, Zhang Feng was entirely unsuspecting. After all, he could never have imagined that someone would not be deceiving him for money or wealth, but merely to secure a single train ride. Yet, this was not entirely a ruse. It was merely an exploitation of an information asymmetry, augmented by a substantial amount of fabricated figures. Their station manager, based on the information I gathered, was indeed attending a conference in the capital. Furthermore, the existence of Qianyun Group was indisputable. It was renowned in the industry for investing in railway advertising. Additionally, the visage I presented was indeed that of Qianyun Group's vice president. These were the pivotal factors behind the success. Most importantly, my appearance was that of a prosperous individual. Deception, at times, is not as challenging as one might envision, provided one can offer the other party what they desire and create a suitable identity background. With a subtle smile, Su Yu followed Zhang Feng downstairs. Meanwhile, countless viewers in the live stream were already in a state of astonishment. This is unbelievable. Su Shun has truly pulled off an incredible feat. I can't believe it. I just checked Qianyun Group, and it really exists. Even their vice president looks exactly like Su Shun. This tactic is absolutely brilliant. Who would have thought that someone appearing to be a remarkably successful individual was, in fact, a fraud? And all for a simple train ride? Su Shun's ingenuity is astounding. I bet the pursuers would never suspect he is seamlessly infiltrated. Su Shun looks incredibly dashing as the domineering CEO. The livestream was abuzz with discussions. Meanwhile, Su Yu walked beside Zhang Feng, absorbing his enthusiastic introductions, nodding occasionally. Mr. Su, this wall spans over 600 square meters, making it ideal for advertisements. And over there, the large LCD display, along with the floating advertisement boards in the square, are also quite impressive. Zhang Feng continued to elaborate enthusiastically. Others typically only secure a small advertising space, but this esteemed vice president of Qianyun Group intends to take the entire lot. Zhang Feng was overjoyed at this prospect. As for the reasons behind Su Yu's identity, he had never questioned it. The news of Qianyun Group's impending southward expansion had already circulated within the railway system. The neighboring city had already been secured. Here, the situation was quite similar. As the two continued to traverse the high-speed railway station, they inadvertently attracted the attention of numerous pursuers. However, none of this garnered significant notice. Outside, Shang Wanyu cast another glance at Su Yu, who was being shown around the station by Zhang Feng. Her brows furrowed slightly. That should be the advertising investor, Zhang Mingshan remarked. In response, Shang Wanyu remained silent, her gaze still fixed on Su Yu's direction. The more she observed, the more familiar he appeared. Something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, she made her way towards Su Yu amidst the throngs of people. In the live broadcast room, the audience's hearts raced with anxiety. Damn, don't tell me this woman has figured something out? After being deceived by Su last time, has she seen through it this time? I'm so nervous. Please, Su, don't give yourself away. The tension among the viewers was palpable. Meanwhile, Su Yu, engaged in conversation with Zhang Feng, noticed the approaching Shang Wanyu. However, his expression remained remarkably calm. These locations are indeed quite favorable, Zhang Feng remarked with a chuckle. Just then, Shang Wanyu approached them. Is there something you need? Zhang Feng inquired with a puzzled look, recognizing Shang Wanyu, especially since the production team had been in contact with his superiors regarding the show. Shang Wanyu did not acknowledge Zhang Feng, but fixed her gaze on Su Yu. Excuse me, do we know each other? Su Yu removed his sunglasses, feigning confusion. Shang Wanyu frowned slightly, sensing no trace of anxiety from him. Everything appeared exceedingly ordinary, devoid of any pretense. Yet, inexplicably, perhaps due to a woman's intuition, she felt something was amiss about him. Nothing much. May I ask if you're an advertising investor? Shang Guanyu inquired, her gaze unwavering. Su Yu smiled softly in response. Indeed. Is that so? I have previously been involved in advertising investments. I am curious about your expected investment for the Donghai North Station advertisements, Shang Guanyu said, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This statement was a fabrication. She had never engaged in advertising investments but sought to test the man before her. If he were a genuine advertising investor, he would provide a figure without hesitation. If he were merely Su Yu in disguise, he would require a moment to ponder his response. 50 million. Shang Guanyu was taken aback by his immediate and unwavering reply. This beautiful lady, you mentioned you were once in advertising investment. May I inquire which company you represented? Perhaps we could share meals sometime, Su Yu offered with a smile. He was fully aware of Shang Guanyu's intentions to probe him and decided to turn the tables. Upon hearing his invitation, Shang Guanyu smiled slightly. No need, goodbye. With that, she turned to leave. Zhang Meishan looked at her in confusion. Is that guy Su Yu? It shouldn't be, Shang Guanyu replied. Zhang Meishan nodded in acquiescence. On the other side, Zhang Feng wore a broad smile. It seems Mr. Su has quite the charm. This lady appears to have some interest in you. Not really. Su Yu replied with a faint smile, casually glancing at Shang Guanyu before continuing to explore the surroundings with Zhang Feng. In a live broadcast room, numerous viewers exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the side of the pursuers, Shang Guanyu had suppressed her unusual feelings. Only 20 minutes remained before the G3002 train, destined for Dongchuan City, would depart at midnight. Everyone, please stay vigilant, Shang Guanyu urged, prompting nods of agreement from the crowd. High-speed trains require ticket verification 15 minutes prior to departure, and already, many were queuing near the ticket check area. Simultaneously, the pursuers were also moving closer to that direction. At the same time, Su Yu, who was feigning interest in a tour with Zhang Feng, glanced at the time. It was nearly time. Su Yu smiled and turned to Zhang Feng. Director Zhang, we've seen enough of the station. Shall we explore the advertising spaces inside the high-speed train? Zhang Feng was taken aback. Upon hearing this, Su Yu nodded affirmatively. Naturally. Well, that's possible, Zhang Feng acknowledged, glancing at the information board. The nearest train is the G3002. Shall we board and make a brief journey to Dongchuan City? That would be splendid. We can disembark together and enjoy lunch. Su Yu eagerly concurred, his anticipation palpable. Zhang Feng beamed, his thoughts ablaze with excitement. Securing such a significant contract, especially in a time when high-speed rail profitability was low, if not resulting in losses, would undoubtedly yield substantial bonuses. Moments later, as the ticket check opened, Su Yu turned to Zhang Feng. Director Zhang, let us proceed. Zhang Feng promptly led Su Yu towards a special passage. Several pursuers contemplated obstructing their path, but stood down upon recognizing Zhang Feng. Mr. Su, please wait a few moments. Zhang Feng chuckled, gesturing towards the waiting area. Su Yu nodded, his smile broadening. They had entered. Now, it was merely a matter of stepping onto the high-speed train. Once it departed, the pursuers would be left merely watching, perhaps unaware of Su Yu's escape. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room erupted in excitement. What the? This is possible. Su is incredible. Truly remarkable. Haha, the pursuers are still out there searching. What a laugh. They have completely misjudged Su's whereabouts. As laughter erupted among the countless viewers at the station, Shang Guanyu observed the dwindling queue with a sinking heart. Ultimately, the last person successfully passed through the ticket check and headed to the platform. It appeared that Su Yu was not present. Wang Tao shook his head. Yet, Shang Guanyu remained silent, her brows furrowed in contemplation. Moments later, her gaze fell upon the bewildered conductor standing at the ticket check. The image of the man in a suit resurfaced in her mind. Where had he gone? Suddenly, Shang Guanyu contemplated a pressing issue and swiftly approached the driver. Observing her actions, the others followed suit. Is he Su Yu? Wang Tao became vigilant, resting his hand on the electric stun gun at his waist. Shang Guanyu offered no response. Instead, she hastened to stand before the man. Where's your boss? He has entered the station, the man replied, his expression one of confusion. Shang Guanyu furrowed her brow and inquired once more, what is his identity? This. The man initially hesitated to respond, but upon noticing the crowd surrounding him and Wang Tao's stun gun, he swallowed hard. He rented a car from our agency, and I am his driver. A rented car? Shang Guanyu was momentarily taken aback. What payment method did he use? Beside her, Zhang Mingshan also sensed the discrepancy and quickly spoke up. The man hesitated briefly before answering cash. A gasp escaped the group as they exchanged glances, fully realizing the gravity of the situation. Renting a vehicle, particularly such a luxury one, and paying in cash. Only Suyu could manage that. Coupled with the fact that Suyu had just entered the platform, a wave of alarm coursed through them, prompting an immediate dash towards the exhibition platform. At that moment, on the platform, the train had just arrived and its doors were wide open. Suyu and Zhang Feng strolled into the high-speed train, engaged in light-hearted banter. Meanwhile, Shang Guanyu and the others finally reached their destination. Spotting Suyu stepping aboard the train, they rushed towards him. "Don't close the door." "Wait, don't close the door," Wang Tao shouted desperately. However, the operation of high-speed trains adhered to stringent regulations, with each stop lasting no more than 2 minutes. They were already too late. Just as Wang Tao was about to rush inside, the train doors began to close slowly. Inside, Zhang Feng wore a baffled expression. What are these people doing? They must be late, Suyu thought, gazing through the glass at Shang Guanyu, offering her a smile. You discovered it too late. Shang Guanyu, on the other hand, glared at Suyu within the train, her beautiful eyes brimming with fury. She unmistakably recognized the mockery and manipulation reflected in his gaze. He was openly ridiculing her, as he pursued his own intentions. He could have left through other means, yet he deliberately chose to come to the train station. He had long been aware of their scheme, but he was doing it on purpose, intentionally slapping her in the face. Moreover, she had just been deceived by him once again. At that moment, Shang Guanyu's heart ignited with unbridled rage. In the live broadcast room, the audience erupted in fervor. Countless viewers erupted in excitement. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. At the last moment, Su Shun got on the train. Look at Miss Shang Guanyu's expression. She's about to explode with anger. Su Shun just tricked her again. This is amusing. This woman previously thought she could easily capture Su Shun, but now she has been toyed with. Poor Miss Shang Guanyu. Yet I can't help but laugh. Su Shun is truly mischievous, getting on the train just at the right moment. As the train began to slowly depart, Wang Tao stood outside the safety line, watching the high-speed train leave the station, unable to suppress a frustrated stomp. Damn it, that rascal got away again. How infuriating. With that thought, Wang Tao turned his gaze towards Shang Guanyu, and others followed suit. It must be said that Shang Guanyu's previous speculation about Su Yu was indeed correct. This fellow had truly exited from the train station, and they had indeed laid their plans in advance. However, the issue lay in the fact that this scoundrel had brazenly escaped right before their eyes. The slap of defeat was resounding. Shang Guanyu, standing among the group, could not help but clench her delicate white hand, her exquisite face reflecting her fury. Even she felt a twinge of irritation at this moment. This man was too arrogant. He was deliberately toying with her. He knew full well that she had already set her plans in motion, aware that she was waiting for him. Yet, he still chose to flaunt his escape before her. Don't you want to catch me? Didn't you plan ahead? Well, I'll just walk away right in front of you. This made Shang Guanyu quite uncomfortable. In a live stream, a large number of viewers had already swarmed into Shang Guanyu's channel. Ha ha ha, look at the goddess's expression. She's about to be driven mad by Su Shun. Su Shun, forever the best. Su Shun is incredible. He has once again outsmarted his pursuers. Indeed, Su Shun is too formidable. The multitude of viewers was thoroughly entertained. Meanwhile, Wang Tao had spoken up, "What we do now?" As those words left his lips, others turned to Shang Guanyu. Her expression grew cold. I recall the production team has arranged for a helicopter, correct? Yes, Zhang Mingshan nodded. Then let's take the helicopter to the exit of Dongchuan Station and eliminate Su Yu on site, while the others drive over. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao and the others were taken aback momentarily, but they did not hesitate long. This was currently the only method to intercept Su Yu before he disembarked. They would directly ambush him at the exit. Unless Su Yu chose to continue onward, they would incapacitate him on the spot with a stun gun. Zhang Mingshan quickly contacted the helicopter pilot. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sound of whirring propellers filled the air. The black helicopter landed on the square outside the station. The three of us will proceed on foot while you take the vehicle to Dongchuan City. You must be swift, remarked Shang Guanyu. No one else voiced any objections, and they promptly boarded the black SUV. Meanwhile, the helicopter ascended once more, heading directly towards Dongchuan City. This scene ignited a fresh wave of tension among the audience. Goodness, are they truly serious now? They've abandoned the pursuit of Su Shan and are preparing to eliminate him directly? A woman can be terrifyingly fierce when provoked. However, Su Shan is likely in genuine peril. Although the helicopter's speed may not surpass that of a high-speed train, it travels in a direct line. I checked. The maximum speed of the program's civilian helicopter is 320 kilometers h, while the current speed of the high-speed train hovers around 300 kilometers h. It may seem comparable, but the train does not travel in a straight line, hence, they will undoubtedly reach Dongchuan Station before Su Shan. My goodness, Su Shan may be unaware that they have ceased the chase and are intending to take him out directly. In the live broadcast room, numerous viewers expressed their concern for Su Yu's safety. Although the electric stun guns employed by the production team are not lethal, being struck by one would incapacitate him due to the overwhelming electrical current. At that point, Su Shan would be effectively eliminated. As for what was transpiring with Shang Wanyu, Su Yu remained blissfully ignorant. At present, he was touring the interior of the high-speed train with Zhang Feng. Mr. Su, this is the standard cabin, and over here is the business class. Further ahead, we have the dining car and the cockpit. Zhang Feng guided Su Yu through the entirety of the train. As they walked, Su Yu feigned interest while his mind was preoccupied with another matter. He was well aware of the production team's possession of a helicopter. It did not take much imagination to deduce that Shang Guanyu and Wang Tao had already boarded it. Considering the distance between Donghai City and Dongchuan City, along with the speed and travel time, it was likely that they would arrive at Dongchuan Station approximately 10 minutes ahead of him. In that case, upon disembarking, he might very well encounter them. However, the helicopter's passenger capacity is limited, and so you could easily speculate on who would be aboard. When the time came to alight, he would need to make a swift escape. A faint smile graced Su Yu's face. He showed no concern for their potential use of firearms. After all, he still possessed a human skin mask. Just before the train arrived, he could conveniently excuse himself to the restroom and change his appearance, blending into the crowd. How could they possibly identify him among the throngs of passengers? He remained utterly unperturbed. Thus, after feigning a discussion with Zhang Feng for a while, Su Yu returned to the business class. Mr. Su, having surveyed the layout of the train, what do you believe the advertising fees for the segment from Donghai City to Dongchuan City will be worth? Zhang Feng inquired, his mind consumed with thoughts of Su Yu's 50 million. Su Yu smiled slightly in response. 20 million, but it must include a 2-year usage right. 20 million for 2 years? That amounts to 10 million per year. Moreover, it merely encompasses such a brief distance. Truly a remarkable bargain. Zhang Feng's face instantly radiated with joy. Ha ha ha, Mr. Su, I'm exceedingly pleased with this price. How about we draft a contract upon our arrival in Dongchuan City? Zhang Feng ventured. Su Yu smiled and waved his hand. As for that, I must first consult with the company before providing you, Station Master Zhang, with a response. However, rest assured, the price will remain favorable. I see, very well then. I shall await your news, Mr. Su, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Observing this, Su Yu also offered a faint smile. Deceit, after all, must not reveal everything at once. Otherwise, once the other party obtains what they desire, they will begin to ponder whether they can secure it for themselves. It is essential to maintain an air of uncertainty, ensuring the other party remains completely convinced. Furthermore, upon reaching the destination, he intended to make a discreet exit. Should the other party follow him, it would disrupt his plans. Contemplating this, Su Yu comfortably settled into the leather seat, casually surveying his surroundings. However, upon glancing around, he noticed a man regarding him with a frigid gaze. When the man realized Su Yu was looking his way, he immediately averted his eyes, prompting Su Yu to raise an eyebrow. His gaze shifted to the other individuals present. While most appeared indifferent, Su Yu discerned subtle signs of tension from certain facial expressions. What is happening? Su Yu frowned. The atmosphere in the business cabin seemed to grow eerily quiet at that moment. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped Su Yu, a premonition of danger. Something is amiss. Su Yu once again scrutinized the group. This time, his observation was meticulous. As expected, one individual had his hand persistently resting inside his bag. Something is amiss. Suyu discreetly withdrew his gaze, then donned a smile. Station Master Zhang, I seem to have overlooked a few items. Shall we take another look? Yes, absolutely. Zhang Feng readily agreed, following Suyu outside. Just as Suyu was about to pull back the curtain and exit the business cabin, a sudden, thunderous shout reverberated from behind. Don't come any closer, or we will kill these two. Two men brandished gleaming daggers, threatening a woman and a girl. This scene caused the entire live broadcast to erupt in chaos. The live broadcast room erupted in chaos as viewers witnessed two men holding a knife to the throats of a woman and a girl. What was happening? What had transpired? Inside the high-speed train, several individuals clad in detective uniforms emerged as the curtain was drawn back. In the direction of Suyu, the same scene unfolded. Jin Biao, release the hostages. You're under arrest. Should you dare to harm them, you will face multiple charges and the death penalty awaits you. As the detectives advanced, a man of imposing authority stepped forth. Upon seeing him, Suyu was momentarily stunned. Was it not the renowned captain of the Donghai Criminal Police, Zhong Hua? They were meeting again. Suyu hesitated, having sensed that something was amiss. Now, the truth was undeniable. These three were indeed criminals. Luckily, he had managed to escort Zhang Feng out earlier. Meanwhile, Jin Biao, the man who had taken the woman hostage, wore a sinister grin. Stop pretending to be benevolent. My brothers and I have killed so many. Even if I surrender now, it's a dead end. If you want these two women to live, follow my demands. Do you understand? Jin Biao growled. In an instant, a deep gash appeared on the woman's neck, sending her into a state of sheer terror. Don't kill me. I can give you money, a lot of money. My husband is the chairman of the South City Group. Just do as they say. The woman's face turned pale as she cried out in panic. The live audience was in an uproar. What on earth is happening? What is going on? Heavens, the kidnapper has taken hostages. It's over. This is a genuine, desperate criminal. As countless viewers expressed their shock and confusion, a prominent notification appeared in the live stream. Global Manhunt. We have just received notification from the Donghai City Police Department that they're pursuing a transnational criminal gang on train G3002 and innocent lives are at stake. All programming is temporarily suspended. The moment this message flashed across the screen, the live room exploded with reactions. No way, it's serious now. We're doomed. I feel something terrible is about to happen. Wait, ISNT that the wife and daughter of the chairman of the South City Group? She recently donated billions to charity. How is she now being kidnapped? Wow, I didn't even notice that until now. Goodness, my heart is racing. I hope that lady and her daughter are okay. I'm so worried. I've heard these kidnappers are quick to kill if things don't go their way. The live room was filled with shock and horror. Simultaneously, on a helicopter speeding towards Dongchuan City, Shang Guanyu and her companions received the urgent notification from the production team. What? Suyu has encountered real criminals. Wang Tao was utterly astounded, especially now that they have received permission from the production team to temporarily observe Suyu's live stream. The few of them were left utterly astonished by the scenes unfolding before them. What on earth is happening? Is something wrong with that guy, Suyu? Wang Tao couldn't help but exclaim. He was still able to distinguish between the show and reality. Individuals who regard human life as mere fodder would not hesitate to take a life. Zhang Mingshan and Shang Guanyu exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. As true insiders of the police department, they were acutely aware of the seriousness of this incident. When life and death are at stake, it is no trivial matter. Such a beast, when cornered, could commit any atrocity. What should we do now? We should continue heading to Dongchuan City. We cannot interfere with the police department's operations. We can only observe how they handle it. Shang Guanyu shook her head. She too had not anticipated that such an incident would occur. The group fell into silence. The helicopter continued its course toward Dongchuan City. Meanwhile, aboard train G3002, the atmosphere had grown unbearably tense. Passengers in other cabins had already learned of the events transpiring ahead and were in a state of panic, being calmed by the attendants. In the business class, the standoff persisted. I've warned you, if you don't want bloodshed, you'd better comply with my demands. Or do you believe I will kill someone right now to prove my point? Jean Biao pressed a knife against a woman's neck. Blood was beginning to seep from the wound, instilling her with an overwhelming sense of terror. I beg you, please save me. Across from her, Zhong Hua stared intently at Jean Biao. What do you want? 1 million in cash, plus a custom-made armored vehicle from your special police, and 2 guns. Jean Biao shouted. Upon hearing this, Zhong Hua's expression darkened. That's impossible. We can give you the vehicle, but the guns are out of the question. What do you mean impossible? I will kill her right now if you don't comply. Without further ado, Jean Biao slashed the woman's arm. Blood gushed forth, and she screamed in agony. You must agree to his demands. Please save me. The woman cried desperately. This only intensified Zhong Hua's pressure. Moments ago, the identities of the 2 kidnapped individuals had been revealed. They were the wife and daughter of the former chairman of the Nanxing Group. As a leading enterprise in the province, Nanxing Group had reached a valuation exceeding 100 billion. Following the chairman's accidental death, the mother and daughter inherited the vast majority of his estate. However, they had allocated 90 of it for social welfare, donating to over 100 public elementary schools. As a result, the mother and daughter enjoyed an excellent reputation in society, and the provincial government was preparing to promote their charitable initiatives. Yet now, with such an incident unfolding, the higher authorities were taking it very seriously. Given these internal connections, making a decisive action became exceedingly difficult, especially in this environment. It was nearly impossible to shoot and eliminate all 3 kidnappers simultaneously. It was a daunting challenge. Outside, Suyu watched the unfolding chaos with a cold gaze. Zhang Feng stood beside Suyu, a look of relief etched on his face. Mr. Su, we owe you our gratitude. Otherwise, it might have been us who were just bound. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, embodying the expression of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. Just moments ago, they had been the closest to the robbers, making them prime targets for abduction. In response, Suyu merely nodded, his gaze fixed on the interior of the cabin. The situation was palpably tense, a stalemate evident in the air. Captain Zhong Hua found himself in a quandary. If he acquiesced to the demands, they would be facing armed assailants with explosives. Who could predict how many lives would be taken then? Yet, if he refused, death was imminent. At that moment, Suyu approached Captain Thon. Captain Zhong, I implore you to consider their demands. Who are you? Zhong Hua asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Seeing his perplexity, Suyu smiled gently. Captain Zhong, we met not long ago on Donghai Avenue. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhong Hua was taken aback. You are Suyu. Indeed, Suyu affirmed with a nod. Zhong Hua, upon realizing this, responded with a non-committal grunt, his gaze returning to the front. This place is too perilous. You should head to the back for safety. Despite his words, Zhong Hua's inner resolve wavered. Observing this, Suyu said nothing further and headed towards the rear with Zhang Feng. This is truly terrifying. I never imagined we would still encounter such dangerous elements. Zhang Feng lamented as they walked. Suyu merely nodded in agreement, finding a spot to sit down. He wished to assist, yet felt utterly powerless in this precarious situation. For now, all he could do was wait and see how the police would respond, whether they would concede to the demands and seek an opportunity to strike once they emerged from the station. Beyond that, Suyu could envision no alternative strategy. As time wore on, the criminals in the business class grew increasingly agitated. In the midst of a dire crisis, Jean Biao's furious voice echoed, I swear to you, either you comply, or I will resort to violence. He recognized the opponent's strategy of stalling for time and had resorted to using hostages as leverage. Concurrently, Zhong Hua was drenched in sweat, grappling with an agonizing decision. If he acquiesced, there was a grave risk that the adversaries, armed and mobile, could inflict even greater harm. Yet, should he refuse and 2 lives be lost, the weight of responsibility would be unbearable. In the live broadcast, a wave of concern washed over the audience. We must concede. Otherwise, even if they refrain from murder, that poor woman could succumb to excessive blood loss. I remember reading that the Nanxing Group recently donated to 10 charitable schools. How could they find themselves in such a predicament? Indeed, it's heartbreaking. Why must the virtuous always suffer? These monsters, once captured, they should face the most severe punishments to make them regret their existence. Damn it, I'm seething with rage. I wish I could eliminate them myself. Where's Sue? Surely, he can devise a solution. Stop calling for Sue. In this scenario, his involvement would only lead to his demise, right? We can only wait for the police to take action. The tension remained palpable. Zhonghua, soaked with anxiety, instinctively cast his gaze toward Suyu. Suyu, do you have any ideas? He uttered, recalling vividly how Su had subdued a drug fugitive not long ago. Initially, Su intended to shake his head. However, at that moment, he became aware that the multitude of passengers had turned their attention towards him. Just moments ago, his identity had been revealed. Aside from the Navi Zhongfeng, who had been deceived, others had learned of Su Yu's identity through various news outlets. After all, the combination of Su Yu and crime had propelled him to the top of trending topics. Now, the passengers looked at Su Yu with eager anticipation, many of whom had followed his broadcasts and recognized his formidable capabilities. They genuinely hoped that Su could propose an impeccable solution. The live stream erupted with fervor once more. Su, can you provide a solution? I too am curious. Is it possible to eliminate those two brutes while saving the hostages? I usually feel indifferent during Su's streams. But in a crisis like this, he asks the first person who comes to mind. Go, Su. Countless viewers, in that moment, yearned for Su Yu to offer a resolution. Meanwhile, high above in a helicopter, Shang Wanyu and her companions watched Su Yu's live stream, unable to suppress their sighs. This fellow likely has no viable options. Shang Wanyu remarked, pondering the uncertainty of the situation. The most effective course of action at present is for the sniper to take position at Dongchuan Station. Once the assailants emerge, they must be eliminated. However, the challenge of simultaneously firing upon and killing all three robbers is nearly insurmountable. Thus, Shang Wanyu could not be certain of success. Meanwhile, Su Yu, feeling the weight of so many expectations, allowed a smile to grace his face. Initially, he had little desire to involve himself in this matter, as it was indeed quite complex. Yet now, I shall take it upon myself. Allow me a moment to contemplate, Su Yu stated. Zhonghua nodded in response, not genuinely believing that Su Yu could resolve the issue, but rather hoping for some inspiration. In the business class cabin, the robbers were becoming increasingly agitated, on the verge of violence. On Su Yu's side, however, his eyes had closed, and the surrounding clamor seemed to fade into irrelevance. Within his ethereal mind, a tempest of thoughts swirled. How could he rescue the two hostages without harm, while simultaneously eliminating the robbers? Su Yu pondered relentlessly as time slipped away. Amidst the robbers' roars, the passengers' gasps, and the rapid motion of the train, he found himself enveloped in a peculiar state. His extraordinary intellect, with an IQ of 160, was fully awakened, and within moments, a rough outline of a plan began to form in his mind, which he then refined and perfected. The robbers, the hostages, and himself merged into a cinematic vision that played rapidly in his thoughts. 1 minute had elapsed. Su Yu opened his eyes with a smile. I have conceived a plan. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Zhonghua's gaze was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Su Yu would indeed arrive at a solution. The others were filled with anticipation. Su Yu responded with a smile. The plan is straightforward. Comply with his demands, and then substitute myself for the injured woman as a hostage. Upon hearing this, Zhonghua immediately shook his head. No, that would put you in grave danger. The live stream erupted in chaos. Su God, this is unacceptable. Indeed, Su God going in there would be perilous. This isn't a show. They are capable of violence. Has Su God lost his mind? Don't go. My heart is racing. The audience was taken aback, unable to fathom Su Yu's decision. Back at the scene, Su Yu, hearing Zhonghua's concerns, chuckled lightly. Officer Zhong, you still don't quite trust me, do you? Zhonghua paused, glancing back at the business class cabin. What is the specific procedure? The procedure is for me to disguise myself as one of their hostages. Once they acquire what they desire and let their guard down, I will act swiftly to subdue them. Zhonghua wanted to shake his head again, but at that moment, his radio crackled to life. Comply with his demands. Zhonghua's eyes were bloodshot with trepidation. This is the voice of my superior, who has not given it a second thought. Undoubtedly, my superior is also under immense pressure, for that woman is of paramount importance. Yet, my conscience cannot permit such an act. Su Yu's intention is to save lives, but if you were to push him forward, would it not be a life exchanged for a life? That is unacceptable. Just as Zhong Hua was about to decline, Su Yu suddenly placed a reassuring hand on Zhong Hua's shoulder. Captain Zhong, I understand your concerns, but I implore you to trust me. Will you? The smile on Su Yu's face brought tears to the eyes of this rugged man. Sorry. It's all right. Just follow my plan. Su Yu replied with a gentle smile. His plan was a masterstroke, capable of saving the hostage while simultaneously evading pursuers and directly entering Dongchuan City. Truly a twofold victory. Of course, it still carried a certain degree of risk. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, all who heard his words felt their eyes welling with emotion. Go, Sugod. Sugod, we believe in you. Sugod is invincible. Cha, Sugod. Countless viewers were moved by Su Yu's actions at that moment. No one could deny that, in such perilous circumstances, perhaps only Su Yu had the courage to step forward. And Zhong Hua had already moved ahead. Very well. I can agree to your demands, but it must be a hostage for a hostage. This woman is on the brink of exsanguination. If we do not act swiftly, she will perish. I hold him in high regard as a man of integrity. Upon reaching Dongchuan Station, the exchange of lives commenced. Zhong Hua's words caused the robbers to hesitate momentarily, yet ultimately they acquiesced. Very well, but we must conduct a thorough inspection before we can proceed with the exchange. Agreed, Zhong Hua replied, his eyes reddened with emotion. Su Yu, having already removed his suit jacket, approached the robbers. One of them, under the scrutiny of all present, began to search Su Yu for any concealed weapons. After several tense moments, he turned to Jin Biao. Boss, I found nothing amiss. Good, you step forward, Jin Biao commanded. Pointing at Su Yu, with a stoic expression, Su Yu advanced toward Jin Biao, while countless onlookers observed his every step, their eyes brimming with tears. At his age, it's easy for bricks to fall into his eyes. If Su Shan escapes this time, I shall forever be his devoted fan. I will marry no one but Su Shan in this lifetime. Su Shan, you can do it. Keep going. In a live broadcast, as the news gained traction, the viewership soared to an unimaginable number. At this moment, nearly the entire nation focused their attention on Su Yu. Above Dongchuan City, Wang Tao clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. I respect him for being a true man. Wang Tao inhaled deeply, each word deliberate and heavy. Zhang Mingshan and Shang Guanyu remained silent, astonished that Su Yu truly made such a resolute decision. Why would he choose this path? Shang Guanyu pondered, perplexed. In her understanding, highly intelligent criminals typically exhibit a profound detachment from human emotions, traditional moralities, and national sentiments, as they are often too astute to regard such concepts with any seriousness. Yet, it appeared that these notions had little effect on Su Yu. It was as if he could have remained an observer, yet he willingly plunged into danger, prepared to take risks to save others. To those cunning criminals, such behavior would be deemed foolish, an unequivocal folly, as they scorned being ensnared by these illusory connections. Nevertheless, Shang Guanyu could not suppress a smile. It was precisely such individuals who were intriguing. She found herself curious about Su Yu's true nature. How could he, after discerning the hypocrisy that lay beneath everything, still return to his authentic self? At the scene, Su Yu had now reached Jin Biao's side. Jin Biao forcefully shoved a woman aside, pressing a knife against Su Yu's neck. Save my daughter, please. The woman, having been assisted to her feet, directed her gaze toward the girl, who was already in tears. Mom, save me. Do you want money? Mom, give them the money. Please don't let them kill me. The girl cried out in desperation. Jin Biao's face twisted into a cruel smirk. Officer, there are less than 10 minutes until we reach the station. I expect to see what I desire when we arrive. With that, Jin Biao pressed his dagger against Su Yu's throat. Feeling the cold steel against his skin, Su Yu narrowed his eyes. You brutes, I shall deal with you shortly. Zhong Hua cast a gaze filled with remorse towards Su Yu. We have made the necessary arrangements. You will see upon your arrival. He spoke coldly to Jin Biao, who sneered in response. That will be most fortunate. As he spoke, his eyes greedily glanced at the girl. She was indeed quite alluring. Once they acquired the car and the weapons, they would simply drive off and take care of the girl as well. As for the man, a swift blade would suffice. With such thoughts, a broad smile spread across Jean Biao's face. In the live broadcast, viewers watched this scene unfold with a mix of anguish and rage. How can such beasts exist in this world? Damn it, I want to end this scum. What if finds a lowlife? This is it. Every time I see such people, I burn with anger, yet feel utterly powerless. Damn, I'm experiencing what it means to be infuriated and helpless. It's maddening. The audience was already consumed by their fury. Meanwhile, within the train, as time passed, 10 minutes felt like a mere blink. The train speed began to gradually decrease, revealing towering buildings around them. Concurrently, several robbers heightened their vigilance. I warn you, it would be wise to avoid any snipers. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Jean Biao threatened, preparing to draw blood from Su Yu to demonstrate their seriousness. However, before the blade could fall, Su Yu seized his hand, locking eyes with him. Her gaze as frigid as ice. You. Jean Biao furrowed his brow, seething with anger. Yet, the train had already come to a halt, leaving him with little time for contemplation. Get out of my way. All of you move aside, Jean Biao roared, dragging Su Yu towards the exit at the rear of the train. Zhonghua and his companions had retreated outside, anxiously watching the few individuals emerging from the train, beads of sweat forming in his palm. Finally, they all stepped out. Jean Biao, coercing Su Yu, wasted no time and rushed outside. At Dongchuan Station, a throng of people had gathered outside. Dozens of police cars cordoned off the entrance, the sound of sirens echoing incessantly. Above, several police helicopters hovered ominously. Among them was the one carrying Shangwan Yu and her team. Damn, they're coming out. Wang Tao's eyes were fixed on the exit, not daring to blink. Shangwan Yu and Zhang Mingshan mirrored his tension. As personnel from the police department, they understood all too well that the likelihood of fatalities in such hostage situations was alarmingly high. Being taken hostage almost guaranteed a perilous fate. How could they not worry for Su Yu's safety? In this intense atmosphere, Jean Biao and his accomplices finally emerged, escorting Su Yu and the girl. Get in the car. Hurry, Jean Biao commanded, rushing towards the armored vehicle. Once inside, they locked the doors and sped off into the night. The crowd was left in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that the police had refrained from firing. Why until they opened fire? The robbers had made their escape. What on earth are you doing? This is life-threatening. Goodness, they've escaped. The multitude of onlookers immediately began to voice their concerns loudly. Zhonghua was drenched in sweat. The absence of gunfire was due to the heightened vigilance of the opposing party. A single misstep could result in the tragic demise of the two hostages. And now, they have truly fled. The only hope rests with Su Yu. Su Yu, may you succeed, Zhonghua clenched his fist and declared. Meanwhile, within Su Yu's live streaming room, countless viewers were in a state of panic. Damn it, why hasn't the police opened fire to eliminate these scoundrels? Crap, Su God is in real danger now. It's over, it's all over. Curse it. At that moment, the audience was utterly thrown into chaos. They never anticipated that the police would refrain from firing. Inside the vehicle, Su Yu and the girl had been pushed to the back seat. Boss, these two guns are unloaded, remarked the hijacker seated in the driver's seat as he tossed the firearms over. Jean Biao glanced at them, unfazed. They would provide us with usable weapons. This vehicle is sufficient. Now, let's head to the previous rendezvous point. Understood. The hijacker in the front responded, flooring the accelerator and careening down the road. In the back seat, a glint of cold determination flashed in Su Yu's eyes. Only trust Su Yu, thunder's fury. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Yu's gaze. It was time to get into the car. The opportunity would present itself, but not just yet. Currently, the opponent's vigilance had not fully waned. The driver in front spoke again. Damn it, boss, their vehicle and helicopter are tailing us. Tell them to scram. Jean Biao glanced at the intercom positioned by the window and picked it up. This is the special police team of Dongchuan Police Station. The robbers inside the vehicle. Please pull over immediately. Otherwise, we will resort to forceful measures. Stop immediately, or we will. Shut the hell up. Tell those cars and helicopters to get lost. Or I will show you a murder right now. The girl beside him must have an impressive background, right? Hurry, scream, or I will kill you on the spot. Jean Biao seized the girl by her hair. The girl immediately began to plead, please let me go, I beg you, my mother can give you a lot of money. Truly. Ha ha ha, money? How can I spend it if I'm dead? Did you hear that? Get lost, or I will kill everyone right now. Jean Biao shouted again into the intercom. Meanwhile, far away at the Dongchuan police station, several high-ranking officials sat in the conference room, their faces grim as they observed the images relayed by the helicopter. How do we handle this? The provincial authorities are already pressuring us, demanding that we ensure the hostages' safety. They are furious, stated the director of Dongchuan police station, his expression ashen. He never anticipated such an incident occurring in Dongchuan City. The others fell into a heavy silence. The assailants were in an armored vehicle, and they were well aware of its robust quality. Even an anti-material sniper rifle might struggle to penetrate it. Now that they were inside, it was virtually impossible for them to be killed. I recall that the captain of the criminal investigation team in Donghai City mentioned that someone inside voluntarily entered and claimed to have a way to resolve the situation. One detective tentatively suggested. This immediately drew the director's ire. Nonsense. Does he even know who is inside? The heiress of the Nanxing Group, a figure representing public welfare. Does he comprehend the type of individuals we are dealing with? Cold-blooded robbers. He slammed his palm on the table, roaring, "He's from that show, right? Now look at the situation. The entire nation is watching us. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools." His words silenced the room. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. I am the captain of the Donghai criminal investigation team. According to their demands, withdraw the police cars and helicopters. We can only trust Suyu. The speaker was none other than Zhonghua. Upon seeing Zhonghua, the director of Dongchuan police station frowned. What does this have to do with our Dongchuan police station? You should leave. Ah, you may be mistaken. This matter is under national scrutiny. If you wish to save the Dongchuan police station from embarrassment, it's best to trust Suyu. Zhonghua's expression had long since faded, leaving him with no choice but to place his trust in Suyu and cooperate as best he could. Upon hearing this, the chief of the Dongchuan City Police Department's demeanor turned icy. Are you threatening me? He inquired. This is not a threat. It is merely a statement of fact. The conference room fell silent. The police chief felt an impulse to slam his hand on the table. But a glance outside at the throngs of people and the multitude of media gathered nearby left him momentarily paralyzed. I have stated before, we can only trust Suyu now, Zhonghua insisted, maintaining his gaze on the man. Upon hearing this, the man finally ceased his protestations and sank back into his chair, realization dawning upon him. He understood that he was no longer in control of the situation. If they were to save the hostages, it all depended on the capabilities of the individual named Suyu inside the vehicle. However, facing 3 armed robbers, he felt an overwhelming lack of confidence. His career, it seemed, was at its end. As orders were issued, the helicopters and police cars that had been tailing the robbers came to an abrupt halt. Inside the production crew's helicopter, Wang Tao glanced around in confusion. Why has everyone stopped? It seems the other side has threatened us to cease pursuit. We should comply, Shang Wanyu replied, her gaze fixed on the armored vehicle speeding down the street. We can only watch now. Within the armored car, Jean Biao was grinning with exhilaration. Those guys are surprisingly obedient, he chuckled. What is the plan, boss? Plan? I've arranged for our people to cross the border. We need to handle this cleanly, and then we'll be safe abroad. Sound good, but what about these two? One of the robbers glanced at Suyu and the girl. No, please. The girl's eyes were filled with terror. Jean Biao sneered. That's simple enough. Kill the man, have some fun with the girl, and then dispose of her too. Find them first. All right. A nearby robber began to tie up Suyu and the girl. The girl cried out repeatedly, prompting Jean Biao to slap her. Behave yourself. The girl, frightened into silence, could only weep. Once Suyu and the girl were securely bound, Jean Biao and another robber visibly relaxed. Though they still wielded knives, they no longer pressed them against the captives' throats. Observing this, a faint smile crept across Suyu's face as he took in the rapidly passing street scenery. In his mind, the map of Dongchuan City materialized. He had studied it prior to their arrival and now recalled it with clarity. Are these brutes heading to the outskirts? Suyu pondered, his brow furrowing. What could they possibly want there? The vehicle continued to speed along, time slipping away swiftly. In a live broadcast room, the crowd had swelled to an overwhelming number. and despair began to settle among those who watched the unfolding situation. The situation had become dire, as Su Shun had been captured. The tension was palpable among the crowd, a chorus of anxious voices lamenting the caution exhibited by the captors. They were heading toward the outskirts, and fear gripped the hearts of many. What would Su Shun do next? As the vehicle progressed, the buildings became increasingly sparse, and the surrounding woods thickened. "Boss, we must have lost him by now," one of the accomplices remarked. Finally, the car came to a halt. The leading robber turned back to address them. Jean Biao nodded in response and opened the car door. "Get out," he commanded, glancing at Su Yu and the girl. Su Yu stepped out of the vehicle with an impassive expression, while the girl was in tears, fully aware of the grim fate that awaited them both. In the dense forest, the rustling leaves mirrored the tension in countless hearts. "Boss, right now." "Huh, I've found this kid intolerable for quite some time," Jean Biao said, his gaze fixed on Su Yu. "You're still trying to act cool at this point?" He scrutinized Su Yu with a sinister grin. Su Yu's unyielding calm infuriated him. "I'm a robber, a killer. Aren't you afraid of me? This is quite embarrassing." With a swift motion, Jean Biao pressed his dagger against Su Yu's neck. "Let me impart a lesson to you. Never fantasize about being a hero," he chuckled, casting a glance at the girl. In the next moment, he swung the blade towards Su Yu's throat. Countless onlookers shut their eyes, bracing for the anticipated carnage. However, the scene defied their expectations. No blood surged forth. Unbeknownst to them, Su had freed himself from his bindings and seized Jean Biao's wrist with formidable strength. "You!" Jean Biao grimaced as pain radiated from his wrist. Su Yu's face was now adorned with a chilling smile. "I have endured your antics for far too long. Allow me to instruct you on how to behave." In that instant, Su Yu unleashed the fury that had been simmering within him, striking with the wrath of a tempest. 074, the godly combat skill, Su's power is unmatched. With a swift motion, he unleashed the fury of thunder. Su Yu fixed his gaze upon Jean Biao, his right hand exerting tremendous force. His physical prowess, far surpassing that of an ordinary human, rendered him immensely strong. Crack! In an instant, Jean Biao's wrist was crushed, emitting a series of ominous sounds. "You bastat, D." Jean Biao raised his hand to stab at Su Yu, only to have Su Yu effortlessly evade the attack. This only darkened Jean Biao's expression further. Feeling the excruciating pain in his wrist, he was consumed by rage. "Good, you little brat. You think you're something, don't you? Today, I shall see whether you are truly formidable or if our blades are mightier." Jean Biao let out a furious laugh, brandishing his dagger at Su Yu. The other two men, witnessing this, also revealed a murderous intent in their eyes. Countless viewers in the live stream were thrown into a frenzy upon witnessing this scene. "Damn it, Su is truly in danger now. All three opponents are armed. My coach once told me, even if you're the national champion in fighting, it's best to retreat when faced with knives." Exactly. Even a single stab could incapacitate him. "Su, run. Run, Su." At that moment, an overwhelming sweat broke out in palms across viewers. Meanwhile, a dozen kilometers away, Shang Guanyu and her companions were equally tense. As police officers, they understood the stark difference between those wielding knives and those without. A moment's carelessness in the face of such lethal weapons could lead to death, especially when facing three assailants. This was something Wang Tao, a veteran of special forces, comprehended all too well. In such a situation, the best option for Su Yu would be to flee. "Perhaps," Shang Guanyu remarked. She was well aware that Su Yu had endured for so long. If it were merely to escape, it would have been unnecessary. His greater intention was to save someone. On the other side, at the Dongchuan police station, numerous detectives were anxiously watching Su Yu's livestream. What would he do next? At the scene, Jean Biao's eyes glinted coldly. He twisted his swollen wrist and sneered. "You have considerable strength, but in this day and age, no matter how strong you are, you can't withstand a few stabs. Come, let us see what you've got." Jean Biao laughed heartily as the three men began to encircle Su Yu from different angles. The girl trembled uncontrollably, gripping Su Yu's hand tightly, lacking even the courage to look up. In contrast, Su Yu remained composed, staring down his adversaries while frantically searching the system's store for something. Finally, he found it. "System, Exchange for godly combat skills. The upgrade required 5 million popularity points. Does the host confirm the exchange? Confirmed. Suyu's voice was filled with unwavering determination. In the next moment, a wondrous sensation surged through him. His mind was flooded with an abundance of combat skills. Ancient martial arts, Muay Thai, mixed martial arts. The myriad martial disciplines converged in this singular moment. With a deep breath, Suyu fixed his gaze on Jin Biao. Come on, he spoke with an air of calm. Jin Biao furrowed his brow upon hearing those words. For reasons unknown, he sensed an inscrutable depth to the young man before him. Was it merely an illusion? Damn! Regardless of the intricacies, if one were human, a blade would bring them to their knees. Jin Biao struck without hesitation, aiming a lethal blow towards Suyu's neck. Countless spectators clenched their fists, their eyes fixated on Suyu. In that moment, as Jin Biao lunged with his knife, Suyu also made his move. With a swift motion, Suyu executed a side kick that landed squarely on Jin Biao's wrist. Instantly, Jin Biao erupted in a scream. My hand! The sound of cracking bone echoed through the air. Simultaneously, the dagger slipped from Jin Biao's grasp, having had his wrist shattered by Suyu's powerful kick. This scene left the audience in utter shock. The other two assailants exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. Meanwhile, Jin Biao's hand bled profusely on the ground, the force of Suyu's strike having broken his wrist and even pierced the skin. Kill him! Get him! Jin Biao was completely unhinged, barking orders at his accomplices. They dared not hesitate, approaching Suyu from either side. The crowd's anxiety surged once more. How could the god of war withstand two assailants simultaneously? Yet, in the next instant, Suyu had already acted. He evaded the dagger of one assailant, seizing his arm in the process. Clearly taken aback by Suyu's speed, the assailant had no time to react before. With a resounding crash, Suyu executed a shoulder throw, sending the robber crashing to the ground, blood erupting from his mouth. The remaining assailant stood in stunned disbelief. Who on earth was this person? A martial artist? Panic surged within him, and he dared not contemplate further. Casting a glance at the girl beside him, he rushed forward to threaten her. But Suyu would not grant him such an opportunity. Having been restrained in the vehicle, he now unleashed his prowess. Mere dead fish. The audience could scarcely comprehend Suyu's movements. In less than 2 seconds, he appeared behind his opponent. A casual sweeping kick sent the assailant tumbling down. Another side kick struck the foe's abdomen, causing him to vomit blood as he rolled away towards his companions. All 3 assailants lay on the ground, wailing in agony. This spectacle astonished everyone present. What the hell? Is Suyu really this strong? What kind of fighting style is this? I see elements of ancient martial arts, Muay Thai, and even mixed martial arts. Incredible. Suyu is undoubtedly a martial arts practitioner. How magnificent he is. I previously thought he might be in danger. Suyu is phenomenal. The live stream erupted with excitement. Meanwhile, in the helicopter of the production team, Shangguan Yu and her companions exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting their disbelief. They had never anticipated that Suyu possessed martial arts skills. This was unequivocally a display of martial prowess. An ordinary person could never achieve such feats. Moreover, it appears that Suyu possesses remarkable proficiency, executing each move with a distinct precision. Wang Tao could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. In less than a minute, he had incapacitated 3 individuals. This fellow is no ordinary adversary. Engaging him in combat, I may not even stand a chance. Wang Tao's words prompted a momentary silence among the two. While his intelligence and reasoning may not match theirs, his martial prowess is undoubtedly formidable. After all, having emerged from the military, he has been trained in lethal techniques devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Given Wang Tao's assessment, it is evident that Suyu poses a significant threat. Previously, the entire team of pursuers had regarded Suyu as merely an unthreatening fugitive. It now seems that he indeed possesses the capability to retaliate. Henceforth, our strategy must be revised. The pursuers should operate in groups of at least 5. Shangguan Yu remarked, and both nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the scene, Suyu approached the 3 once again. 075, the brothers spoke calmly. perfectly rescuing Su Yu as he approached the trio once more. Jin Biao, witnessing his two subordinates swiftly subdued, was left utterly astonished. As he saw Su Yu striding towards him, fear flickered in his eyes. "Bro, let us talk it out. Let us not resort to violence," Jin Biao said, his face contorting in a desperate attempt to placate Su Yu. In stark contrast, Su Yu's expression remained impassive, while the live stream erupted in laughter. What an audacious display of shamelessness. Indeed, just a moment ago, he was so arrogant, and now he is begging? Pathetic. One can only say, Su God is truly formidable. Ha! Su God is amazing. Yet, Su Yu felt no stirrings of emotion at his words. Such a person would only feign submission verbally, but given the chance, would not hesitate to resort to violence. Bang! 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 Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yu unleashed a flurry of kicks at the group. "Do you truly dare to kill me? If you do, my other brothers will certainly retaliate." Jin Biao spat blood, shouting angrily at Su Yu. At this, Su Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Do you still not comprehend the situation?" He picked up a dagger from the ground, idly toying with it. "Even if I were to eliminate you wretches, what do you think would happen to me?" Jin Biao faltered, a hint of panic creeping into his demeanor. Indeed, he admitted to himself that he was somewhat unnerved. If Su Yu were to kill him and his men, it would likely not result in any repercussions. Instead, he could very well become a paragon among the public. In contrast, Jin Biao would die in vain. "Brother, could you spare us? I have considerable assets abroad. I would surely express my gratitude for your mercy." Jin Biao attempted to entice, having resorted to bribery when intimidation failed. To this, Su Yu could only smile wryly. What else could he say, other than to dismiss such foolishness? Who would believe the words of a murderer? After securely binding the group to ensure their escape was impossible, Su Yu intended to call the police, only to discover his phone had mysteriously run out of battery. "Do you have a phone?" Su Yu turned his gaze to the girl. This was his first proper look at her. Not bad, quite pretty, he thought, though her tear-streaked face left much to be desired. I have one," the girl said, her voice trembling with excitement as she handed over her phone. "Thank you so much. I promise my mother and I will repay your kindness," she exclaimed. "No need, suyuri plaiv kachwili." His motive for rescuing was not driven by financial gain. If he had desired wealth, he could have acquired considerable sums by now using his skills. His primary intention stemmed from a genuine desire to save lives. Moreover, this presented an excellent opportunity to shake off his pursuers. Not only could he boost his popularity, but he could also earn the title of a Good Samaritan while eluding his hunters. Quite advantageous indeed. With that thought in mind, Su Yu began dialing the Dongchuan police station. Dongchuan police station. The detectives were left in a state of shock, their eyes wide in disbelief as they watched the live stream. None could fathom that this individual named Su Yu had single-handedly subdued 3 ruthless robbers armed with knives. As Su Yu was seen on the live stream making a call to the police, the director of the Dongchuan police station excitedly slammed his hand on the table. "Quick, everyone get over here, and bring those media folks outside too. Promotion. Focused promotion." The director's face flushed with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that the outcome would unfold in such a manner. This was simply marvelous. Meanwhile, Zhonghua let out a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face as he sat in his chair. The young man named Su Yu was rather impressive. He wondered if they could recruit the police station as a consultant after the program concluded. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhonghua promptly set off with the Dongchuan police convoy below. The sound of sirens pierced the air as they headed toward the outskirts of Dongchuan City. Out in the countryside, merely 10 minutes after Su Yu reported their location, police sirens began to wail. One police car after another arrived, encircling the area. Jin Biao and his companions turned pale at the sight. They were acutely aware of what awaited them. The group was escorted into vehicles and taken away. Meanwhile, a woman accompanying Su Yu was weeping loudly, clutching her daughter. Zhonghua jumped out of the car and approached Su Yu. "Su Yu, I really admire you." Without hesitation, Zhonghua patted Su Yu on the shoulder. "Are you interested in coming back with me to the Donghai police station? We need talents like you. Rest assured, you'll be treated as a squad leader once you're ready for the exam." "Not right now, Captain Zhong. I'm still participating in the program," Su Yu replied, gesturing to the concealed camera on his shoulder. However, Zhonghua waved dismissively. Didn't I mention this beforehand? Whether you come or not is another matter. His words prompted laughter among the numerous viewers in the live stream. This is true. After Su Shun completes the program, he won't be short on money. Envious. Such a job within the system is truly desirable, but unfortunately, I can't get in. Same here, envious one. Su Shun is amazing, a perfect rescue. Oh yeah, countless viewers rejoiced. Standing nearby, the woman, relieved that her daughter was unharmed, turned her gaze towards Su Yu. Benefactor, I cannot thank you enough. Whatever compensation you desire, we can provide. The woman sobbed, still in disbelief after just having traversed the gates of death with her daughter. Thus, the gratitude from the mother and daughter towards Su Yu was profound. However, Su Yu waved his hand dismissively. You're engaged in charity work, right? What is the matter? The woman inquired, puzzled. Su Yu smiled gently. Then do a little more of it. After saying this, he prepared to leave. At that moment, the girl called out to him. You're you Su Shin? Yes, Su Yu turned back. Unbeknownst to him, the mask concealing his identity had vanished, revealing his true appearance. The girl stood frozen, her eyes sparkling with joy. Just moments ago, it was Su Shun who saved me. She wished to exchange a few more words with Su Yu. Yet he had already vanished into the depths of the forest. A throng of news media, who had just arrived, were fuming with frustration. Why did you run away? If you hadn't, I would have secured the front page with just one interview. The combination of Su God, crime, and rescue would undoubtedly generate explosive headlines. Simultaneously, far above in the helicopter, the live viewing permissions for Shangguan Yu and her companions had been abruptly cut off. The announcement declared that the fugitive Su Yu had successfully rescued the hostages, and the program would continue. This notification reverberated not only among the pursuers, but also within the audience's live chat. Moreover, at this very moment, the entire internet was inundated with a flurry of news about Su Yu's successful rescue of the hostages, followed by his ongoing escape. Where has that fellow gone? Su Yu's plan, Su God successfully rescue the hostages. These moves are truly impressive. The official release of this information swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics. Within mere minutes, it dominated the trending lists across all platforms. Countless viewers, upon witnessing the events, were equally exhilarated. Wow, Su God is amazing. So impressive. I never expected Su God to be this skilled. Indeed, I was also unaware of Su God's prowess. I used to think Su God couldn't fight and was always fleeing. I had no idea he was this formidable. Haha. I look forward to Su God facing off against the pursuers head-on. An abundance of comments flooded in below. Almost everyone was fervently enthusiastic. Such acts of bravery are inherently captivating. What made it even more sensational was that the protagonist was none other than Su God. Simultaneously, in Dongchuan City, the pursuers had relocated their command center here. Observing the multitude of pursuers congregated below, after counting their numbers, 6 pursuers returned upstairs. Su Yu has escaped. Wang Tao was the first to speak within the command center. The other 5 turned their gazes towards Shangguan Yu upon hearing this. Shangguan Yu's previous judgment had already demonstrated that her capabilities were indeed superior to those of the others. Consequently, they were all prepared to heed her advice. In response to this statement, a cold expression crossed Shangguan Yu's face. Su Yu is quite clever. Not only did he rescue the hostages, but he also seized the opportunity to evade our intended blockade at the high-speed rail station. Her words elicited no objections, as they were undeniably accurate. Originally, they had planned to ambush Su Yu at the high-speed rail station, but no one had anticipated such an incident occurring midway. Even more surprising was that Su Yu had truly succeeded in rescuing the hostages and then made his escape. What shall we do now? Wang Tao furrowed his brow. Shangguan Yu cast him a sidelong glance. According to previous plans, divide your pursuers into groups of 5, ensuring that at least 2 stun guns are available for the pursuit, to prevent any assaults from Su Yu. One must admit, this woman is exceptionally cautious. Acknowledging Su Yu's aggressive potential, she had already prepared countermeasures regardless of whether he would retaliate. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Very well. The command center fell silent once more. Shangguan Yu frowned, resuming her contemplation of where Su Yu might appear next. The map indicating Su Yu's disappearance had already been retrieved. Northern District of Dongchuan City. This area is underdeveloped, classified as a backward region within Dongchuan City. Consequently, the population is diverse, making specific investigations challenging. Moreover, the surveillance footage did not yield any additional information. Where could Su Yu be? Shangguanyu murmured, her gaze scanning the map. It was not just Su Yu who was unfamiliar with Dongchuan City. The pursuers were equally unacquainted with the area. As a result, it was currently difficult to ascertain Su Yu's ultimate destination. The other pursuers now wore furrowed brows, deep in contemplation. Where could Su Yu possibly be? Given the nature of the individual in question, he could be anywhere. This indeed posed a significant dilemma. The command room fell into silence as several pursuers pondered the situation. Meanwhile, in the southern district of Dongchuan City, Su Yu was seated in a private dining room of a Michelin-starred restaurant, indulging in a lavish feast laid out before him. This scene was observed by countless viewers. Goodness, isn't Su God indulging a bit too extravagantly? Look at that. The pursuers are busy trying to locate Su God, while he is enjoying a banquet of delicacies. Impressive, truly impressive. I envy him. Compared to Su God, my meal is fit only for a dog. The live chat erupted with numerous comments. At the dining table, Su Yu relished his sumptuous meal while contemplating his fugitive status. It was almost certain that the pursuers were desperately attempting to ascertain his whereabouts. However, they would never suspect that he had made his way from the northern to the southern district of Dongchuan City, where the command center of the pursuers was located. In fact, the Michelin restaurant he was dining in was less than a kilometer away from their headquarters. Su Yu felt little concern about this. After all, as the saying goes, darkness lurks beneath the lamp. The pursuers would never think to look for him in such a place. However, a pressing question lingered in Su Yu's mind. Where would he spend the night? Given the lessons learned from previous encounters, the pursuers would undoubtedly focus their attention on hotels. Additionally, similar secluded villas would likely catch their eye, as rental information could be easily found online. If a property were to be rented during this time frame, contacting the owner would pose no challenge. Of course, the most critical issue was that Su Yu's funds were running low. His previous sum of 100,000, along with the money given by his colleague Jia Bing for a magic performance, had dwindled significantly. After settling the bill for this meal, he would have just over 10,000 remaining. While that amount could suffice for the moment, it was imperative that he secured a more substantial sum. His current identity was too precarious. Many endeavors required financial backing. What should he do? How could he swiftly acquire a large fortune? As Su Yu pondered, the live chat continued to buzz with speculation. What on earth is happening with Su God? Is he lost in thought? Who knows what is on Su God's mind? Perhaps he is contemplating life. That makes sense, haha. Go for it, Su God. In the midst of this lively discussion, Su Yu ceased his reflections. After much contemplation, Su Yu found that many of his proposals had been dismissed as impractical. He decided to wait and see how things would unfold. With this thought in mind, he quickly finished his meal and proceeded to settle the bill. System, claim the task reward. Su Yu reminded himself, not forgetting the reward for his completed task. Ding! Congratulations. Host, for completing the task, Journey of Escape. You have received a reward. Achievement points, 3,000, and a comprehensive enhancement of 20 points to your physical abilities. As the system's voice resonated in his mind, Su Yu felt his already peak physical condition surge even higher. In an instant, his IQ soared to 180. His speed reached 185, and his strength escalated to an astounding 192. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, as if he could shatter walls with a single punch. His speed was unparalleled, and his thoughts expanded like never before. Vague childhood memories that had long been obscured suddenly crystallized in his mind. Su Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a profound transformation from the system. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed only natural. An IQ of 180, a speed of 185, and a strength of 192. These attributes were almost beyond the realm of humanity. Su Yu had undeniably ascended to an entirely new level. As he savored this enhancement, a smile broke across his face. While he might not hold the title of the highest IQ in the world, he was certainly among the top echelon. The benefits of high intelligence were, of course, self-evident. However, amidst his elation, Su Yu soon noticed something amiss. System, I recall the task reward being 2,000 achievement points. Why has it increased to 3,000? The host garnered significant attention for promoting virtue and punishing evil during the escape, thus receiving an additional 1,000 achievement points, the system explained. Su Yu was astonished. Such fortune? He felt a surge of happiness within. With this newfound joy, he returned to the pressing issue at hand: how to acquire funds. Armed with an impressive IQ of 180, many of his previous ideas resurfaced in his mind, only to be filtered and discarded. Eventually, his thoughts crystallized. He envisioned the entire pursuit team and his own role within it. Pursuers and the pursued? Wait, if memory serves, he had been relentlessly hunted since the show's inception. Was this advantageous? Not at all. As a fugitive, he resolved to turn the tables and capture someone himself. Surely, demanding a ransom of several 100,000 would be within reason, wouldn't it? A smile gradually spread across Su Yu's face. At that moment, he recalled Jin Biao. Had it not been for that encounter, he might never have conceived this idea. Excellent. It is time to teach you all a lesson. With a slight grin, Su Yu set off towards the pursuit team's command center. As for whom to target specifically, he has already formed some ideas. As the incense was lit early, the prey had taken the bait. Su Yu had already formed a tentative plan regarding whom to target. I shall not hold back, he remarked with a faint smile, making his way towards the pursuer command center. In the live stream, numerous spectators observed Su Yu's approach to the command center, their expressions filled with curiosity. Was Su God planning? I have no idea. Isn't the pursuer command center ahead? Could it be that Su God is destined for a serendipitous encounter with Shang Guanyu? What kind of encounter? Be specific. What makes it serendipitous? Meanwhile, it took Su Yu merely about 10 minutes to reach the base of the command center. Gazing at the building, a smile crept across his face. Based on the information he had gathered, the command center was located on the 5th floor, while the lower levels served as the active zones for the pursuers. The challenge now lay in luring those pursuers out, but this posed no difficulty for Su Yu. After surveying the building, he entered a nearby restaurant. Ensuring he was in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, he turned to the waiter before him. Could you lend me your phone? Su Yu placed a 100 yuan note on the counter. The waiter, momentarily distracted by his phone, paused in surprise, but quickly handed over the device without a second thought. Thank you, Su Yu replied, though the waiter positioned himself in the doorway as a precaution. A reasonable move given the times where phone thefts were not uncommon. In no time, Su Yu dialed the number. Hello, is this the Global Wanted Command Center? I wish to report a sighting. I just saw Su Yu. Simultaneously, in the command center, 6 pursuers were deep in thought when the phone rang unexpectedly. The voice on the line caused them to startle. A report. Li Kai instantly reacted. Where was Su Yu spotted? At the Yunfan restaurant on Dongping Street. I just saw him head upstairs. The voice on the other end was brimming with excitement. You must hurry and capture him. If you succeed, I'll reward you. Upon hearing this, the pursuers felt a surge of exhilaration. Dongping Street? That's less than a kilometer away. Wang Tao chuckled, already rising from his seat. Shall I take a team over now? At this, the others turned their gaze towards Shang Guanyu, who hesitated. Do you not find Su Yu's exposure rather suspicious? Upon hearing her words, the others began to ponder. It did seem a bit odd, they admitted. Given Su Yu's mastery of disguise, why would he suddenly reveal himself? However, Wang Tao waved his hand dismissively. Whether it's genuine or not, we'll find out when we get there. If that rascal is indeed present, we'll be furious if we miss him. Very well, but Wang Tao, please exercise caution, Shang Guanyu replied after some contemplation, nodding in agreement. Wang Tao laughed heartily, patting the stun gun at his waist. That fellow won T escape. I'll take him down the moment I see him. His confidence was unwavering, confident in his marksmanship. He felt assured that he could eliminate Su Yu upon sight. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyu nodded in agreement. Very well, you may go and check now, Li Kai. Please retrieve the surveillance footage for confirmation. Understood. Li Kai promptly accessed the surveillance system. As anticipated, just 5 minutes prior, Su Yu had entered the Yunfan restaurant. Witnessing this, Wang Tao left with a parting remark, await my good news. Without hesitation, he descended the stairs, leading 50 pursuers directly towards the restaurant. Meanwhile, inside the establishment, Su Yu stood beside the glass, keenly observing the movements of his pursuers. As he noticed Wang Tao approaching with a throng of hunters, a smile crept across his face. Wang Tao, I knew it would be you. In that case, I must apologize. A smile graced Su Yu's lips, while the live streaming room buzzed with confusion. What is Su Shen up to? Is he reporting himself? Can one really report oneself? Hold on, why does this feel off? What seems off? Su Shen, why are you reporting yourself and waiting here? Isn't that inviting trouble? Unless what? Unless he intends to turn the tables on his pursuers? No way. With the emergence of these hypotheses, the live chat erupted in excitement. The key question remained, why would Su Shen report himself? Why was he waiting there? Incredible. Su Shen is gearing up for a counterattack. Wang Tao is here. Goodness. Wang Tao run. Tao Yi, flee. Otherwise, it will be for nothing. Preemptively light incense. What on earth light incense? Many viewers in a live stream widened their eyes, filled with anticipation. They were unaware of Su Yu's true intentions, but one thing was certain. Su Shen was certainly not in a benevolent mood. Upstairs, Wang Tao had arrived at the restaurant's entrance. U-30, surround the perimeter. U-20, enter. Remember, do not alarm the prey. Understood. The group of pursuers nodded in unison. Wang Tao's expression was one of triumph. Su Yu, this time you won't escape. Li Kai, where is Su Yu currently in the restaurant? According to the surveillance, he has entered room 408. Good. With a wave of his hand, Wang Tao led the group upstairs, amidst the terrified expressions of the restaurant staff. To prevent Su Yu from fleeing, 15 individuals took the stairs, while the others accompanied him in the elevator. Half a minute later, Wang Tao burst from the elevator, arriving at the door of the private room. However, he refrained from acting hastily, opting to wait for the remainder of his subordinates to arrive. Shortly thereafter, another dozen pursuers joined him. Wang Tao gestured for them to retreat and block both ends of the corridor. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the stun gun and forcefully kicked open the wooden door. Su Yu, you are under arrest, he shouted, his voice echoing in the empty room, where the only movement came from the curtains billowing in through the open window. But where was the person? Wang Tao stood in stunned silence. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life. Captain, we just saw someone jump from the fourth-floor window of the dining hall. What? Wang Tao's eyes narrowed as he leaned closer to the window. Sure enough, he spotted a figure sprinting across the rooftop of an adjacent building. Who else could it be but Su Yu? Damn, this guy is incredibly quick. Wang Tao cursed under his breath, and, to the astonishment of his subordinates, leaped from the fourth floor to the second. With a muffled grunt, he pursued swiftly, stun gun in hand. Su Yu, hold. Otherwise, I will fire. He bellowed as he chased after him. Ahead, Su Yu turned his head slightly to glance back at Wang Tao, a smile playing on his lips. The prey has taken the bait. Su Yu, do behave like a person. The resolute Wang Tao has baited his prey. This utterance from Su Yu sent the live chat into a frenzy. My goodness, Su Shen is indeed ready to take action. Good gracious. Wang Tao is pursuing Su Shen alone? It's over. Better offer some incense in advance. Let's burn a beauty for Brother Tao. Ha! This is killing me. The chat was filled with laughter. Little did Wang Tao realize that his pursuit of Su Yu was merely a result of Su Yu's deliberate provocation. Meanwhile, upon confirming that Wang Tao was pursuing him alone, Su Yu swiftly began to guide Wang Tao towards a more complex terrain. Wang Tao fired several shots. Yet due to the instability of his rapid movement and Su Yu's incredible speed, he failed to connect. This left him quite frustrated. Now, Su Yu had dashed into an alleyway. Without hesitation, Wang Tao followed suit. Through the intercom, the voice of Shangwan Yu resonated. What is happening? That rascal Su Yu has fled, but I'm in pursuit. As soon as he reaches an open area, I'll take him down, Wang Tao panted. Shangwan Yu furrowed her brow. Li Kai was continuously tracking the positions of Su Yu and Wang Tao, and the surveillance footage illustrated their paths. They were evidently evading their pursuers, heading toward a more intricate landscape. Su Yu's strategy was sound. However, Shangwan Yu felt an unsettling intuition, sensing that something was amiss. Given Su Yu's capabilities, he should have had ample opportunities to shake off Wang Tao. Why was he not doing so? Wang Tao, perhaps you should consider retreating? Retreat? For what purpose? Just wait, I will capture this fellow immediately. At that moment, Wang Tao was entirely consumed by the chase. The audacity of Su Yu to run and continuously mock him was unbearable. Wang Tao, your speed is so sluggish that even a grandmother crossing the street would outpace you. Su Yu remarked with a smile from around the corner of the alley. This provocation nearly caused Wang Tao to choke on his anger. Damn it, don't run. Seeing Su Yu vanish around the bend, Wang Tao hastened his pursuit. Yet, upon reaching the corner, he was confronted with 3 distinctly different paths. And Su Yu's trail had already vanished. Where could that rascal have gone? Wang Tao pondered with a furrowed brow. Each of the 3 routes could potentially harbor Su Yu, and he had no way of discerning his location. Lost him again. Damn it. Wang Tao cursed as he grabbed the intercom. Just as he was about to contact the command center, a chilling blade pressed against his neck. Wang Tao, don't move. Su Yu appeared behind him with a smile, wielding a turn knife. Glaring at the sharp blade, Wang Tao could not help but swallow hard. What are you planning to do? What do you think? Su Yu smiled faintly as he seized Wang Tao's stun gun, subsequently releasing the knife and pushing Wang Tao to the opposite side. Do not move if you wish to avoid my gun, he said, aiming it at Wang Tao with a calm demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Wang Tao clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. What on earth do you want? He exclaimed. Why ask so many questions? Just cooperate, Su Yu replied, pressing the gun against Wang Tao's head. He then utilized the handcuffs on Wang Tao's person to secure his hand behind his back before producing a nylon rope to bind him tightly. Wang Tao, observing Su Yu's series of actions, admitted to feeling a twinge of panic. Meanwhile, in the live stream, numerous viewers erupted in laughter at the unfolding scene. This is unbelievable. Su Shun has tied up Wang Tao. Can you believe it? Ha. That expression of impotent rage on little Tao Tao's face is simply hilarious. Wang Tao, for heaven's sake, just act like a human being. Interesting, but what exactly is Su Shun planning to do with Wang Tao? Who knows? We wouldn't dare to ask. The 2 upstairs are fools. Su Shun binding Wang Tao must be for a purpose, perhaps to extort some money? Damn, that's a valid point. The audience buzzed with speculation. In the meantime, Wang Tao shot an angry glare at Su Yu. Now can I speak? Su Yu responded. It's simple. Binding you serves merely to threaten Shangguan Yu and the others. He led Wang Tao into a derelict building and secured him to a concrete pillar. At this point, Wang Tao was utterly immobilized, his forehead veins bulging and his eyes fixed on Su Yu with fury. However, Su Yu remained unfazed. He removed the intercom from Wang Tao and pressed the call button. Command Center. Shangguan Yu observed the screen, noting that the footage had not updated for some time, indicating that both Wang Tao and Su Yu had vanished from the surveillance range. Has there been confirmation of their absence in other areas? Yes, both are currently missing from here, Li Kai affirmed, deepening the furrow in Shangguan Yu's brow. Just then, the intercom on the table crackled to life. Wang Tao, how are you faring? Shangguan Yu immediately picked up the intercom, her eyes widening in disbelief at the voice on the other end, which was not Wang Tao's at all. Good day, Miss Shangguan, came Su Yu's voice, a smile evident on his face. Shangguan Yu's brows knitted tighter upon recognizing it. How could she not recognize Su Yu's voice? The others, too, were taken aback. How did Wang Tao's intercom end up in your possession? Shangguan Yu demanded. Su Yu smiled slightly. Because I have tied up Wang Tao. Wang Tao's been bound. This revelation caused the 5 individuals to exchange incredulous glances. How could Wang Tao possibly be bound? Su Yu, are you certain you are not deceiving us? I have no need to waste time deceiving you, as it is simply not worth it, understand? Come on, Tao, say something, Su Yu urged, placing the intercom close to Wang Tao's lips. Wang Tao fixed his gaze firmly on Su Yu. You can forget it, Su Yu. Even if I perish and you eliminate me, I shall not utter a single word. Wang Tao's declaration resonated with unwavering resolve, showcasing his indomitable spirit. For a moment, even Su Yu was taken aback, casting an admiring glance at Wang Tao. A wise man knows when to yield. In a live broadcast room, the audience was initially stunned, only to burst into laughter moments later. He said he wouldn't speak even if he died. Yet isn't that precisely what he has just done? Even if I perish and you eliminate me, I, Wang Tao, will not say a word, voiceover. Su Guanyue, save me. I was genuinely moved to tears, but then it hit me. Didn't Teehee just say it? This clever move from Xiao Tao not only revealed his capture, but also showcased his resolute demeanor. Haha. Meanwhile, in the command center, the 5 individuals exchanged peculiar expressions upon hearing this. However, it was Su Guanyue who reacted first. Suyu, what exactly are you trying to achieve? In the midst of the chaotic pursuit, a question lingered in the air. What do you truly desire, Suyu? The inquiry from Miss Shang Guanyu elicited an involuntary smile from Suyu. My demands are modest. 100,000, along with a vehicle from your production team, would suffice, wouldn't it? The moment Suyu's words resonated, the live broadcast erupted with excitement. Goodness, is Su Shan attempting to extort the pursuers? Ahaha, this is hilarious. Is he trying to coerce them with Wang Tao as leverage? Su Shan is incredible. You're the first person I've seen daring enough to capture a pursuer. Absolutely. Stop it. The pursuers must be turning green with envy. Laughter echoed throughout the live chat. Meanwhile, in the command center, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as the 5 individuals absorbed the shocking news, their expressions darkening. Even Shang Yu's demeanor turned slightly irate. Suyu, do you not realize your demands are excessive? Whether they are excessive or not, I cannot say, but I can assure you, if you refuse, Wang Tao will be eliminated. I shall grant you merely 1 hour. With that proclamation, Suyu abruptly severed the communication. Setting down the walkie-talkie, he directed his gaze toward Wang Tao. It seems you will have to endure some hardship for the time being, pursuer Wang Tao. Wang Tao's face turned ashen. What purpose does this serve, Suyu? Do you truly believe that coercing me will allow you to escape? That is no longer your concern. Suyu glanced outside, aware that the pursuers would soon close in on his position. He had no intention of relocating, for fleeing with Wang Tao would undoubtedly draw attention. Remaining here seemed prudent. He settled into a corner, ensuring he would not be an easy target, and awaited developments with a sense of calm. In the command center, the tension was palpable. This fellow is exceedingly audacious, Chi Haiming remarked, furrowing his brow. They had anticipated that Suyu might resort to violence. Yet they had never imagined he would go so far as to capture a pursuer. What do we do now? Zhao Wanqing interjected, her anxiety evident. Shang Guanyu's brow furrowed in concentration as she contemplated Suyu's terms. To be frank, his demands were not unreasonable. A mere 100,000 and a vehicle. However, the implications of conceding were grave. If they acquiesced, it would be a disgrace for the entire team of pursuers to be coerced by a fugitive. The potential humiliation was palpable. If Suyu succeeded, the entire pursuit team would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. The other members were equally aware of the ramifications, leading to a collective hesitation. Yet, Suyu's resolve was unwavering. If no response came within the hour, he would undoubtedly take action. In the interim, the command center fell into a contemplative silence, while countless viewers flocked to the live stream, engaging in fervent discussion. Ha ha ha! It seems the pursuers are in quite a predicament now. Miss Shangwan never anticipated that Su Shan would retaliate with such force. This time, capturing Wang Tao may very well lead to the capture of Guanyu next. The discussion within the live broadcast room was incessant. Suddenly, Guanyu's expression turned cold. Setting aside all else, let the pursuers surround the building where Su Yu is holding Wang Tao and see if there is an opportunity for a forceful assault. Guanyu's words startled everyone. A forceful assault? If it goes awry, there could be casualties. Even Wang Tao's safety might be jeopardized. Are you sure? Zhang Mingshan inquired. We must give it a try, Guanyu replied. Very well, Zhang Mingshan nodded. Soon, the 5 of them rushed to the dilapidated building where Su Yu was holding Wang Tao captive. Numerous pursuers had already surrounded the area completely. Even the snipers were in position. These pursuers were all veterans, so finding a few snipers was not difficult. The current challenge, however, was that there was no sign of Su Yu in sight. They could only barely see Wang Tao bound to a pillar. A blind spot. That fellow anticipated that we might employ snipers, Zhang Mingshan remarked. Guanyu surveyed the terrain, deep in thought. This is Su Yu's provocation towards us, but also presents our best opportunity. Su Yu has completely severed his escape routes. If we can find a chance, perhaps his flight will end here. Guanyu's words invigorated everyone. The reasoning was indeed sound. If an opportunity to eliminate Su Yu arises, it would truly be over. The live broadcast room was equally stunned. What a shock! This woman is quite audacious. Instead of focusing on rescuing someone, she is contemplating eliminating Su Yu. Indeed, when a woman turns ruthless, is truly terrifying. It seems Su Yu never anticipated that this woman would resort to such drastic measures. Among the audience, many netizens felt a surge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Chi Hyaming furrowed his brow. If we follow your suggestion, and it fails, we will undoubtedly suffer significant losses, and Wang Tao may not be saved either. Chi Hyaming's words prompted agreement from the others. It is important to remember that this program simulates reality. In such circumstances, a forceful assault could indeed lead to casualties. Not to mention the potential loss of hostages. Those pursuers could genuinely perish. We currently have no idea where the adversary is hiding, and a reckless assault could result in unnecessary harm. This statement also caused Guan Yu to frown slightly. So, are you suggesting that we acquiesce to Su Yu's demands? No. What we mean is to temporarily feign compliance with his requests. When Su Yu enters the vehicle without any cover, that will be the perfect moment to act. Zhang Mingshan quickly clarified. This is a common tactic used by the police. Once Su Yu is out of the blind spot, the probability of eliminating him will significantly increase. After contemplating Zhang Mingshan's words, Guan Yu reluctantly nodded. Are you certain that those snipers are reliable? No problem. I have inquired with them, and during their time in the military, their marksmanship was exceptionally precise. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Shang Guan Yu no longer hesitated. She grasped the walkie-talkie and called out to Su Yu. Su Yu, we can comply with your request. In the dilapidated building, Su Yu waited for a considerable time before finally receiving a response. A smile emerged on his face. However, the live broadcast room was in an uproar.